Chapter 1, I really don't want to cross over. On the high-speed train from Ningxing to Hangcheng, Xiao Bei, who was in the two-way position of train 13, was at the moment in a daze. Looking at his surroundings, he was in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I in my own office discussing the true meaning of life with my own secretary? Such as, why are there letters on your black silk? Why are there studs on your heels? Why such a short skirt? It's called JK? In the end, the two were no longer satisfied with discussing the true meaning of life, but also planned to practice it. Thus, Xiao Bei and the little secretary decisively came up to the battlefield and fought 3 rounds. As soon as I opened my eyes, the little secretary is no more. The letter black silk nothing. Luxury office, turned into a train car. Boom! Right at this time, a wave of memories flooded into Xiao Bei's brain. A scene of memory fragments flashed through Xiao Bei's mind like a slideshow. After a long time, Xiao Bei sighed slightly and shook his head helplessly. Through his memory, Xiao Bei knew that he had traveled across. He had also traveled into a parallel world that was similar to his previous life. This world and the previous life, Blue Star, had similarities and dissimilarities, but by and large, it was not much different. I'm sure that many people, faced with crossing over, are feeling complicated and excited. However, Xiao Bei was different. He didn't want to cross over. In his previous life, he was at least a billionaire with a successful career, a proper rich man. But in this world, Xiao Bei's identity, indeed a little difficult to say, because the Xiao Bei of this world is an orphan. At this moment, Xiao Bei's heart is just one sentence: my enthusiastic horse. If I am guilty, please let the law to sanction me, rather than humiliate me like this. Anyone who was a billionaire in his previous life does not want to cross over, right? Compared to the previous life, the identity and hardware of this world, the genus is a bit orphaned, not to mention, but also average looking. There are no characteristics. Put in the crowd is the mass face. Compared to ugly men, he is handsome. Compared to handsome men, he is average. It can be said that this crossing is extremely unequal. It's like, well, helping the poor? Ding! The God's Hero rebate system is officially opened. Just as Xiao Bei was spitting out the unfairness of the heavens and complaining about letting himself cross over, a crisp voice appeared in Xiao Bei's mind. System. Xiao Bei froze for a long time, repeatedly confirming that it was not an illusion, and his face slowly turned red. Right at this time, an attribute panel appeared in front of Xiao Bei's eyes. Divine Magnificent Rebate System, rebate on consumption. Random rebate. For every consumption, randomly take the rebate multiplier from 1 to 100 times multiplier for rebate. Rebate funding source is safe and reliable. Can generate the corresponding speculation records. Convenient for the host to explain to the surrounding people. Divine Mall, open. Note, consumption amount, 1:1 converted to Divine Greatness points. Divine Greatness points are used for Divine Greatness Mall system currency. Xiao Bei was slightly stunned, and then he aimed his gaze at the Divine Great Mall. Then he saw the attribute panel. The panel of the Divine Mansion Mall switched and turned into a subpanel with only 2 classifications. The 2 categories were skills and intelligence. Skills, such as English proficiency, fighting proficiency, business proficiency, face value +1, and so on, a variety of skills. Of course, to eliminate the cultivation of supernatural skills. Intelligence, in the Intelligence Mall, you can find any intelligence, no matter it's a person or an object. And the most horrible time, not only can you check the historical intelligence, but you can also buy the present intelligence as well as the future intelligence. One can also purchase present intelligence as well as future intelligence. Xiao Bei froze after reading the introduction of the system. After half a day of excitement, Xiao Bei accepted this luck that fell from the sky. No, the traveler's own golden finger. At this moment, Xiao Bei no longer had the regret of crossing over. There is a divine hero system. What is there to regret? And for the current identity, Xiao Bei likes it even more. Why? First of all, he is an orphan. Do not have to take into account what obscene development, directly how to cool how to come, is equal to a brand new identity. Secondly, now young although handsome is not obvious, but, there is a system young on behalf of what? On behalf of Ken Morwave Finally, this world Xiao Bei was a schoolboy who had just graduated from high school and was preparing to report to the university. He was admitted to Hangzhou University, the only 985. 211 University in Zhejiang Province. What is this called? An opening? This is called a king's opening. At the same time, Xiao Bei immediately knew the terror of this system after understanding its functions. First of all, he didn't have all kinds of quests and upgrades like the godly system in the novel. His own system was very simple. The more money you spend, the more money you spend to become godly ho points. Godly ho points in the mall to buy relevant skills. Excel yourself, demean others. Amount, to care for others. Intelligence system, more important. As a billionaire and company president in his previous life, Xiao Bei knows the importance of this too well. Business, there are only two kinds, either with core competitiveness, or poor information. So wasn't it possible to build his own business empire based on the function of the system's intelligence? Don't say anything about having a God's magnificent system and still going into business. That's because many people don't understand that money is important, but there are some upper-level resources that can't be solved with money. You only have money, no rights or status. Some things cannot touch, never once. Of course, you have to grab both power and money. Now Xiao Bei has thought of a set of future development mode, with the system rebate as the basis, with skills as the auxiliary, with intelligence as the core, to create his own business empire. After all, having money and status is what Missy loves. This system is very good. Unlike some systems that either have a lot of tasks or directly give money to become a tycoon, Xiao Bei said that his own system is the YYDS. Why? Because this system can give himself autonomous mobility, to become even better, then spend money, kryptonite to become stronger. Even if the current Xiao Bei was already in his 30s mentality, he couldn't help but get excited at this moment. Becoming younger and having a divine hero system. What kind of feeling was that? At this moment, Xiao Bei thought of a phrase that was said in Aben's positive turn. Life is like drinking a blind carton of milk. Without drinking it, you will never know whether you are drinking a large coconut milk or a small once today. But Xiao Bei was sure of it. From now on, there would always be milk flavor in his life. What big size coconut milk, small size Wang Chai? If you want to drink big, and drink big. If you want to drink small, really cannot. Then drink the size of the milk. Don't ask why, because what Brother Abing says is the truth. You want to doubt? Go to Brother Aben. Chapter 2 Confrontation with Missy. Exit the system. Xiao Bei had no more attachment to his previous life, and didn't even miss his little secretary in the slightest, and was still more of a vision for the future. Looking out the window at the rapidly regressing scenery, Xiao Bei knew that from now on, his new life had come. This is a parallel world, although it is also called Xia, but it is still very different from the previous life. The Xia kingdom was unified from Emperor Qin and has continued until now. As he remembered, Xiao Bei was a person from Ningcheng, Zhezhou, but because he was an orphan, Xiao Bei was not able to judge whether he was a person from Ningcheng or not. Today was August 31st, 2017, which was the day Xiao Bei reported to Hangchang University. Dear passengers, the station ahead, Huiji City Station. Please move ahead to the left door of the train if you need to get off. Just when Xiao Bei's thoughts were flying, the tone on the high-speed train pulled Xiao Bei back to reality. Huiji City, Xiao Bei still knew. After all, in his previous life, he was also a Zhezhou person. Huiji City is a city with a rich cultural heritage, where many big names have come out, such as Zhou Shuren. Yes, it is that Zhou Shuren who said, "What's the matter with Zhou Shuren if you arrest Lu Sun?" Although Huiji City is a city with a strong cultural heritage, its geographic location is extremely awkward, because he is right on the edge of the provincial capital of Hangzhou, and does not know when it will be annexed by Hangzhou. It's not impossible. After all, there are two rogue cities in Zhejiang. One is Hangzhou and the other is Ningcheng. Brothers' crazy annexation of the surrounding county-level cities, so that the surrounding cities are trembling, do not know when the two big brother favor their own. Soon, the train stopped in the city of Huiji. Xiao Bei looked out the window. Traveling people. The corner of the mouth slightly curved. Inside straight call young really good. Today was a very special day for the students of Xia. That was the day when the colleges and universities in each city started. Therefore, just now Xiao Bei excited is that outside the window there are a lot of coolly dressed, exposed white flower long legs of the young lady. Such a view, which male compatriots can withstand the test? At least Xiao Bei said, can not do there is no other interest. Just like to see girls. A day does not see all the body difficult. Xiao Bei looked out of the window and soon saw a young lady. This young lady's side face is very beautiful, at least that young lady's face value. In line with Xiao Bei's aesthetic standards, Zhezhou is really a province with a lot of people and beautiful women. Xiao Bei sighed inwardly. Just as Xiao Bei was sizing up that young lady, Xiao Bei then saw that young lady suddenly looking towards his place. With that, Xiao Bei's eyes met the eyes of the young lady. Xiao Bei knew that if his predecessor had seen such a beautiful young lady staring at him, he would have been unsure and moved his eyes away. He would even feel a little weak inside. But who is Xiao Bei now? The president of the listed company in a previous life. What eyes have not seen? Fawning, calling father, seductive, calling master. Oh, is the director. So after seeing the young lady in his own eyes, Xiao Bei is still calm on the young lady, and the corner of the mouth is also slightly curved up. Miss obviously froze. Then eyes dodged to avoid the line of sight of Xiao Bei. Hand unconsciously stroked their hair. In the ancient unit of weight of hair, the heart cannot help but be curious. Very few people of the opposite sex of the same age, in and of their own eyes, can be like the little brother just now, eyes clear, without the slightest feeling of letting people resent. Even at this moment, she was a little bit happy inside, not unhappy because Xiao Bei was looking at her. After all, being able to be looked at, that meant that she was beautiful. What was there to be angry about? But she didn't know, if it was someone else, she wasn't like this, she would have coldly turned her face down a long time ago. So, it's still different from person to person. Soon it was the turn of the young lady on the moving car, but the young lady in the money on the car, but also quietly sighed head, looked at Xiao Bei a glance. Of course, not because of how handsome Xiao Bei is, not because of any love at first sight, just curious. This boy feels confident from the inside out. This is the benefit of a person's confidence. In the case of not ugly or outstanding looks, it is their own temperament. Do not say anything about girls or face dogs. The first time you meet, want to leave a good impression in front of the girls. Either you are handsome to shock the world, as the readers greatly, either you are ugly to impeccable, but also a different kind of beauty, because the first time between people is very important. The first look cannot even see your internal organs, how to see your inner. So for the general looks of the people, is the temperament this thing, although invisible, but it is there. Xiao Bei watched the lady get on the car, and was slightly lost inside, then lowered his head, ready to brush the cell phone. Just at this time, originally beside the neighboring seat that got off in Huiji City, someone came, with a trace of fragrant aroma. Xiao Bei curiously looked up, then it froze, and then revealed a smile. Hey, what a coincidence, actually which young lady just now? I have to say that it is very fortunate. Xiao Bei looked at the young lady in front of him, just because outside the window, although he knew that the young lady in front of him was very beautiful, but now close to realize that this young lady really has amazing beauty. Measured height in 1.68 m of the golden height, skin snow white and a look is vegetarian. The outline of the face is very good, especially the eyes. Big, eyelashes are also long, tied a ponytail, wearing a light blue dress, feet is a pair of small white shoes, bone-like very beautiful, especially the exposed collarbone, very charming, neck with a necklace. The whole person looks extremely pure. I do not know the girl in front of me and how many boys in the heart of the white moonlight. At this moment, the young lady is standing in the middle of the position, a large suitcase. I do not know whether it is directly placed in the center, or intended to be placed in the cabinet above. Just at this time, the young lady noticed Xiao Bei. At the same time the whole person froze slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Bei said with a smile, "Do you need help, classmate? Can you help me put down my suitcase?" The young lady's voice was very nice, silky soft, and then matched with such a face value. It was simply a goddess Ben God. It's okay. Then the young lady retreated towards the outside. Xiao Bei walked over and carried the young lady's suitcase up and cleanly placed it on the shelf above. "Classmate, thank you." The young lady looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile. She also took out a pack of tissues from her own small pink bag and pulled out one and handed it to Xiao Bei. "Thank you, classmate. Just now really troublesome. Your clothes just touched the wheel of my suitcase. Dirty. You wipe it. Thank you. Then I'll rub it vigorously." Xiao Bei took the tissue handed over by the young lady, then looked at the young lady and said, "Sit down first." Chapter 3 The Fatty Who Plotted Mischief. The young lady smiled faintly at her words, straightened her skirt and sat down. Xiao Bei looked at the young lady, revealed a row of white teeth, smiled and said, "Hello classmate, Xiao Bei. Just now, since there was an encounter, we should ride the wave of victory. We have to take the initiative to have a story, don't we? Don't be afraid to go up and say hello just because the young lady is pretty, because there are a lot of people who think like you. Even more beautiful goddesses are actually people. If you really can't overcome the fear of saying hello to a goddess, then think, this goddess, does she also know how to fart? Hey, I can fart. Goddesses can fart. We're no different. Of course, you should never directly say to the goddess, "Hey, goddess, can you fart?" Just see if you're resistant to being punched. The young lady was also a little curious about the boy in front of her, and now that she saw Xiao Bei taking the initiative to greet her, she responded with the same smile and politeness. "How are you, classmate? My name is Liu Qingyan. Very nice name. There is a daughter in the Liu family who is a great beauty, and good can face." As soon as Xiao Bei heard the name of Liu Qingyan, he immediately thought of the meaning of it, pouring, that is, pouring the country to the city, very consistent with the current appearance of the young lady. Yan, the name refers to the meaning of mildness, goodness and friendliness, beauty, although Justin the young lady did not have much contact with the young lady, but the young lady gives the feeling of a fair lady, goodness and friendliness, and goodness and having a face, that is, goodness and friendliness can be Yan. Liu Qingyan smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth, especially when she squinted her eyes and smiled. There was a kind of gentle as well as delicate cuteness of a Jiangnan woman. She took a glance at Xiao Bei, then said happily, "Classmate, your mouth is so sweet, but it's kinda new. It's the first time someone said that. Miss Modest, are you also a freshman? Xiao Bei didn't let the atmosphere turn cold, but immediately threw out a question. Liu Qingyan sniffed and a faint smile appeared on her face. I'm not a freshman, oh, I'm a junior this year, so you'll have to call me a senior sister. Come on, senior brother call a senior sister. School sister good. Xiao Bei that is immediately called out, so that can draw close to the relationship of the name, certainly will not let go of Where did you go to college? Liu Qingyan stroked her hair. Hangzhou school sister you? I'm in Magic City. Xiao Bei sniffed, slightly stunned, actually not in Hangcheng, but quickly relieved. Magic City seems to be not far from Hangcheng Sister what university? Liu Qingyan pursed her lips and smiled. Magic City Conservatory of Music. Xiao Bei sniffed, eyes straight light. Magic City Music Academy? Isn't that the cradle of stars? I go. So lucky. Soaked up. No. Met a future star sister. Just when Xiao Bei wanted to say something flirty, the two of them saw another empty seat. Came a man. Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan's seat was not a two-person seat, but a three-person seat. Among them, Liu Qingyan was sitting in the center, and the one by the window was Xiao Bei. The man who came now was near the corridor, only to see the man came to his seat, then suddenly froze. He did not expect. Sitting next to him is such a superb beauty. The man at a glance is not a student. Oily, fat head and round face, wearing a dog head short sleeves, a large gold necklace on the neck. The lower body is a pair of tight pants plus bean shoes, the waist and a large H belt. No luggage, just in the creaky nest, clamped a black wallet, and on his body, there is a strong smell of alcohol. As soon as he sat down, he asked Liu Qingyan, who was beside him, Beauty, are you from the Magic City Music Academy? Where am I familiar with? Want to be a star? I know many directors. Facing the man who was familiar with himself, Liu Qingyan coldly responded, thank you, no need. At this moment, Xiao Bei frowned slightly. Subconsciously, Xiao Bei felt that the man in front of him was not a good bird, but now this fat pig didn't do anything overly aggressive. Xiao Bei also didn't nibble his voice. The man saw that Liu Qingyan directly rejected himself, and felt that he couldn't hang on to his face, so hastily stretched out a hand, revealing a glance fake Rolex green water ghost, said proudly, Beauty, you see brother's watch, Rolex, look at my belt, VLs, you will know my strength. To come out and mix in this world, it's all about background and strength, especially for those like you who study art. Today, if you recognize me as your brother, I'll guarantee that you'll be in the entertainment industry, eating and drinking. Liu Qingyan sniffed, her brows slightly knitted. Obviously she hadn't encountered this kind of situation, so she moved towards Xiao Bei's direction, slightly, put. Just at this time, Xiao Bei suddenly laughed out. When the man heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he looked at Xiao Bei menacingly. What are you laughing at? Is it because I look funny? Brother, you misunderstand. You look bad, handsome, to death. It's just that, big brother, Rolex and LV are already popular now. Your Rolleiflex, VL, is no longer popular. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the man's cheeks slightly flushed, obviously knowing that he had just pretended to be a bully, pretending to be an heir. Then he blushed and muttered, Big brother, all low profile. Liu Qingyan was sitting in the middle and heard Xiao Bei's flirtation with men. She smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Bei with more than a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at him, and when he wanted to say something, the fat pig next door once again interjected. Beauty, what a fate! In the vast sea of people, our meeting here proves that in a previous life, we must have rubbed shoulders. In this life, only now will we meet. Hearing the fat pig's words, Xiao Bei's heart stirred and did not immediately open his mouth to solve the harassment for Liu Qingyan, but wanted to see what she would do. Liu Qingyan faintly glanced at the fat pig and said in an unsavory manner, In my previous life, I did rub shoulders with you, and in this life, it's the same. Beauty, meeting is fate. You are still small, not out of society, do not know the horror of this society, believe brother, recognize brother as big brother to protect you all around. I can protect myself. Liu Qingyan remained cold. After saying that, she looked in Xiao Bei's direction. At this moment, Xiao Bei and the young lady were staring at each other. Just at this time, the man next to him started to make a demon again, only to see him deliberately take out a bottle of poor quality cologne. Then he sprayed it on himself. Ahem! Liu Qingyan's nose immediately felt inappropriate. With that, she got up. Please make way. I need to go to the restroom. Okay, I'll make way. I'll make way. After saying that, the man directly got up. Liu Qingyan did not look at him and walked straight towards the high-speed train restroom. Just at this time, the corner of the fat man's mouth revealed a wry smile. Then he followed. Chapter 4, Uncovering the Siege. Xiao Bei frowned slightly when he saw this. He looked at the direction where the man left, which was exactly the direction where the young lady went to the restroom. Intuition told Xiao Bei that the man had a problem, but Xiao Bei did not get up immediately, because the current Liu Qingyan was in the restroom. Xiao Bei was also just intuition. Xiao Bei's eyes kept on the fatty's figure. Soon he saw the fatty go to the restroom, then looked around, as if because there were people around, he just stood there in the aisle, playing with his cell phone. Xiao Bei knew that it was time to make a trip up there, although it was said that he disliked minding his own business, but, at least he had just met Liu Qingyan. Isn't a friend who just met a friend a friend? So Xiao Bei got up and came to the side of the carriage's restroom. It just so happened that there was an empty seat at the head of the moving train compartment, so Xiao Bei sat straight down and swiped his cell phone while looking at Fatty with his afterglow. After waiting for a while, the restroom door opened. Liu Qingyan just came out and saw a fat man with a lewd smile. She was immediately startled. The fatty stared at Liu Qingyan. At this moment, Liu Qingyan was at the door of the restroom, wanting to come out, but the fatty was standing at the door, looking towards the restroom. You, me, I want to go out, please make way. Beauty, I haven't used the restroom of the high-speed train. I don't know how to use it, can you teach me? Liu Qingyan's face turned slightly white after hearing the fat man's words. Just when she was at a loss for words, a voice came. Hello, I happen to be using the restroom. Let me teach you. Xiao Bei didn't blankly start a conflict with this fatty. He knew that he was so skinny and weak now. How could he fight against the other party? After saying that, Xiao Bei even winked towards Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan saw Xiao Bei coming and instantly relaxed inwardly. Xiao Bei came to the fatty's side. Smiling, he said, Big brother, people have 3 urgencies, why don't we join together? After saying that, he directly squeezed the fatty to the side. At this time, Liu Qingyan directly walked out. The fatty saw Xiao Bei badgering himself again. At once, he was a bit warm and angry. Little pussy, I advise you to mind your own business. Seeing Liu Qingyan come out and stand behind Xiao Bei, the fatty was instantly annoyed. Xiao Bei looked at the warmly enraged fatty and didn't say anything right away. Instead, he carried his hands behind his back and waved at Liu Qingyan. It signaled for it to leave first. Seeing this, Liu Qingyan hurriedly walked towards the location, but her eyes still looked towards the restroom. When Liu Qingyan left, Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Fatty. Big brother, people have 3 urgencies, why am I meddling? Why don't you please first? Brat, could have photographed a beautiful woman, it's all because of you. Fatty had gotten so angry that he directly spoke out his mental words. Xiao Bei sneered inwardly, because on the way here, he had already turned on the recording. Big brother, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Isn't this a place to go to the toilet? What did you just say you want? Stealing a picture is it? Xiao Bei questioned. The fat man looked at Xiao Bei's thin figure and said disdainfully, Kid, if you want to save the beauty, you are still a bit young. I just want to take a picture. What's wrong? Do you dare to compete with me? Seeing that you are still a student, don't be impulsive and cut off your future. After hearing the fatty's words, Xiao Bei didn't say anything more. Big brother, you can use the toilet. After saying that, Xiao Bei left. After seeing Xiao Bei turn around, the fatty smiled disdainfully. Then he saw Liu Qingyan sitting in the center, turned the cell phone camera on, was about to return to his position. Who knows? Just at this time, a passenger police officer came. Xiao Bei directly walked up, didn't know what he was saying to the other party. Soon, Fatty saw Xiao Bei take out his cell phone and hand it to the stewardship police. After the stewardship police heard it, they looked at the fatty with furrowed brows. You, come here for a moment. Uncle Cop, what's wrong? I'm the one who bought a ticket to get on the bus. Fatty still said with a great deal of confidence. Not checking your ticket, checking your person. You are suspected of stealing photos. Come with me to the police office. Nonsense. I'm a decent person. Such underhanded means. I'm Fatty don't care to do it. Seeing that the other party was still sophomoric, the passenger police then played the recording. At once the fat man panicked inside. The passenger police didn't wait for the fatty to retort and directly took the fatty away. Xiao Bei saw the fatty leave and then returned to his seat. After Liu Qingyan saw Xiao Bei return, she then said to Xiao Bei, Senior, thank you, for relieving me. Right, what happened to him? Xiao Bei sniffed and looked at Liu Qingyan and said, Senior sister, why don't you sit inside? It's safer. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Liu Qingyan was slightly stunned. All of a sudden, the whole person's good feelings towards Xiao Bei increased by a trace. The boy in front of her was not only confident, but also smart. Although she didn't know what had just happened with the fat man, but without making any noise, he let the passenger police take away the fatty. That was Xiao Bei's intelligence. Now Xiao Bei took the initiative to change the position. Liu Qingyan was also a girl and was very detail-oriented. She instantly knew that this was Xiao Bei's high intelligence. With that, Liu Qingyan's eyes looked at Xiao Bei. Thank you school brother. After saying that, she sat on Xiao Bei's window seat. Xiao Bei also sat on the seat that was originally Liu Qingyan's. After Xiao Bei sat down, Liu Qingyan asked about what just happened. Xiao Bei didn't hide it and directly told Liu Qingyan. After Liu Qingyan heard it, she patted her chest with a little fear. Luckily, there is a school brother you today. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. You're welcome, senior sister. You're my senior sister. Can I not help? After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Liu Qingyan once again looked at Xiao Bei. Then she came to Xiao Bei's side and said softly, "School brother, you are really smart." Only, Liu Qingyan didn't know that at the moment. Her posture in Xiao Bei looked a bit ambiguous, especially Xiao Bei. After feeling the fresh scent of Liu Qingyan's body and the breath on her ears, he was completely nonchalant. Liu Qingyan had not realized it for a while, and only felt that the average-looking schoolmate in front of her had a temperament and composure that exceeded that of her peers. Facing the situation just now, Liu Qingyan couldn't do what Xiao Bei did. The problem was solved without embarrassment. Just after speaking, Liu Qingyan saw Xiao Bei's ears red, and only then realized that his actions seemed too ambiguous. Then her pretty face slightly red, sat back to her position, her face directly towards the window to look out, but soon, turned his head again to look at Xiao Bei at this moment. Looking at her junior's subconscious reaction, and the rosy shyness on her face, Liu Qingyan suddenly brightened up. This reaction, could it be? School brother is still a fledgling? The cow is still unopened? Thought of this, Liu Qingyan looked to Xiao Bei, waved down his hair, while body slightly to Xiao Bei's side asked, "School brother? You will not been in love it?" In the face of Liu Qingyan's counter-teasing, Xiao Bei looked at Liu Qingyan, very frank and Liu Qingyan to the eye, said faintly, "No, in fact, this is nothing to not admit, and there is no mistake. The predecessor is a fledgling The main thing is, I haven't met one as beautiful and temperamental as senior sister." Xiao Bei continued. Just now he was teased back by Liu Qingyan. Of course he had to tease back immediately flirting back and forth, wouldn't that make it so? After saying that, Xiao Bei looked at Liu Qingyan with a calm face. Liu Qingyan sniffed. This is being teased back by his schoolmate? But inwardly there is not the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, there is also a little bit of joy. Immediately, cheeks slightly red, shyly said, "Humph, school brother's mouth, lying ghost, so good at talking. Surely there is no lack of girls around. School sister so say, is not tried my mouth. I don't even know that my mouth will still cheat people Alright, counting you can talk." Xiao Bei sniffed and took advantage of the situation to ask, "Sister is so beautiful, surely you are in love too, and your boyfriend is probably very handsome, right?" Xiao Bei deliberately asked this question. "Just want to know." In front of the young lady has no boyfriend. Xiao Bei although liked to tease the girl, but also have their own principles. Although Xiao Bei likes to tease girls, he also has his own principle. That is, he will never tease a married woman. Seeing Xiao Bei asking this question, Liu Qingyan said in a resigned manner, "I also want to fall in love, but I haven't met anyone who has the temperament of a schoolmate like this." After saying that, Liu Qingyan blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Bei with a smile in her beautiful eyes. "Wow, that's just right. I'm single and you're also single. Want to make a pair?" Xiao Bei knew that the other party was just teasing himself and said so on purpose. Xiao Bei was just more confident. He didn't believe that Liu Qingyan would like himself right away. At most, he has a good feeling about himself, to like or very far, since he knows the answer. Then tease since we know the answer, let's tease. Humph, school brother, reveal the cloven foot. I'm kidding, Liu Qingyan said inwardly with secret joy. Senior sister should have a heavy academic load. Xiao Bei pulled away a topic. From the words just now, he knew that Liu Qingyan had the desire to fall in love, but had never fallen in love, and was in her third year of college, then personally want to fall in love, but did not talk about it. Then the reason is estimated to be that there is no time. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingyan's eyes widened and she looked at Xiao Bei suspiciously. "School brother, you are so smart, how did you know that?" The reason why Liu Qingyan was surprised was because many people had a certain prejudice against art survivors, thinking that they have a lot of time on their hands, dressing up beautifully every day, finding a cafe to clock in and out of life, and living an exquisite circle of friends life. But that's not actually the case, because I know that studying art is not an easy thing although I don't know what the specific major you studied is, but I think anyone who is in the arts will work very hard if they want to make a mark and have aspirations. After all, compared to studying, art is also difficult. Not everyone can learn it. Xiao Bei faintly analyzed. Liu Qingyan was already too shocked to speak at this moment. At this time, Liu Qingyan, once again, discovered Xiao Bei's difference. It was reasonable to say that prospective college students, although they were adults, they were still in the ivory tower of high school before. There was definitely not a lot of knowledge about the university or society, but at this moment, the boy in front of him could actually see his own exhaustion. I don't know why. In an instant, Liu Qingyan's heart was both happy and aggrieved. Happy that her schoolmate knew how hard she had worked, and aggrieved that many people didn't know about their efforts. Schoolmate, you said a lot. I don't have the time. Art is not only not easy to learn, it's still not easy to realize your dreams in the future. Especially since my school, which is also the top art hall in the country, means that there's a lot of competition, and it's all about the best of the best. Rather than competing with my classmates, it's more like, I'm competing with myself, because I know that if I don't work a little bit harder, it will be harder in the future. By choosing art, you've relatively given up a path, so it's either make it or break it. Sometimes, when I think about it, it scares me, so I really don't have time to fall in love. When Liu Qingyan spoke, there wasn't much emotional fluctuation. It was like she was narrating about a weaker woman that, holding on for her own dream, a dream that has no way back. Obviously, this was not the first time Liu Qingyan had thought this way, because her words were just too calm. In this regard, Xiao Bei did not feel surprised or hard to understand. In his previous life, he was able to become a billionaire, but he was also killed from many people. He was lucky, but what about those opponents who were killed by himself? Xiao Bei had risen from the bottom. He knew how heavy the future was, and sometimes, it was even suffocating, especially those who were born in average families. What could they compare to those who were born in Rome? How can the efforts of one person compare to the efforts of 3 generations of them? People, in general, don't have the cost of trial and error, because once they are wrong, it's all doom and gloom. At this moment, Xiao Bei was a bit heartbroken for the young lady in front of him. Although she looked weaker, she had an unyielding heart. If he could, Xiao Bei was willing to become her booster. Chapter 5, 3 points against the past, 7 points for companionship. After Liu Qingyan finished speaking, she quietly looked at Xiao Bei, wanting to get Xiao Bei's response. But in the next second, Xiao Bei suddenly grinned. Sister, you go to school in Magic City, I go to school in Hangzhou, so the next time I go to Magic City, I will look for you. You're going to take me for fun. Liu Qingyan froze, while at the same time in her heart she exclaimed, schoolmate is still really a big wooden head. Am I talking to you about where to go and play? Now shouldn't you be responding to me properly? What kind of brain circuit? Liu Qingyan came back to her senses and looked at Xiao Bei with such a grudge. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. His gaze was still bland, and in his eyes was a strong confidence and clarity. And Liu Qingyan stared at him. Humph. I won't take you for a ride if you come to Magic City. Liu Qingyan was arrogant. At this moment, Liu Qingyan suddenly felt that her heart was a bit empty. Maybe her schoolmate was just a bit more mature than her slight peers. Besides, we who engage in art, not only do we need to be professionally competent, our body shape also needs to be well maintained. So it's destined that I can't eat and drink a lot. So it's a pity that I can't accompany you. Sister. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, and in his gaze towards Liu Qingyan, there was a trace of appreciation. People are beautiful, cute, and self-disciplined. It's really a treasure school, sister. I'm a pirate, so this treasure, I'll take it. Sometimes, a one-sided involution persistence may instead not be very good. The dream is very precious. The process of realizing the dream is very bitter. It's better to combine labor and leisure. Maybe, while touring, you have inspiration? Xiao Bei said lightly. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan looked deeply at Xiao Bei. At the same time the haze that was just there was swept away. It turned out that the schoolmate was not responding to himself, but was planning to respond with actions. At this moment, Xiao Bei, in Liu Qingyan's eyes sparkled. Liu Qingyan was not a white boy who didn't know anything. On the contrary, Liu Qingyan's emotional intelligence was very high and smart. She could get Xiao Bei's meaning. The schoolmate in front of her, although younger than herself, compared to many people, his way of handling things was more mature, compared to those boys in her own school who looked handsome one by one, but did things in a childish way. Getting along with Xiao Bei obviously made her more comfortable, because this was a boy who could give you a response, who could let you get along with him without embarrassment. What you said seems to be right. Liu Qingyan revealed a sweet smile, and the small dimples on both sides of her face looked particularly charming. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled faintly, then took out his own cell phone. Senior sister, add a WeChat. I'll contact you when I go to Magic City. It was just so natural, without the awkwardness of that kind of hard willpower. Xiao Bei's operation directly made the fat man beside him's eyes fall off in shock. Is this picking up girls? Liu Qingyan was also very dry and generous in exchanging numbers and WeChat with Xiao Bei. After the two added on WeChat, Xiao Bei saw the school sister's avatar was herself, wearing a red dress, standing on the stage, playing the violin. Oh ho, violin schoolmate? Okay, schoolmate, let me note you a stinky schoolmate. Liu Qingyan deliberately said this to Xiao Bei. After saying that, she even provoked Xiao Bei with her eyes. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. then took his cell phone and gave Liu Qingyan a note of Xiao Qi. When Xiao Bei was making a note, Liu Qingyan had been secretly watching. When she saw Xiao Bei's note to herself, she immediately raised her mouth. Okay, school brother. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are those little beauties? He. School sister. Why do I feel the smell of vinegar in the air? Hate. Who's jealous of you? Liu Qingyan's pretty face was slightly red. Her eyes dodged and said, then asked, quickly say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who are they? Can't see it. Schoolmate. You're still a flowery schoolmate. Xiao Bei smiled at Liu Qingyan and said, want to know? Why Xiao Qi? Liu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei with curiosity in her eyes and nodded her head. Because I like a saying, if 3 points can offset the past, leave 7 points to accompany you for years and years. Don't you think it's very romantic? After Liu Qingyan heard Xiao Bei's explanation, especially the latter sentence leaving 7 points to accompany you for years and years, she immediately blushed and looked down at her cell phone in panic. Inwardly, she was thinking, brother, is this a confession? I want to accept it, but stinky school brother, goodwill In fact, Liu Qingyan didn't know that the reason why Xiao Bei gave him a note of this name was that he just happened to see a young lady in front of him watching TV on her cell phone. When such a sentence appeared, Xiao Bei used it directly, but Liu Qingyan doesn't know this. With her intuition to judge, she is being teased, but there is a school brother. This fresh romantic tease method really cannot resist it. That girl does not want their future half. Can be more romantic. Well, at this moment, Liu Qingyan's good feelings towards Xiao Bei skyrocketed, so he did not trace to Xiao Bei's note changed, treasure school brother, after the change, but also shyly sneak a look at Xiao Bei. See, Xiao Bei did not find. This is a sigh of relief, then put down the cell phone, said in a normal tone, that school brother, come to Magic City, contact me. Oh, sister take you to play enough. Good, play enough, then when I go to Magic City, I'll rely on school sister. Ha. Don't worry, senior sister will definitely arrange a clear arrangement for you. The two of them smiled at each other, and there was a kind of emotion intertwined in the air. Xiao Bei did not have to be together right away. After all, good things come in small packages. Similarly, although Xiao Bei was confident in himself now, it did not mean that he was conceited. Chasing a girl is a water-to-water thing. Never stalk her, keep a proper distance, but will be better. The fat man on the side, looking at the two exchanging cell phone numbers and also meeting in Magic City, his heart exploded with anger, gnashing his teeth and staring at Xiao Bei. How to think cannot understand. This pussy can only say not ugly. But why? Why do you feel that it is easy to tease girls? Brother lost in where? The more I think about it, the more angry I am. Just at this time, the train's radio sounded, prompting that it had arrived at Hangzhou station. Fatty didn't stop for a second and got up to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would die of anger. Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan also heard the arrival announcement. At this moment, Liu Qingyan's eyes were clearly a bit reluctant to leave. Stinky school brother, must come to Magic City to find me. Oh, my full of joy, here comes to an end. But I hope, I and you can have a new chapter. At that time, school sister don't recognize me. Xiao Bei thought about it and said. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingyan smiled and nodded her head. Xiao Bei then got off the high-speed train under Liu Qingyan's unwilling gaze. Xiao Bei stood on the platform and looked at Liu Qingyan inside the moving train. Liu Qingyan was also looking at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei gestured a cell phone movement and Liu Qingyan nodded slightly. Chapter 6 Buying. As the train started, Liu Qingyan made a gesture to Xiao Bei to leave. Xiao Bei nodded slightly, looking at the train that was moving away. Xiao Bei picked up his cell phone and took a picture. Sent it to Liu Qingyan. Xiao Bei, picture. Schoolmate, see you in Magic City. Liu Qingyan, school brother, see you in Mordu. Xiao Bei went out of the platform with the crowd. When Xiao Bei exited the station, looking at a group of long white legs, Xiao Bei couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. University. I'm here. Xiao Bei looked at the time, 10 a.m. Time is still early. Xiao Bei did not intend to go to school immediately. Instead, he prepared to buy something for himself. Xiao Bei looked at his clothes and smiled a little helplessly. Hangzhou, a very well-developed one of the new first-tier cities in Xia, was known as the capital of the internet and the capital of entrepreneurship. It was the city that had the most influx of talents right now besides the 4 municipalities. At the same time, as the capital of Zhejiang province, Hangzhou was still very large. Xiao Bei was no stranger to Hangzhou city, because in his previous life he had fought in this kind of city. It was just that from now on, things were different and everything would start from scratch. Xiao Bei planned to find a random hotel in the neighborhood and start his shopping trip. Try the system casually. Opening his cell phone, Xiao Bei found a pretty good hotel nearby on the internet. Xiao Bei didn't pick a very good hotel. because he hasn't tried the systems true or false. If he has a brain, directly find a 5-star hotel, book a presidential suite, then the system is false. One does not need to go to university. After choosing a hotel, Xiao Bei directly paid the room fee of 500 yuan online. Just as Xiao Bei had just paid the money out, the system's crisp voice came into Xiao Bei's mind. Ding! The host's consumption behavior has been detected, and the rebate multiplier is being randomly selected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 10 times rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 5,000 yuan, which has been credited to the host's construction bank tail number 7878 card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 God's magnificent points. The system's beep had just fallen, and a text message appeared on the cell phone held in Xiao Bei's hand. Your tail number 7878 card. Financial remittance of 5,000 yuan. The balance of 25,000 yuan. The construction bank. When Xiao Bei saw the money remittance, there was no great fluctuation in his heart, as long as he was sure that the system was real. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Bei put down his cell phone, took a cab, and went directly to the hotel. After registering at the hotel, Xiao Bei briefly primped himself, and then went out. The mission of this outing was to buy. Hangcheng Mansion was a very well-known mansion in Hangzhou. Those who come to this building are usually either rich or noble. This is because this is the building where all of the world's top luxury goods converge in Hangzhou. Here, both domestic and international luxury brands were available. 15 minutes later, Xiao Bei arrived at Hangcheng Mansion. He currently has 25,000 yuan in his bank card. Although not much, but because of the rebate reason, Xiao Bei's money will only spend more and more. So to this top luxury convergence of places, he did not have the slightest stage fright. After all, money is a man's bottom is not. Xiao Bei looked at the clothes on his body, intends to give himself a line first. Xiao Bei walked to the counter of the Paris family. In the novel, the guide looked down on the bridge did not appear. Think about it, people are the world's top brand. The same as the service industry. The general quality of the guide is very high, and then again, if there is no point in the bottom, but also really will not come to the store, due to the clothes worn on the body is really not good. Xiao Bei intends to buy a set of clothes before saying, came to the store. Xiao Bei chose a Parisian house of cola blue short sleeves, a white casual shorts, then let the salesman gave him a package. Spent 3,000 yuan, rebate of 6,000 yuan. After wearing the new clothes, Xiao Bei's whole temperament, a higher level. Then Xiao Bei came to the Gucci store next door and bought a pair of small white shoes. A whole set of buy down, originally only 2,500 of cash, became 38,000. Really buy more and more. Just out of the Gucci store, Xiao Bei saw the Huawei store. Thought about his cell phone. Xiao Bei decisively walked towards the Huawei store. After going in, Xiao Bei naturally walked to the side of a guide and asked, hello, is the Huawei Mate 50 Pro in stock now? Yes sir. What color do you want? The black one is fine. 512G. Xiao Bei thought that in the future he might handle some files on his cell phone and asked for a large memory. Upon hearing this, the guide's eyes lit up. A 512G Mate 50 Pro is not cheap, so the guide smiled and brought Xiao Bei to the cashier. Xiao Wang, 1 Mate 50 Pro 512G. Okay, brother Chen. After the shopping guide Chen explained, he smiled at Xiao Bei and said, sir, are you swiping your card or swiping the code? WeChat payment it is, said Xiao Bei. Opened his WeChat payment code and brother Chen slightly. Soon the invoice came out and the payment was successful. Ding! Detected that the host successfully consumed 2,000 yuan. Randomly selected rebate multiplier. Ding! Congratulations to the host successfully extracted 100 times rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain the rebate funds 2 million. Has been transferred to the host tail number 7878 bank card. Xiao Bei just put down his cell phone. He heard the system's beeps. At first did not pay attention, but after hearing the 100 times, spare Xiao Bei's good nature, but still shocked. This is becoming a millionaire. So is it far from a small goal? Xiao Bei smiled slightly. More money, the bottom line is even more powerful. After importing and downloading the files and apps he needed to use at the Huawei cell phone store, Xiao Bei planned to leave. However, he thought of the fact that he didn't seem to have a computer, so he spent another 16,888 renminbi and bought a Huawei business laptop. Xiao Bei doesn't like playing games, so he didn't consider a gaming notebook. This time, the rebate was only drawn 1x, which was equal to whoring out a computer for nothing. Out of the Huawei store, Xiao Bei and in the mall to buy. LV, Givenchy, CK, Nike, etc. Like to buy. Half a day down, Xiao Bei's funds have come to more than 8 million, because things really buy quite a lot. Xiao Bei will things sent in the store. intends to go to buy a car. One reason is that it's not easy to carry the things he bought, so he definitely needs to buy a car. The second is, in the future, the use of the car will be more places. Have a car to go everywhere is convenient. Do as I say. Xiao Bei out of Hangchang building, directly to the next door of a Mercedes-Benz Forest store. Chapter 7 AMG S63 Coupe. Hangzhou Mansion didn't just have top luxury goods. There were 4 S stores for some luxury cars. 2. Xiao Bei didn't plan to buy a supercar, mainly because supercars were customized and took a long time. At the moment, Xiao Bei didn't have the time, so now he can only pick a substitute car, and wait until later when he has time and enough money to buy it. Xiao Bei directly came to the first floor of Hangchang Mansion, the Mercedes-Benz store. He had just walked into the Mercedes-Benz store. His attention was attracted by a car. It was a Black Warrior black 2-door coupe with a flat and smooth body and a big sporty 3-pronged starburst in the center of the showroom. Seeing this car, Xiao Bei's mind, a word appeared, suit thug. The car looked elegant on the outside, but only those who knew it, knew his wildness, which made Xiao Bei's eyes fall on this car, and he couldn't move away anymore. This car is the AMG S63 Coupe. Not only Audi's RS7 was a suit thug, this AMG S63 Coupe was also synonymous with suit thugs. Xiao Bei walked towards this car. Then a young saleswoman wearing a sales uniform with black silk on her legs walked over quickly. Hello sir, I am Li Wen, the saleswoman of Hangchang Mansion Mercedes-Benz store. I am glad to serve you. What is your name sir? Xiao Bei looked at this saleswoman. Her skin was quite white. There were no wrinkles. She shouldn't be too old. Her eyes were big, and the corner of her mouth showed a professional smile. The first feeling given was very comfortable. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. My surname is Xiao. Mr. Xiao, do you have your eyes on this AMG S63 Coupe? Li Wen asked with a smile while extending his own hand and pointing to this AMG S63 Coupe in the showroom. How do you know? Xiao Bei was slightly surprised, because just now when you came in, your eyes were fixed on it. Li Wen smiled and responded. Li Wen's words made Xiao Bei come a little interested, as long as one who knows a little bit about cars, seeing this car, will also stay right. How do you judge that I can afford it? Because of Mr. Zhao's temperament. At your age, it's still rare to have this temperament, so I made a bold guess that you are a potential customer for this car. Li Wen led Xiao Bei towards the bin AMG S63 Coupe while smiling and responding to Xiao Bei's question. Xiao Bei smiled slightly inwardly as he heard this. It was worthy of being a person who worked in Hangzhou Mansion. Just this warm welcoming attitude. It made Xiao Bei very happy. Why? The bridge that appeared in the novels. He did not encounter any of them? Some godly novels. At this moment, shouldn't it be, there is no salesperson to take care of him, and then he himself takes out the godly bottom and slaps his face? To be honest, Xiao Bei really wanted to try to see what it felt like to pretend to hit his face. Mr. Xiao, this Black Knight Black is the AMG series in Mercedes-Benz, a higher level than the S. The main focus is on sports and elegance, equipped with a 4.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 612 horsepower, maximum torque of 900 Newton-meters, 0-100 speed of 3.5 seconds. While listening to Li Wen's introduction in his ears, Xiao Bei came directly to the side of the car and reached out to gently pull the main driver's door open. Mercedes-Benz interior, needless to say, absolutely luxurious. The main color of the interior is blue and white color scheme. Looks extremely young. An oversized LCD connecting screen, coupled with multicolored ambient lighting. Extremely luxurious. At this time, Li Wen also sat on the passenger side and said to Xiao Bei, what can be seen in the interior? Mr. Xiao, I won't say more. Let's talk about some of the invisible ones, such as your seats, equipped with smart seats. When you turn a corner, the lumbar support will bulge out, and when you're in a sharp turn, the seats will clamp you down. Very smart. This car of ours, he's not talking about how sporty and fast it is. It's mainly about elegance and calmness. But of course, under the premise of elegance, the power we should have is still there. At the same time this car, drive out. That is to understand your talent can understand, not to go with the flow at the same time. You are driving, but also very comfortable, just like your life. Very calm and elegant, but do not lose passion. Xiao Bei listened to the words of Li Wen beside him, inwardly nodded slightly. No thanks to do sales. This word's out. They just love to hear. How much is this car? Is there a current car? Xiao Bei stroked the steering wheel and asked. Li Wen sniffed, slightly stunned. Then his face paid an excited and joyful smile. Mr. Xiao, the current car is currently only this one, or the last customer selected a good. But because of its personal reasons, it has passed the pickup appointment date. If you want this car, we can give you appropriate discounts. Levin said honestly. How much? Our normal landed price is at 3.5 million, but we can give you a slightly cheaper price for this one. 3 million? so you can just pick it up. Levine responded with a smile. Is there a license plate service? I haven't shaken the license plate yet. It suddenly occurred to Xiao Bei that Hangzhou's license plate needed to be shaken, but the shaking was very slow, but Xiao Bei knew that, in some 4S stores, there would be a collection of license plates to sell as an addition. Hearing this, Liwen smiled slightly and said, Mr. Xiao, we have the license plates. I don't know what grade you want. What grades are there? An average 100, 000 apiece, a medium 3 consecutive number for 500, 000, and a premium 4 consecutive number for 1, 000, 000. What do you think? The $1 million numbers still have those now? Xiao Bei definitely wanted the good ones. After all, it wasn't bad. Liwen sniffed and was excited inside. It seems that he met a big customer today. Mr. Xiao, our current 4 consecutive members are Hang AX8888, a 2222, W6666, 3 pieces. Let's keep it low key then. X8888, Xiao Bei said indifferently. Liwen sniffed and was slightly stunned. Lower profile? You pick X8888? Do you have a misunderstanding of low profile? Although Liwen was puzzled, he was still excited inside. Subsequently, Liwen brought Xiao Bei to the payment area, and with the license plate insurance and whatnot, it came down to a total of 5 million. Xiao Bei didn't say anything, and directly swiped his card. When Liwen saw the small ticket from the cash register come out successfully, he was relieved inside. Mr. Xiao, you go to our VIP hall first and wait. Have some afternoon tea. We'll wash your car's license plate here. Xiao Bei nodded and then went to the VIP hall and waited, without letting Xiao Bei wait for a long time. Around half an hour, Liwen came towards Xiao Bei with a smile. Mr. Xiao, well, let's have a simple handover ceremony. Xiao Bei was then brought inside a garage, where his favorite car was already parked. The staff next to him were applauding. After the simple ceremony, Liwen smiled and walked to Xiao Bei's body. Mr. Xiao, this is your car purchase paperwork, the green book and the driving license, as well as the car keys of your beloved car. 2 of them. With that, Liwen handed Xiao Bei the document bag. When handing it to Xiao Bei, Liwen's hand gently wrapped around Xiao Bei's hand, and said meaningfully, Mr. Xiao, after that, if you have any problems with the car, you can ask me at any time. This is my business card. Xiao Bei took the thing with a bashful face. Then he gave it a slight smile. Then he got into his seat and drove the car away. As for the business card, it was directly thrown to the trash can when Xiao Bei drove the car to the underground garage. Xiao Bei was fond of women, but it didn't mean that any woman could climb into his bed. Chapter 8 The Peak of Face. Xiao Bei got off the car and went straight back to Hangzhou Mansion and put the things he had bought and put in the mail. With the help of the store clerk, all of them were put in the car. Only then did he return to the hotel he just came from. After Xiao Bei returned to the hotel, he put all the clothes and stuff he bought today into the new LV luggage. As for the old suitcase and clothes, Xiao Bei didn't intend to throw them away, but prepared to put them in his trunk. After finishing up, Xiao Bei looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't leave immediately, but was taking stock of the harvest. Xiao Bei had just been suppressing his excitement because when he had just bought the car, Xiao Bei's 5 million spending had actually gotten a 100 times rebate. At this moment, Xiao Bei's account already had as much as $450 million. Forgive him for being a billionaire in his previous life, but that was his worth, not his fortune. But on the first day of his rebirth, he had $450 million. Who wouldn't be excited? Xiao Bei's performance had already been counted, and most importantly, the current Xiao Bei not only had over $100 million, but more importantly, at this moment, his God's hero points had come to a terrifying 10 million. The reason why it had reached 10 million was because when Xiao Bei had returned to Hangzhou Mansion, he had bought 3 watches worth more than $5 million, and the rebate multiplier was 1x. It was equivalent to saying that he had hoarded out 3 watches for nothing. Now that the Divine Magnificence points were available, Xiao Bei also planned to purchase some skills, preferably skills that could make him a bit more handsome. Xiao Bei's current face value could not be said to be ugly, nor could it be said to be handsome. If he really wanted to score, it would be 80 points. Below 60 points was no face to look at, ugly to the extreme. 61 to 70 was average ugly. 71 to 80 is average. 81 to 90 is little handsome. 91 or more is male god level. Xiao Bei opened his system mall and directly spent 1 million and bought face value plus 11. All of a sudden, Xiao Bei felt a change in his body. Xiao Bei came to the restroom and looked at himself on the mirror and smiled slightly. The original body was still very thin and weak, but at this moment, it has become a normal body. The kind of body that is thin in clothes and has meat in clothes. The next thing was that the original height of 1 meter 78 had also become 1 meter 8. The last thing was the facial contour. and the original does not look very different, but the bridge of the nose is more straight. The sword eyebrow starry eyes, the system is in his face slightly changed, the whole person's face value on a higher level. Looking at himself in the mirror, Xiao Bei seemed to see the readers as handsome as ever. The current face value. Xiao Bei was very satisfied. A little bit of Hongzhou Wu Yanzu. Xiao Bei also bought the business proficiency skill, which cost 2 million godly points. The learning thinking proficiency skill, costing 3 million gods mighty points. The fighting mastery skill, costing 3 million gods magnificent points. The business skill, mainly for planning for his business empire in the future. And the learning mindset, mainly so that he could become a school bully. A little bit of everything. Although the predecessor was also a school bully, the current thinking was indeed his own thinking in his previous life, so he needed to buy one. Xiao Bei knows that the time to stay in school and study in the future must not be much. Then in order to facilitate leave, that is, your study should be good enough. Another fighting skills, it is very good to explain. College students, young and vigorous, will inevitably meet fights, not active bullies, but to know how to defend. And fighting skills, let Xiao Bei's muscles in all aspects became more perfect. Not fitness kind of explosive muscles, but the kind of muscles practicing martial arts. The most obvious thing is that the original 999 stomach now also has 8-pack abs. Seeing the changes in himself, Xiao Bei looked at himself in the mirror and laughed out loud. Wonderful freshman, wonderful college life. I, Xiao Bei, am here. After everything was ready, Xiao Bei directly checked out of the hotel and left the hotel, driving his direct car towards Hangzhou University. Half an hour later, Xiao Bei parked his car in a parking lot opposite the school. He didn't want to be too high profile. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei took out his luggage from the trunk. When he left the hotel, Xiao Bei also dressed up properly. Clothes, pants and shoes are not changed. Is the hair of the tawdry engaged in a past life Wang Jiala the same hairstyle? Simply do not be too handsome. Hands also wearing an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, orange strap. Show young. Pushing the suitcase, Xiao Bei slowly left the parking lot. Soon Xiao Bei arrived at the University of this life Hangzhou University entrance. At this moment, the entrance to the school is already crowded. Around are bustling into the students. Some of them are parents helping with their luggage, and some of them are coming by themselves, pushing a suitcase by themselves, just like Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei walked into the campus with a happy heart, because today is the new student report. Just after walking into the campus, Xiao Bei saw the signboard for the new student report. In the surrounding crowd, there were also seniors and sisters wearing red vests and yellow vests who were volunteering, but Xiao Bei didn't bother them. Instead, he followed the tips and went all the way to the gymnasium. There were even more people in the gymnasium because this was the place for reporting. The front of the gymnasium was already crowded, and outside the gymnasium, there were banners that read, "Welcome new students of the class of 2017. Inside the gymnasium, it was even more crowded. There were people everywhere, one faculty and department with a few tables side by side, and next to the table was an ezine. On it was the name and class of each faculty. Xiao Bei pushed his suitcase and quickly found the reporting point for Class 1 of the Finance Department. At this moment, there were a lot of people at the Class 1 reporting point, and there was a need to line up. Wow, Bei, look, I saw an extremely good-looking guy, so handsome. The girl called Bei heard her best friend's words and followed her eyes. She immediately revealed a look like a nymphomaniac, and then said, "Wow, this schoolmate, so handsome." The two's voices also made the few girls around them hear them, so one by one, they looked over there. They immediately saw Xiao Bei who stood out from the crowd. Wow, people handsome, and money look at his suitcase, the latest model of LV trolley, clothes are Parisian house, and that watch, at a glance it's not cheap. Wow, this is my ideal type. Let's see, the rich ones, are your ideal type? No, seeing him, I feel it's still the face value that matters. Think if I was pressed under him. Nay-san, you're getting horny. However, it's really the most handsome one I've seen so far lined up in the finance department. I guess it's the little brother of the finance department. Sisters, this is mine. None of you should grab it with me. Chapter 9, The Scary Third-Year Sister. It wasn't just some of the junior sister volunteers next to them who saw Xiao Bei making a nymphomania. It was some of the freshman girls who were lined up with Xiao Bei who were also peeking at Xiao Bei from time to time. However, Xiao Bei was already used to this. After all, in his previous life, he was also the center of attention. Soon the queue reached Xiao Bei. Senior, reporting for duty, Finance Department Class 1, Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's voice had just fallen when he heard a group of girls next to him let out a gasp. Wow, it's actually a senior from Class 1 of the Finance Department. Sisterer, who has their class schedule for this semester? I do, but I won't give it to you. I won't let go of such a good resource. Don't even argue. You tie hooves. This schoolmate is mine. Although the sound of the girls' discussion was small, it was still heard by Xiao Bei. Then, the corner of his mouth smiled helplessly. He knew that his current face value wasn't bad, but he didn't expect that it would cause such a big reaction. Alas, school brother, you must be careful of these junior school sisters. You know, at this moment, it wasn't just Xiao Bei who heard that group of girls talking. Even the seniors at the reporting office heard it. No, he directly gave Xiao Bei an envious and sympathetic look. As a third-year senior, he envied Xiao Bei's external conditions, but at the same time, he sympathized with Xiao Bei. Because the junior sisters, that one is a livestock, sitting on the ground can suck the earth. I do not know if the junior in front of him can hold on. Putting aside his thoughts, the senior handed Xiao Bei a piece of information. Senior, please fill out the registration form, and then follow this campus map to find your dormitory. Okay, senior. Xiao Bei then bent down and started to fill out the form. And right at this time, those girls who were just now, one by one, they looked at the senior in front of Xiao Bei with a murderous gaze that, meaning, you're meddling. I've filled out the form. Can we go to the dormitory now? When that senior was about to say something, a few sisters here saw the opportunity and came directly to Xiao Bei's side, revealing a gentle smiling face, gentle to the core. School brother, do you want to go to the dormitory? School sister will take you there. School brother, it's better for school sister to take you there. School brother, I'm also from the finance department. I'm your direct school sister. I'm most familiar with our department. It's better for me to take you there. Xiao Bei looked at the enthusiastic school sister. He was helpless. At this moment he slightly regretted. Why did he have to make himself so handsome? Handsome man's trouble. I have experienced it. At this moment Xiao Bei gave a look of help to the senior. Alright, you guys just stop messing around. First let the senior collect the stuff, said the senior, then handed Xiao Bei a data bag. Inside was Xiao Bei's campus card, dormitory key, school introduction, school rules and regulations and other information. Xiao Bei looked at the senior when he received the information bag and said softly, Senior, are all the sisters in our school so enthusiastic? The senior looked at Xiao Bei and then said, they are just enthusiastic about you, but senior, there are some words that you should remember to sort of protect you. What? Xiao Bei asked doubtfully. The senior looked towards both sides, and quietly said to Xiao Bei, school brother, your face value, now it is estimated to be the new school grass, and the girls in your same year. If you want to fall in love, then take the initiative to tease. Sophomore sister, as long as she is willing to go out with you, you go straight on, be tough, it doesn't matter. When it comes to junior sister, you still have as much as you can to run away from them. Generally you can't eat it. Senior school sister, already ready for internship, not good to tease. Senior sister, so horrible? There was a saying that Xiao Bei was really shocked. The senior took a look at Xiao Bei's figure in line, and in his eyes, more than anything, it was not jealousy, but deep concern. Big 3, scary as hell. Alright, you can go now. Okay, thank you senior. After Xiao Bei finished, he politely greeted and pushed his suitcase out of the gym. Just after leaving the gymnasium, Xiao Bei saw a good number of volunteer schoolmates wearing red vests running towards him. One by one, they were enthusiastic. School brother, I'm a junior sister of the finance department. Let me take you to your dormitory. Come on, school brother, give us a push on the luggage. Xiao Bei saw the situation. This situation, if he really agreed, not to mention the golden words that the senior just said to himself, it was that he would definitely become the public enemy of the boys in the whole school. So Xiao Bei gently coughed, sister, no trouble, I'll do it myself. I don't like others to touch my things. After saying that, Xiao Bei pushed his suitcase in a high and cold manner and left. The crowd of schoolmates looked at the sound of Xiao Bei leaving, and one by one sighed in a low voice. Then one by one, they looked at Xiao Bei's back and said, wow, I can't imagine that school brother is a high cold male god. What to do? More love. School brother is a piece of ice. Then I am a fire. I believe I can melt school brother's heart. No, don't both of you like to be flirty? That's because I didn't have this one in school before. It's too cold and handsome, kind of like the cold and ruthless bully president in the TV show. What to do? Fallen. Xiao Bei looked at the map in his hand and knew that his dormitory building was in building 6. So Xiao Bei walked towards his dormitory building while enjoying the campus scenery. Along the way, Xiao Bei passed by many places, the basketball court, the library, the laboratory building, the swimming pool, and soon came to the dormitory building area. Hangzhou University's dormitory buildings were a bit like a cluster of red brick villas, very stylish. According to the dormitory number, Xiao Bei directly came to the 6 dormitory buildings, taking the elevator directly to the 4th floor. Yes, Hangzhou University is so rich. Dormitory buildings have elevators. The door to the dormitory of 401 is half open. I think the rest of the partners have already come. Just as Xiao Bei was about to push the door in, A few voices came from inside, causing Xiao Bei to stop in his tracks. Is it fierce? Am I fierce? Just asking you, am I fierce or not? Hearing the voice, Xiao Bei's handsome face revealed a touch of dismay. It's not true, is it? Could it be that there is a male-to-male killer in his dorm room, playing such an exciting game? What should I do now? Go in or not? Will I go in with them or will I be beautiful alone? After thinking about it, Xiao Bei felt that it should not be so bold, so decisively pushed the door to enter. Xiao Bei, who just entered the door, was tingling inside. 3 men, who were sitting in front of the computer, turned back in unison and looked at Xiao Bei. The corners of one's mouth revealed a triumphant smile that was oozing. However, Xiao Bei quickly saw that a few people were playing CSGO on their computer screens. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he revealed a trademark smile. Hello brothers, I'm your roommate, Xiao Bei. Chapter 10 Roommates. The 3 of them looked at Xiao Bei and instantly revealed a flash of surprise. Handsome. Too damn handsome. The goddess looked at the flowing water, and the men looked at the jealous handsome. Looking at Xiao Bei pushing his suitcase, all 3 of them got up and the game didn't care. One of them, a fat man, took the initiative to come to Xiao Bei's side and said to Xiao Bei in a naive manner, Hello, Xiao Bei. I'm your roommate, Hu Jilong. Xiao Bei politely extended his own hand and shook hands with the other party. The remaining 2 also came to Xiao Bei's front. Hello, Zhang Jibua. Hello, Wang Wei. Xiao Bei shook hands with the 2 men one by one as well. By the way, Xiao Bei, the one against the window inside is your bed. Hu Jilong pointed to the window by the window. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded, then pushed his suitcase and came to the bed space. The beds in Hangzhou University were beds with tables under the beds. 4 people. It was already 4 p.m. now, so I guess their parents had already left. Xiao Bei opened his own suitcase. When he came, Xiao Bei bought the bed 3-piece set and quilt. When they saw Xiao Bei about to make the bed, the 3 of them directly walked over. Xiao Bei, come, we'll help you, Wang Wei said with a smile. Xiao Bei looked at the 3 of them with a smile and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The most feared thing in the dormitory was declining people. Fortunately, from the situation of his current roommates, they were all pretty good. Okay, thank you brothers. Xiao Bei was not pretentious either, so Wang Wei and Xiao Bei climbed onto the bed, while Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua passed things under the bed. When Zhang Jibua took out the 3-piece suit from Xiao Bei's suitcase, he looked at the clothes underneath and his whole body was stunned. Zhang Jibua is a local of Hangzhou, and his family has some small assets, so for some of the top luxury brands, that is like a family treasure, just rarely can buy, but does not mean he does not understand awe. In fact, just when Xiao Bei came in, Zhang Jibua saw Xiao Bei's luggage as the latest LV trolley suitcase, now then saw Xiao Bei's clothes, Paris house, Gucci, LV, Givenchy and so on. At once, he knew that his roommate was really not simple, but he didn't make a sound, mainly because, firstly, he doesn't know Xiao Bei's temperament yet. Secondly, they are all roommates. Even if Xiao Bei is not so rich, Zhang Jibao will get along well with his roommate. Third, he didn't want to embarrass others. Soon, with the help of the 3, Xiao Bei quickly made his bed. After coming down, Xiao Bei took out a pack of soft black from his own pocket. Do you guys smoke? Smoke? I will in high school, Zhang Jibao said with a big smile. Hey, I smoke Marlboro. Hu Jilong smiled faintly and took out a pack of popping pearl Marlboro from his own bag. Give me one. Wang Wei hemmed and hawed. Xiao Bei then handed Zhang Jibao and Wang Wei one. Hu Jilong smoked his own Marlboro by himself. Brother Long, smoking Marlboro kills sperm. Smoke less in the future. Wang Wei lit the soft black that Xiao Bei handed to him and looked at Hu Jilong with a smile and said, It's okay, now young and strong. More energy, kill a little more, it's okay. Otherwise the young lady is going to cry. Hu Jilong said lewdly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bei and Zhang Jibao both laughed. Xiao Bei felt that this chubby boy, very amusing, although Hu Jilong is rather fat, but his face is very good looking. Thin down must be a handsome boy, especially the dress on Hu Jilong, but also very trendy. I think the home is also not lack of money lord. A few people in the smoking chat. Xiao Bei also secretly observe a few people. Hu Jilong, Zhejiang province, Wencheng people, it is no wonder is a tide fat. Wencheng out of the boss. 5 people. There are 4 people at home or open factories. Zhang Jibua, Zhejiang province, Hangzhou locals, people are very handsome. People are also more calm. Through the chat just now, Xiao Bei found that Zhang Jibua is not only handsome, emotional intelligence is also high. If it is not Xiao Bei in, it is estimated to be the most handsome in this dormitory. Wang Wei, this person is actually and Xiao Bei is hometown. Zhejiang province, Ningqing people, also handsome. Chapter Jibua is hard handsome. Wang Wei is a little bit of small milk dog look. People are very white, but just chatting down. Wang Wei's character and appearance, diametrically opposed, full of masculinity. The family condition is certainly not bad. the latest model of the Apple cell phone, the foot of the AJ11, when Xiao Bei was sizing up the crowd. In fact, the three of them were also sizing up Xiao Bei. The truth is that all three people can feel that Xiao Bei is not only handsome, there is also a kind of momentum on his body. Hu Jilong's feelings were the most profound, because the aura on Xiao Bei's body was even more powerful than his own dad, who was a factory owner and a perennial superior. Now this kind of aura appeared on his roommate, so it can be seen that this roommate of his own comes from a great source. Zhang Zhibua and Wang Wei felt the same way, chatting for a while, but also came to the boys' dormitory of an intangible cultural heritage. Platoon position: Wang Wei 99 years, January 12th, ranking the eldest. Hu Jilong 99, May 11th, ranked second. Shibo Zhang 99, September 29th, ranked third. Xiao Bei 99, October 20th, ranked fourth. Xiao Bei looked at his watch. Brothers, time is almost up. Should we go to solve the food first? The three of them looked at the time. At this moment it was already more than 5 o'clock. The sun was about to set outside as well. Several people felt hungry. Go go go. Cha rice go. Don't say it. I'm hungry. Let's go. Let's go to Garbage Street. Zhang Jibo was obviously familiar with Hangzhou University. Garbage Street was a snack street next to Hangzhou University, with street food and restaurants. The four of them, Xiao Bei, walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the school gate. Xiao Bei, Zhang Jibua, Wang Wei, and Hu Jilong walked out of the dormitory together. At once, they became the most handsome boys in the campus. Xiao Bei's handsome not to mention. Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei that is also real handsome. Estimated face value are in the 90 points so, even Hu Jilong, no one feel greasy, because the face is good, the only thing is fat, but the clothes on the body is very good. Other dare not say. Brother Long is at least the most handsome among the fat people. Along the way 3 big handsome plus half handsome. This lineup, can it not attract people? Brother Long walked with the trio while swiping his cell phone with his head down. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, the three of them were chatting together, and when they saw a good-looking schoolmate, the eyes of the three of them would converge on that girl. At this very moment, Hu Jilong, who had been lagging a step behind, was brushing the campus website, wanting to see what was new in the school, but had just opened it. Hu Jilong saw an eye-catching campus top hot search, 17th grade schoolboy, shiny and handsome. Hu Jilong clicked in to take a look and instantly saw Xiao Bei's picture. Then he ran forward and said to the three of them, "Holy, Brother Bei, you damn well made it to the campus hot search." Chapter 11, Chatting with Liu Qingyan. Xiao Bei and the three of them heard Hu Jilong's words. Xiao Bei didn't feel anything, but Zhang Jibo and Wang Wei came to be interested. The two took out their cell phones and quickly found the campus network. Soon the two also saw the hot post that Hu Jilong had just said was on top, and now the post had only been posted for less than 2 hours, and already had tens of thousands of comments. After clicking on the post, the two saw a picture of Xiao Bei queuing up to report for work. It should have been taken by an old student, as the angle was on Xiao Bei's left and there was still a distance, but even so, Xiao Bei's face value was still very durable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Jibo and Wang Wei burst out into civilized Xiagua people's language. Alumnus 1, wow, what a handsome schoolmate. From that class, I'm going to bring him breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alumni 2, upstairs, a dog-licking schoolmate. Identification is complete. Alumni 3, wow, still looks like a rich little brother the whole body is brand name. Alumni 4, hey, just saw this schoolboy, but his 3 roommates he good, except for a chubby, but like the meat of the boys of the school sister, not to be missed. Pictures, Alumni 5, upstairs sister child, I saw, this dormitory, is a fairy dormitory When the Zhang Jibo trio saw that they were on the hot search with Xiao Bei, their hearts were suddenly excited. Then in unison, they looked at Xiao Bei. Old 4, you're our 401 god. Lao Si, bull. 4 years in college, brothers eat meat or vegetarian. Rely on you. Don't say anything, just one sentence. Bull bye. 3 people are just adult college students. A little childish and fresh in the body is very normal. Especially today has just started school. The whole 401 dormitory is on the hot search. What is this called? Glorious ancestor. Forehead. Always feels that something is not right. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at the 3 people, then said, well, how big a thing? Quickly find a place to settle your stomach. Really hungry. Xiao Bei obviously didn't want to discuss too much with them on this issue. After all, if there wasn't such a reaction, that would be surprising to Xiao Bei. Now it seemed that the system was really bullish. Ha ha ha, good. Cha rice cha rice. Hangzhou University had a total of 4 gates. The one near the garbage street was the north gate. Going out and crossing a road was it. When the 4 arrived, both sides of the road were restaurants, and within a wide open-air square, all of them were snacks. because it was the first day of school. There were a lot of people in the whole snack street. The new students were just like Xiao Bei and the others. They all came out to eat together and increase their relationship. The older students came out to eat. They also hadn't seen each other for 2 months and were ready to drink a few cups and blow off some steam. I'll go. Guess what kind of store I saw? Hu Jilong pointed to a store on the side and laughed obscenely. Xiao Bei's trio looked, only to see a hot pot skewer store named, next door Old King Skewers, on the street. I'll go. This name, it's ing domineering, Wang Wei said with a smile. Zhang Jibo then spoke. Why don't we go eat at this one? I see there are a lot of people too. Are they all trying to be the old king next door? Xiao Bei also spat helplessly. What do you say, brothers? Experience what it's like to be the old king next door? Xiao Bei joked and looked at the three. The trio sniffed and all revealed a lewd smile. The four of them walked in. The store was still very big and the decoration was also very stylish. It was divided into upstairs and downstairs. The four people left Hu Jilong and Wang Wei to order food. Xiao Bei and Zhang Jibo went directly up to the second floor. And now throughout the store, there were people everywhere. Xiao Bei and Zhang Jibo found a window seat and sat down. Just sat down. Xiao Bei looked around. Suddenly bright eyes. Then he made a strong wink to Zhang Jibo. Lao air, 12 o'clock direction. Big long legs. Dig, grass. Zhang Jibo's eyes straightened, staring at the big white legs of several girls at the 12 o'clock table. Stuttering, I-ing love college. You go and ask for WeChat. Xiao Bei laughed and teased. Zhang Jibo sniffed, slightly stunned, then breathlessly said, I don't want to be a demented man. Brother likes the meat that is automatically sent up. Fragrant. The two chatted like this. Soon Hu Jilong and Wang Wei also walked up. Brother Long, look, 12 o'clock direction. There are a few beauties all with long legs. Zhang Jibo said to Hu Jilong, and Hu Jilong and Wang Wei also looked over. Wang Wei was flabbergasted. 666. Brother Long, go and ask for WeChat. Go go go. Why don't you go? Xiao Bei looked at them and smiled faintly. One just blew up in the dormitory awesome, and now when it comes to the actual battle, one has withered. Just at this time, the four people's cell phone rang. Four people picked up a look. It turned out to be the class group. The class guide sent a message. 6 p.m. Go to A101 classroom. Open class meeting. Cam. Still want to drink a few cups. Now it seems that it can't. Eat early and go back early. Zhang Jibo said helplessly. The day will come. There are plenty of opportunities. 4 years of college. Hu Jilong said as he ate the wool beans. Xiao Bei looked at the message and was ready to put down his cell phone. But just at this time, Xiao Bei's cell phone came up with a WeChat. When he tapped it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The WeChat was not someone else. It was Liu Qingyan's. Liu Qingyan, school brother. Report is good. I just cleaned up. Oh. Xiao Bei, report good. Now and roommates in the dinner. Liu Qingyan, to play a good relationship with the dormitory students. Oh, 4 years, they are your family. Xiao Bei, okay. Sister now eat? Xiao Bei's side is chatting with Liu Qingyan. The three livestock see Xiao Bei holding the cell phone has been typing. Looked at each other. Wang Wei, Lao Si. Who are you chatting with? So out of it. The dishes are coming up. Not eating? Xiao Bei sniffed. Looked up and said. No, with a friend. You guys eat first. Friend? Girlfriend? Zhang Jibo asked with a smile. Just a friend. I'm still a single dog alright, Xiao Bei said with a smile. What greeted Xiao Bei were 3 pairs of blank eyes. What you say? Do you believe it yourself? At this, Xiao Bei was also very helpless. I'm telling the truth. You guys don't believe it. What can I think? Xiao Bei continued to chat with Liu Qingyan. Not long after the chat, Liu Qingyan took the initiative to say goodbye. Liu Qingyan, school brother. Roommate called me to go to dinner. Later in the find you. You have to eat well. Oh, feel you a little thin. Xiao Bei, okay. When I come to Magic City to find you next time, I absolutely 8-pack abs. Liu Qingyan, oofed. Day by day. Just no dreaming. You have 8-pack abs? I cannot see. Xiao Bei, if you want to see it, we can find a place and I will show it to you. Liu Qingyan, okay. I'm going to eat. You also have to be good to eat. Xiao Bei, okay. You too. Be good and wait for me in Magic City. Chapter 12, Qin Menxue. Magic City, Conservatory of Music. Liu Qingyan saw the last message sent by Xiao Bei. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Just at this time, Liu Qingyan's back was slapped by someone. Liu Qingyan panicked and put away her cell phone. Her face flushed as she turned around to look. Aya, big girl, you scared me to death. Liu Qingyan's roommate, who was called Big Girl, looked at Liu Qingyan with a meaningful face. Yen, you're hiding something from us. You're not right. Are you in love? Liu Qingyan sniffs and says with dodging eyes. No, there isn't. Just know how to talk nonsense. Big Girl looked at Liu Qingyan's appearance, revealed a touch of intriguing smile. Then you came back to the dormitory from home. You have been holding your cell phone to look at it. This is not like you ah. Just now I have seen. You seem to be in WeChat and chatting with someone else. The corners of your mouth are with a smile. No way. Liu Qingyan panicked, and hurriedly reached out her hand to block the big girl's mouth. Whoops. Alright, big girl, let's eat. On the other side, after Xiao Bei put down his cell phone, he ate the meal under the meaningful gazes of the other three. Afterwards, it left the store. One thing to say, the flavor was not bad. There is no novel in which Emile meets a beautiful woman who has played a hooligan, and Xiao Bei makes a domineering move to win her heart. After all, this kind of thing, the probability of it happening is very small. Life is not a novel. Back to the dormitory when, also almost 6 o'clock, 4 people are flirty. Xiao Bei is no exception. They all primped and primped themselves. The 4 of them primped, and then majestically went out. Freshmen first class are in the dormitory, each go their own. After all, we are not so familiar, but also with the dormitory people familiar. The 4 of them walked on the way to the teaching building. The 3 dog sons, all of them looked at Xiao Bei with a jealous face. Zhang Jibo, I say, Lao Si, you're already handsome enough, but you still dress like this. How can we live? Wang Wei, that's right. When I was in high school, I was always the most handsome. How come I met a son like you in college? Hu Jilong, Lao Si, who are you trying to hit? Xiao Bei does have his own caution. After all, it is the first class meeting, although now I do not know how the girls inside the class, but having a face value and not using it is just sillier. Or that sentence, the first impression is important. Not everyone can see the temperament. In this case, being a little more handsome gives a better first impression. Then the chances are also a little more. Don't believe what others say about the inner, or that, without getting along. The first glance, who knows your inner? To know your inner, but also to have contact. You Cialis like, who wants to know your inner? Knowing your innards is more or less the same, because dinner is to eat skewers. The flavor is still great. Back to the dormitory. Xiao Bei took a shower. Now Xiao Bei upper body is a light blue Gucci summer shirt. Inside is a Paris House white short-sleeved bottom. Below is a Givenchy's white casual pants, with a pair of small white shoes. The top 2 buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, with the bottom corner tucked into the pants and one corner left outside in layers. Also put on a svelte gold-rimmed glasses, the hand width or royal oak. The same hairstyle as Wang Jiar. Walking on the road, there are frequent young ladies sneaking a look at Xiao Bei. Between a few people playing around, they came to Block A of the teaching building. Soon found the classroom where the class meeting was to be held today. The classroom of the university was class 1 and class 2 together because it was a counselor. The 4 people came a little late because of the tawdry reason, and just entered the classroom. Just saw the classroom full of people. Not big classroom. The center and the back of the good position has almost been occupied. Only the front of the front 3 still empty. When the 4 just walked into the classroom, the students of the 2 classes all looked over in unison. When the boys saw Xiao Bei's 4, most of them were ashamed of themselves, because each of the 4 was handsome in their own way. That is, the face value of Long, the fat man, was very high. Some of the girls who had come to the classroom very early in the morning just wanted to see if there were any handsome guys. When Xiao Bei's 4 didn't come, those girls were actually still a bit disappointed, because the number of handsome men in the 2 classes was still relatively small. There were only 6 to 7 of them, and they were still the kind of small handsome ones. But as soon as Xiao Bei came in, all the girls were like wolves that had been hungry for a long time. One by one, they fixed their eyes on the 4 of them with a flowery gaze. Wow, the 4 little brothers who just came in are so handsome, and that chubby little brother is also cute. What did I see? The school grass is actually from our class. Are you talking about that little brother with the blue shirt? Yes, so handsome. It's not just handsome, his clothes are so good. Xiao Bei looked at the location. What do you say? There's no room at the back. Came late can only sit in the front row. Hu Jilong said lifelessly. For students like them, the front row was the danger zone. The 4 of them didn't say much. Anyway, they all already sat in the front row. Directly the first row, sat up. Xiao Bei and Zhang Jibo sat in the 2 seats in the center. Wang Wei sat beside Xiao Bei, and Hu Jilong sat beside Zhang Jibo, just seated. Hu Jilong said, brothers, just roughly scanned. There are many girls. There are a few good ones. If you want to get down quickly. There are many wolves and fewer meat. Hu Jilong quietly murmured. Zhang Jibo, Xiao Bei, and Wang Wei gave him a blank stare. Hu Jilong rubbed his head, looked at the 3 dog sons, and asked suspiciously, dressing up so tie, isn't it just for now? Zhang Jibo couldn't stand to look at him. Damn you, can you shut your mouth? Be a little more cool, you know? High and cold, don't be a licking dog. Just at this time, a sound of high heels came. Cackle. The teachers were opened. With that, the entire teacher boys went crazy, and Xiao Bei was surprised for a second, because the counselor who just came in was a bit pretty, devilishly hot body, a head of curly hair that seemed to be draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, bright features, fair skin, and slender legs. The moment she appeared, she stole everyone's attention. About 25 or 26 years old, her temperament was cold and slender. She was dressed in a long black dress, her stunningly beautiful and timelessly carved features, and a pair of dark brown pupils staring at people with cold faintness, only to see her slowly walk to the podium, looking at the full classroom, the aura but not the slightest fear. She also saw the 4 people sitting in front of Xiao Bei, especially Xiao Bei, whose aura was very elegant, but the aura was also very sufficient. She then smiled slightly and lightly spat out her red lips. Hello everyone, I am your 4-year counselor. My name is Qin Mengshui. You can call me Teacher Qin, or Old Qin. Chapter 13 Class Meeting begins. Xiao Bei looked at Qin Mengshui on the stage and smiled slightly. This teacher, at a glance, was extremely individualistic, while her family's condition was not bad. Tiffany's latest necklace, Vacheron Constantine's watch. After Qin Mengshui's words fell, the students in Class 1 followed by Class 2 boiled over. Wow, isn't this the school's goddess counselor? MS. Qin, I can't imagine that it's actually our counselor. This aura, it's too powerful, it's so beautiful. I don't even dare to meet her eyes. Behind them were discussing. Xiao Bei's side. Hu Jilong looked at Qin Mengshui on the podium, and his throat gulped. Then excitedly under the table, he pulled Zhang Jibo's hand and said quietly, wow, it's too touching. With such a counselor, I won't even be late for class. Zhang Jibo gave it a blank stare. For Zhang Jibo's blank stare, Hu Jilong didn't care at all and continued. I'm curious, that man who pressed on her, he must have eaten too much in his previous life to have this kind of luck. Just now, it was still Zhang Jibo who gave Hu Jilong a blank stare. At this moment, Xiao Bei's trio collectively gave Hu Jilong blank stares. Brother Long, what the hell is in your head all day? Loaded with bad thoughts. The 3 of us, it's better to stay away from this perverted dragon. Xiao Bei's trio, with 1 sentence from you and 1 from me, frantically outputted at Hu Jilong. Cough cough. Just as the students underneath were all talking, Qin Mengshui on the podium coughed. Instantly, the entire class quieted down. Truly, Qin Mengshui's aura was too powerful. After seeing the class quiet down, only then did Qin Mengshui say, first of all, I welcome you all to attend Hangzhou University, and in the next 4 years, I hope that you will cherish the last part of your study career. University is a period of greater autonomy and mobility. While you are busy falling in love, don't forget about your studies. I don't have too high requirements for you guys. Just don't fail your classes, and don't call me from the roof of your dorm room at night, saying that you're going to jump off a building for the sake of your relationship. After Qin Mengshui's words fell, in the classroom, the atmosphere, which was still a bit tense, suddenly became relaxed. The main reason was that what Qin Mengshui said made everyone laugh out loud. Seeing the atmosphere lighten up, the corner of Qin Mengshui's mouth smiled slightly. Then she said with a smile, alright, the joke's over. Let's get straight to the point. I don't think you guys like staying here either. Now let's start with the self-introductions. Everyone has to come up on stage, and then we'll have the class cadre election for our 2 classes. Qin Mengshui looked at the crowd on the ground floor and continued. Anyone volunteer to come up first to make a sample? Xiao Bei had been sitting in his seat, listening to Qin Mengshui's words. At first Xiao Bei thought that with this self-introduction, he didn't think many people would be willing to be the first to go up, but soon he was hit in the face. Just after Qin Mengshui finished speaking, the boys in the classroom, all have raised their hands. Even Hu Jilong raised his hand enthusiastically. Xiao Bei also had to lament at this moment that the stimulation of boys' hormones by beautiful women was so strong. Qin Mengshui elegantly stood on the podium, looking at so many people raising their hands. It seemed like she was already not surprised. Qin Mengshui looked around, especially scanning over Xiao Bei and the 4 of them. Then this chubby boy will come first, and then we'll start the train and come down one by one. Hu Jilong sniffed and smiled, revealing a smug look at Xiao Bei's 3. Zhang Jibo now wanted to kill this fat man's heart. If it wasn't for you, damn it, I would have waited. Xiao Bei was indifferent. Wang Wei's thoughts were similar to Zhang Jibo's. Then Hu Jilong, in the eyes of the 2 who wanted to kill, tartly walked up to the podium. Hello, old Qin. After saying that, Hu Jilong even stretched out his hand, ready to shake hands with Qin Mengshui, looking like a foolish son of the landlord's family. Qin Mengshui smiled faintly and didn't extend her hand. Instead she smiled and said, classmate, introduce yourself first, let's be quick. Ah, well, faster is good. Faster is good. Hu Jilong withdrew his own hand and rubbed his head. Xiao Bei's trio, at this moment, had already been made to look at Hu Jilong without a face. Ha ha ha, Xiao Mei, this chubby chow chubby, so cute, oh, at a glance, it's a social person, so cute and adorable. Hu Jilong organized himself, and without the slightest bit of stage fright, looked at the full classroom and coughed gently. Hello everyone, my name is Hu Jilong, age 18, from Wenchang. I personally position myself as handsome, suave, people love, flowers see flowers open potential stock, nicknamed landslide water pouring down the river dragon sea sadness. You guys can call me by my first name, you can also call me a dragon brother. A dragon brother. You and I are all brothers. Hu Jilong's speech ended. Wow, little fatty is so talented. Talented my ass. A talented person can say the word fangirl? At this moment, if I were to say who is the most upset, it must be Zhang Jibo. Damn you, this is prepared? If I don't say something good, will I be compared to you? Hu Jilong off the stage. Zhang Jibua, directly on the stage. No nonsense. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Jibua, 18, Hangzhou people. There is a saying that meeting is fate. Since we have the fate to meet in the first class, I hope that we can all encourage each other, common growth. In the flower season and the rainy season there is our deepest friendship, but also very happy to be able to be classmates with you guys. I hope that we can all help each other in the future I hope we can help each other in our studies. After Zhang Jibo's introduction, the students at the bottom, one by one, were a bit depressed. Nima, the first two introductions were so good, what about their own introductions? After Zhang Jibo stepped down, it was Xiao Bei's turn. Xiao Bei just got up, and in the classroom, there was a lot more screaming. Wow, the male god is going to give a speech. I wonder what the name of the male god is. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is too handsome, isn't he? Seriously threatening my face value. A boy with a face full of pimples looked at Xiao Bei and said with a bit of jealousy. The few girls around him sniffed and gave him blank stares. It's good to have confidence, but overconfidence is brain dead. When Qin Mengxue saw Xiao Bei on the stage, the students below were restless and looked at Xiao Bei with interest, wanting to see how this handsome boy introduced himself. Xiao Bei went on stage hand. First said to Qin Mengxue, Old Qin, how are you? How are you, classmate? Start your introduction. Qin Mengxue said with a smile. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded slightly. In fact, Xiao Bei did not have the slightest panic. Self-introduction? In other people's eyes it was self-introduction. In Xiao Bei's eyes, it was a display of charisma, an occasion where he could properly pretend to be a pussy. It could not be wasted. Chapter 14 Recommendation for Class President. In his previous life, Xiao Bei dropped out of high school and entered society. After hitting the wall in society and crawling around for a long time, he was able to become a billionaire. To say that Xiao Bei had any regrets at that time, that is not to go to college. It is said that high school is youth, but the university is also youth. Therefore, the current Xiao Bei was still very eager for college life, especially now there is a system of support. Xiao Bei is not at all want to low-key learn what novels pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. It doesn't exist. If you have the strength, why should you compromise yourself? Therefore, Xiao Bei stood on the stage, looking at the following students, one by one, youthful, mainly girls. Such a good opportunity to pretend. Who misses who is? Xiao Bei is not prepared to be too high profile, but always want to leave a deep impression. Xiao Bei smiled and revealed his white teeth, exuding a confident look, just standing there. Many of the young ladies in the class are excited to the point of no return. After all, handsome men love beautiful women. Beautiful women also love handsome men. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Bei, Xiao of Xiao, north of north, 18 years old this year, from Ningcheng, Zhejiang province. First of all, it's really an honor to be classmates with all of you. It's not easy to meet in a sea of people, so let's do it and cherish it. At the same time, I hope that in the next 4 years, I can become not only classmates with you, but also good friends. Boys brothers, girls girlfriends, is not impossible. I have a lot of hobbies. I won't list them all here. You can slowly discover them later, and then come to say, wow, treasure boy. Every leaf has his own trail. Every footstep has his own journey. Every article has his own story. I hope we too have our own ideas and thoughts, and go further and further down the path of following our dreams. And finally, I'd like to say this, girls, if you have a group of girlfriends, you can pull me in. Now I desperately need to get off the hook. If you are interested, you can add me in the class group, and then private chat. Do not accept public molestation. Oh, well, this is the end of my self-introduction. Thank you all. As soon as the words fell, a burst of loud applause and laughter erupted from underneath. At the same time, many people changed in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Bei, and those girls who thought Xiao Bei was high and cold were even more excited. I go. Lao Si's last sentence. Why didn't I think of that? Hu Jilong froze, then looked at Zhang Jibo. It's still old for really flirty. Zhang Jibo similarly lamented. When Xiao Bei stepped down from the stage, the classroom was still buzzing with chatter. Wow, Xiao Bei is so handsome. The The main thing is that he doesn't seem to be aloof. Do you want to really add him and chat privately? What to do? Want to be walloped by him? This dude does have some level. Have you guys noticed that the three of them in the dorm room are all speaking well and exuding confidence? If only I could be that confident and dashing. No way. Xiao Bei's brother is teasing me. I'm going to chat with him privately. Maybe it'll work out. The girls and some boys were praising Xiao Bei, but there were also some boys, envious and jealous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want. At a glance, he's a scumbag. I wonder how many young ladies are going to fall for it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pussy is loaded by them. It looks like they are pampered. When they are in military training, they will definitely make a fool of themselves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This hook ate. There were a lot of murmurs, but they were soon gone, because now everyone knew that the few people in this dormitory were all powerful. Now that Wang Wei was on stage, they also wanted to see what this handsome little brother had to say. Wang Wei is actually very bitter now. The pussy is all pretended by the old four. How can he get it? But still said graciously, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Wei, and Xiao Bei is a hometown, age 18, gender, with a handle, ahem, a little nervous, can we all applaud a little? Clap." Most of the people on the scene, still giving face, gave applause. Xiao Bei is a slight smile. Wang Wei dog son, no interaction. Good. Feel everyone's enthusiasm, not nervous, but also thank you for your support. I hope in the next 4 years, we can become good friends. After saying that, Wang Wei went off the stage. Qin Mengxue looked at the 4 people in the first row and smiled slightly, mainly because all 4 people had given her a big surprise. Now she was kind of looking forward to the self-introductions of the next students. But soon she was disappointed. There were no very colorful ones. There were some, but compared to Xiao Bei's 4, they were still slightly inferior. After spending half an hour, everyone was introduced. Qin Mengxue also returned to the podium at this moment, smiling and looking at the crowd. Self-introductions are over. Now we elect the off-duty cadres. The day after tomorrow will be the military training, but also for me to share a little bit. Class 1 first. Those who want to run for class president, please take the initiative. This is also a kind of exercise for yourselves. Does anyone want to run? Qin Mengshua's words had just fallen. Most of the girls in class 1 looked at Xiao Bei in unison. Just as the crowd was wondering, a girl stood up. "Teacher, on behalf of the girls in our class 1, I recommend Xiao Bei to be the class president." This girl's name was Wang Meina, and she was considered to be the current girl representative of class 1, a very social girl. Just now in the girls' group, everyone wanted Xiao Bei to be the class president, so that way, they would be able to get in touch with Xiao Bei more often. Just after the girls' words fell, all the girls in class 1 smiled and said, "We want Xiao Bei to be the class president." Among the boys in class 1, except for a few, they all directly followed the army of girls and expressed their agreement as well. Qin Mengxue also didn't expect that class 1 would choose this way, but she was a more democratic teacher, so she looked at Xiao Bei. "Mr. Xiao Bei, now that everyone has recommended you, what do you think?" Qin Mengxue didn't give Xiao Bei the class president right away, but asked Xiao Bei what he thought. Xiao Bei was also very staggered at this moment. There was one thing, he didn't really want to be this class president. After all, he had more things to do afterward. But at this moment, the whole class looked at himself again. Xiao Bei also slowly stood up. Xiao Bei looked at his classmates and said, "Thank you for your support. Maybe I am really not suitable to be the class president, because I have other arrangements afterward. I am afraid." Just when Xiao Bei said here, the girl representative just now, Wang Meina stood up again and said, "Mr. Xiao Bei, it's fine, as long as you are the class president. I will run for vice class president. I will give you aid at that time." Wang Meina looked at Xiao Bei with a smile on her face. The reason why she said so, she also has her own little mind, so that she can often contact with Xiao Bei. There is no young girl who is not nostalgic. Xiao Bei immediately froze. Good guy, this is right and wrong to be But after thinking of Wang Meina's words just now, Xiao Bei thought for a moment. Since all the students are so enthusiastic, if I refuse it would be ungrateful. Old Qin, then I'll be it. Chapter 15. You can't see me. Although it was said that Xiao Bei was now being driven to the shelf, but a man is a teenager until he dies. No matter how old a man is, he actually has vanity inside. No matter how old they are, they all need to be recognized and supported, which is good for physical and mental health. Xiao Bei admitted that he was a vulgar man, so at this moment, although it was not his own willingness, he preferred it to willingness. Then, the first step of the male god. It's good to start from the class president. Qin Mengxue saw that Xiao Bei had made a decision and also followed democracy. Good then, from now on, the class president of finance class 1 is Mr. Xiao Bei. Let's give a warm applause. Applause. Applause rang out in the classroom, and one by one, The girls applauded wildly as if they had won a battle. After all, this class president was recommended by them together. At this moment, Xiao Bei also couldn't help but sigh. Handsome really can do whatever he wants. This feel doubly cool. After Xiao Bei sat down, the three sons of the dog all brush look at Xiao Bei. Then they all gave a thumbs up. In his eyes was the father's concern for his son's achievement. Xiao Bei said, "Damn, I am giving glory to the dormitory. Shall not go back to the dormitory. Filial piety to dad?" Soon, in a burst of hilarity, the class meeting ended, and at the same time, the class cadres were also output. Wang Mena also successfully became the vice class president. At this time, Xiao Bei paid attention to Wang Mena, wearing a white short sleeve, a Swarovski necklace on her neck. The whole person's skin was still white, and her lower body was a pair of light blue jeans. The features could not be said to be exquisite, but durable, also with a little baby fat, meaty feeling, height of about 1 meter 6. Such a girl, in fact, is also extremely good, with a little meaty little cute girl. Don't have some flavor in it. Do not ask Xiao Bei how to understand. Contacted in his previous life. The class cadres of Class 1 are as follows. Class President, Xiao Bei. Vice Class President, Baby Fat Wang Mena. Study Committee Member, Li Sisi, a very quiet girl, wearing glasses. At first glance, she is a school bully. Literary Committee Member, Hu Jialong, son of a dog. Still more tart. Sports Committee, Zhang Jibua, stimulated by Xiao Bei, decisively competed on stage. But the son of a dog is still more like sports. Labor Committee, Wang Wei, 401 free livestock have a position. How to make a whole is not it. At this moment, it can be said that the 401 dormitory, flagging, 4 people each have positions. Soon, under the auspices of Qin Mengshui, the class cadres of the second class also ran for office. And when class ended, it was already 7 p.m. After class, Xiao Bei intended to take his 3 dog sons back to his dormitory. But he soon realized that something was wrong, because many girls had already come to the front row at this moment. Class President, you're so handsome. Add WeChat to chat privately. Definitely don't tease you publicly in the group. Class President, I know I don't deserve you. So, Zhang Jibo, do you want to add a WeChat? In fact, Wang Wei can also be O. Hu Jilong, you're so cute. One by one, there and Xiao Bei greeted. There and the 3 sons of the dog greeted. Hu Jilong, this pussy is not to be rejected. 10 minutes down, half of the girls in the class, and he exchanged WeChat. Xiao Bei well, temporarily, and Wang Mena exchanged WeChat. Class President, in the future you can cover us Wang Mena said with a smile. Xiao Bei looked at Wang Mena's baby face and wanted to go up and pinch it, mainly because he wanted to know the elasticity. It's fine. I'll have more chances to communicate with you in the future. And in the future, you'll have to be more attentive to the things in the class. I'll give you my rights. Xiao Bei was now fully embodying the essence of not being able to lead a team, and being tired to death himself. When Wang Mena heard this, she was slightly stunned. What? You're still really planning to let me help you? Isn't it what you said? You can't go back on your word, or else I'll pull the plug on you, Xiao Bei said jokingly. Wang Mena, okay right, I'll just do it. Aggrieved. Some of the girls, Class President, this is not good, right? We can share for you too. Zhang Jibo, Hu Jilong, envious. Wang Wei, so handsome can really do whatever he wants? Girls Collective, then Class President. See you tomorrow. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded to the crowd. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After returning to the dormitory, the 3 dog sons sat together and looked at Xiao Bei in unison. Old 4, I kind of don't want to go out with you now, Zhang Jibo said helplessly. To know, in high school, he was the man of the hour. How come in college, he met Xiao Bei, this pussy? Lao Si, if he doesn't follow you, I'll follow you, as long as you share your sister's WeChat with me, Hu Jilong said excitedly. What do you need so many sisters' WeChat for? Wang Wei spat helplessly. Che, that you don't know. I'm trying to give each sister a warm home. Xiao Bei sniffed and immediately kicked Hu Jilong's ass. Scum, Zhang Jibo. Wang Wei, how do you look at it? It's also you who are scum. Hu Jilong, thieves shouting to catch thieves. Protest. Xiao Bei directly ignored Hu Jilong's protest and turned around to climb onto his bed. Turning to the 3 dog sons, he said, if you want to go to the girls' dormitory tomorrow, just shut up and go to sleep. My enthusiastic horse. Am I, Zhang Jibo, that kind of person? Sleep. After saying that, Zhang Jibo directly closed his mouth and went to bed. Wang Wei, girls' dormitory. Make it sound like who hasn't been there before, but I don't mind if I can go. Sleep. Hu Jilong looked at a few people with a confused face. At this moment remembered a song. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Whatever. Sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Bei woke up because he was woken up by a message from the group. Qin Mengshui at all class cadres. Please ask the class president to take the lead and go to Block B of the teaching building to receive the military training uniform. Reply received. Wang Mena, received. Qin Mengxue, where's the class president? At Xiao Bei. Li Sisi, the class president is probably still sleeping. Kelvin. Yi Qiaoning, +1. Chen Maisai, +1. Shui Wenhao, +1. Hu Jilong lay on the bed, looked at Xiao Bei who had just gotten up, and took the opportunity to take a picture of Xiao Bei's bare upper body, sneakily sent it to the group. Hu Jilong, nonsense, the squad leader got up, just got up, still with the waking breath. Picture, evil laugh. I ting, wow, am I the only one who sees 8-pack abs? Colorful. Yi Qiaoning, colorful. Wang Mena, colorful. Qin Mengxue, oh, exempt, colorful. Classmates. At this moment, Xiao Bei took out his cell phone and looked at the 99+ messages, and at first it was not clear why all of them had to send colorful expressions, but after seeing the picture Hu Jilong sent to himself, at that moment, he looked at Hu Jilong, who was still secretly pleased with himself. At this moment, Hu Jilong had already had several girls come to chat with him because he had posted Xiao Bei's photo. All want to see more. Hu Jilong of course will not let go of the opportunity to contact the girls, one by one to start flirting. Just when he was happy, suddenly Hu Jilong sensed the left front. There is a killing aura. Slowly looking up, he happened to see Xiao Bei's murderous eyes. Hu Jilong smiled faintly at Xiao Bei, then grabbed the quilt and covered himself. You can't see me. Can't see me. Chapter 16, The Girls' Dormitory. Hu Jilong had just covered the quilt not long ago. Whoosh! The quilt was directly lifted. Hu Jilong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei's face had a slight smile at the corner. Hu Jilong was confused. What's the situation? Where was the killing aura just now? Old 4. Me, son of a dog. Good shot. Next time take a good shot. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Jilong with interest, and at this moment, Hu Jilong turned from the state of just curling up to a state of comfort, and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Lao Si, sure, you don't need to worry about my photo-taking skills. Well, it's very good. So, in order to give you a reward, when we go to the girls' dormitory later to hand out military uniforms, you won't have to go. When Hu Jilong heard this, he immediately panicked and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Bei's thigh with his own big hand. Lao Si, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Let me go. I won't next time. As he said that, Hu Jilong actually brought a little tear in the corner of his eye. Out of breath, Xiao Bei spat out and immediately replied to received in the group, then woke up the other two who were huffing and puffing. After all 4 of them got up, Xiao Bei directly called the dormitory head of class 1 in the group to go get the military training clothes together. The military training uniform collection site, class 1's military training uniform, all collected. The navy camouflage ones are still more handsome to wear, but they are only applicable to Xiao Bei who has a figure like this. After Xiao Bei supported the dormitory chief of the boys' dormitory away, he saw the dormitory chiefs of the girls' dormitory, and one by one they were being picky, disliking the east and the west. The ones that didn't look good, rubbed their arms, and didn't show their waist. Xiao Bei just looked at them. Old 4, aren't we going to the girls' dormitory? How to go? Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua, retarded, quietly asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed, then walked to the pile of girls under the gaze of the 3 dog sons. Mena, you girls have too many military uniforms. Do you want to help carry them for you? Wow, class president, is it really okay? Wang Mena's few people looked at Xiao Bei and revealed an excited look. Before Xiao Bei could say anything, Hu Jilong directly ran forward. Mena, look at my muscles. They are strong. Leave it to us. Don't worry. They are strong. Wang Mena looked at Hu Jilong. Okay, then I'll trouble you guys. Yi Qiaoning also nodded with a smile. Zhang Jibua, do you want to help me lift it? Yes, no problem. Zhang Jibo farted up. Then Wang Wei, you'll help me lift it. Kai Jing looked at Wang Wei with a bit of a blush. Wang Wei smiled faintly. Okay, that's fine. Xiao Bei then lifted Wang Mena and their dormitory with Wang Mena. In the end, Hu Jilong was left behind, grieving in place. Why? Are things going this way? Why didn't anyone call me? Just as Hu Jilong was aggrieved, a weak voice came from behind Hu Jilong. Fellow student Hu, can you help me lift it? Hu Jilong turned around at the sound, and looked at Li Sisi, the study committee member, whose eyes were a bit evasive at the moment, shyly looking at Hu Jilong. Yes, then it's hard work for you. No, not hard work, Hu Jilong said a little touched, but also touched his head with his hand. In the end, or 401 dormitory of the 4 livestock, have the opportunity to go to the girls' dormitory? For the other students, Xiao Bei said, now is not familiar. The benefits must be prioritized to their own people, is not it? Now because there is no official school and military training, Xiao Bei. They arrived at the girls' dormitory. Xiao Bei directly and Wang Mena strutted into the girls' dormitory. The three sons behind them, still a little bit of stage fright, afraid of the hostile aunts say them. The hostile auntie just looked at the four and said lightly, "Come down within 10 minutes. If you don't come I'll go up and arrest you." "Sister, okay, you're so nice." Xiao Bei directly called the hostile aunt sister. His mouth was very sweet. Sure enough, the hostile aunt sniffed and revealed a smile. "Then come down within 20 minutes. Hu Jilong, Zhang Jibua, and Wang Wei looked at Xiao Bei's tawdry maneuver in dismay. "It's still you, Lao Si." A few girls also looked at each other and smiled out of the corner of their eyes. The girls' dormitory, which was still a distance away from Xiao Bei's dormitory and their dormitory. A river cut the male and female dormitories apart. On the left side of the river was the boys' dormitory, and on the right side was the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitories of Finance Class 1 were on the 4th and 5th floors of Building 12. Wang Mena and Yi Qiaoning were on the 5th floor, while Li Sisi and Kai Jing were on the 4th floor, so the four-member squad separated on the 4th floor. When separated, Xiao Bei also made a wink towards the two stupid sons, meaning, the opportunity is given to you. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. Zhang Jibua and Xiao Bei came to the 5th floor. Xiao Bei is quite natural. Zhang Jibua is not the same. Shrinking neck, thieving eyes glancing. If you see the underwear, you will suddenly breathe heavier. Xiao Bei, such an old driver in his previous life, acted very normal. His eyes were not messy, and he concentrated on chatting with Wang Mena. "Class president, you said you have many skills. What do you know?" Wang Mena asked curiously. Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Wang Mena, the fleshy and cute girl. "If the contrast is up, it shall not be invincible? This can only be realized, not expressed." "What on earth?" Being said so by Xiao Bei, Wang Mena became even more curious. "I can do a lot, such as playing with water, climbing peaks. Well, I can also jerk off. Anyway, I can do a lot. You guys will slowly find out," Xiao Bei said with a flowery mouth. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, Wang Mena smiled and said back, "Class president, you're awesome. Know so much. Awesome, awesome. There will be more awesome ones in the future." Xiao Bei looked at the simple Wang Mena and smiled slightly. Soon the two came to the door of Wang Mena's dorm room. Wang Mena opened the door of her dorm room. Then she said, "Class president, just put the clothes here." "Okay." Xiao Bei's voice was magnetic. Just as the words fell, there was a scream from inside the dormitory. There's a man in the dormitory. It's the class president. Wow. Class president Mena is coming. Why didn't you say so earlier? I haven't even put on my makeup yet." Wang Mena looked at her nymphomaniac roommate helplessly. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, class president, I just like to have a plain face. So, love consorts, can I come in?" The room was quiet for a moment. Then a burst of laughter burst out steeply. "Class president, you hello flower, when we are your love consorts, I want to be the main palace lady. Your majesty, I also want to be the queen of the main palace." "Class president, so, should we call you emperor, or should we call you class president?" Xiao Bei intentionally called them Ifei, mainly to ease the embarrassment, liven up the atmosphere, and finally, to promote feelings. From the reaction of the girls, it seems that he has succeeded. Chapter 17, Flowery Mouth. Ha. Actually, calling the emperor isn't out of the question. Ha. Class president, you're so middle-aged. Come in. A female voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and decisively walked in. The beds in the girls' dormitory all had privacy curtains, but Xiao Bei just walked in and they all stuck out their heads. Lying on the edge of the bed, they looked at Xiao Bei, revealing a flamboyant expression. Together with their lying posture and loose pajamas, they revealed a hint of brightness. Xiao Bei said that the girls' dormitory, it was also too comfortable. Then he turned on the scanning and looked over one by one. "Well, concubine Chen, concubine Yang, concubine Zhang, it turns out that you and concubine Wang are in the same dormitory." Xiao Bei's words had just fallen, and the three girls who were on the bed were surprised. "Wow, class president, you recognized us so quickly, ah?" Xiao Bei smiled and said, "No, I only recognize beautiful girls. I have a unique impression of beautiful women." Upon hearing this, the three girls all laughed out loud. "Class president, have you really never been in love? It feels like you would." That's right. So handsome and speaks well. Surely you've been in love." "I also want to, but seeing so many beautiful women, it's hard for me to choose," Xiao Bei said with exaggerated facial expressions. LOL. At this moment, even Wang Mena behind him laughed. At this moment, Wang Mena said, "Then class president, choose between us. Who would you choose?" Yes. Who would you choose?" "So looking forward to it, class president. Why don't you pick me? I know everything." The four girls all looked at Xiao Bei with an expectant face, waiting for Xiao Bei's answer. Xiao Bei thought of a sentence from his previous life at this moment, which was not yet available in the current world, so he was not polite. Children only make choices. Adults all of them. LOL. Ha ha ha. A few people immediately laughed, looking at Xiao Bei's eyes, are full of good feelings. For the high emotional intelligence, handsome boys, it is really hard not to have good feelings, right? Family members who understands this kind of feeling? Class president. I can't imagine that you are such a class president. Class president, you're so good at serving water. That's right, that's right. The four girls all laughed and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled slightly. After making 2 jokes, enough was enough and it was time to bolt. It was better to keep a little distance and mystery between boys and girls. Alright, love concubines. I'm leaving. Xiao Bei waved his hand at the girls. Oh, goodbye class president. Bye-bye emperor. Bye-bye emperor. Xiao Bei smiled and then left in a dashing manner. When Xiao Bei left, Wang Meina's dormitory was suddenly bustling with activity. Wow, class president's emotional intelligence is so high. The male god Benjin is divine. Nana, you just spent a lot of time with the class president. What have you found out? No, share it out. The 3 of them immediately looked at Wang Meina. Wang Meina nodded her head and smiled at the several sisters. Sisters, there really is. I've spied out the class president's hobbies. Quickly, say, class president likes to play with water, climb high peaks, jerk off. That's all for now. Wang Meina said word for word, with pride in her tone. Put. 3 poofs of laughter came straight out. Ha ha ha, class president is so dirty. I love it. Class president has a contrast on the surface Sven. I never thought it would be so dirty. Wang Meina sniffed and froze slightly. What dirt? The 3 looked at Wang Meina as if she really didn't know, so she quietly told Wang Meina. Instantly Wang Meina, her face flushed, deflated her mouth, her red lips beaming, pink and tender, her eyes full of anger and shame. So, I was class president. Molested? Xiao Bei, who left the dormitory, originally wanted to go and look at the other 3 sons of dogs, but realized that it seemed like they were all gone, so he directly went downstairs. Then he saw the 3 dogs' sons standing downstairs in the dormitory, chatting. When did you guys come down? Xiao Bei walked over and asked. Came down old morning, put the stuff down, and there wasn't a single water, so I was kicked out. Zhang Jibo looked at Xiao Bei with a bitter smile on his face. What about you two? I'm okay, chatted. Wang Wei said faintly. Hu Jilong had a smile on his face at the moment. Lao Si I found Li Si so cute. Well, it's a hairy one. Let's go. Back to the dormitory. After a good day's rest, tomorrow's military training, Wang Wei said as he looked at the 3. Xiao Bei sniffed, shook his head and said, you guys go back. I have something to take care of. Xiao Bei planned to rub it in that he had time now, and was going to find an office building, and wait until the military training was done, and the decoration was almost done. Go where? Hu Jilong asked curiously. Going out to do something. I'm leaving first, Xiao Bei said, and then directly left. The 3 of them looked at each other and didn't say much. Let's go. Play the game. Xiao Bei directly came to the parking lot opposite the school. The sun was still too poisonous. Xiao Bei jogged to his car, opened the car door and directly sat in it. Soon Xiao Bei regretted that the car was too hot, and hurriedly opened the air conditioner and turned it on to the maximum. Then took out his cell phone and looked at the office building on his cell phone. Xiao Bei's idea is very simple answer. Find a good location, a larger office building, preferably not decorated. It can be decorated according to his own preferences. After looking for a long time on the cell phone app and selecting a few good office buildings, Xiao Bei gave a sales call and agreed to go to see the room now. After making contact, Xiao Bei directly started his car. Rumble, the sound of the V8's engine was still loud. Xiao Bei kicked the floor oil and drove the car directly out of the parking lot. The nearest CBD to Hangzhou University was the neighborhood of Future Science and Technology City, so the office buildings that Xiao Bei looked for were all in the neighborhood. Europe and the United States Financial Building is one of the more famous buildings in the neighborhood. The companies that are stationed inside are some big enterprises. Xiao Bei chose a few sets of office rooms, all in this building. After arriving at the European and American Financial Building, Xiao Bei contacted the agent he had just contacted on the app. Hello, Mr. Xiao, have you arrived? I'm here. Where are you? Xiao Bei drove his car into the ground-level parking lot of the Euro-American Financial Building. Mr. Xiao, I'm just this side of the gate. Black suit. Xiao Bei looked and instantly saw a man with a briefcase and a black suit, who was currently holding a phone. I see you. After saying that, Xiao Bei hung up the phone and drove his car directly in front of him. Zhang, right? Xiao Bei lowered the car window and asked. Zhang Ming was just wondering what this Mercedes was doing parked at his place, but after hearing Xiao Bei's words, he knew that this was now his client. Are you Mr. Xiao? Yes. Wait for me here. I'll park a car. Chapter 18 Office Building and Bank Calls. Xiao Bei quickly parked his car and then got out. He came in front of Sales Zhang. Hello, Xiao Bei. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Zhang Ming. So Mr. Xiao, let's go check out the venue now. After the two shook hands, Zhang Ming smiled and opened his mouth to ask, okay, you lead the way. Xiao Bei said indifferently, without the witty humor he had in school anymore, but with a calm face. No expression could be seen. Zhang Ming sniffed and then led Xiao Bei into the Europe and America Financial Building. Mr. Xiao, the Europe and America Financial Building is the great AA building of the future science and technology city, and it is also one of the landmark buildings. The enterprises that are stationed here are all with good development prospects and are very strong. Oh, right. What industry are you in, Mr. Xiao? Zhang Ming did not belittle Xiao Bei because he was young. The main reason is that Hangzhou is the capital of entrepreneurship. He has seen too many young bigwigs. And secondly, Xiao Bei's car just now, he has checked it, landed more than 3.5 million, especially Xiao Bei's license plate. This kind of license plate, the general public cannot get. Of course, he did not know that some luxury car 4S stores have a related license plate sales service. This is the cognitive problem of the eye. Why? The rich will get richer and richer. Besides money, is the cognition. Ordinary people's cognition is certainly not as high as the boss's cognition. Just a simple one. Reasonable tax avoidance company. Why many bosses do not do the chairman, like to do the supervisor. Or why obviously a billion-dollar enterprise will set up a few 100,000 registered capital of the company to come to the holding of more than 100 million enterprises. The reason is that, if the over 100 million enterprises close down, then he only need to bear the holding company. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt is good. Of course a prerequisite. You have to do without unlimited joint and several liability. I do financial venture capital, Xiao Bei said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming's heart became even more excited. In their opinion, those who do venture capital are capital companies. What did capital companies have the most of? That was of course money. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. People are already capital at a young age, while they are still an ordinary wage earner. Mr. Xiao is still really young. Venture capital is great. In this office building, there are also entrepreneurial companies. When the time comes, maybe Mr. Xiao you can even cooperate with them, Zhang Ming said with a smile, and soon arrived at the elevator entrance. Zhang Ming took the initiative to extend his hand and pressed the elevator. When the elevator came, Zhang Ming also took the initiative to stretch out a hand, blocking the elevator for Xiao Bei, allowing him to go in first. Mr. Xiao, so we're going to the 16th floor now? Zhang Ming said to Xiao Bei. Yes. With that, the two of them came to the 16th floor. Xiao Bei's boldness was great, directly requesting for a whole floor, that is, 2,000 square feet. Coming to the 16th floor, Xiao Bei looked at it. There was no decoration, it was just rough. Xiao Bei wants this kind of. Compared to the decorated, Xiao Bei prefers to decorate himself. Especially looked at a few load-bearing columns and some standing-up columns, as well as lighting. Xiao Bei is not very satisfied. The two then went straight to the 18th floor. It was still the same. Either the lighting was bad, or in the rooms, there were too many pillars. Brother Zhang, the remaining 22nd floor and 30th floor, that one has less pillars? Xiao Bei and Zhang Ming asked directly after looking at the 18th floor. Mr. Xiao, according to what you just asked for then, I think only the 30th floor fits you. Oh, let's go to the 30th floor now. You'll know when we arrive. Zhang Ming smiled faintly. In fact, he was still very nervous inside, deeply afraid that Xiao Bei would not be able to see it, and then this big customer would be lost. Soon the two came to the 30th floor. Just stepping into this floor, Xiao Bei felt different. First of all, 4 sides are floor-to-ceiling windows. Lighting is very good. Secondly, there are very few columns. The main thing is that there are 2 large terraces. After seeing the office building on this floor, Xiao Bei came to the 2 terraces to have a look and was satisfied. How much is this set, Mr. Xiao? For this set, the original price is 6 yuan per square meter plus 2 yuan per square meter for the property. But if you sincerely want it, it can go to 5 yuan per square meter. Plus the property is $7 per square meter. Zhang Ming stood behind Xiao Bei, holding the information and said while reading it. Xiao Bei sniffed and nodded without a trace. Then said, just this set, sign the contract and go. Ha! Zhang Ming didn't react for a moment, then quickly said, Mr. Xiao, it's like this. This set is a bit special. The landlord asked for a yearly payment, not half a year. Do you think? Xiao Bei sniffed, thought for a moment, and nodded. It can be. In fact, for game Xiao Bei, this is not a big problem. The main thing is that he likes it. Zhang Ming was immediately excited inside. This big single was taken down. so he quickly said, "Then Mr. Xiao, you go with me to the 12th floor, sign the contract, okay?" Subsequently, Xiao Bei and Zhang Ming came to the 12th floor property center and smoothly signed the contract, deposit 1 and pay 12, which cost Xiao Bei a total of 5.46 million. Just after Xiao Bei had just paid the money, the system's voice came, ding, detected the existence of consumption behavior of the host, consumption of 5,460,000, the actual consumption of 5,040,000, of which 420,000 is a deposit, not counted as consumption. Ding. Rebate multiplier is being randomly selected. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully drawn a 50x rebate multiplier. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to the host successfully obtained rebate funds, 252 million yuan, has been remitted to the host tail number 7878 card. Xiao Bei really didn't expect that his luck was so good. A big spending directly netted him 246,960,000 RMB. Now Xiao Bei's funds had come to a small 700 million. Inwardly, he was suddenly happy. After taking the relevant contract formalities and keys, Xiao Bei left the European and American financial building. Now while there is time, Xiao Bei intends to go to find a design company. Will be their own decoration program put forward. Just at this time, Xiao Bei's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was none other than the call from the construction bank. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Finally he couldn't help but call? In fact, Xiao Bei has always been curious. He has never received a call from the bank when he had $450 million in his card before. In fact, Xiao Bei was unaware that the bank had recently been checking the source of Xiao Bei's funds, and only today there was a result. Everything was normal, which gave Xiao Bei a phone call. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Xiao Bei Xiao? An old and angry male voice came from the opposite side of the phone. I am? You are? Hello Mr. Xiao. Sorry for disturbing you. I'm Fu Guochun, the president of the Ningcheng Construction Bank. Your deposit over here has reached the standard of our bank's black gold membership. May I ask if you are free now? You can come to our bank to upgrade your bank card privileges. Chapter 19 Chenglan Design Company. When Xiao Bei heard this, he knew that the other party was trying to pull himself in. In his previous life, Xiao Bei was also a businessman, but he had never seen a bank president fawning over himself so much. The main thing is, although Xiao Bei is also a billionaire, but the deposit in the bank is only a few tens of millions. If it was in some local branches, maybe people would be a little more respectful to themselves. But Xiao Bei's account opening bank at that time was the head office of the construction bank in Hangzhou. His own assets, that really wasn't enough to look at. But now it's different. His own assets are 700 million. According to financial thinking, at least 5 times the premium. After all, that is $700 million. In which bank will become the guest of honor? Xiao Bei smiled slightly, then said, President Fu, sorry, I am not in Ningcheng right now, I am in Hangcheng. When the phone caller heard this, he froze and panicked inwardly, then said, Then Mr. Xiao, when will you return to Ning City? I will pay a visit to your door. I am currently studying in Hangcheng, Xiao Bei said indifferently. However, if Governor Fu can be transferred to Hangcheng, maybe there will be cooperation between us. Xiao Bei thought about it. So he said, why did he say so? In fact, there is a reason. Now Xiao Bei, in addition to money, social status is not enough. To put it bluntly, it is not enough connections. But if, say, one can cooperate with the governor of a local head office, then one's network will definitely be enhanced. And this is also the reason why Xiao Bei said so. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the other party was obviously silent. Xiao Bei was not in a hurry and just sat in the car and waited. Soon, an inquiry came from the opposite side. Is it convenient to ask, how does Mr. Xiao cooperate with the law? Hearing, this time it was Xiao Bei's turn to be surprised. Listen to its meaning. Behind the energy is not small awe. Pay line. As long as you can smoothly transfer to Hangzhou head office, then I guarantee that every year on my account, at least lay 1 billion to you guys to take care of. Is it convenient to ask, Mr. Xiao, what industry are you in? We investigated the source of your funds, and most of them are obtained from the stock market. Fu Guochun also had his own considerations. If Xiao Bei was just a speculator and the stock market was anyone's guess, he wouldn't go over there. Even though what Xiao Bei just said was very tempting. I am not only engaged in the stock market, I am also engaged in finance and venture capital. Tell you what, Mr. Xiao, I'll think about it and get back to you then. Okay, pay the line. After saying that, both of them hung up the phone tacitly. Xiao Bei knew that the other party said that they were considering it. In fact, they were still observing it. But there was one thing to say. Xiao Bei really needed a booster that would allow him to develop faster. After thinking about it, Xiao Bei opened the system mall. Since he wants to pull people over, how can he also let people know his own strength, isn't it? On the other hand, Fu Guochun, who hung up the phone, lit a cigarette. After thinking slightly, he picked up the landline in his office. Xiao Li, come to my office. Okay, Fu Xing. Soon, a woman walked into Fu Guochun's office. Bank Fu, you're looking for me? This is the information of a big customer. You keep an eye on him for me lately. It's best to know that he's in business things. The woman named Xiao Li picked up Xiao Bei's information, and when she saw that on Xiao Bei's personal information, it showed insufficient permissions, she instantly became serious. Yes, insufficient permissions. Xiao Bei didn't know that on the first day when the system was just opened, Xiao Bei's identity was kept secret, and it could be said that in the entire Xia country, only a few people knew Xiao Bei's real identity. Hangzhou, Xiao Bei's mouth smiled slightly. Just now he had bought a good thing, but didn't go to study it right away. Looked at the time, it was already 2 p.m. Xiao Bei directly looked for a decoration company online. After contacting the other party, Xiao Bei directly drove there. Xiao Bei had planned to go directly to the Hangzhou Design Institute, but after thinking about his own volume, he gave up. So Xiao Bei chose a design company that specializes in office building decoration, Shenglan Design Company. Shenglan Design Company is one of the more famous interior design and office building design companies in Hangzhou, and the distance from the current Xiao Bei is not far, driving 15 minutes to arrive. After Xiao Bei stopped the car, he took the copies of the drawings he wanted from the property side and got off the car. Shenglan Design Company, worthy of being a design company, was located in a 3-story detached villa in the CC wetland. Just by looking at its outside decoration, one could tell that it was someone who did design. Xiao Bei just walked into the hall and saw a unique image wall. Other people's image wall might be a 4-square wall with some luminous fonts, but the image wall of Qinglan Company is somewhat similar to the wall structure of Sue's garden in the Jiangnan water town. It made people like it at the first glance. Hello, sir, may I ask if you are here for consultation? Just as Xiao Bei was looking at the image wall, a girl with a coffee in her hand came next to him. Oh yes, I'm here for a consultation. Is the best designer you have here? The young lady sniffed, looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile, the best designer over here, of course, is our boss. Normally, it takes an appointment to see our boss, but you are lucky today, sir. Our boss happens to be in the office. What's your last name? My last name is Xiao. Xiao Bei politely said his name. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I will take you there now. Thank you. After saying that, the young lady brought Xiao Bei into Qinglan studio. The whole first-class hall. No one was working, but the environment was very good, directly moving the decorations of the Smoke and Rain River South indoors. Mr. Xiao, the first floor is where we rest and relax. The second floor is where we work. The young lady smiled and explained to Xiao Bei. Soon the two came to the second floor, where there was a front desk, which must be where the young lady in front of them worked, because there was no one at the front desk right now. Behind the front desk is a cubicle. I think that is the designer's office. But the two didn't stop at the second floor, but went straight up to the third floor. The third floor was different again, like entering a bamboo forest. The entire third floor, when just entering, was a small bridge of flowing water. After passing through the small bridge, a middle corridor appeared, with bamboo on both sides of the corridor in a staggered pattern. Soon, it came to the depths of the bamboo forest. It was an office that looked like a thatched hut on the outside. In front of it, there was a fence made of woven bamboo, and inside the fence was a small courtyard, and in the small courtyard, there was a tea set. Next to it was fine flowing water. Mr. Xiao, inside please. After the young lady finished speaking, she directly led Xiao Bei into the thatched cottage. After seeing the decoration just now, Xiao Bei was also more curious about the designer who was about to meet with him, the boss of Qinglan. Chapter 20, Ji Qinglan. The young lady knocked on the door and entered the office. Xiao Bei also followed. The whole thatched cottage. There are other places. Modern simplicity and Jiangnan Watertown decoration combined together. It made people feel relaxed and calm when they came in. Mr. G, this Mr. Xiao wants your design, the young lady said to a person who was sitting behind two computer screens. Xiao Bei also sniffed and looked. Only, for the time being, he couldn't see the face because it was blocked by the computer. But Xiao Bei knew that the person sitting behind the computer should be a woman. Sure enough, the young lady's words had just fallen. A clear voice came from behind the computer screen. Okay, you go out first. Okay, Mr. G. After saying that, the young lady left alone. And at this time, the person behind the computer stood up. When Xiao Bei saw the first glance of this girl, he was stunned. In his previous life, Xiao Bei had seen a lot of beautiful women, but compared to this one, it was really not comparable at all. Most importantly, the woman in front of him was very young, about 20 years old, but her aura was very strong. a head of yellowish long hair, some learn the wave volume, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes slightly fluttering, white flawless skin through a light red powder, thin lips such as rose petals delicate. Within those bright eyes, what Xiao Bei saw was serene, but also very seductive, especially the contour of that face. It was simply heaven's favorite. The whole body was a low-cut black slim-fitting dress, with a slightly inner transparent summer white shirt over it. Around her neck was a Van Cleef & Arpels vintage butterfly pendant collarbone necklace. Xiao Bei said that this was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. To say that Liu Qingyan was pure, Qin Mingxue was a big imperial lady. This one was sensual. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am the chief designer and founder of Qinglan Design, Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan politely came to Xiao Bei's body and extended a hand, smiling faintly and confidently. Hello, Mr. Ji, Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei stretched out his hand and shook Ji Qinglan's hand. Xiao Bei didn't shake all of it, but held 2/3 of its palm, which was a proper etiquette. Just now when Xiao Bei was sizing up Ji Qinglan was also sizing up Xiao Bei. Her first impression of Xiao Bei was handsome, then young, as well as confident. Such an aura was extremely similar to her own. Now after passing the handshake, Ji Qinglan inwardly smiled slightly. It should be a son of a big family, but why hadn't she seen it in Hangzhou? After the two politely shook hands, Ji Qinglan smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, let's move to the small courtyard. Guests follow the host. Xiao Bei also gave a spontaneous smile. The two of them then came to sit by the tea table in the small courtyard. What is Mr. Xiao planning to decorate? Ji Qinglan asked while making tea. An office building. Xiao Bei sat across from Ji Qinglan and said calmly looking at Ji Qinglan's eyes. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and asked while pouring tea, Mr. Xiao, young and promising, did you bring the drawings? This is the drawing. You can take a look. Ji Qinglan used the tea tray to pass the tea to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei waited until she put down the tea tray and then handed the house plan to Ji Qinglan. After receiving the house plan, Ji Qinglan said to Xiao Bei, Mr. Xiao, you can taste it first. A good dragon well. Okay. After saying that, Ji Qinglan opened the information bag and took out the floor plan. When she saw that it was a 2,000 square feet office building in the European and American financial building, she was still surprised. It wasn't that she hadn't encountered such a case before. Even bigger and better office buildings than this, Ji Qinglan had designed them. What surprised her was that Xiao Bei was not big, since he had such strength. However, she didn't think much about it, but carefully looked at the floor plan. After a few minutes, Ji Qinglan closed the floor plan, and then asked single-handedly, Mr. Xiao, is there a style you want? A little bit younger and more fashionable, and then a little bit more related staff activity areas. My idea is happy work. Young people, don't decorate too rigidly. Then, Xiao Bei spoke out his thoughts. In fact, it is also the office environment of Google in the previous world. After all, in this world, there were giant companies like Google, but this piece of Google's corporate culture, Xiao Bei hadn't found it yet. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan smiled slightly. Mr. Xiao, I know all your ideas. Within a week, I will make the first version of the design. Now I want to know your budget. What is your price? Beginner, 299 yuan per square meter. Intermediate 399 yuan per square meter. Advanced 599 yuan per square meter. Top 1999 yuan per square meter. The above packages all include soft furnishings. In addition, my personal design fee is at 500 yuan per square meter. Ji Qinglan opened her mouth faintly, and in her hand, she replaced a cup of tea for Xiao Bei. Top prep plus your design is good, Xiao Bei said indifferently. Just now he inwardly calculated that this came down to almost $5 million or so. Ji Qinglan sniffed and looked at Xiao Bei. Mr. Xiao is still really young and talented, so now we can sign the contract. Okay, but I will say one premise. Xiao Bei put down the tea in his hands and looked at Ji Qinglan. You say. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly. When decorating, I need you to send someone to help me supervise, because I'm going to have military training soon and don't have the time, and for this piece, I can also pay extra. Xiao Bei's words just fell. Ji Qinglan froze. Military training? Mr. Xiao, is it convenient to ask you about your personal situation? Ji Qinglan asked a little apologetically. It's okay, what do you want to ask? How old are you? 18 years old, just started college. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan instantly became interested in Xiao Bei. Mr. Xiao, I can't believe you're also studying. Also? Xiao Bei was puzzled. Why did he use also? Because I'm also studying in college. Mr. Ji, well, there's no need to call me Mr. Ji, both of us are college students. I should be older than you. Just call me school sister. School sister, what school are you in? Xiao Bei was also more surprised. Although Xiao Bei felt very young when he first saw Ji Qinglan, but didn't think much about it, he thought it should be well maintained, but now it's better. People are also students. Senior, I'm a junior at Hangcheng Academy of Fine Arts. How about you? Hangcheng Universities. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Ji Qinglan smiled faintly. Then our two universities are still very close. Let's do it this way. When the drawings come out, I'll send them directly to your school. That's really troublesome. After that, the two signed the contract and Xiao Bei paid a 5% deposit, which was $250,000. Is schoolmate free now? After the contract was signed, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and asked, yes, are you planning to go see the scene? Xiao Bei quickly guessed what Ji Qinglan was thinking. Right. Good then. Let's go together. Chapter 21. How long are you going to hold on to me? Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan walked out of Qinglan Design Company together. The two came directly to Xiao Bei's car. Ji Qinglan usually didn't drive to school, so she didn't drive. When she saw Xiao Bei's car, a flash of surprise appeared out of the corner of Ji Qinglan's eyes. School brother. Can't see it, you have good taste, and you're still very low-key. What else? What kind of car do you think I drive? Xiao Bei pulled open the car door for Ji Qinglan and then asked. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said, I thought you were like other rich second generation, with a standard supercar. Ji Qinglan had such a thought. In fact, it was not excusable. She was able to open up Changlan Design Company in her junior year of college, and there was a certain amount of fame. The family was definitely not simple, so the people she came into contact with were the top group in Hangzhou, the second generation of those families. Almost everyone a supercar. Of course, there are exceptions. There are also very good, but after all, very few. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. I also wish I was a rich second generation, so I could stop trying. After waiting for Ji Qinglan to sit in the car, Xiao Bei said faintly, and then closed the car door for Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan was slightly stunned, a bit at a loss for what Xiao Bei had just said. Could it be that he wasn't a rich second generation? But, at this moment, Ji Qinglan was curious about Xiao Bei. Soon Xiao Bei got into the car. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's side face. Really handsome. Who says women don't like handsome men? They are all visual animals. At least the impression at this moment is good. After Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan, then in Ji Qinglan's surprised eyes, Xiao Bei directly came over. Ji Qinglan was stunned by Xiao Bei's sudden move. What was he going to do? But soon, Ji Qinglan realized Xiao Bei's move. Only Xiao Bei swept past her and grabbed the seatbelt, fastening it for Ji Qinglan. Get in the car and fasten your seatbelt. Safe for you and me. Xiao Bei made a small joke. Ji Qinglan reached out and stroked her hair. Her face flushed red as she pretended to look at Xiao Bei calmly. Well, schoolmate is right. Only at this moment, only she herself knew how flustered she was inside. Xiao Bei was the first boy who faced himself and was still calm and poised, although there was no lack of tycoons among his clients. But those tycoons are quite old and in the way of their own family's background. Are pleasing. There are very few boys in the younger generation who dare to face themselves directly, but the one who can face himself calmly, Xiao Bei is definitely the first one. And now Ji Qinglan also found out. The confidence around Xiao Bei was much stronger than her own. Soon, the car fell into silence. Xiao Bei directly started the car and drove towards the European and American Financial Building. A few minutes later, Xiao Bei parked the car at the Euro-American Financial Building. Senior sister has arrived. Get off the car and go take a look, Xiao Bei said to Ji Qinglan with a smile. Ji Qinglan nodded. Then the two of them got off the car together, walking towards the building. Right, school brother. What are you going to do? Ji Qinglan walked beside Xiao Bei and asked curiously. Financial venture capital. So, this is going to be capital? You can also understand it that way. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan arrived at the elevator entrance. Xiao Bei was a gentleman and gave way to the side, allowing Ji Qinglan to go in first. Schoolmate, such a big investment. It seems like your family still supports you. Ji Qinglan asked this on purpose, because she wanted to know the answer to Xiao Bei's words just now. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled faintly. There is no support from my family. It's mainly because I want to find something to do myself, so when the time comes, I'll have to trouble senior sister to supervise the work. Xiao Bei obviously didn't want to chat too much on the topic of family, and even more so, he wouldn't take the initiative to say to Ji Qinglan that he was an orphan, because there was really no need. If Xiao Bei needed to rely on this reason to gain favor and sympathy, then it wouldn't be him. Xiao Bei. Ji Qinglan was also a woman with high emotional intelligence. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, she knew that Xiao Bei didn't want to discuss this topic, but she also knew some information. The schoolmate in front of her is his own business, should not have the support of the family. Similarly, maybe with the family, not very good. The first point she could confirm. The latter point, she could not 100% confirm, but there was no denying that the schoolmate in front of her must be the best among her peers. Soon, the elevator came to the 30th floor. Schoolmate, this is the place. Xiao Bei led the way in front, twisting his head to look at Ji Qinglan with a smile. Ji Qinglan nodded her head and then visited under Xiao Bei's lead, especially when she saw that there were 2 terraces. Xiao Bei, these 2 terraces, one of them can be used as a terrace for your office, and the other terrace, you can put down some lawns and chairs for decoration, and become a leisure home. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's appearance and smiled slightly. Sure enough, when it came to Ji Qinglan's area of expertise, her entire state was different. Who said that only boys were the most handsome when they were working seriously? Girls are also the most beautiful when they are working seriously. Xiao Bei just followed behind Ji Qinglan and gave Ji Qinglan a hand, mainly because Ji Qinglan wanted to measure something. Soon, the 2 came to the last place to measure. It was in the area between a beam and a column. Ji Qinglan took out a tape measure and prepared to punch the place of the column to start and then pull it to the opposite corner. Originally, Xiao Bei wanted to do it himself, but Ji Qinglan said that this was her job, where she could let the customer come. Then Xiao Bei could only stand on the side, holding a book for Ji Qinglan to record. Soon, Ji Qinglan came to the wall. 2 meters 23. Xiao Bei. Okay. Xiao Bei quickly recorded it in his book. Ji Qinglan also put away her tape measure and walked towards Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had just finished recording and closed the book, ready to hand it to Ji Qinglan when his eyes froze. Careful. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly threw down the book in his hand and ran towards Ji Qinglan with an arrow step. Before Ji Qinglan could react, Xiao Bei had already extended his own hand and pulled Ji Qinglan's wrist. With a pull, soon Ji Qinglan was directly in Xiao Bei's arms. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was confused, but soon she saw that in the place where she had just been standing, a fist-sized piece of cement slag had fallen from the beam above. If she normally wore a helmet, it wouldn't be a big deal, but today, when she and Xiao Bei came to measure, she was also preparing to go back to school on the way, so she didn't wear a helmet. When the cement slag fell to the ground, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were relieved. Xiao Bei was still looking at the cement slag. Ji Qinglan, who was currently in Xiao Bei's arms, smelled the fragrance of Xiao Bei's body and froze slightly. Then her face flushed. How much longer are you going to hug? Chapter 22 Schoolmarm Ji and Schoolmarm Xiao are together? After hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei realized that he was still holding someone else. However, there was one thing. Xiao Bei, after feeling the beautiful person in his arms, he was instantly shocked. If he was just looking at Ji Qinglan's figure, now he was feeling it. It was too topsy-turvy, but Xiao Bei still quickly let go of Ji Qinglan. Both of them were rather embarrassed at the moment. Ji Qinglan had a red face and was flustered inside. She really hadn't been in such close contact with the opposite sex. Xiao Bei was instead beautiful inside. I'm sorry just now. Or Xiao Bei spoke out to break the atmosphere at this moment. No, it's fine. You are also trying to save me. School brother, I've already measured it. I'll make the first version of the design and effect drawings within a week. At this moment, Ji Qinglan spoke a bit out of turn. Originally, at the beginning, Ji Qinglan was looking at Xiao Bei's eyes when she spoke. But now, her eyes were flustered and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble school sister. By the way, school sister, let's add a WeChat. It's convenient to contact at that time. Xiao Bei still decided to take the initiative to attack. Such a beautiful woman. There is no reason not to eat. Aha. Ji Qinglan then took out her own cell phone and exchanged WeChat with Xiao Bei. School brother, is it convenient for you now? After adding WeChat, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a serious face. What's wrong? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan a little puzzled. Can you send me back to school? I didn't drive. After saying that, Ji Qinglan became a bit uncomfortable and a bit shy. She originally just did intend to rub Xiao Bei's car to go back to school, but after what she had just experienced, her idea was to take a taxi back by herself. But for some reason, when the words came out, it turned into asking Xiao Bei to drive her back. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was very shy inside. What's wrong with that? I promised you. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan in front of him, revealing a smile, and inwardly thought, little Ninny is shy. Hangzhou University and Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. The distance that was really close, because it was right across the school. The middle is just separated by a road. Boom boom boom. At 5 p.m., a car with a powerful roar slowly stopped at the entrance of Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. It attracted many people to watch. Some of those who didn't know about cars said disdainfully after seeing that it was a Mercedes-Benz. A broken Mercedes-Benz, and making such a big commotion. Holy, man, you're so rich. AMG S63, you call it a broken Mercedes? Just as a man spat to the girl beside him about Xiao Bei's car, a boy beside him who knew about cars, was instantly happy. This car, is it expensive? Isn't it just a Mercedes? The boy saw that he had lost face at his girlfriend's place of face, and quickly retorted, the price of this car Can buy a Ferrari Rome, landing frame more than 3.5 million. Driving a Ferrari does not necessarily have other cars, but look at this car. Certainly more than one car. People are low-key. Wow. Then, the car is a big brother? So, Mercedes-Benz has such an expensive car. Some people on the side whispered. Inside the car, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and said, "Sister, then let's contact each other often. If you have design problems, you can talk to me." Ji Qinglan was still in the middle of what happened before. She hadn't come back to her senses, and on the way, she didn't dare to speak to Xiao Bei, but her eyes stole glances at Xiao Bei from time to time. Okay, then school brother bye. When the drawings come out, I'll go to your school to find you. Ji Qinglan came back to her senses and said to Xiao Bei, "Okay, then I'll wait for senior sister." Xiao Bei said with a slightly deeper meaning. Ji Qinglan had been holding the door handle with her jade hand, and when she heard this, she smiled faintly. "I won't let you wait long. School brother, goodbye. Senior sister, goodbye." After saying that, Ji Qinglan directly got out of the car. Some of the students who had been paying attention to the car were shocked when they saw Ji Qinglan get off the car. Wow, isn't that Schoolflower Ji? Could it be that Schoolflower Ji has also fallen to sugarcoating? Big brother, what are you thinking about? The background of the family of the seasonal schoolgirl is not simple. Besides, the seasonal schoolgirl's Qinglan Design Company, every year is also very profitable. Right, hey, really, her face value is not as high as others, and her ability is not as strong as others. Just when the crowd was discussing, Ji Qinglan had already closed the car door and was ready to walk into the school. Just now in the car was still a little shy Ji Qinglan. After getting off the car, she changed into an iceberg in seconds. She was already immune to the surrounding students' comments. "Sister, your bag." Just at this time, Ji Qinglan heard Xiao Bei's words behind her. Ji Qinglan slightly froze, first looked at her bag, and sure enough, it was not on her body. Then he turned back. At this moment, Xiao Bei had already gotten off the car and came in front of Ji Qinglan. Just now when Xiao Bei got off the bus, a group of students who were paying attention to this place immediately exclaimed, "Wow, this little brother is so handsome." The two standing together, they are the golden couple, handsome and rich. Hey, it's a pity that we don't have a chance. He's already got a name and a wife. Why do I feel that this man is a bit familiar? Just at this time, a male student from Hangzhou University, standing beside his girlfriend from Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, muttered in a low voice. Then as if he thought of something, so in his girlfriend's puzzled eyes, the boy logged in on his cell phone. Hangzhou University's intranet. Wow, isn't this the freshman year's newest schoolboy, Xiao Bei? The boy was as if something new had happened. Then with excited eyes, he secretly took a picture of Xiao Bei hanging a bag on Ji Qinglan's arm. Just now, Xiao Bei appeared in front of Ji Qinglan. "Ah, schoolmate, thank you." After Ji Qinglan finished speaking, she was about to go get her bag, but now she had Xiao Bei's office building documents in her hand and couldn't free her hands. "Schoolmate, let me help you put it on." Ji Qinglan originally wanted to refuse, but she didn't know why. Still, she nodded and whispered, "Okay, thanks." Then there was the scene of Xiao Bei putting on Ji Qinglan's bag. "Senior sister, then I'll leave first." Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Ji Qinglan, who was always jumping inside when she faced Xiao Bei now. She then nodded her head with a flushed face. This scene directly surprised the surrounding students who were watching here. Wow, what am I seeing? Is schoolmistress Ji shy? So a goddess can be shy too. Aren't you talking out of your ass? A goddess would still fart. Asterisk 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 I know who that man is. Who? Hangzhou University's freshman schoolboy of this term, Xiao Bei. Because of the close proximity of the two schools, all some girls, too, would occasionally log on to Hangzhou University's posting bar. At that time, a photo of Xiao Bei was not only a sensation in Hangzhou University, but also in Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. Some people knew Xiao Bei and were not surprised. What was surprised was that, looking at this situation, the number one school flower of Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, Ji Qinglan, was with Xiao Bei. Chapter 23, On Campus Hot Search Again. Xiao Bei smiled at Ji Qinglan. He then turned around and walked towards his car. Ji Qinglan just watched Xiao Bei walk to her car. Xiao Bei was about to pull open the car door and sit in it when he saw Ji Qinglan standing still and looking at herself. He then waved his hand at Ji Qinglan and then also made a phone call gesture. Ji Qinglan smiled and nodded, then turned around and left. Xiao Bei also got into his own car. The roar sounded, then left Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts and drove the car to the last parking lot. Maisie got out of the car. Today, if you want to say that there is something happy, then it must be that you met Ji Qinglan and added WeChat smoothly. Thinking of this, Xiao Bei took out his cell phone, clicked on Ji Qinglan's WeChat avatar, and entered her circle of friends. Ji Qinglan's circle of friends, either design drawings, or her own photos. really beautiful. But at this moment, no matter if it was Ji Qingyan or Xiao Bei, they didn't know. The scene that the two had just had at the school entrance had directly caught fire in both schools. Hangzhou University 401 dormitory. Brother Long, you're damn pitiful. Right, all told you. There's no one at the A package point. Come to the B package point. You're still messing around in A. Wang Wei breathlessly took off his headphones, then took his own cell phone and swiped the message, but the next second was surprised. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao, see, this pussy is on the campus hot search again. You two come look, yelled by Wang Wei like this. Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua both leapt over. Old four, what's wrong? Yes, what's wrong? See for yourselves. Wang Wei switched his phone to the class group. Just now when he picked up his cell phone, he saw the message from the class group. Good guy 99 plus. What the hell did he miss? So Wang Wei began to climb the building and found that it was discussing the oldest four. Soon climbed to the top of the building. Yi Qiaoning et al. Sisters, our class president has a name and a name. Wow, today is a sad day. Whimpering, picture. The picture is what Yi Qiaoning took from the posting on the school's intranet. It's the very same picture of Xiao Bei hanging a bag for Ji Qinglan. Wang Meina, wow, the girl in the picture is so pretty. Envious. Li Sisi, golden couple. Chen Xiying, big bad class president. Didn't we agree that I'm the rightful queen? Aggrieved. Yang Yuhan, forget it. I'll be the concubine. The class president favors me. Zhang Yi at Xiaoning, where did you see that? Puzzled. Yi Qiaoning, on the school's intranet. Ah, now it's hot. By the way, that girl is the school beauty of the next school. Ji Qinglan. Ah, Zhou Tao, I'm going. The class president actually drives an AMG S63, envy. Yi Xiaotao, really handsome. This car, class president mighty. Ah, Zhu Yu, handsome and rich. And now there are beautiful schoolgirls as girlfriends. Class president YYDS, Kaidi, not just AS63. My brother also drives a Ferrari. When 401's Wang Wei and the others saw the news, they were surprised. Hu Jilong, quickly, look at the school intranet post. Hu Jilong hurriedly urged Wang Wei, who also directly switched to the school intranet. Then he saw a top post, shocked that the newest Hangzhou University schoolboy Xiao Bei and Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts junior schoolgirl Ji Qinglan were together. There were pictures and there was the truth. Looking at the post, it had only been posted for 20 minutes, but there were already thousands of comments. Wang Wei clicked on the post, and inside were several photos and even moving pictures, as well as a description. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I cam. Asterisk 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 groove. All three of Wang Wei let out the civilized language of Xia. Hu Jilong, in particular, was excited to no end. The personal thing Lao Si said was a date with the schoolgirl? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you that old four has a girlfriend. The last time we had dinner was definitely talking about love with the quarter schoolgirl. No, am I the only one concerned? Does old four actually have an AMG? Zhang Jibo helplessly looked at the two. Nima, what kind of family is the oldest four? I know there is money, but Nima, just went to college and drove an S63? The license plate is still hang AX8888. I go. Could this be the car that old four came to Hangzhou to buy? Scary as hell. Old four is hiding too deeply. No, when Lao Si comes back, he must ask. His parents still lack a son. Hu Jilong thought about it and spoke out of turn. Just when the three were still discussing, there was a click and the sound of a lock being opened. Then Xiao Bei returned to the dormitory, but soon felt that something was wrong, because the three sons of dogs in front of him were looking at themselves in unison. Hu Jilong's eyes were envious, Zhang Jibua's eyes were inquisitive, and Wang Wei's eyes were honest. Dog sons, if you look at dad like that, dad will be scared. Don't eat me. Xiao Bei put his hands on his own chest and looked at his three eyeing sons with a scared face. Say, what did you do? Wang Wei put his cell phone away and looked directly at Xiao Bei. Right. Lao Si confesses to leniency and resists. Hu Jilong also looked at Xiao Bei with an envious face, and at the same time, in his tone, there was also an inquiry. Say it, our dormitory is democratic. Zhang Jibua clasped his hands on his shoulders, similarly waiting for Xiao Bei's reply. Xiao Bei was a bit puzzled. No, you three sons of dogs, what do you want to do? Confess and resist. The three responded in unison. No, what am I confessing and what am I resisting? What are you guys going to ask? You have to talk to me about it, right? Xiao Bei expressed his helplessness as he looked at his dog sons. Still dad was generous. Still pretending? First, how did you hook up with Ji Qinglan? Second, why don't you tell me the truth if you have an AMG S63? The three of them looked at Xiao Bei as if they were telling a comic opera. When Xiao Bei heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then asked suspiciously, how do you guys know about this? You've been on the campus hot search, and you're still putting up a pretense? Wang Wei heatedly smiled and waved at Xiao Bei, then handed Xiao Bei his cell phone. After Xiao Bei read it, he said indifferently, "First of all, brothers, about the car thing, I don't want to be too high profile, since you guys found out. If you want to drive it in the future, say so, but the premise is that there is a driver's license. As for me and Ji Qinglan, pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mainly there is cooperation. Specifically what cooperation?" Later, Xiao Bei didn't want to say too much. "Old for your attitude of answering honestly, we three fathers are very satisfied, but for you still hiding the matter of your younger siblings, we are very unhappy." "Right, old for, you damn well have a younger sibling, and you still won't let her introduce us to her. Kiss on kiss, you're the one who's our good son," the three of them said like machine guns. Xiao Bei was helpless, then walked into the restroom indifferently. "Car keys, on the table, can you shut up now? Lao Si, do you see me as the kind of person who can be sugar-coated to death?" Zhang Jibo walked over to Xiao Bei's desk and spoke before picking up the car keys. "Yeah, I am." Chapter 24, Ask Ji Qinglan for dinner. Zhang Jibo took the car keys and directly ran out of the dormitory in the eyes of Wang Wei and Hu Jilong, who were stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Dog son, you don't speak martial arts," Wang Wei shouted. Also followed up, "Hu Jilong, see come two people have left," also was hurried to raise their pants, towards the outside running. As for just interrogating Xiao Bei things, the old morning forgot all about it. Xiao Bei just washed his face in the restroom, and came out to look at the empty dormitory. A slight smile. There is no boy who is not interested in the car. Xiao Bei returned to his position and took out his cell phone. Looked at the messages in the group as well as the hot search on the school's intranet. After thinking about it, he switched to WeChat. Found Ji Qinglan's WeChat. "Xiao Bei, sister, are you okay now?" Ji Qinglan, who was at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts at the moment, had just experienced the same thing as Xiao Bei. In this regard, she was already used to it. From the time she had just entered the university, she had been on Hangcheng Academy of Fine Arts hot search from time to time. Lan, do you and Xiao Bei really have nothing to do with each other?" Ji Qinglan's roommates similarly saw the hot search. One by one, they started gossiping. "It's all been said. It's a cooperative relationship." Ji Qinglan sat in her seat, opened her computer, and said expressionlessly, "What kind of partnership? So intimate. It can't be a boyfriend-girlfriend partnership, right?" A girl sitting next to Ji Qinglan was named Zhang Yi. The tone in which she spoke clearly carried a bit of unkindness. "I don't have to tell you everything, do I?" Ji Qinglan twisted her head and stared at Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, "Then aren't we good roommates? We also care about you. This Xiao Bei, handsome is handsome, but generally handsome men are scum. You have to be careful. That's also my business." Ji Qinglan to the other three people in the dormitory. Two of them were very good. The only one is this Zhang Yi. The feeling she got was just average. Zhang Yi sniffs, inwardly sneers. "Still thought how high and cold you are. Still want to eat young grass. What are you pretending?" Seeing this, Qian Li, who was on the side, quickly stepped forward to round up the situation. Lan has said that there is nothing to do with it, so don't ask too many questions. These 3 years, Lan's gossip is still small? When has it ever been true? Qian Li had just finished speaking when Zhang Yi came on. Yes. Your concern is concern. My concern is not. Lan. In fact, if you and this Xiao Bei are not real, why don't you recommend him on WeChat to me? It just so happens that I want to fall in love now. Zhang Yi looked at Ji Qinglan with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Bei is such a big handsome guy. By the looks of it, he is also very rich. Just what Zhang Yi needs in a boyfriend. That way he can buy himself a lot of babies. Ji Qinglan looked at Zhang Yi, then said, "If you want WeChat, you go find it yourself. I won't disclose my client's news." That's right. I think you should forget about it. Xiao Bei's school brother is not something you can handle. What's that phrase called? You earn 3,000 a month. Why should you let someone who earns 30,000 a month like you? Li Yan, who was sitting on the bed to catch up with the drama, spat at Zhang Yi. That's because you can't. Doesn't mean I can't. Oh, then what do you say? Li Yan looked at Zhang Yi curiously. Because I'm flirty, Zhang Yi said seriously. The three people in the dormitory had mixed reactions after hearing Zhang Yi's words. Inside Qianli, not bad, having a strong knowledge of yourself. Inside Li Yan, idiot, such a person. If you are Tai out of the sky, people won't even take a look at you. Ji Qinglan, on the other hand, thought about what if Xiao Bei really likes S? Then what about herself? No, why would I think like that? At this moment, Ji Qinglan didn't even know why her mind was full of Xiao Bei's figure after she returned to her dormitory, especially the scene of being held in Xiao Bei's arms in the office building, which surfaced from time to time. Thinking of this, Ji Qinglan's cheeks flushed. Just at this time, on Ji Qinglan's cell phone, a WeChat alert was sent. She stretched out her own slender jade hand and picked up her phone to look at it. The person she happened to see coming was Xiao Bei's. Ji Qinglan didn't know why, but she was a little happy inside, so she hurriedly replied, "It's fine. How about you, Xiao Bei?" "I'm fine, but also back to the dormitory before I know. Sorry, to bring you a certain impact." Hands clasped fists. Ji Qinglan, covering her mouth, "It's okay, I'm already used to it." Xiao Bei, "Yes, almost forgot. Senior sister, you are still the man of the school, envy." Ji Qinglan, "You are also now just came to the university, and has been on the hot search twice. Cover your mouth and laugh." Xiao Bei, "That's all because you brought me up. Ha ha ha." Ji Qinglan, "Well, being overly modest is being proud." Smiley face. Xiao Bei, "I won't be modest then. Ha ha ha." Grin. Ji Qinglan, grinning. "Well, I'm going to start working for you." Clasping fists. Xiao Bei, "Okay, school sister, please, I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Fist pumping. Ji Qinglan, "Are going to military training people? Dinner is estimated to be a month later." The cake, Xiao Bei was slightly stunned when he saw Ji Qinglan's message, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Bei, "So are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner in advance. I'm not painting a cake." Ji Qinglan looked at the message from Xiao Bei and didn't know how to reply anymore, but after thinking about it, she immediately edited it on her cell phone. Ji Qinglan, "Fine, then I'll eat you up, smug." As she sent this message out, Ji Qinglan's heart fluttered inside. At the same time, she inwardly exclaimed, "Ji Qinglan, be reserved." Xiao Bei saw this and revealed a triumphant smile. "The reason for the girl to go out to eat with you. That means, the impression of you is not bad." Xiao Bei, "That's good." Half an hour later, "Your school gate waiting for you." Ji Qinglan, "Okay, right, you do not drive. We go to the neighborhood to eat a little good." Xiao Bei, "I'll listen to you." Smiling face. Xiao Bei put down the cell phone, beautifully began to dress up. Ji Qinglan put down the cell phone, but also a little bit of God outside the sky. He just agreed to go out to eat with Xiao Bei? Ji Qinglan, "Well, it is to understand the design, right?" After saying that, Ji Qinglan directly sat in front of the dresser and made up her makeup. Her move immediately attracted the three people in the dormitory. "Qianli, Lan, what are you doing by fixing your makeup? Are you going out?" Ji Qinglan was slightly stunned, then she said in a calm manner, "Well, there's a client, going to finalize the design." "Li Yan, that's not right." Lan, "Don't you never meet clients at night? Quick, tell me the truth." Seeing this, Zhang Yi didn't say anything but listened from the sidelines. It's really just meeting clients. Don't think too much." Ji Qinglan put down the things in her hands and looked at Qianli and Li Yan angrily. Well, meeting clients, definitely meeting Xiao clients to go." Qianli looked at Ji Qinglan with a faint smile. Sure enough, just after Qianli finished speaking, Ji Qinglan's eyes dodged. "Just know to talk nonsense." "Well, I'm going out." Chapter 25, Taking School Sister to Eat Spicy Hot Pot. Bang! The 401's dorm room was violently kicked open. Xiao Bei, who was taking a shower in the restroom, was startled. "That son of a dog, if I'm impotent, I'll have to kill you." Xiao Bei's angry voice came out from inside the restroom. "Ha ha ha, old four, you damn well can't be playing with the five-fingered girl." Hu Jilong directly pushed open the restroom door, poked his head out, and looked at Xiao Bei lewdly. Dog son, molestation After saying that, Xiao Bei directly caught water in his hand and pounced towards Hu Jilong's face. "I go, Lao Si, your capital is so big." Hu Jilong continued to look at Xiao Bei lewdly. "Damn you, can you get out?" "Your father, I'm taking a bath." "Ha ha ha, laughing me to death." "Lao Si, don't give the car to Hu Jilong. You are not no, we just drove the car. I am retarded, okay. Brother Long, just sat on it." The retard and I saw with our naked eyes that the car turned directly into a low slung. Wang Wei also poked his head out and looked at Xiao Bei. "Ha ha ha, Brother Long, this pussy, it's going to lose weight." Retard also poked his head out. At this moment, Xiao Bei's inner heart wanted to die. He was being watched naked by the three sons of dogs. His lower body was cool. Well, see the oldest force principle. Yo. After saying that, the retard pulled Hu Jilong and Wang Wei away. Xiao Bei inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Heck, I'll give daddy a wait. A few minutes later, Xiao Bei stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. "I go, whose little brother, so handsome, vomit. 3 vomiting sounds rang out. Xiao Bei looked at the 3 dog sons with disdain. "Oldest 4, bathing so early? Haven't had dinner yet." Zhang Jibo looked at Xiao Bei suspiciously. "Hungry, what are we going to eat at night?" Hu Jilong hugged a bag of potato chips and asked. Several people looked at Hu Jilong. "The hell are you talking in human language? You guys go eat. Brother has an appointment tonight, so I won't accompany you sons." Xiao Bei joked. I'll go. Asterisk. Cam. Lao si ah. That is to say, eat meat. Can you wear a few brothers? Wang Wei is really envious. See Xiao Bei's this stance. This is not to go out with the girls. The dog does not believe. Xiao Bei cannot care about the attitude of a few dog son. Directly out the door. The son is good, which is not as good as the future daughter-in-law. Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. When Xiao Bei came, he saw where Ji Qinglan was already standing. There was no way. Ji Qinglan's temperament was too outstanding. It was an existence that stood out from the crowd anyway. Xiao Bei directly jogged up. Sister, you've waited for a long time, haven't you? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan in front of him, and immediately brightened up. School sister is wearing makeup? Compared to when she didn't wear makeup, there was a hint of seduction. Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei and smiled faintly. It's okay, I just arrived too. Ji Qinglan also noticed that Xiao Bei had changed his clothes and smiled slightly inwardly. From this detail, it could be seen that Xiao Bei was still very serious about having dinner with herself. Senior sister, what do you want to eat? I'll do whatever you want. But, schoolmate, can you take me to Trash Street to eat? Can ah? Xiao Bei nodded. When Ji Qinglan heard this, she immediately revealed a smile and then said excitedly to Xiao Bei, I've never been to Garbage Street ah, this time I can have my wish. Xiao Bei sniffed, looked at Ji Qinglan, and said doubtfully, Sister, you haven't been there for 3 years in college? Aha, I really wanted to go, but my family said it's not hygienic, and every time I wanted to go, my roommates and the girls had something to do. Plus I'm also starting a business outside and am very busy, and seldom stay in the school, so I haven't been there. Ji Qinglan's appearance at the moment was so cute in Xiao Bei's opinion. Let's go. Then I'll take you there. After saying that, the two of them directly headed to Garbage Street. Soon, the two arrived at Garbage Street. Senior sister, can you eat spicy food? Xiao Bei inquired about Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan's face was very excited at the moment. She had finally come to Garbage Street. There were people everywhere, and in the air, there was a lot of delicious aroma. Can, a little bit, then want to not eat spicy hot? Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Ji Qinglan. Girls generally like to eat spicy hot. After all, after eating, have to come several times is not it? Yes. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was like a good baby following behind Xiao Bei, excited to no end. Soon under Xiao Bei's search, he found a Beiliang spicy hot pot. Just walked into the store. The owner was a middle-aged beer-bellied man. Saw the two come in and greeted with a smile. The basket is on the left-hand side. Okay. Xiao Bei replied with a smile, then looked at Ji Qinglan and said, this basket and clip are for picking vegetables. Whatever you want to eat, just put it in the basket. Ji Qinglan sniffed and with curiosity, she took the basket and clip in Xiao Bei's hand. Then the two of them came to the picking area. Looking at the delicious food in man's refrigerator, Ji Qinglan instantly liberated herself completely. In fact, Ji Qinglan is a foodie. For food, that is no resistance at all. As long as they want to eat, directly put inside the basket. A few minutes later, the two ordered a big pot full of food. School brother, am I too good at eating? Ji Qinglan looked at the food in the basket and looked at Xiao Bei with blushing cheeks. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. It's fine, I'm quite good at eating too. Only then did Ji Qinglan smile and nod her head. After Xiao Bei paid the money, he spoke to the boss. Slightly spicy. With that, he went to the right side of the refrigerator and twisted his head to ask Ji Qinglan, Coke or Sprite? I don't drink carbonated drinks. No way. Great goddess Ji, already so beautiful and still so self-disciplined, how do you let others live? Xiao Bei said jokingly. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly after hearing Xiao Bei's words. Her heart was sweet. Just now Xiao Bei's words were very comfortable. This was the charm of language. Come on you know how to hold me up. Can't I just drink? Okay Lu, is this right? Goddess don't always not eat the fire of the earth. Sometimes with a little fire of the earth, you will be more charming. Xiao Bei continued to praise. For how to get along with girls, Xiao Bei had his own set. That is, try to coax, but don't go too far. Otherwise, people will still think that you are a licking dog. High emotional intelligence of the boys. In fact, all know, in and out of degrees. It is very simple. Praise also cannot once praise finished. Just like when you want to buy a thing, originally to 1,000 yuan, but you only have 999 yuan, leaving a dollar space. Then you are not inside the heart is very want to get a dollar, and then go to buy their favorite things. So it's the same way with girls. Is it? Then have I charmed you Xiao Bei? Chapter 26 Give you the opportunity. You grasp it? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei, blurted out, just set out. Ji Qinglan regretted. How did he say such ambiguous words? To know, he and Xiao Bei, just today just met. How did he say so? If she said that, what if Xiao Bei misunderstood? But all set out. Ji Qinglan, although inner more regret and small shy, but still eyes straight staring at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and said naturally, Goddess Ji, I admit that you are very beautiful, but if you want to charm me, you are still close. At this time, Xiao Bei wouldn't be greasy and say that he would. Chasing girls should maintain a little mystery, and even sometimes, give the other party a little frustration, especially the goddess. Think about it, when you were in school, those boys or girls who liked you, wouldn't they all bully you first? Right, Sprite or Coke? Ji Qinglan had been staring at Xiao Bei's eyes, just wanting to see if Xiao Bei would be moved or not after her words just came out. That's why she was looking at Xiao Bei's eyes. Her face would lie, but her eyes wouldn't. But soon she was disappointed, because Xiao Bei's eyes did not have a single ripple when he said those words. Not even a hint of panic could be seen. Why would Ji Qinglan choose to look at Xiao Bei's eyes? In fact, it is very simple. Whether it is now in society or in school, many boys are afraid to meet their eyes, and some of them in their own eyes, but will also panic and move away from the line of sight. But in front of the eyes of Xiao Bei, the eyes of the clear, there is no panic, and there is only a well of ancient waves. Seeing this, I don't know why Ji Qinglan's heart is a little disappointed. So he is so unattractive in front of him? But sometimes girls are like this. The less recognition they get, the more they want to conquer. Who says only men like to hear women sing about conquest? Sprite it, Ji Qinglan said faintly with a beeping mouth. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled faintly at her, then took out a bottle of Coke and Sprite from the refrigerator. Right, drink cold? Xiao Bei just took it out and was ready to hand it to Ji Qinglan when he directly asked, Girls, look at the details. Cold is fine. Okay. Xiao Bei directly took 2 bottles of drinks and found a window seat. Just after sitting down, Xiao Bei pulled out a tissue and wiped it on the stool next to him, and said to Ji Qinglan, Sit down. Thanks. Ji Qinglan for the contact with Xiao Bei just now, really found out that Xiao Bei is a really different boy, not to mention the fact that he started his own business in his freshman year. It was the art of chatting just now, or the few details just now that made Ji Qinglan curious and a hint of good feelings towards the man in front of her. After sitting down, Xiao Bei brought a cup, one of which was directly scalded with hot water, then opened the Sprite, poured it inside, and handed it to Ji Qinglan, while he himself directly opened the Coke and drank from the bottle. Why don't you drink it in a cup? In fact, just now Xiao Bei's action was relatively normal, but the strange thing was, Xiao Bei didn't deal with it himself, and gave it to Ji Qinglan, which meant that Xiao Bei had never been a big-hearted boy who didn't stick to the smallest of rules. But just now, Xiao Bei gave himself another Sprite, and ironed the cup, and let Ji Qinglan think, the boy in front of her, is the kind of rough and tumble. So she asked curiously, Ha ha ha, I'm a male, I'm used to being big and bold. Xiao Bei smiled and casually said. Ji Qinglan asked again, then how did you clean up for me? Girls, it's normal to love cleanliness. It's still my honor if I don't clean up for the goddess. Xiao Bei, has anyone ever said that you're a smooth talker? Ji Qinglan covered her mouth and said with a smile, then I have to have an oily mouth too. Look at me, my mouth is dry. Where does the oil come from? Giggle. I can't say it. Have you often come to places like this to eat before? Ji Qinglan looked at the surroundings, thought of Xiao Bei's familiar appearance just now and asked with a smile. Yeah, actually the food is in a store like this. Can't see it. Young Master Xiao still has such a side? Then I should be that side? Going in and out of high-class clubs every day? Customized restaurants? Isn't it? Ji Qinglan asked with a smile. I also want to, but strength doesn't allow it. Come on, if your strength doesn't allow it, how do you let the general public live? Ji Qinglan felt that Xiao Bei was joking. Xiao Bei smiled and was about to say something when the spicy hot pot came up. Looking at the big pot full, Ji Qinglan's pretty face became slightly red. Will Xiao Bei think that I eat a lot? Ji Qinglan then looked at the color in the spicy hot pot and said with a frown, Isn't it slightly spicy? It's actually slightly spicy. Maybe it's because the color of the boss's soup is already very thick, so I'll try it first. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly gorged himself. As for the image, doesn't exist. After all, how the male god eats, are handsome. After all, the readers greatly the face value in where it is placed. Looking at Xiao Bei eating so cheerfully, Ji Qinglan also a bit unable to resist. Xiao Bei, is it spicy? It's okay, Goddess Ji. Finished testing the poison for you. You can start eating. Just know that your mouth is floury. Then I'm not polite. Ji Qinglan said angrily. After saying that, Ji Qinglan picked up a piece of oily tofu and put it in her mouth. How is it? Does it taste good? Xiao Bei said with a faint smile. Good. Ji Qinglan straight away exclaimed in satisfaction. Today couldn't be expected to be a pleasant day yet. Eat slowly. I'll clip it for you. What do you want? Just give me a shrimp slider. Okay, I'll give you the biggest one. It's too big. What if I waste it? It's fine. If you can't eat it, I'll eat it. Xiao Bei. This sentence obviously with a hint of molestation, but Ji Qinglan did not have any resentment, but instead felt that Xiao Bei is a little interesting. This is Xiao Bei's pre-preparatory padding to do a good job. Just now again details, and all kinds of good words. At the moment has been in the heart of the Ji Qinglan has a good feeling, but girls are more reserved, although a little bit of inner joy. Ji Qinglan still look at Xiao Bei angrily. Ha, want to take advantage of me? Xiao Bei sniffed, stopped the chopsticks in his hands and wiped his mouth. Looking straight at Ji Qinglan, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up and said, "Then, will the Ji Great Goddess give it a chance?" Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei this way, looking at Xiao Bei's eyes full of aggression. Ji Qinglan for the first time did not have the confidence to look at a boy, a bit at a loss for words, inwardly dear, fluttering heart, beating very fast. Now she is a bit regretful. Why did she tease Xiao Bei for nothing? Now she is being teased, right? But Ji Qinglan immersed for a while, then also smiled and stared at Xiao Bei's eyes and said, "I'll give you a chance. Can you grasp it?" Chapter 27, Emotional Intelligence High. Getting along. By now, Ji Qinglan is already in a more passive position, at least for the time being in the game between the two. Ji Qinglan has always been led by Xiao Bei, so she is ready to let go of her hand and take a step backward, just to see what Xiao Bei will do. Sometimes, it is like this, when you face the current scenario, do not know how to deal with the time, you can a skillful retreat for progress. Xiao Bei smiled with the corner of his mouth. As long as Goddess Ji is willing, I think I can grasp it, don't you think so? Hearing this, Ji Qinglan's face instantly blushed. Well, she had failed. Xiao Bei really wasn't an ordinary boy, so Ji Qinglan directly lowered her head and said angrily, "Eat your food well." When Xiao Bei saw this, he laughed inwardly. Little boy, fight with brother? Then Xiao Bei also pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to eat the spicy hot pot. There is a paragraph called what? Eat spicy hot pot? How many times? Ji Qinglan lowered her head and quietly looked at Xiao Bei from time to time. This bad guy is really quite handsome, but also more interesting, and emotional intelligence is also high. Don't look. If you look again things will get cold. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and said directly. Ji Qinglan sniffed and her face turned even redder. Then she said with a stiff upper lip, "Self-indulgent. Who's looking at you?" "I'm looking at the food in your bowl." "Goddess Ji, this is not good." "Oh, eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. Not a good quality yet." Xiao Bei's words actually had a subtext, meaning to tell Ji Qinglan not to be philandering. "Humph, won't you just let me be?" Ji Qinglan said with a bit of a petulant undertone as she puffed up, and then took a bite of the shrimp sliders that Xiao Bei had just clipped for her. The flavor was surprisingly delicious. After eating, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's bowl and couldn't help but say, that. Xiao Bei knew what she wanted to say, so he directly pushed his spicy hot pot into the center. "Let's eat together. I can't eat alone." Ji Qinglan sniffed and smiled slightly. Her impression of Xiao Bei was very good. This was a boy who wouldn't make others feel embarrassed. Such a good treasure boy. Could he already have a girlfriend? So Ji Qinglan asked as if nothing had happened while pinching the dishes. School brother. So handsome and so oily. His girlfriend must be very happy, right? Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Looking at Ji Qinglan's appearance, it was a burst of laughter. For this question of Ji Qinglan, as long as he was not a little cutie, knew that Ji Qinglan was already starting to test the waters. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and put on an aggrieved look and said, "I also want a girlfriend, but the strength doesn't allow it." Why you're so good. Are all those girls blind? Then, are you blind or clairvoyant, senior sister? Xiao Bei directly rebuffed Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan, who was eating, suddenly flustered, then said angrily, "Eat properly." Seeing this, Xiao Bei was really a cute school sister, so he gave Ji Qinglan a small pill. "Thanks." Ji Qinglan had a red face, took it, and put it in her mouth. "Is it delicious?" Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan who was feasting and asked with a smile. "Quite tasty, just a bit spicy." "Eat slower, no one will grab it from you," said Xiao Bei as he poured a cup of Sprite into Ji Qinglan's cup. In fact, just now Xiao Bei intentionally didn't stop Ji Qinglan from ordering food frantically, just because he wanted to stay with Ji Qinglan for a little longer at the dinner table. Chasing a girl needs a little bit of sincere setup. In fact, the goddess is also a person. Do not be deified. Normal treatment is good. Many people, why cannot chase the goddess? That is to hold people too high, resulting in their own humble. In fact, you just need to get along normally. Ignore her. Goddess is good. Goddess how? What's wrong with a goddess? That's a person who eats, drinks and sleeps. What's wrong with that? Your goddess won't eat, drink and, when you have this kind of realization, you can also chase the goddess. But, with this kind of realization, you can't start directly with Iron Bean. You need to go step by step. Now Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan get along. Has already retreated Ji Qinglan goddess skin. Oh Ming, Xiao Bei, delicious ah, spicy hot pot is too delicious. I regret not coming to Garbage Street earlier. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said. Xiao Bei saw the oil on Ji Qinglan's mouth, so he picked up a tissue and said, don't talk first. Ha! Ji Qinglan stared at Xiao Bei with wide eyes, not knowing what Xiao Bei was going to do, but strangely enough, she actually obediently closed her mouth herself. Right at this time Xiao Bei directly reached out with a tissue and stretched it to Ji Qinglan's mouth. Ji Qinglan froze and wanted to move back, but for some reason, she just stayed still, perhaps expecting something inside. Then Xiao Bei, in Ji Qinglan's surprised and shy eyes, Xiao Bei covered Ji Qinglan's mouth with his hand and gently wiped the oil away. At that moment, Ji Qinglan just froze where she sat, not knowing what to say. This is the first time, and boys so intimate. At this moment, Ji Qinglan's brain is blank, do not know what to say. After wiping Ji Qinglan's mouth clean, Xiao Bei said, is it delicious? Delicious. Do you still want to eat it in the future? Yes. Then I'll take you to eat it every day in the future. Okay? Xiao Bei said with a smile. Sniffing, Ji Qinglan then reacted. She was again led by the nose by this bad guy, but Ji Qinglan's heart at the moment, not unhappy, but a little bit of anticipation, but as a girl, reserve or to have. Bad guy, just know to set me up. Ha ha ha. Then, Goddess Ji, is it possible to reward your face and go out together in the future? LOL. Depends on your performance. Ji Qinglan finished, shyly lowered her head, looked at Xiao Bei with flustered eyes and continued to eat. Soon the two ate well. The two then walked out of the spicy hot pot store. Goddess Ji, do you want to take a walk? Don't call me Ji Goddess. It's too unpleasant. Ji Qinglan just wanted to say it, but was mesmerized by the food. Then call you what? Goddess Qinglan? Xiao Bei said jokingly. Xiao Bei, I find you a bit annoying. Just call me by my name or Qinglan. When she said that, Ji Qinglan lowered her head and was still a bit embarrassed. Okay, Qinglan, do you want to take a walk for a while to digest? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and said. Ji Qinglan nodded slightly, and it just so happened that there was a park in the higher education park nearby. The two walked directly towards the opposite side. On the way Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's back. It was very handsome, so she walked to Xiao Bei's side. Xiao Bei, do you really, not have a girlfriend? Chapter 28, Ji Nuier. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question to Ji Qinglan. Then Qinglan, do you have a boyfriend? Seeing Xiao Bei asking himself rhetorically, Ji Qinglan's face flushed a little. Maybe it was the spicy flavor of the spicy hot pot she just had, but it could also be the shyness inside. I don't have one. After saying that, Ji Qinglan lowered her head and tugged on the corner of her coat with both hands. In fact, no matter what kind of character a girl has, during the time between lovers not yet to lovers, all of them will show their little woman posture. All of them will be nervous. All of them will be shy. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and looked at Ji Qinglan and said, I don't have pure big boy. Ji Qinglan sniffed and raised her head, as if there was something firm in her eyes. Then be careful, because the two were now standing at an intersection. The two were just talking and didn't notice the vehicle next to them. This is not. Just when Ji Qinglan wanted to say something, a takeaway battery car came flying. Xiao Bei was quick, and directly pulled Ji Qinglan back. Just in time, Ji Qinglan was pulled down into Xiao Bei's arms. Ji Qinglan just watched the sky spinning, but the outline of Xiao Bei in front of her eyes was incomparably clear. Wait until the delivery boy's battery car drove past. Ji Qinglan is still lying in Xiao Bei's arms. At this moment the air seems to have stood still. The road is still traffic, but at this moment in Ji Qinglan's eyes, only Xiao Bei's face. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Bei's chest, Ji Qinglan's entire mind has gone blank. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan who was dazed in his arms and said with a smile, how long do you want to lie down? Yes, just now thanks. Ji Qinglan was extremely shy inside at the moment. She seldom lost her temper among her peers, but during the time she stayed with Xiao Bei today, she lost her temper not once or twice, especially since Xiao Bei was still so handsome. It's okay, when you walk in the future, watch out. I'm not by your side every moment, Xiao Bei said lightly. Oh, got it, Ji Qinglan replied a little embarrassed. At this moment Ji Qinglan only felt embarrassed. Embarrassed if it was not Xiao Bei, he could really lose face. To this day, her mind is still filled with the scene of Xiao Bei pulling herself towards his arms. For a while, Ji Qinglan was once again lost in thought. Just at this time, the traffic light turned green. Xiao Bei took a step forward, and when he saw Ji Qinglan still staying in place, he shook his head breathlessly and directly took Ji Qinglan's hand. Thinking about what? You just said it, and you're lost in thought again? No, just, when Ji Qinglan just wanted to say something, she realized that her hand was now being held by Xiao Bei. and she instantly became petulant again, subconsciously broke free. But the tofu that can be eaten, will Xiao Bei be the one to give up? Obviously not. Chasing girls, in general, to be bold, do not squirm, because only some physical contact, to know, this girl on their own have no feeling. If a very strong refusal, advise brothers, directly back to each home, each looking for each mother, do not remember, but if the other side does not have a very strong reaction, then congratulations, brother has a play, at least the girls do not resent you, this is a very good signal. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was like this, subconsciously broke free, and then she let Xiao Bei hold her. Oomph, big bad egg, Qinglan, you can't wrong a good person. I still saved you just now, what's wrong, treat your savior like this? Xiao Bei held Ji Qinglan's hand while crossing the street. That's two different things, what are you doing now? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei holding her hand and said with a stiff upper lip. In fact, being held by Xiao Bei was quite a sense of security, but as a girl, she had to maintain her reserve. Facing Ji Qinglan's questioning, Xiao Bei shamelessly said, I'm afraid you'll have another accident. It's time to cross the street. Well, Ji Qinglan suddenly couldn't refute. At the moment she felt like she was being eaten to death by Xiao Bei. Looking at the hands the two of them were holding, Ji Qinglan lowered her head, and the corner of her mouth flashed a trace of arc. In this way, Xiao Bei is very natural holding Ji Qinglan's hand, walking across the road, inside the heart of the beautiful, we are saying, the goddess's hand. That is really comfortable. After all, not everyone can hold The opposite side of the road is the entrance to the park. After crossing the road, Ji Qinglan thought that Xiao Bei would let go, but Xiao Bei was like forgetting, holding his hand, directly walking into the park. That, Xiao Bei, isn't it time to let go? Ji Qinglan's voice was small. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and asked back, do you really want me to let go? Ji Qinglan, you, say it, whoa how many girls? Ji Qinglan, in fact, inwardly also do not want to let go of. Just let Xiao Bei holding, but the mouth is still to be tough. Questioning Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, I said it's my first time holding hands with a girl, do you believe me? Xiao Bei stared at Ji Qinglan's eyes and said word by word. Ji Qinglan was arrogant and said, who knows if you're telling the truth or not, being so skillful, plus you're still the schoolboy, there must be a lot of girls who like you. Xiao Bei, what I said is true, think about yourself? Ji Qinglan, me? Xiao Bei, yeah, as the school goddess yourself, isn't it true that in the eyes of outsiders, you don't lack boyfriends, but what about in reality? Ji Qinglan, don't be ridiculous, I don't have a boyfriend. Xiao Bei, see, I'm right, then I'm the same as you. Ji Qinglan sniffed, it seems like this is the truth, but it feels wrong, the character of boys and girls, it seems to be different, but Ji Qinglan wanted to retort, but in the end, the words that came to her mouth did not come out. She finally chose to believe Xiao Bei. Soon the two walked to the park. There were really quite a lot of couples inside. Just as the two fell into silence, Xiao Bei saw a sale of glowing hairbands, so Xiao Bei directly pulled Ji Qinglan over. Ji Qinglan let Xiao Bei hold her hand, lowered her head, and followed Xiao Bei to the place where the luminous hairbands were sold. Xiao Bei directly picked up a luminous hairband and put it on Ji Qinglan's head. Ji Qinglan, what are you doing? Xiao Bei, don't talk, don't move, let me see. Saying this, Xiao Bei directly let go of Ji Qinglan's hand and took a step back. Not to mention, it was a little cute. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's appearance and laughed inwardly, but still cooperated with Xiao Bei. Returning to Ji Qinglan's side, Xiao Bei smiled and said, Ji Newer, you're so beautiful, and really cute. Ji Qinglan was caught off guard and let out a poof. Logically speaking, in the face of Xiao Bei's praise, she should be happy, a little shy, and in this beautiful park, it should be a very romantic compliment. However, the nickname that Xiao Bei just said really made Ji Qinglan unable to hold it in. It was the first time that someone called herself Ji Newer. Chapter 29, The Lovers Are Yet to Come. Can you be decent? With that, Ji Qinglan subconsciously slapped Xiao Bei's arm with a solid slap, which shook Ji Qinglan's hand and made it hurt. Xiao Bei at this moment directly and naturally holding Ji Qinglan's hand. This time Ji Qinglan did not have a little bit of struggle to break free. Just let Xiao Bei holding. At this moment Xiao Bei knows the relationship between the two. Another step forward. Does it hurt? Just now? Xiao Bei pretended to look at his right hand and said, it hurts. Snap. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei another direct hit. Xiao Bei was a bit confused. Ji Qinglan said angrily, what I just hit was your left hand, and you're saying it hurts to your right hand? Xiao Bei directly shamelessly digresses from the topic, pulls up Ji Qinglan's hand and says, your hand is so pretty, like your person. Ji Qinglan already knew at this moment that Xiao Bei was just a thick-skinned person, and was too lazy to bother with him, but still fiercely scared Xiao Bei. Next time, without my permission, if you dare to make a move on me again, I'll break your salty piggy hands, do you hear me? Xiao Bei just smiled and didn't say anything. She's mean to her. I'll skin mine. Let's see who can over who. Ji Qinglan's hand is still being shamelessly held by Xiao Bei, and the two of them are strolling in the park under the beautiful night color. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei, who was slightly half a step ahead of herself. The corner of her mouth smiled slightly. It was a very hazy, indescribable feeling that could not be described. By the way, Xiao Bei, why do you want to start a business at the university now? Ji Qinglan took the initiative to pull up the conversation, easing the quietness of the moment. When Ji Qinglan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Bei with her eyes wide open. She wanted to know everything Xiao Bei was thinking at this moment. She just wanted to know. Then why do you want to go into business? Xiao Bei didn't reply to Ji Qinglan immediately, but smiled and asked back. When Ji Qinglan heard this, she directly slapped Xiao Bei's back and then looked at Xiao Bei angrily. Wasn't I asking you? Can't you be a bit of a gentleman and answer my question first? Fine, I'll answer. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan favorably. Aha, why? Ji Qinglan didn't dodge Xiao Bei's hot eyes in the slightest. On the contrary, she was also very happy, and had a little bit of a small steel in her heart, to be appreciated by someone she admires. That means she has charisma. Why should she feel angry? He is attracted to Xiao Bei. He should be happy. But what Ji Qinglan doesn't know is that if someone else came and stared at her like that, she would have been disgusted. There's no way. Girls are all so fickle and fickle-mouthed. Because at this moment there is a person into your line of sight. Become the scenery that makes your heart move. Then you will show extra attention to him. Just sometimes this feeling is subtle. Perhaps they do not know. And this is the case with Ji Qinglan at this moment. A kind of unintentional, more than a little haunting. Xiao Bei said while pulling Ji Qinglan's hand for a walk. There is no reason. Just want to start a business. Plus Hangzhou's support for college students to start their own business. I think I can give it a try. Otherwise how will I support you when the time comes? Ji Qinglan froze. What did Xiao Bei mean just now? Raise me? Is it confessing to me? Badass. I won't agree to you so easily. Damn it. Who confesses without a sense of ceremony? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's frozen look very cute, so he subconsciously scraped Ji Qinglan's nose with his hand. Nasty you. Again move against me. Careful to beat you. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei fiercely and riled. Then she whispered, actually, I can feed myself. Xiao Bei laughed and said, can I understand it as? Then I can hug your thigh? I don't want to work hard. Senior sister, soft rice smells so good. After saying that, Xiao Bei stared at Ji Qinglan's eyes with full concentration. When Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei's invasive eyes, she unnaturally shifted her gaze and then gave Xiao Bei a blank stare. You're so narcissistic. You can't eat soft rice. Then you are really beautiful. Xiao Bei smiled and skinned down in response. Ji Qinglan hummed lightly, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Then the two strolled in the park for a while, chatting a lot, in which Xiao Bei's many ideas and insights let Ji Qinglan all brightened up. The boy in front of her really is very different. At this age, Xiao Bei's ideas are really very mature. And a lot of boys in the school, obviously two kinds of appearance. But, such an excellent Xiao Bei. Do you deserve it? Once a woman falls in love, she will become extremely unintelligent. Obviously Ji Qinglan compared to her peers, is the best. But if you want to blame, you can only blame Xiao Bei for being too good, too charming. But Ji Qinglan was likewise happier because she should have been the first to discover Xiao Bei's difference. Youth is so innocent. Without realizing it, you will encounter a beam of light that shines into your life. And that light is definitely more unforgettable than all the lights you will encounter in the future. This night, Xiao Bei did not confess. Ji Qinglan also did not confess. Both seemed to not want to start a romance in a hurry, because in that case, it is destined to pass by in a hurry in the future as well. In a sense, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan are the same kind of people. Both like to pursue perfection. If one were to use a word to describe the relationship between the two at the moment, it would be above friendship and before lovers, right? But this relationship, anyone between the two, just need to take a little step forward, and the water will be ready. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan just held hands and returned to the entrance of Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. A whole bunch of people were shocked at once. Goddess Ji is actually really in love with the boys in the morning. This is all pulling hands. Goddess Ji's hands in hands. What does it feel like? The boys all wanted to be Xiao Bei at the moment, and the girls all wanted to be Ji Qinglan at the moment. Of course, both of them didn't care about the eyes of the onlookers. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and said with a smile, Goddess Ji, what are the arrangements for tomorrow? Ji Qinglan smiled slightly, then looked at Xiao Bei and said, why, you want to ask me out? Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. Actually, you can also ask me out. After all, starting tomorrow, I'm going to have military training. Xiao Bei is not shy at all. Nonsense, chasing a girl. If you are shy, it is fruitless. Besides, The hand has been held. Is it far from becoming a girlfriend? With a poof, Ji Qingyan directly laughed out. Xiao Bei's answer was really alternative. But again, it was more blunt. Xiao Bei, your cheek is so thick. Oh, have a good military training. Military training. Then say, quarter goddess. Solid humph, oily mouth. Ignore you. After saying that Ji Qingyan turned around and left, but Xiao Bei just looked at Ji Qingyan's back. 3, 2, 1. When Xiao Bei counted to 1, sure enough Ji Qingyan turned around and smiled at Xiao Bei, who was still standing still. I'll look for you tomorrow when I have time. Okay, goddess. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Ji Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei and similarly revealed a smile. This was a small agreement between the two. Chapter 30, Hu Jilong is a dog licker. Xiao Bei watched as Ji Qingyan's figure disappeared before his eyes. Only then did he turn around and walk towards his school. When he passed by the supermarket, Xiao Bei thought of something, so he came directly to the supermarket. He walked straight to the place where the supermarket sold female products. Yes, tomorrow will be the military training. Although Xiao Bei did not go to college in his previous life, but he also knows what military training is. That is a half-life military training. College military training and high school military training is still different. High school military training that is called experience. Some places let you experience under 7 days. Some places let you experience 3 days on the end. No harm done. However, the military training in the university, that is really life-threatening. It's not just a few days, it's a whole month. Thinking about the weather right now, you definitely need to be prepared. Xiao Bei stood at the place where the sanitary napkins were, looked around, and then took a few packs of Sophie, yes, a few packs, and used them to pad his feet. Wow, squad leader, why are you here? Just as Xiao Bei had just taken 3 packs of Sophie in his hands, a surprised voice came from his right. Xiao Bei followed the voice and saw that it was none other than Wang Mena and her 3 roommate Miss sisters. Ah, it's my beloved concubines. Xiao Bei joked with a flowery mouth and was greeted with 4 pairs of blank stares. Chen Xiying Yang Yuhan Zhang Yi. Chen Xiying looked at Xiao Bei and beamed. Class president. What about saying that I will be the queen mother? Yang Yuhan, Egu, class president. Are you buying anti-towels for your rightful mistress? Yang Yuhan's words had just fallen when Wang Mena's 3 talents saw the 3 packs of sanitary napkins in Xiao Bei's hands. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and looked at the several people. Not right. How do I feel a vinegar flavor in the air? Yang Yuhan, who's jealous? Wang Mena, the class president, is also a scumbag. Oh. Chen Xiying, no, class president. Are you such a tiger? You bought 3 packs for Goddess G at once? Zhang Yi, is Goddess G having menstrual cramps? Xiao Bei was slightly stunned. What is all this? No, I'm buying sanitary napkins. Why is it just for her? Xiao Bei was a bit speechless. What did I hear? Class president. Can't be. You have other women? Goddess G is so beautiful. You still want to live up to it? You're not selling it to Goddess G. Then who are you going to buy it for? Tell me, which family's big girl has charmed our class president again? The 4 people spoke one sentence after another, not giving Xiao Bei a gap to speak at all. Xiao Bei could only wait until a few people had finished speaking before he said with a bitter smile, can't I buy it for my own use? Put. Ha ha ha, class president. Do you urinate frequently? Class president. I'm curious, do boys have great aunties too? Why do you suddenly feel like class president? You're a bit lewd, class president. If you're really a scumbag, scumbag me too. Looking at the 4 people laughing cheekily, Xiao Bei knew that his words just now should have made them misunderstand, so he quickly said, what kind of pig brain are you guys? Tomorrow is military training. I bought this to pad my feet. Just you bunch of pig brains, you still want to be a proper lady? Wow, class president, you're so smart, Wang Mena suddenly exclaimed. Although the explanation you just gave is reasonable, we're still not happy. We won't be able to be the queen mother. Should the class president compensate us? Li Xiying said wryly. Yes, class president. Mouthflower has to make up for it too. Yang Yuhan directly opened her mouth to assist Li Xiying. In response, Xiao Bei directly smiled helplessly and said to the 4 people, what I just said is all fake, is waiting for me here. Say it, treat you guys to what? Yay, long live the class president. Li Xiying laughed outright. Just treat us to a cup of milk tea. Wang Mena said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Bei then brought the 4 little ones to the milk tea store next door after paying the bill for the bathroom. After directly buying 5 cups of milk tea, the 5 of them sat on the open-air round table outside the milk tea store and chatted. While chatting, Xiao Bei suddenly saw in the distance the 3 sons of dogs walking towards this side. Xiao Bei was about to greet them when he saw Hu Jilong seeing himself, especially when he saw himself and the 4 girls drinking milk tea. He was overwhelmed. Pulling Zhang Jibuat and Wang Wei, he ran to Xiao Bei's side. Hu Jilong looked at the white flowers of the 4 girls. With tears in his voice, he said to Xiao Bei, Lao Si, you're not generous. Lao Si, This time it's you who is wrong. Coming out alone with 4 beauties to drink milk tea. What about us? Zhang Jibo was also indignant, but he was smarter than Hu Jilong and directly sat next to Li Xiying. Wang Wei gave Xiao Bei a look of contempt and sat next to Yan Yuhan. Hu Jilong hemmed and hawed and was ready to sit beside Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at Hu Jilong and said, Hu Chao Fat, just sit at the back. You're too big. It'll be a bit crowded if you're here. Put. The crowd laughed out loud. Hu Jilong looked at Xiao Bei with an aggrieved face. Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Hu Jilong and said, go and order milk tea first. I'll reimburse you. And they just met too. Hu Jilong smiled and hemmed and hawed. Then 401 dormitory and Wang Mena dormitory 4 people. Simply in front of the milk tea store. Bought a deck of cards. Playing cards. During this time, everyone was involved. And the relationship between the 2 dormitories, all went a step further. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Bei took the lead and went to take a shower. And when he came out, he saw the 3 sons of the dog were gathering together, all with lewd smiles on their faces. Hu Jilong was boasting at the moment. Xiao Bei had just walked over when he heard Hu Jilong's lewd voice. I think Yan Yuhan is the best looking, although she is not very tall, but her skin is white, and she has a bit of baby fat. Just now when she was playing cards, she deliberately rubbed herself. The little ninny is very material. Cut. Yang Yuhan's body can be compared to Li Xiying's? Li Xiying's height is also enough. Her face is also good looking, especially that skirt. I'm itching to see it, Wang Wei said while reminiscing. I still think Wang Mena is good looking. It's the ultimate such a girl. Zhang Jibo hemmed and hawed. Whatever, it's my Yan Yuhan that looks the best. Hu Jilong glared at the 2. Brother Long, we are saying, can we not lick the dog? Zhang Jibo glared at Hu Jilong. That's right, also your family's Yan Yuhan, did they promise you? Wang Wei also added. Xiao Bei shook his head and smiled. Did not interject, mainly, could not squeeze in. Admittedly a few girls are good looking, but not up to Xiao Bei's requirements. The usual tease is good. Seriousness is not necessary. Besides, Ji Qinglan's side should be almost done. Xiao Bei does not want to get himself into trouble. As for Liu Qingyan, one in Hangzhou and one in Magic City. Feel free to talk boldly. Chapter 31 Military Training begins. On September 2nd, the weather was as hot as ever. The students of Hangzhou University officially started the military training. At 6 a.m., Xiao Bei woke up early, because as the class president, he had to cooperate with Qin Mengxue to call up the people in the boys' dormitory. For the girls' dormitory, Wang Mena was in charge. At 7 o'clock or so, all the people from finance class 1 gathered downstairs in the boys' dormitory. The entire main street of the dormitory building was a square formation of classes, and all of them were wearing the Navy's military training uniform. Even so, Xiao Bei still stands out in the crowd. That face value cannot be hidden, especially Xiao Bei also in the front of the team carrying the flag. At 7:30, one instructor was seen walking from the playground, handsome and extraordinary, lining up by class. The instructors were arranged. Soon, Xiao Bei was accompanied by an instructor who was about 1.78 meters in height, wearing a training uniform, walking in military steps. He came in front of Xiao Bei. Is this the finance department class 1? The instructor came in front of Xiao Bei and asked. Xiao Bei was all about respect for soldiers and immediately replied seriously. Yes, instructor. Xiao Bei stood straight and responded loudly to the instructor. The instructor looked at Xiao Bei and smiled slightly. Classmate, what's your name? It hasn't started yet. Relax. After saying that, the instructor patted Xiao Bei's shoulder. From this, it could be seen that this instructor's first impression of Xiao Bei was very good. Xiao Bei still maintained his respect for the instructor and said, reporting to the instructor, my name is Xiao Bei. Xiao of portrait right, north of north. Okay, Xiao Bei, return to the line. Yes, Xiao Bei came directly to the front of the line and stood. The girls in finance 1 class, looking at Xiao Bei, each of them had eyes glowing with nymphomania. Wow, class president is so handsome. I thought that a second generation like class president is not easy to get along with, but I didn't expect that he is also so serious. This is, people who are richer than you, are also more serious than you. Such an excellent class president. In our class, when the girls were discussing, among the boys, in addition to some geeks, there was a dormitory of several people, looking at Xiao Bei, showing disdain, pretending to be a chicken, really convinced. That's right, making it look like he's really the representative of our class. Adi, what do you say? Let him make a fool of himself then? Must, damn, a little upset with him, unless he is stronger than me, rich and handsome. Can it be food? A few people whispered. Qin Mengxue also came early to the side of class 1 square. She also saw Xiao Bei's performance just now. Inwardly, she smiled slightly. This student is really a bit different. It was reassuring to hand over class 1 to him, so she came to Xiao Bei's side. Xiao Bei, I'm going to take a look at Class 2 first. Can you manage Class 1 well? Qin Mengxue looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Today's Qin Mengxue, wearing a short sleeve, with a white cap on her head, and a pair of sweatpants and sneakers underneath, looked competent. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at Qin Mengxue when he heard this. Old Qin, don't worry, I will definitely manage it for you. Xiao Bei was not going to let go of the moment of pretending at all. Okay, contact me if anything happens. It's still your Class 1 that I'm more at ease with. Qin Mengxue looked at Xiao Bei, then walked over to the instructor's side and didn't know what to say, and left. Just after Qin Mengxue left, the instructor came to the front of Class 1's team. Hello everyone, I'm your instructor for the next 1 month. My name is Gao Peng. You can call me Instructor Gao. We are about to enter the field. I'll say some notes here. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock. The square formation began to enter the playground one after another. Xiao Bei, their one class was divided into the location. Not very good. In the basketball court, there is no cover around. The whole staff burst sunscreen. At 9 o'clock military training officially began. The intensity of the first day is not great, mainly practicing the basic posture, as well as assembly, all kinds of details of the account. In the morning, it took half an hour of practice, and it was over. But a girl has begun to complain. Are impotent. Lunch break at noon for 1 hour. Soon, the afternoon military training began. The intensity of the afternoon is significantly greater. First contact formation, and then standing posture. One by one, standing in the sunscreen, can't move a muscle. Time by second, slowly began to someone cannot hold on. First of all, the girls fell down one. Then it was as if a chain reaction had started. One by one, the girls began to fall. The boys first fell, not others. Is Hu Jilong, this forced to fall, but also towards Xiao Bei wink, meaning, can't hold out, surrender yourself. Xiao Bei knows, if this is the war period, this pussy, 80% is a traitor. Another 20 minutes passed, the boys also fell down a large half, are sitting in place, looking at the remaining 9 people. Among them, Xiao Bei dormitory Wang Wei, Zhang Zhibua are still strong. Then there was Kai Chizhou, Kai Shidi, Lin Haojie, and Zhang Zhangnan from the 404 dormitory, Yi Xiaotao and Zhu Yu from the 402 dormitory. The 4 of them in the 404 dormitory were the few boys who were hostile to Xiao Bei. Now they all didn't expect that Xiao Bei, looking like a little white boy, could actually carry on until now. After another 10 minutes, Xiao Bei and Kai Chizhou were left on the field. Under the field, Kai Shidi and Lin Haojie and Zhang Zhangnan looked at the two standing on the field. I'll go. Xiao Bei, this kid, there's something. See how his face doesn't change and he doesn't gasp. He feels like a hard goods. Let's see. The one between him and Kai Chizhou will fall first. But I don't hate Xiao Bei so much now. Yes, that's how it is between boys. They don't like you at first, but as long as you're better than him, he won't say anything. After another 5 minutes, Kai Chizhou couldn't hold on anymore, and finally Xiao Bei was left on the field. At once, all the students in Class 1 applauded Xiao Bei. Even the 4 people from the 404 dormitory, who were not dealing with Xiao Bei at the beginning, could not help but give a thumbs up to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei. Instructor Gao suddenly let out a cry. Here. Xiao Bei stood upright and responded to the instructor with a high voice. Rest in place. All have rest in place for half an hour. Yes. With the instructor's order, Xiao Bei also moved his muscles. Today was the first day, and the instructor probably wanted to give everyone a hard time, so Chengdu was very harsh and did not show any mercy. After Xiao Bei rested, he looked at the students of Class 1 who were sitting in place. One by one, they were all very serious, so Xiao Bei directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the playground. Old 4, what's going on? Hu Jilong looked at Xiao Bei's departing figure. Xiao Bei did not return and directly ran. The crowd also looked at Xiao Bei's disappearing back and wondered for a while. Chapter 32, Someone Else's Class President. Just when the crowd was still thinking about what Xiao Bei did to go, after 10 minutes, Xiao Bei came back, and at that moment, the entire Class 1 let out a gasp of surprise, because Xiao Bei came back with the owner of the kiosk. Xiao Bei was sitting on the owner's electric tricycle. Then Xiao Bei said to the boys of Class 1, Boys of Class 1, all of you, come over here and carry down water, and watermelon. Yes, Xiao Bei went straight to buy water, and also deliberately bought 5 big watermelons, all cut up. For Xiao Bei, this amount of money was just a sprinkle of water. One by one, the boys of Class 1 heard this and all got up and ran towards Xiao Bei. At this moment, even the 4 people in 404 were stunned. I'll go. This class president. I recognize it. Me too. Class president is awesome. This squad leader. Not bad. Lin Haojie and Kai Chizhou glanced at each other. Then they also went up and helped Xiao Bei unload the goods. Xiao Bei had bought a whole 10 cases of mineral water and 5 large watermelons. When all the water was unloaded, Xiao Bei said to the boys, Now it's your turn to perform. Send a bottle of water and a piece of watermelon over to each of the girls. Okay, ha ha ha. Thank you, class president. Class president is mighty. Class president, let me know if you need anything in the future. Boys' friendship is so simple. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded at them, not being superior, smiling at anyone. After all, what Xiao Bei wants is unity. Of course, don't think Xiao Bei is good to talk like this. As long as it touches Xiao Bei's scales, or makes Xiao Bei unhappy, Xiao Bei doesn't mind knocking them down properly. This is the realization of a former life as a manager, knowing how to quickly draw close, build a united team, to fully develop, will lead the team, their own enjoyment of the spirit. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, took a few bottles of water and a few pieces of watermelon and came directly to the instructor's side. Instructor Gao, come, drink some water and eat some watermelon. These are for the other instructors, so I won't overstep my bounds. Gao Peng was actually paying attention to Xiao Bei from the beginning, and when he saw the water and watermelon that Xiao Bei had bought, he smiled slightly inwardly. The kid in front of him was a talent, and by the looks of it, his prestige in the class was still high. He also needed to have someone to assist him in his military training for the next month, so he smiled and accepted the water and watermelon in Xiao Bei's hands. All of you. Rest time increased by 10 minutes. Yay! Instructor, class president is mighty. Instructor, class president are so handsome. At this moment, the entire class won, no matter if it was girls or boys. Now to the class president Xiao Bei. It was all collective support. Wow! Being in a class with the class president, it's too comfortable, right? Water aside, there's also watermelon to eat. Hard work, class president, I love you, class president. Just at this time, in the crowd, a female voice came out. Xiao Bei smiled faintly when he heard this, then came to the front of the group in the crowd's gaze. Whoever just confessed to this great king, step forward, and if you want to come, you should also come directly, and I will reluctantly enthrone you as a consort. But, just no one stood out. Xiao Bei continued. Hey, it seems that you don't want to ask for a consort. Could it be that you want the position of the main palace? Ha ha, class president, you're skinny again. The entire class 1 girls laughed. At this time, Yi Xiaodao said, class president, I like you, so can I be your consort? Xiao Bei shook his head at it and said contemptuously, I have a normal orientation. It's better not to make such jokes. I'm afraid the girls will misunderstand. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the class president is biased. Just be nice to the girls. What about us boys? At this moment there were already boys who were convinced by Xiao Bei and opened up the joke as well. Nonsense. If we don't treat girls well, how can we discuss the true meaning of life? And you, Put. The crowd couldn't imagine that Xiao Bei was such a person. Handsome, funny and with high emotional intelligence. Class 1's side was all joyful, and the several classes next to them were more than envious, especially the girls. One by one, they were complaining. Look at other people's class president. The same class president. Why is the difference so big? Where's the class president? We want water too. Class president. There's no watermelon. Water is fine. Look at other people's class president. Handsome and good to the class. Wow. Are other people's class president mainly handsome and look at our class president. Nerd 1. I can't stand it. Hearing the complaints of the next few classes, the students of Finance 1 class, one by one, were so pleased with themselves that one by one, they deliberately ate watermelon at them. Envious? Envious is right. In fact, you don't need to be envious, because our class president was crowdfunded. Xiao Bei didn't say much about this, and after dividing them, he returned to the square formation. Having just returned to the last row, the boys of class 1 all gathered around, already treating Xiao Bei as the class leader. Class president, is your A63 a pleasure to drive? Class president, you really picked up Liu Qingyan, the next school's high-strung schoolgirl. Class president, you, one by one asked non-stop. In fact, boys are like this. Recognized you. You are recognized you. Xiao Bei also replied one by one. Said as long as there is a driver's license to use the car are good to say. Xiao Bei was also happy to mingle with them. After all, Xiao Bei wanted a perfect college. Well, all stop talking. There is still a long time left in the afternoon. All have a good rest. What have we say in the evening? I put my words here. If our class 1 behaves well, I will take you to the bar. Ace of spades and all that, no matter what. Really? Holy, class monitor is awesome. Class president is awesome. Each one of them looked like they were pumped with chicken blood. Xiao Bei looked at the young faces, lying on the ground, looking at the blue sky. The sky of youth is blue, the breeze blowing through is sweet. As soon as the rest time arrived, the high instructor immediately blew the whistle and shouted the horn. Body all there, gather. And so the students of class 1, one by one, quickly assembled in a well-organized manner. Looking at this effect, Instructor Gao was still satisfied inwardly, and looked deeply at Xiao Bei. Good boy. Next, let's practice the front step. First start the front step static teaching. After Instructor Gao's words fell, Class 1 started the afternoon military training again. Maybe it was because of Xiao Bei's relationship. The whole Class 1 was particularly united. One by one, they practiced and worked very hard. No one dared to fall behind. Perhaps because no one wanted to let down the class president's good intentions. So the afternoon subjects, although they were also very difficult, the students of Class 1 were enjoying themselves. At 3:30 p.m., the entire basketball court suddenly erupted in screams. Eyes all looked in the direction of the basketball court's entrance. A white-skinned girl with a dimpled figure walked in. I'll go. Isn't this the next school's #1 school flower? Ji Qinglan, what is she doing here? Bro, don't you know? Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei from Class 1 seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I'll go. This Xiao Bei guy, scary as hell. Chapter 33, Ji Qinglan's arrival. The people from Finance Class 1, 2, noticed the strange situation on the basketball court. So one by one, even though they were standing very still, their eyes still looked towards that side. At once, the people from Class 1 were surprised, and then one by one, they looked at Xiao Bei, because they all knew that girl. After all, she was on the campus hot search together with Xiao Bei. Moreover, the person was from another university and came to their own university, so it meant that, for sure, she came to look for Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also saw Ji Qinglan, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today Xiao Bei was still wondering in the morning why Ji Qinglan didn't come, but was soon ignored by the busy afternoon. Just now, during the military training, Xiao Bei was still wondering if he was going to release the pigeon. Now it seems that Ji Qinglan is still smart enough to know that at this point, it should be almost ready for the military training and come. Only to see Ji Qinglan's dress today is also very nice. A light blue Chanel dress, a pair of small white shoes, hands also carrying a cup of milk tea, playing a parasol. Xiao Bei had sent his location to Ji Qinglan in the morning. Ji Qinglan walked into the basketball court, then was looking for the location of the Finance 1 class, and soon found it. She also saw Xiao Bei, who was standing in a group of cranes. At once, his face, which was still expressionless, immediately revealed a smile. Ji Qinglan's appearance definitely caused a commotion. After all, they are all bloodthirsty boys. Even the girls looked at Ji Qinglan and were ashamed of themselves. The aura on Ji Qinglan's body was powerful, not something the current students could compare to. Instructor Gao saw the scene and then looked at Xiao Bei and his own party and smiled slightly. Then Instructor Gao and a few instructors from the next class exchanged glances. They weren't cuties either. Just now the team's discussion. They all heard it, and just ate Xiao Bei's watermelon and mineral water. How come? They also have to take care of it. The people of Xiaodua, they are concerned about courtesy. So the high instructor directly said, all of them, today's performance is very good. There are still 20 minutes to finish. Now we rest in place. Yay! That's great. Suddenly I feel that the high devil is not bad. Ha ha ha. People that's humane, like you are. Humane won't. Only learned accidents. Ji Qinglan also didn't expect that she came at the right time, but she didn't know that all the effects were due to Xiao Bei's high emotional intelligence. Ji Qinglan came to the Finance 1 class and stood aside, waving at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and then ran out of the square, but he didn't go to Ji Qinglan's side first, but came to Instructor Gao's side. Instructor Gao, then I'll go over first. Go go go. Brat, girlfriend is pretty. Xiao Bei rubbed his head and said, not yet, just working on it. When Instructor Gao heard this, his eyes rolled. Brat, go for it. Sure. Xiao Bei and Instructor Gao exchanged a greeting and came to Ji Qinglan's side. All of a sudden, the entire basketball court of 5 classes looked at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's direction in unison. Wow. Suddenly I realized that there's a reason why Ji Qinglan can become the Queen Mother. Chen Xiying said as she looked at Wang Meina. It's so beautiful. If I were the class president, I'd get on too. Yang Yuhan said with a slight smile. What to do? So well matched. Maybe only a woman like Schoolflower Ji can match the class president. He's so good. Yi Qiaoning said. Wow. Old for his ass. Let off an atomic bomb without saying a word. Zhang Jibo looked on enviously. It has to be Lao Si. Can't compare. Rich, has a face, but also a nasty emotional intelligence. That young lady shall not fall. Wang Wei finished, then looked at Li Xiying. He. It's only right that old 4 is so powerful. I'll settle for the second best in chase after Yang Yuhan. Hu Jilong said with a ragged breath. Xiao Bei had just arrived at Ji Qinglan's side when Ji Qinglan saw the sweat on Xiao Bei's forehead. She then took out a tissue from her small black Hermes bag. You drink milk tea first. Are you tired from military training? Ji Qinglan handed Xiao Bei the milk tea while wiping Xiao Bei's sweat. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. It's okay. To this extent, I can still support it. The two's actions immediately made everyone envious. I go. Class 1 Xiao Bei. This kid is also too comfortable. If you had people's face value and strength, you could also capture the heart of a goddess, but you don't. Just look at it. Wow 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 wow. Sisters, see, the Queen Mother is helping the class president wipe her sweat. What to do? By rights I should be jealous but just can't help but want to kowtow to the two of them. The two didn't care in the slightest about the comments around them. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said with amusement, "What do you mean by the Queen Mother?" Xiao Bei sniffed the corner of his mouth with a smile. "Will be before in the girls' dormitory things out. There is no need to hide. This time is going to be the door to the door. If you hide, afterward was known, the death of the more miserable. Might as well say it greatly. The girls with high emotional intelligence will know that you are joking, and will even be proud. See this is the charm of my man. Although now Xiao Bei is not Ji Qinglan's man, but it's almost the same. How come? Come over here. Is it hot?" Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and asked with concern. "It's okay, I said I'd come to see you. By the way, I've thought of a plan. After your military training is over, let's discuss it," Ji Qinglan said with a smile. After holding hands last night, Ji Qinglan was now obviously more comfortable with Xiao Bei. When Ji Qinglan said this, she also wanted to spend more time with Xiao Bei. "Okay, hard work. You can take your time." When Xiao Bei still wanted to say something, suddenly Instructor Gao's voice came. "Xiao Bei, what talent do you know? Show us." Class 5 just performed their talents. Just as Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were making love on the military training grounds, they had already started doing activities. Some people had just gone up to dance, others went up to do comedy, and there were also those who sang. Xiao Bei turned his head to look at Instructor Gao and saw that Instructor Gao was giving himself a wink. Xiao Bei of course knew what Instructor Gao meant, so he smiled and nodded. Turning to Ji Qinglan, he said, "I'm going to perform a talent. Why don't you come over with me?" "Ah, me?" Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a bit of surprise. "Yeah, it's still too hot for you to stand here. There are fewer trees over there, but it's better than here." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he didn't wait for Ji Qinglan to reply. Naturally stretching out his hand, he pulled Ji Qinglan over. Ji Qinglan's hand was pulled by Xiao Bei. She suddenly became shy inside. Then like a little daughter-in-law, she lowered her head and followed Xiao Bei to walk over. Chapter 34, Confession in Military Training. The crowd on the field saw this scene. The women were envious and jealous, and the men couldn't wait to become Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei came to the center of the field. "Class President, come one. Class President, come one. Schoolmaster Xiao, come one. Schoolmaster Xiao, come one." Ji Qinglan didn't expect that Xiao Bei's prestige was so high amongst the freshmen. It was true that he was an excellent boy everywhere. Xiao Bei ignored the crowd's coaxing, but looked at Ji Qinglan and said softly, "Want to see my talent show?" Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and revealed a smile as she smiled and nodded her head. Seeing this, Xiao Bei then said to Ji Qinglan, "The next talent is dedicated to you." Xiao Bei didn't know, at first, what he was going to perform, but saw that there was a person in the next class who had brought a guitar. Xiao Bei directly spent 300,000 divine greatness points and purchased guitar proficiency in the system mall. If you have a pussy and don't pretend, the sky will strike you down. Xiao Bei was not going to miss the opportunity to pretend and capture the heart of a young girl. "This student, can I borrow the guitar?" Xiao Bei walked to the guitar student in the next class and asked. "Yes, can you?" The man wore glasses and looked at Xiao Bei with a bit of pride. Xiao Bei expressed his understanding for the teenager's heart that wanted to compete and be jealous. "But since you asked so, then if I don't show you what is called skill, your damn tail will be up in the sky." "Will do. Thanks Although Xiao Bei was inwardly why, but there should still be manners. After all, he was a male god, wasn't he? "I'll go." "Does Lao Si still play the guitar?" "When did Lao Si say he wouldn't?" "Wow, class president has unlocked skills. I'm looking forward to the class president's guitar." "It's still class president flirting skills, one after another." Xiao Bei took his guitar and returned to the center of the field that was surrounded by several classes in a circle. Ji Qinglan just quietly watched Xiao Bei with a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Below, a song that is more meaningful to me, because I want to give it to someone on the field." After saying that, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan was slightly stunned. Her face directly reddened, but she still locked eyes with Xiao Bei, full of anticipation. "This song is my own original. A dimple for everyone." Yes, Xiao Bei was that shameless. Obviously, it was JJ's song in his previous life, but now that he came to the parallel world and openly said he had, Xiao Bei said, "Don't want it for nothing." "Wow, original what a god the class president is. Look at other people's class president. I just beat up the class president and he refused to say that he knows guitar and originality." There was a lot of talk at the scene. Xiao Bei made a mute gesture and then started playing. Only his eyes kept looking at Ji Qinglan. When Xiao Bei's guitar played, that intro came out. Before still a little bit not optimistic about Xiao Bei's eyes man, suddenly blushed, the so-called connoisseur out, Xiao Bei's guitar, compared to their own good not too much better. Soon Xiao Bei smiled slightly and opened his mouth. I'm still looking for a dependence and a hug. Who prayed for me to worry for me to be angry for me to make trouble for me? Happiness is beginning to show signs of fate, and we are slowly getting closer. Then loneliness is swallowed up and boredom becomes conversation and change. Xiao Bei sang while looking at Ji Qingyan, his eyes full of heat. After Ji Qingyan heard Xiao Bei's song, at this moment, she had a feeling that Xiao Bei was not just singing to herself. When Xiao Bei's gentle voice just came out, everyone present froze. This voice, these lyrics, this arrangement, this guitar. Images floated in everyone's minds for a moment. They settled down their inner excitement and didn't bother Xiao Bei's singing. Instead, one by one, they listened to Xiao Bei's song with full attention. Near the climax of the first verse, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qingyan's dimples and smiled slightly before continuing to sing. Your dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. I miss your smile every day when I can't sleep. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, my life is complete. Xiao Bei's voice, very clear, very gentle, very magnetic, so that the people present are deeply immersed in the song. At this moment, Xiao Bei's eyes are only Ji Qingyan, and Ji Qingyan's eyes are only Xiao Bei. After hearing Xiao Bei's song, Ji Qingyan's heart was warm. At the moment, her eyes were full of determination. It sung beautifully. Oh, in the scene, many people were whispering, but they were all saying that the song was good. Dimple long eyelashes charming hopelessly. I slowed down my pace and felt like I was drunk. Finally found the beauty of a heart-to-heart, a lifetime of warmth and goodness. I'll love you forever. Happiness began to show signs. Fate brought us closer together. Then loneliness is swallowed up and boredom becomes conversation and change. Xiao Bei continued to sing deeply and clearly. With the climax of the song, even some teachers and instructors on the side, Xiao Bei was impressed. A few instructors, hearing such a sweet song, had the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Perhaps they also thought of their own former youth, their former white moonlight, who also had charming dimples. Just time has changed. Some regrets can only stay in youth, slowly memories, maybe with laughter, maybe with crying, maybe with regret, but those are not important, because that is their most precious youth. Perfect youth, certainly moving, but regretful youth. There is also the beauty of the crippled. Xiao Bei's song caused the resonance of many people present. Of course, it also deeply attracted every student present. After the song was finished, there was thunderous applause. Wow 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 wow. The class president is awesome. Old 4, awesome. Hu Jilong directly broke his voice in solidarity. Class president, awesome. Teach me to play the guitar next time. Kai Chizhou and the others, at this moment, were truly convinced. Ask the young people, who doesn't want to pretend? Wow 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 wow. Why isn't Xiao Bei in our class? Even if it's from our class, you can't get it. This man, he's too dazzling. One more. I don't know who in the scene started to coax. And then a voice was neatly raised from the entire basketball court among the military training teammates. One more. One more. Xiao Bei sniffed and placed his hand on his mouth, signaling everyone to be quiet. He then turned to look at Ji Qingyan. Loudly, he said, this song, it's my original. I've been saying to myself that if I meet a girl I like, I'll definitely use this song to confess to her. So, Ji Qingyan, are you willing to be my girlfriend? At this moment, Ji Qingyan covered her mouth. Her eyes were red as she looked at Xiao Bei, but in her eyes was a strong determination. Wow, Xiao Bei is so romantic. This kind of confession, no girl will reject it. At this moment, I want to switch places with Big School Flower G. Ooh, why can't I meet such a good boy? It's true that a good guy will be with a good guy. Promise him, promise him. Chapter 35 The Preciousness of Youth. Ji Qingyan actually guessed that Xiao Bei was going to confess, but now she really saw Xiao Bei confessing to herself. She thought she would calmly accept Xiao Bei's confession, but she realized she was wrong. She still indisputably shed tears of emotion. She had been listening to the song properly, but now her eyes were red. Everyone present looked at Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan shed tears, bared her teeth, and laughed out, then came to Xiao Bei's side. With one hand, she took Xiao Bei's hand. Then in the crowd's astonished gazes, Ji Qingyan directly kissed Xiao Bei on the lips. Ji Qingyan deserves to be Ji Qingyan. She was just different from others. Many girls who encountered such a confession must have answered first, but Ji Qingyan was different. Her actions gave the answer. When the two people's lips kissed together, the scene erupted with all sorts of screams and cheers. The girls all looked at this embracing kissing duo with a yearning face, although the boys were also envious, but more still hated to take their place. After a kiss, Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Wow, School Flower G is also bold. If it were me, I would have done the same. It can't be helped. Xiao Bei is too dazzling. Wow. Rich, beautiful, and talented. How could a young lady not love it? I'll go. Lao Si just got off the hook? Hu Jilong was still looking at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan with a shocked face, and then asked to Wang Wei and Zhang Jibo in a lifeless manner, saying that we'll be single together and get off together. Lao Si is finally ahead of the game. I say, are you too stupid, der? Wang Wei looked at the two. Ha! Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibo both looked at Wang Wei. Think about it, Lao Si is talented. He must have written more than one song, right? Right. Lao Si will teach us guitar, right? Should. Then why are you still panicking? When the time comes to learn the guitar well, also have an original song confession, are you still afraid of not getting off the hook? Wang Wei said with a serious face looking at the two silly sons. Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibo glanced at each other, feeling as if this is the truth. Couldn't help but give Wang Wei a thumbs up. This wave of operation, feasible. In the field, after the two embraced and kissed, Ji Qinglan gently whispered in Xiao Bei's ear, be good to me, oh. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. For sure. One more. One more. One more. Xiao Bei heard the students at the scene all loudly cooing. Xiao Bei still looked at Ji Qinglan with eyes full of tenderness. Still want to hear it? Yes. I want to hear it again too. Xiao Bei sniffed and nodded, then looked at the crowd and said, you guys just thank my daughter-in-law. Then I'll do another one. Xiao Bei's words had just fallen. The people of Class 1 then started to coax. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Seeing Class 1 students so uproarious, the remaining few classes followed suit. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and thought about what other songs he had in his previous life. Soon Xiao Bei thought of a song called 7 Miles for Everyone. I hope you can find your youth in your college life. After saying that, the scene went quiet. Ji Qinglan stood right beside Xiao Bei, looking at the treasure boy in front of her. No, her boyfriend, with a smile on her face. The sound of the guitar rang out. The intro was still so good. Xiao Bei played the guitar while looking at Ji Qinglan, smiled slightly and opened his mouth to sing. The sparrows outside the window are talkative on the poles. You said this line has a very summery feel to it. The pencil in my hand goes back and forth on the paper. I'll describe who you are to me in a few lines. The biggest reason why Xiao Bei chose this song was because he was afraid that Ji Qinglan was crying. And this song, it's very fitting. Looking at Xiao Bei singing to herself, Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei a soft smile. She really didn't expect that there would be so many surprises when she came to find Xiao Bei today. At this moment, if she wasn't on the basketball court, Ji Qinglan wanted to ask, what other skills do you have? All old lady make out. The song continued to unfold. In this summer, in this basketball court where the setting sun was about to go down, everyone listened to Xiao Bei's song, and perhaps many years later, when they recalled it, Xiao Bei will always be a flashpoint in their youth. Although this flashpoint has nothing much to do with them, but to be able to meet such an amazing person in their youth, to be with them at a time, in a place, in a basketball court, everyone listening to his songs, is also a very good memory. The taste of okonomiyaki cat and you both want to know. The scent of our first love was recovered. The warm sunlight is like freshly picked strawberries. You said you couldn't bear to eat this feeling. Wow, that's great. Swordfish, cat, first love. The class president is so talented. It's confirmed. Class president is the man I can't get. Very fortunate to be in a class with the class president in college. What Xiao Bei didn't know was that he had now become the spirit of class 1. I bet if class president is going to be a star, he's definitely top stream. But forget it. Do you see class president as someone who lacks money? It rained all night and my love overflowed like the rain. The leaves in the yard are thick with my thoughts. Even a few words of right and wrong can't cool my passion. You're on every page of my poems. All night long, my love overflows like rain. At the end of the song, Xiao Bei said to everyone, thank you for your love. As Xiao Bei's song ended, today's military training also ended. Everyone looked at Xiao Bei with unfulfilled interest. Now they were getting more and more eager for the university. They couldn't imagine that the first day of military training would be exceptionally unforgettable for them. At this time, the instructor also walked up, giving a thumbs up to Xiao Bei. They came up the same way. Seeing Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan at this moment was like seeing their own selves once upon a time. Once upon a time they had also once done a lot of silly things, a lot of bold things for the sake of a girl, but in the end that girl, whether or not she ended up marrying youth, but that is everyone's youth. That is the youth they cannot go back. So why youth is very beautiful? Perhaps because it is the only one. That dusk, that playground, those two hazy shadows under the slanting sun, that love without mixing any worldly, that heart of the white moonlight, that is youth. Just, now the girl, the boy, now alright? Want to ask, but do not know how to ask, but also can only in the bottom of the heart silent blessing. On the playground, Xiao Bei returned the guitar to which classes male students. Just after returning to Ji Qinglan's side, Xiao Bei directly pulled Ji Qinglan's hand and ran towards the outside, because he knew that if he didn't leave now, the three dog sons wouldn't let himself go. Now during the military training period, Xiao Bei had to grab all the time he could to get mushy with Ji Qinglan. Chapter 36, A Kiss to Make Love. The two of them disappeared into the basketball court under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Ji Qinglan, who was running by Xiao Bei's hand, looked at the front, pulling Xiao Bei who was running, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. The slanting sun shone on the two of them, leaving a slanting shadow. He was running, she was chasing, and it was hard for him to fly. Soon the two ran out of the campus. Xiao Bei turned his head to look at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan was looking at Xiao Bei with a smile on her face, and then took out tissues from her bag. Stretching out her jade hand, she gently wiped Xiao Bei's sweat on her mouth. She also said angrily, "Just running after a good military training. Are you tired?" "Not tired at all, because behind me is you." Xiao Bei let Ji Qinglan help him wipe his sweat. "What are we going to do now?" Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's silly face and asked with a smile. "Go, take you to a place." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he took Ji Qinglan's hand and walked towards the neighborhood in front of him. "Where to?" Ji Qinglan asked doubtfully. "Follow me." Xiao Bei didn't make an explanation and soon the two came to a fireworks store. "Boss, give me 5 buckets of fireworks." The boss was lying on his cool chair, fanning himself, when he suddenly saw a pair of handsome men and women walking in, asking for 5 buckets of fireworks in one breath. He immediately put down his fan and greeted them with a smiling face. "Little brother, sure it's 5 buckets?" The boss still asked again. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. "Daughter-in-law, this is my car key. The car is parked in the parking lot next to me. You go ahead and help me drive the car over." Xiao Bei handed the car keys to Ji Qinglan. Daughter-in-law called is very smooth. Ji Qinglan subconsciously took the car keys, looked at Xiao Bei and didn't ask too many questions. She directly went to drive the car, waiting for Ji Qinglan to leave. Xiao Bei then said to the boss, "Yesterday's reservation, is it ready?" "Just waiting for you to come. I thought you weren't coming. How is it? The performance just now didn't reveal anything, right?" The boss looked at the college student in front of him and asked with a smile. "No, very good." Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Actually, Xiao Bei saw this fireworks store when he went back to school yesterday, thinking that as long as Ji Qinglan came to find herself today, then she would confess. So what about the fact that opportunities are always reserved for the prepared? Xiao Bei also doesn't care if he can succeed today. It's always better to be prepared. So, he directly ordered 5 buckets of specific fireworks here yesterday. There was also a price increase. It had to be ready this morning. Soon, the boss took out 5 tongs of large fireworks. "There's an order on it. You lay them out in order, 1 meter apart, and light them at the same time." The boss looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Xiao Bei nodded. After waiting for 10 minutes, Ji Qinglan drove Xiao Bei's car to the front of the store. Xiao Bei and the boss directly put the fireworks in the trunk of the car. When the boss saw the car, he knew that the young man in front of him was not simple. "You drive and I drive?" Ji Qinglan stepped down from the driver's seat and asked. "You co-pilot." "I'll drive." Xiao Bei opened the co-pilot and Ji Qinglan elegantly sat in. Xiao Bei saw Ji Qinglan get in the car and got in as well. After getting in the car, it was still Xiao Bei who fastened Ji Qinglan's seatbelt. "So where are we going now? You can't set off fireworks in the city." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile. "Also, how did you think of going to set off fireworks?" Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei once again, her eyes filled with anticipation. She wanted to know if it was that answer. Xiao Bei started the car and said while driving, "Because you said in your circle of friends that you wanted to set off fireworks once, and whatever you want to do in the future, I want to accompany you to do it." Xiao Bei's tone was flat, but in Ji Qinglan's ears, it was so firm. Sometimes, some of a girl's circle of friends is actually a hint. Some boys, who are nervous, won't make the connection, but Xiao Bei is different. Just look at the circle of friends. You can see the details. Why? Girls don't like straight men, they like scum men? Is it really because scumbags are handsome? No, it's because scum guys can handle the details better. So, when you are in love, you have to think like a scum guy. Xiao Bei was thinking about where to go for fireworks yesterday. According to the impression of his previous life, Xiao Bei knew that there was a Qintang River embankment in the neighborhood. Not one of those famous embankments, but an abandoned one, which no one would normally go to. That time was also when Xiao Bei was in a bad mood. He found a small private base, which happened to be near Hangzhou University. Soon, the car arrived at a small road. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds. "Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you?" Xiao Bei asked jokingly as he drove. "Not afraid, because I know that you can't give up." Ji Qinglan propped up her chin and looked at Xiao Bei with tender eyes. Ji Qinglan's character is actually very good. Either she doesn't love, she loves properly, she won't twist and turn. Xiao Bei sniffed, stretched out his hand and interlocked his fingers with Ji Qinglan. Soon the car came to the river embankment. Now the sky has darkened. The surrounding area is silent. And this river embankment has no street lights. Very dark. Xiao Bei directly turned on the lights of the car. Turning his head to Ji Qinglan, he said, "Get off the car. Take you to set off fireworks." Ji Qinglan smiled and nodded, a little excited. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei directly lifted the fireworks off the car in order and put them together in order. The leads were then strung together. Why are they strung together? Can't they be lit one by one? Ji Qinglan asked with some doubt. Because I can do magic, and if I send it out this way, it will look better. Trust me? Xiao Bei smiled and said to Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan squatted next to Xiao Bei, looked at the fireworks, then looked at Xiao Bei, and nodded her head. After Xiao Bei strung the fuse, he waved at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan came to Xiao Bei's side. Xiao Bei hugged Ji Qinglan from behind and held Ji Qinglan's hands in both of his hands. "I'll count 1, 2, 3, and you'll light it." "Aha, okay." Ji Qinglan felt the warmth of Xiao Bei's hold on her, and her heart warmed up. Ji Qinglan took the lighter and Xiao Bei started counting. 3, 2, 1. Ji Qinglan then directly opened the lighter. Xiao Bei held Ji Qinglan's hands and quickly aimed the flame at the fuse. As the fuse was lit, the two saw the fuse directly dispersing towards the 5 fireworks. Almost at the same time, the two stood up. Xiao Bei hugged Ji Qinglan from behind and faintly said in her ear, "Look carefully, I can do magic." "Aha." Ji Qinglan responded shyly, and then 5 rounds of fireworks erupted towards the sky. Chirp chirp chirp. After 5 chirps, 5 fireworks shot into the air at almost the same time. Bang 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 bang. The fireworks blossomed in the air, and when Ji Qinglan saw the fireworks, she turned around and looked at Xiao Bei incredulously. Her eyes were reddened. Only the fireworks bloomed and 5 big words "Xiao Bei loves Qinglan" appeared in the sky. "Do you like it?" Xiao Bei hugged Ji Qinglan and asked in her ear. Ji Qinglan didn't say anything, but took out her cell phone and photographed it, then turned around and kissed Xiao Bei on the mouth in a domineering manner. One hand was still taking pictures of the two. Ji Qinglan's actions responded to Xiao Bei. The two of them, at this moment, were in love with each other with a kiss. Chapter 37 Hu Jilung's Poisonous Oath. The two passionately embraced each other in a kiss, neither one wanting to let go first. Finally, it was only when both of them were almost out of breath that they let go of each other. "Thank you, Xiao Bei." "Fool, no need to say thank you to me." The two just looked into each other's eyes. "You're so beautiful." "Qinglan, you're so handsome too." "Xiao Bei." The two looked at each other, and then their cheeks slowly came closer, ready for another passionate kiss. "Those two over there, who told you to set off fireworks here?" Just when the two were about to kiss together, in the distance, a person with a flashlight in hand suddenly appeared, quickly running towards the two. "Run!" "Ah!" Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan's hand and quickly ran towards the car, and soon, after the two of them got into the car, Xiao Bei directly started the car and drifted in place. Turning around, he drove the car away. Inside the car, Ji Qinglan still had a palpitating face. "Exciting?" Xiao Bei smiled slightly and looked at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan patted her chest and said excitedly, "Exciting, but next time we can't do this." "Okay." "Hungry?" Twisting his head, he asked Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan nodded. "Well, let's send you back first. I'll go back and take a shower. Then we'll go eat." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei, then responded, "No need. I don't mind you. Be good. Just go to the garbage street, okay?" Ji Qinglan thought of yesterday's spicy hot pot and was a bit nostalgic for the food on garbage street again. Xiao Bei saw that Ji Qinglan had said so, and didn't say anything more, and directly drove the car to the entrance of Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. Yesterday, the two were still a little rusty, but now they are completely gone. After getting out of the car, Ji Qinglan naturally took Xiao Bei's arm. However, the students in the surrounding area would no longer be surprised when they saw it, because just now, the two of them were on the hot search of their respective campuses again. Military training original song confession. The two didn't care how others looked at it. Life was their own after all. Xiao Bei brought Ji Qinglan to garbage street. Today's Ji Qinglan wanted to eat barbecue, and Xiao Bei let her. The two ate while talking about love, judging as if no one was showing love. After eating, Xiao Bei sent Ji Qinglan back to school. Only then did he return to his dormitory. Xiao Bei, who returned to his dorm room, was inevitably questioned by several sons of dogs. Hu Jilong, old 4. What's it like to be with a goddess? Zhang Jibua, Lao Si. What's it like to kiss with a goddess? Does it have bad breath? Wang Wei, Lao Si. Does the goddess say you have bad breath? The trio's inquiries were very odd. Xiao Bei directly ignored them. Humming a little song, he went to take a shower. In response, the 3 sons of dogs only had envy and jealousy, just no hate. The next day, the military training remained the same, but today after everything that happened yesterday, everyone had adapted. one by one. They trained with vigor, and Xiao Bei took care of class 1 as usual. During this time, Ji Chenglan would also come to Xiao Bei when she was free, and the entire basketball court was filled with the sour odor of love. Time passed quickly, and a month came to an abrupt end. Today was the last day of military training. There was going to be a parade of school leaders. Xiao Bei also honorably became the flag guard of the entire finance department. On September 30th, a month of military training finally came to an end, and the new students ushered in the final performance. Because Xiao Bei was the flag carrier of the finance department, his clothes also became the army's regular clothes, straight military uniform, big black boots. Not to mention, it really has that look. At this moment in the finance 1 class, Xiao Bei is with Hu Jilong, explaining the last thing. Your girl, later must give brother shoot handsome a little. Today your sister-in-law something cannot come. I have to show her. No not. Hu Jilong patted his chest and assured. Don't worry. I'll definitely follow the shooting and designate to give you a good shot. If something goes wrong with me, just, Hu Jilong racked his brain to swear, and soon found a poisonous oath. At that time when the boys in our class go out to get high, if you get them a young lady, get me a dinosaur. Hu Jilong let them spoil. If I say a word of no, I'll break my son and kill my grandchildren. The boys in class 1 sniffed, and collectively gave Hu Jilong a thumbs up. This poisonous oath, really top. Alright bro, I believe you. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. The military music sounded, and the repertoire finally began. Every year, there were a large number of seniors and sisters who came to see the fun. Intending to see the handsome boys and girls, there were not only leaders on the commander's platform, but also a dense crowd of seniors and older sisters. Soon, Hu Jilong finally saw the finance department square come out after a long wait. Hu Jilong held his cell phone in his hand and pointed the camera at Xiao Bei. At this moment, Hu Jilong, where is still like a fat man. It is simply an agile fat man, a mount, or fat man. When he was shooting Xiao Bei's handsome figure, suddenly, he realized that there was a girl who had been following him to the left and right, also filming the finance department square, and seemed to be filming Xiao Bei as well. Who is this? Looking at the figure, it was pretty top-notch, but Hu Jilong still didn't think much about it, mainly because, if he didn't shoot properly now, he was going to be a dinosaur through and through by then. Love whoever. No one can disturb me from filming Lao Si's handsome and dashing. In fact, Hu Jilong still had a bit of selfishness. If he shoots Lao Si well, then when his sister-in-law is happy, she will introduce herself to his sister. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Soon the finance department, in the majestic symphony, slowly walked towards the center of the commanding platform review. Soon, saw the flag carrier walking in front of the entire financial department. Xiao Bei, suddenly excited to no avail, more excited than through that. Really handsome. Hu Jilong frantically shot at Xiao Bei, but because of too much excitement, the hand has been shaking. I'll go. This won't work, Hu Jilong spat out, thinking about the fact that if he didn't get a good shot, he'd pee in his pants. And there was already the scene of the dinosaur girl pressing down on his body in front of his eyes. Hu Jilong hurriedly stabilized his mind and muttered while filming Xiao Bei. Holy, old 4 is so handsome. Don't shake, old 4, don't go so fast you damn it. It's not good for filming. I'm out of it. Am I Hu Jilong going to be dinosaurs through and through? No, I enthusiastic horse. Must not. I'd rather become a eunuch than be penetrated by dinosaurs. Dragon, cheer up. You can do it. You can shoot well. For the sake of Missy, for the sake of not being penetrated by dinosaurs, life is just this once. Hu Jilong, you hold on to me. Hu Jilong spat in his mouth while filming. The young lady beside him that Hu Jilong had just met, wearing a duck-tongued hat, couldn't help but laugh when she heard Hu Jilong's mutterings. It occurred to her that it should be Xiao Bei who had given Hu Jilong some task. Chapter 38 End of military training. Just as Hu Jilong was panicking, the scene Xiao Bei was already ready. Then he shouted in the middle of the air. All of you, front step, walk. Xiao Bei's voice is clear and grand. The words fell, then saw the entire department of finance students, and Xiao Bei the same. At the same moment, when Xiao Bei's word walk fell, with a swish, the in situ step turned into a front step. Xiao Bei also tilted the flag that was originally held high at 45 degrees, with the front of the flag facing upwards and the flagpole facing downwards. Then, like the several squares behind him, he stepped out in one step, neat and unrivaled. His voice was all neat, a series of movements, running in the clouds and flowing in the water, without the slightest delay. One step kicked out, thighs and calves straight and straight, the surface of the feet parallel to the ground. That moment of fixation, almost frozen-like, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes, especially Xiao Bei, as the flag protector, had the most attention. Only Xiao Bei's every step was like a tiger coming out of the world, resounding and powerful, with a straight body, coupled with his figure and face value. The wind was unique for a moment. The schoolmates and seniors on the entire commander's platform also noticed Xiao Bei, and a shriek erupted. Wow, so handsome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This leading dude, a bit of something in he's back from the army, right? Wow. Sisters, look, the flag bearer of the finance department is actually Xiao Bei. Who's Xiao Bei? Sisters, what time are you living in? Xiao Bei, the new schoolboy, is very handsome. Mom, too handsome, but what a pity, he has a girlfriend. Hu Jilong was also shocked as he looked at Xiao Bei's valor. Although he had always known that Lao Si had gone well, he had never thought that it was actually this good. Hu Jilong's heart suddenly gave birth to a kind of sigh of both being born and being born. However, right at this time, Hu Jilong's hands actually stopped shaking. Damn, this makes this pussy excited to death. So Hu Jilong began to take the cell phone, peeled away from the people in front, directly excited to the edge of the playground plastic track, aimed at Xiao Bei, while following the camera. While backing up, traveling to the center of the commanding officer's platform, Xiao Bei waved the red flag to the right and shouted the second slogan. Salute! The square formation behind them, all raised their hands in salute, and they were all very neat, especially the Finance 1 class. After all, that was the class that practiced the most seriously under Xiao Bei's care. This class is good, and so is the leader. Ha ha ha, it's true that there are talents from generation to generation. Generation is stronger than generation. Several school leaders praised Xiao Bei and praised Class 1 highly. Only after the square formation walked out of the range of the commanding officer's platform did Xiao Bei shout, "All of you, march in unison." After the parade was completed and the formation left the range of the commanding platform, many whispered familiar voices resounded behind them at this moment. Squad leader, you were just so handsome. Emperor, I want to be your consort. Class president, when are you going to the bar? Xiao Bei heard the muttering behind him, smiled slightly, then said, cheer up class ones, we still have the last section. If we pass, this emperor has a reward. Class president, you're great. Class president, you're the most handsome. In the end, amidst the compliments of the crowd, Class 1 returned to its designated position. At this moment, it was just a matter of waiting until all the parades were over. A month's worth of dedication, just for this one moment. After returning to his designated position, Xiao Bei hurriedly waved towards Hu Jilong. Hu Jilong ran over with his buttocks turned upside down. Old 4, look, absolutely handsome. Xiao Bei directly picked up his cell phone and looked at Hu Jilong's shot of himself. It was okay at first, but the background sounds, Hu Jilong's mutterings, all of them were recorded in it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Long, damn you, what are you muttering about? Xiao Bei said as he looked at Hu Jilong. When Hu Jilong heard this, his face, which was still happy, turned pale with the naked eye. It's over. Old 4 doesn't like it anymore. I'm going to go. I'm going to be penetrated by dinosaurs. Don't. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Jilong's appearance and laughed inwardly. Other than your damn spitting voice, everything else is good. Forget it this time. Remember to send it to me. Upon hearing this, Hu Jilong's originally miserable face suddenly smiled with joy. Lao Si, I'll send it to you now. It's really chicken handsome. Sister-in-law is absolutely happy to see it. She might reward you properly at night. Stop. What's the occasion? Stop. Stop. Xiao Bei directly told Hu Jilong to shut up. Hu Jilong smiled lewdly. I get it. I get it. But old 4, what a handsome chicken. Just now when you walked by, on the commander's platform, it was all screams from the young ladies. That must be who is brother? Xiao Bei shamelessly looked at Hu Jilong. Soon, in the two people's chat, the entire freshman military training, all the review, and then the leader's speech. Finally the end. When the leader announced the end, the entire playground resounded with shouts of surprise. One by one, they threw their hats high into the air. Military training finally ended. The people from Class 1 also all gathered around Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed, and waved his hand. Everyone go back to the dormitory and take a shower immediately now. Boys dress up more handsome. Girls dress up more beautifully. 7 p.m. Hilton Hotel. Don't see each other. I've already booked it. Oi, class president is awesome. Class president is so handsome. You're my son. Who? Hell, who just said that? Come out. Xiao Bei looked at Class 1 and scolded with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's me, class president. I was too excited and said it wrong. I'll say it again. Class president, you're so handsome. You're my master, Wang Wei said with a loud laugh. Xiao Bei quickly dismissed the crowd, because now he had a very important thing. That is, to send the video that Hu Jilong had just shot, to two people. One is far away in the magic city of Liu Qingyan, and the other is his current girlfriend, Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei took over his cell phone and was about to send the video to Ji Qinglan. Just as he unlocked the screen, a message popped up on WeChat. Qinglan? Isn't she going back to the company for a meeting? Why would she send a message at this time? Xiao Bei wondered and clicked on WeChat, and saw a video. In the video, Hu Jilong was capturing himself. Xiao Bei is not surprised but happy, immediately leapt out of the crowd surrounded, looking around. Soon, a delicate figure was found not far away. A white dress and a white duck-tongue cap were standing in the distance, shaking her cell phone and looking at Xiao Bei. Who was it if not Ji Qinglan? Xiao Bei was pleasantly surprised to the extreme and immediately rushed over and hugged Miss Ji Qinglan. Little, playing surprise attack with me? Why don't you tell me if you're coming? Yeah, Ji Qinglan screamed, and was picked up by Xiao Bei, spinning around in place, spinning around a few times before stopping. Ji Qinglan looked at her boy and said with a smile, I want to give you a surprise. Then she giggled and wrapped her arms around Xiao Bei's neck. Chapter 39, Surprise from Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were showing their love on the side, and those in class 1 who hadn't left yet were fed another mouthful of dog food. Of course, the ones who had the hardest time were not the people from class 1, but the school sisters who had just taken a fancy to Xiao Bei on the commander's platform. Hu Jilong looked at the familiar-looking girls and froze. I go, the one just now is the sister-in-law? The love of the class president is something we can't envy. Wow, so the sister-in-law came today. It has to be the sister-in-law. This body, this face value. How to see are not tired the Hampa gills really good looking Sister-in-law really do not have girlfriends? Yes. Brothers suddenly also want to find a beauty college girlfriend. Good looking can be. The good looking ones in the beauty academy are definitely more than those in Hangzhou University. After all, that is the beauty college engaged in art, there are not a few ugly okay. Looking at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's love, the two actually kissed in public. There was a cry. Ma Gills, suddenly so envious of the class president. Oh, why is the class president so good? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really chicken envy Goddess what flavor? I don't know the flavor of the goddess, but I know the flavor of seaweed. Poly seaweed. On Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's side, Ji Qinglan felt the hostility of some of the girls around her, but didn't take it to heart. Instead, it was what Hu Jilong had just said that Ji Qinglan cared about. Good. I've been working day and night to catch up with the progress just thinking to come and watch your military training repertoire. But as a result, where are you going to take them at night? Also, have you been role-playing with the emperor and the palace maid again lately? So emperor, how many concubines are you going to take? After all, he was caught on the spot. Xiao Bei could only play rogue without skin. The fact that your man is popular proves that you have a good eye. The fact that your man didn't mess around proves that you have great charisma. And la, you are in the throne for a day. She and other end for the palace maid. Xiao Bei smiled and asked rhetorically, are you sure you're not a concubine? Really not. Xiao Bei shook his head righteously. Row party. That, then you go out at night to get together and go to the bar. All with me? I want to watch you properly. Xiao Bei sniffed, smiled and nodded, then looked at Ji Qinglan's red lips. Tantalizing daughter-in-law, how about another kiss? Go away. I hate you. When we were just together, how come I didn't realize you were so lewd? So do you regret it now? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan with a smile. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said angrily, if you want to regret it, it's also my mom who will make you regret it. Che, when we were just together, we didn't see you being so tough. Xiao Bei spat out. What did you say? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Nothing, daughter-in-law. I'm praising you. Xiao Bei hurriedly admitted his mistake. Never mind. Saving your life is important. Miss Qinglan didn't count it in the end because it wasn't really much of a concern in the first place. When she decided to fall in love with Xiao Bei, she was clear that Xiao Bei wasn't something she could have all by herself. Such a boy. There must not be a lack of girls around him. But what Ji Qinglan wanted was that Xiao Bei, no matter what, all that crap, couldn't let her face it. Daughter-in-law, then let's withdraw. Later I go back to the dormitory to change a set of clothes, and then go to you. Listen to you. Ji Qinglan nodded and took the initiative to hold Xiao Bei's hand. This point of Ji Qinglan was particularly good. With emotional intelligence, she would give Xiao Bei face outside, and would say when something was wrong, never hiding, never being unreasonable. Therefore, Xiao Bei also spoiled Ji Qinglan. Let's go. Don't sunbathe. Come back to the dormitory with me. Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan, then shouted to the students of class 1. All go back to the dormitory. Don't stay. There's a potluck in the evening. Seeing this, the classmates of class 1 all revealed smiles and looked at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan with a slight smile. Hu Jilong's 3 dog sons also ran over at this time. Sister-in-law, it was you just now. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Hu Jilong hurriedly apologized. If he didn't behave well in front of his sister-in-law, the young lady from the Academy of Fine Arts would be gone. Ji Qinglan covered her mouth and looked at Hu Jilong with a smile. It's alright. I also want to thank you for taking such a handsome picture of our family's bad guy. Hu Jilong sniffed and immediately became shy. Rubbing the back of his head, he squirmed and said, Sister-in-law, you're welcome. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan then held hands, and the three sons of dogs walked in front of them, returning to the dormitory building together. Ji Qinglan had wanted to talk to Xiao Bei and wait for Xiao Bei downstairs. Xiao Bei sniffed, directly gave Ji Qinglan a reassuring look, pulled Ji Qinglan's hand, and walked to the doorman Munklerchen place. Master Chen, my girlfriend is here to see me. It's hot. I'll take her up for some air conditioning. Master Chen smiled and waved his hand. Go up, little Daisy. He didn't ask anything, didn't make things difficult, and just let her go. Ji Qinglan covered her mouth and laughed. You're doing well, little Daisy. Sweeping the dormitory floor? A small thing. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The main thing is that the relationship with the grandpa is usually handled very well. Xiao Bei flirted with her while quietly tickling her palm. It's also true that Xiao Bei's emotional intelligence is very high. Often have the time to buy something. We'll give Munkler Outlet Store a little bit. Have cigarettes. We'll also give Munkler Outlet Store a smoke. One by one. The relationship can be bad, only strange. Although the doorman looks at the rights is not big, but sometimes, or very powerful. For example, now. So Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan's hand and went directly up to the dormitory building, and the three sons of the dog who were walking in front of him, saw Xiao Bei bringing his sister-in-law up, rushed up, came to the fourth floor, directly to their own class dormitory. Yell, brothers without clothes, brothers wearing pants, pay attention, there is a beautiful woman coming. Damn, Zhu Yu, do not run around in fancy pants, affect the image. I go, beautiful woman, where? It's sister-in-law, yours, quick, put on your clothes. What's so great about a potbelly to show? Hearing that it's sister-in-law, one by one all returned to the dormitory and focused the dormitory door. Now Xiao Bei is already the absolute boss of class 1. One by one, they all respect it, especially Ji Qinglan. That was the school flower of the Academy of Fine Arts. If his sister-in-law was happy and introduced a few girls, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? When Xiao Bei brought Ji Qinglan to the fourth floor, it was a smooth flow, taking Ji Qinglan back to the dormitory. A few dogs are very fast. Will be their respective beds are haphazardly organized. As soon as Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan entered, they saw the three dog sons sitting on their seats. Welcome sister-in-law to the 401 dormitory. We are deeply honored by your presence. Come, sister-in-law, drink water. Come, sister-in-law, this is the oldest force place. You sit. Xiao Bei was satisfied with the way the several dog sons handled the situation. Ji Qinglan smiled faintly and elegantly sat down. Then Xiao Bei said to the three dog sons, you guys take the change of clothes and go next door to wash them. Ha ha ha, well, then we won't bother sister-in-law. After saying that, the three of them ran next door. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei. Stinky Bei, very prestigious? That's without looking at whose husband I am. Just know how to be poor. Well, you go take a bath. Ji Qinglan said with a smile. Okay, daughter-in-law, wait for me. Xiao Bei hummed a little song, then walked into the bathroom. When Xiao Bei walked into the bathroom, Ji Qinglan looked at the clothes that Xiao Bei had placed on the bed. With a slight smile, she then folded them up one by one for Xiao Bei, simply being virtuous to a fault. Chapter 40. Ji Qinglan blows Xiao Bei's hair. Xiao Bei, who had taken a good shower, walked out of the bathroom. While rubbing his hair, he walked towards Ji Qinglan. When Xiao Bei just walked to his dormitory seat in bed, suddenly realized, the clothes that he had placed on his bed were all neatly folded. Secondly, his slightly messy desk was also neatly organized. Seeing this, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Daughter-in-law, did you do this? Ji Qinglan blankly glanced at Xiao Bei and smiled inwardly, but her mouth still said, you can't even organize your own bed well. He. It's not that there is a daughter-in-law, mainly because the recent military training is too tiring. It wasn't like this before. It's clean as a whistle. Xiao Bei stretched out a hand, pulling Ji Qinglan's hand, said playfully, okay, military training. Then the next time I come and see it's still so messy, I won't help you organize it. Ji Qinglan blushed and looked at Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei came out, he wore a big pantsuit, with an undershirt over his body, and his muscles stood out. Although the two had been together for a month, Xiao Bei usually either wore military training short sleeves or a military uniform. There hadn't really been any sight of Xiao Bei's muscles. At this moment, after Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei's body, she immediately blushed slightly. Xiao Bei actually came out like this on purpose, just to see Ji Qinglan's reaction. It was not his Xiao Bei's style to have advantages and not show them. Daughter-in-law, why are you blushing? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan jokingly and smiled triumphantly. Hate you. Hurry up and change your clothes. You'll catch a cold later. Although Ji Qinglan said so, Her eyes still looked at Xiao Bei's muscles from time to time. Such a body is a great killing force for any girl. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's shy appearance and said flirtatiously, okay, I'll put it on right away. After saying that, Xiao Bei put the clothes on. Ji Qinglan's cheeks slightly blushed as she watched Xiao Bei put on his clothes, especially when she saw his abs. After saying that, she deliberately twisted her head to the side to not look at the temptation. After Xiao Bei put on his clothes, when he saw his slight smile, he pulled up Ji Qinglan's hand. In his surprised gaze, am I handsome, your husband? Ji Qinglan instinctively wanted to take her hand away. But for one thing, Xiao Bei's hand deadened her hand. Secondly, it seemed like she kind of didn't want to take it away herself. Stinky. Ji Qinglan's mouth was strong, but her body was honest. Handsome or not? Handsome. Well, Ji Qinglan couldn't argue with Xiao Bei and said weakly, then is there a reward for your husband being so handsome? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and asked with a smile. Xiao Bei came to Ji Qinglan's ear and asked. Xiao Bei's spit sprayed on Ji Qinglan's earlobe and it was silky and numb. Ji Qinglan shyly looked at Xiao Bei and lowered her head and whispered, big bad guy, what reward do you want? Wow. Xiao Bei heatedly smiled. This depends on you. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Bad guy, just know to tease me, then I'll tease you too. The atmosphere between the two was extremely ambiguous at the moment. Hubby, then I'll reluctantly reward you with a kiss. After all, not everyone can get a kiss from old mother. Ji Qinglan said shyly with a red face, with a look of a female domineering president. Her eyes sizzled as she looked at Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Xiao Bei laughed inwardly. Little ninny, obviously shy to the point of no return, but still want to pretend? Daughter-in-law, you know what? You are playing with fire. Oh yeah? Then where's your fire? Ji Qinglan laughed when she watched Xiao Bei get deflated, but she still had the look of a sensible royalty, and even intentionally put her head to Xiao Bei's ear and said softly, sister, I just like to play with fire. Goo. After hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei could still endure? He directly stretched out his hand and hugged Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan didn't refuse and similarly hugged Xiao Bei. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was already blushing and shy. Her eyes were a bit shy, but more than that, she was still yearning for Xiao Bei. Little ninny, you asked for it yourself. Xiao Bei hugged Ji Qinglan with a turn, and the two of them switched their positions. Looking at Ji Qinglan's red lips, Xiao Bei directly and domineeringly kissed her. Ji Qinglan didn't know what was going on. She wanted to respond to Xiao Bei passionately. As the two kissed, Xiao Bei was no longer satisfied with kissing and was about to make a move. Ji Qinglan immediately came to her senses and stopped Xiao Bei's hand. Daughter-in-law. When Xiao Bei was about to say something else, Ji Qinglan directly stretched out a hand and put her index finger on Xiao Bei's mouth. Husband, not here. At night, we go out. Ji Qinglan's eyes were shy and looked at Xiao Bei and said. Xiao Bei sniffed and was excited inside. He, listen to my daughter-in-law. Ji Qinglan revealed a shy smile. In fact, when she was with Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan had thought about this aspect. Girlfriend, you can't be reserved all the time. Besides, the other person is the one you like. Okay, spread me out. Later on your roommate comes back. Ji Qinglan's voice was very small. The feeling of the two of them at the moment was like they were sneaking around doing something. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and let go of Ji Qinglan. At this time, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's outfit, so she hurriedly said, wear it like this, it has a layered look. With that, she went to organize Xiao Bei's clothes. Xiao Bei heatedly smiled. Having a daughter-in-law is good. After saying that, he followed Ji Qinglan's request. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei's collocation. Is Korean style, upper body a white Gucci pure white tee-bottoming, outside a black CK short-sleeved shirt, lower body a pair of Paris House's black casual pants. Xiao Bei just put on. Ji Qinglan came to Xiao Bei's side, then the upper body shirt, directly to Xiao Bei stuffed into the pants, and then Xiao Bei's blouse buttons open too, revealing the inside of the white, appearing to have a sense of hierarchy. Wear those Timberland boots. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was like someone who had been married for a long time and was matching her husband, but it was also true. Who let Ji Qinglan be the designer? Xiao Bei obediently listened and put on the boots. At this time, Ji Qinglan took out Xiao Bei's Vacheron Constantine and put it on him, stepped back, looked at it and was satisfied. Sit down. What for? Blowing your hair. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly. Xiao Bei then obediently sat down. At this moment the roles were once again reversed. However, having a daughter-in-law blow drying her hair, that was really enlightening. Ji Qinglan didn't give Xiao Bei the whole Xiao Bei's favorite Wang Jia's same discovery. Instead, she got a 28-point side back. At once, Xiao Bei's whole temperament became more hard. Ji Qinglan looked at it. Not bad. His boyfriend should look like this, or have a daughter-in-law is good. In the future with no worries. Chapter 41, A Potluck Dinner. Finally, Ji Qinglan hugged her arms and looked at Xiao Bei. She nodded her head with satisfaction. My husband, so handsome. I feel like I've become your model. Xiao Bei spat, but immediately felt a murderous aura. Ji Qinglan just looked at Xiao Bei, and Xiao Bei felt Ji Qinglan's aura from a designer. Well, as soon as daughter-in-law entered her field, it was really domineering and could not be messed with. Daughter-in-law, really handsome. Ha ha. Xiao Bei directly got up and looked in the mirror. Looking in the mirror was fake. Relieving Ji Qinglan's killing aura was real. Knowing that you are handsome, if you don't want me to design for you, I won't design in the future. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said indifferently, no, you'll do it all in the future. Ha ha, I'll be your model for life. Xiao Bei turned around and pulled Ji Qinglan. Just at this time, the door of the dormitory was opened. The three dogs looked at the two people in the dorm room. Holding hands, they all gave an awkward smile. So what, old four? No interruptions, right? Why don't we wait outside for a bit longer? Well, it's fine to keep a lookout for you guys outside. No ivory could come out of the mouths of the three dog sons. Ji Qinglan sniffed, smiled faintly, and said graciously, it's fine, it's still me who's interrupting. Sister-in-law, don't say that. Right. Alright, all don't be poor. Are you ready? When you're ready, we'll set off directly. Xiao Bei smiled and looked at the several people. All done, then let's go together. You guys have been standing for so long today, you're all so tired. Ji Qinglan said politely to all three of Xiao Bei's roommates. Then she took the initiative to hold Xiao Bei's arm. Arriving at the dormitory downstairs, the people of the first class had all arrived. Xiao Bei also waved his hand, and the crowd swept towards the Hilton Hotel, which was not far away from the school. Xiao Bei had already reserved a large box. During the meal, the boys of Class 1 repeatedly jumped across the room and flattered their sister-in-law. Purpose? The ones with a bit of emotional intelligence weren't because they really wanted Ji Qinglan to introduce students from the Academy of Fine Arts to them. In fact, the entire Class 1 really have the strength to pick up the beauty college sister. Only 8 people, the rest of the follow the coaxing, but also because Ji Qinglan is Xiao Bei's girlfriend. Ji Qinglan was coaxed by Xiao Bei's classmates and warmly invited. You are welcome to come to the Academy of Fine Arts when you have the chance. As long as my little sister is free, I will bring her to the sorority. Xiao Bei wanted to laugh when he heard it. What does it mean? You don't even have enough time to deal with me. But a few silly sons really believed it. One by one excited to the extreme. But it is such a promise that looks unreliable in the eyes of Xiao Bei. Students are Ji Qinglan, that is a respect. There is a say one. Xiao Bei also cannot help but sigh. His own daughter-in-law, but also really give her masters to compete. The most excited person at the moment is Hu Jilong. Good. Sister-in-law, with your words, I'm not far from being single. Xiao Bei was about to open his mouth to say something when next to him, Zhu Yu was not happy. Damn you, haven't you always liked Yan Yuhan? What's going on now? Sister-in-law's BFF, you're coming to grab it too? That's right, fatty, you're a bit greedy. Zhang Jibo also interjected. Xiao Bei, Hu Jilong, who says women are fickle. Men are too. Can I be fickle? Crowd, where are the knuckleheads? Horse's ass. After dinner, originally Xiao Bei was planning to take the crowd to the bar, but after seeing the dainty Ji Qinglan by his side, his heart was on fire to no end. So Xiao Bei directly transferred $500,000 to Wang Wei and asked him to take his classmates. After receiving the transfer of money from Xiao Bei, Wang Wei was slightly stunned, which directly threw down $500,000 to himself. At the same time, the crowd watching from the side, for the first time, Xiao Bei's financial strength had a cognizance. Big brother must properly hold the class president's thigh. Where does Ji Qinglan not know what Xiao Bei is playing? Directly shyly pinched Xiao Bei's waist, but inwardly, she was still looking forward to it. This kind of thing, it's usually the girls who look forward to it more than the boys. It's just that the girls are, in general, more reserved. Don't barf with me. If you don't agree with me, go find Mr. Aben. After explaining some things, Xiao Bei then directly took Ji Qinglan and drove away. After getting into the car, Ji Qinglan winks at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei heatedly smiled. Ji Qinglan attached herself to Xiao Bei's ear and said, go to my house. Xiao Bei was still planning to go to the hotel. After hearing Ji Qinglan's words, his heart was suddenly happy. Look at what a good daughter-in-law. The venue has been found for him. When it's too late, it's too soon. Xiao Bei directly started the vehicle and drove to her house according to the navigation that Ji Qinglan gave herself. After Xiao Bei saw the positioning given by Ji Qinglan, he knew that Ji Qinglan's home was not simple, because the place where she lived was exactly the top leaping mansion in Hangzhou, Wangjiang Pavilion. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night was eerie and Xiao Bei's car drove into the Wangjiang Pavilion. After parking the car, the two of them sat in the car, looking at each other with big eyes. For a while the atmosphere in the car fell into silence. In the end, it was Ji Qinglan who interrupted the current atmosphere with her voice. Let's go home. After saying that, Ji Qinglan shyly got out of the car first. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed and followed suit. Soon the two arrived in the elevator. Ji Qinglan's home was on the 28th floor. The speed of the elevator was fast, and so was the heartbeat of the two. The two at the moment were holding hands. Ding dong! The elevator reached the 28th floor. Ji Qinglan took Xiao Bei's hand and walked into her home. Wangjiang Pavilion was a one-staircase one family, and the elevator opened to Ji Qinglan's home. The elevator just closed. Xiao Bei embraced Ji Qinglan in a direct princess hug. Ji Qinglan didn't struggle. Her face blushed as she whispered in Xiao Bei's ear, "Go to the master bedroom on the second floor." Xiao Bei had already gotten the gold medal of immunity, and directly hugged Ji Qinglan and walked towards the upper floor. After arriving at Ji Qinglan's bedroom, Xiao Bei placed Ji Qinglan on the bed and was about to turn on the lights. Ji Qinglan, with a red face, came to Xiao Bei's ear and whispered, "Hubby, don't turn on the light, turn it on, or you won't be able to see you." Xiao Bei said, "Turn it off." Cough. More electricity consumption. Ji Qinglan finished shyly bury her head. Shy. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. This reason is really a bit far-fetched. Electricity costs shelled out. Open it. Be good hubby. Ji Qinglan tugged Xiao Bei's arm and pampered him, her eyes blinking as she stared at him. "Please, good husband. Then are you good?" Xiao Bei laughed. "I'm good. I'll listen to my husband in everything." Then turn on a bedside lamp. Xiao Bei smiled and pointed to the lamp next to the bed. "Yes, listen to my husband," Ji Qinglan said shyly. He. Barf. What was happening in the room was only known by the moon at the moment. Chapter 42, Making Breakfast for Ji Qinglan. Morning. The two were covered with the same thin little quilt. Under the quilt, the two were playing around. After cuddling with each other for a while, Ji Qinglan shyly said, "It's time to get up." Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan who was lying in his arms. At the moment, she was like a kitten, curled up in his arms, looking at herself with wide eyes. Xiao Bei didn't have any nonsense. In Ji Qinglan's surprised eyes, he picked up Ji Qinglan, placing it on his own body. Bad egg, trying to be bad again? Ji Qinglan's face was flushed, shyly looking at Xiao Bei who was lying on the bed. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Then he gently came to Ji Qinglan's ear and said softly in her ear, "Good boy." Ji Qinglan blankly glanced at Xiao Bei. 1 hour later, Ji Qinglan hugged Xiao Bei like an octopus. With her head on Xiao Bei's chest, she looked at Xiao Bei and said, "Hubby, good boy, get up. I still have a class this morning." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said angrily, "Okay, get up, then you go to class." "Why should I go?" Xiao Bei said a little depressed. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth and looked at Xiao Bei. Then she put her arms around Xiao Bei's neck. "Why don't you, husband, accompany me to class? Just one class." Xiao Bei sniffed, thought for a moment, then hemmed and hawed. "Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. Isn't that a place where beautiful women gather? Go, must go." Feeling Xiao Bei's body change, Ji Qinglan reached out her hand and directly pinched Xiao Bei's waist. "Big bad guy, thinking of something bad again." Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan and smiled heatedly. Then he picked up Ji Qinglan and felt her smooth skin. "Let's go. Hubby carries you to take a bath." Ji Qinglan didn't struggle. She just shyly placed her face on Xiao Bei's shoulder. Soon, the two of them were in the bathroom, getting tired for more than 1 hour again. And only after Ji Qinglan begged for forgiveness did Xiao Bei properly come out of the shower with Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan blankly glanced at Xiao Bei. Her own husband was really an animal. Then Ji Qinglan looked at the bright red on the bed. Then Ji Qinglan was ready to pull off the bedsheet, ready to take it to the wash. "I'll do it." Xiao Bei wanted to take over and help her wash it. Last night his daughter-in-law gave him the most precious thing. As a man he must be a little more attentive. This kind of thing is better for him to do. "No need. You go and get dressed first." "Right, the check room on the right. There's a change of new clothes." Ji Qinglan subconsciously spoke out. Xiao Bei sniffed and was slightly stunned. What a situation. So he looked at Ji Qinglan and asked playfully, "Daughter-in-law, so you came prepared?" "Nonsense. On you are not in military training. Recently bought you a few sets of clothes. Originally wanted to send you after military training." Ji Qinglan had not finished. Xiao Bei hugged her from behind Ji Qinglan, kissing in its ear. He said, "Daughter-in-law, you're so nice." The corner of Ji Qinglan's mouth curled slightly as she asked, "How good?" "Always be my rightful lady," Xiao Bei said seriously. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei a blank look. "Stinking man, that's more or less the same." "Daughter-in-law, you clean up first. I'll go down and cook." Xiao Bei thought about it, so he said to Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan sniffed and looked at Xiao Bei. "You cook? Are you sure you can? Just dress up, and come down to eat what I cook." Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. then the two of them mouthed one, and Xiao Bei went downstairs. By the way, he visited the big mansion. Very luxurious. After seeing this place, Xiao Bei knew that he would have to buy a set too. Living in his girlfriend's house, it always feels a bit like, well, a little white boy. However, the little white boy smelled good. He walked over and wanted to see what he could eat, and opened the refrigerator. Inside, the fruits and vegetables, meat, seafood are all there. Just look at the placement. Xiao Bei knows that Ji Qinglan is generally not eaten at home, which should all have a regular commissioner of ingredients come to replace, and the kitchen appliances and kitchen utensils are brand new. Even the label has not been torn down. It looked like they hadn't been used even once. It should have never been turned on at home. Xiao Bei didn't plan to make very high-end ingredients to prepare lovemaking sandwiches. From the refrigerator, he took out a few slices of bread, vegetables, salad dressing, eggs, beef, and cheese. Xiao Bei started operating directly in the pan. Fry the beef patty, warm up the bread on the toaster, then open the egg. Although there is no heart-shaped mold, but Xiao Bei has the culinary mastery skill. Get a heart-shaped egg, that is not difficult at all. Finally combine all your pu things together. The sandwich is ready. At this time, Ji Qinglan also went downstairs. Just as she came downstairs, she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen. When Ji Qinglan still wanted to run to the kitchen to take a look, Xiao Bei had already walked out with 3 sandwiches and 2 cups of milk. Just in time. Let's eat. Ji Qinglan hurriedly went forward to take the milk and looked at the sandwiches on Xiao Bei's plate. Wow, hubby, you really know how to cook. At this moment, Ji Qinglan's eyes were sparkling with little stars. Little caramella, Xiao Bei said. Xiao Bei's cooking skills had no excuse. The colors and flavors were all there. The two came to the dining table. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said petulantly, hubby, I want you to feed me. After saying that, Ji Qinglan directly opened her mouth and waited for Xiao Bei's feeding. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and used the cutlery to cut the sandwich, picking up a small piece and putting it into Ji Qinglan's mouth. Ji Qinglan ate the sandwich that Xiao Bei fed her. Then she squinted her eyes and savored it. The expression on her face was rich. Wow, this flavor, husband, it's so delicious. Xiao Bei ate while looking at Ji Qinglan, then asked lewdly, isn't all of hubby's cooking delicious? Aha, it's all delicious. Chapter 43, Licking Dog by Ji Qinglan sighed. Ji Qinglan now had an in-depth experience of Xiao Bei's thick skin, but for Xiao Bei, she still said directly, husband is delicious. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Look, this is his daughter-in-law. How nice. A morning meal. Both of them ate happily. After eating, the two left Ji Qinglan's house. Just as she got into the car, Ji Qinglan seemed to have thought of something and said to Xiao Bei, hubby, I'll send you the secret of the house. After saying that, she lowered her head and sent the password to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smelled the beauty, but although the white boy is good, but Xiao Bei does not want to do, just in time, while the national day, to buy a set of houses. Well, car also need to change a car, the car of the gods ho, or to be powerful to be able to do. Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. Today Ji Qinglan has a big class in the morning, so he pulled Xiao Bei to go to class together. University classes are like this. In addition to the small courses of the major, the big class can go in to listen to. Xiao Bei didn't drive his car directly into the Academy of Fine Arts, but parked it directly at the old place. Afterwards, he and Ji Qinglan walked to the Academy of Fine Arts together, holding a small hand. In Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, a 301 staircase classroom, Zhang Yi, one of Ji Qinglan's roommates, was currently sitting at the back of the step classroom, chatting with a handsome boy. Are you saying that Ji Qinglan is with a freshman from the next school? The man's face was a bit displeased. His name was He Mang. He is a junior this year, and is also the man of the hour at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, rich and handsome, and is Ji Qinglan's crazy suitor. Well, together, last night said they went to a gathering together, but they didn't return to the dormitory at night. Ha, where did the kid come from? Even my He Mang's woman dares to rob. He Mang's face was gloomy and looked at Zhang Yi. Seeing this, Zhang Yi continued to say, it is said that the one called Xiao Bei, his family is not simple either, driving an S63. Che, even if it's an S63, it's still a broken Mercedes. It's still not as good as my Lamborghini. He Mang was disdainful of this, and also had the pride of a Hangzhou local, looking down on those from outside the city. Although he didn't know where Xiao Bei was from, he was definitely not from Hangzhou, because in the entire second-generation circle of Hangzhou, he couldn't say that he knew them all, but there was really no such person as Xiao Bei. Zhang Yi looked at He Mang and smiled slightly. She also felt that the new student should not be able to compare to He Mang. Just as the two were chatting, suddenly the entire classroom boiled over, only to see Ji Qinglan and a boy walk into the staircase classroom hand in hand. I'll go. Schoolflower Ji really has a master. The guy is handsome. The girl is pretty. it's really a pair. There's a good show to watch. Ha, Himang is also here today. She's Ji Qinglan's crazy suitor. Right. But this guy, he's not going to have a good time later. Not necessarily. I looked at the campus hot search. This guy, he has strength too. The crowd's opinions differed. At this moment, Himang, who was a few rows behind the staircase classroom, saw Ji Qinglan and a white boy holding hands, and his face immediately became gloomy. Come on, it looks like the two stayed together all night last night. Zhang Yi seemed to have said it subconsciously, but it was actually meant for Himang to hear. She just wanted to see Himang find trouble with Ji Qinglan's boyfriend later on. Not for any other reason. She was just not happy with Ji Qinglan. If Himang could bluff this guy, then it would prove that Ji Qinglan's vision wasn't good. If she couldn't bluff him, then she was ready to launch an attack towards this little brother. Left and right, she didn't have anything to lose. Ji Qinglan pulled Xiao Bei to the right side of the back row and sat down. Just after sitting down, Xiao Bei quietly whispered in Ji Qinglan's ear, "Daughter-in-law, there are so many girls in the Academy of Fine Arts. You're relieved to bring me here. You can try?" Ji Qinglan revealed a confident smile. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, looking at Ji Qinglan's confident look. Well, the chick is so charming. On the other side, Himang's several brothers also saw Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's interaction. Qian Hui bumped into Himang. "Who is that dude? Stealing your woman. Aren't you going to teach him a lesson?" In Qian Hui's tone, there was a hint of disdain, feeling that Xiao Bei was just a soft persimmon that didn't know the sky and the earth. Qian Hui's words just fell. Sitting next to Himang another male interface, white boy A, have a say. Then Mang you handsome a lot. Chen Ming you ing can't talk less. What's wrong with being more handsome than me? Himang spat down Chen Ming. From this, Chen Ming's strength could not be underestimated. Hey, what kind of immortal boyfriend did Lan Lan find? So handsome. Zhang Yi lit another fire at this moment and said with envy on purpose. Zhang Yi looked down on Ji Qinglan. The others were unaware of it, and now that Himang heard Zhang Yi's words, he was stunned. Then he looked at Xiao Bei in anger. Then he stood up under the gaze of the crowd. The current Xiao Bei was still flirting with Ji Qinglan, not knowing in the slightest that where he was sitting right now, he was about to become the center of attention of the entire classroom. Himang had just stood up, and the few people around him, all cheered Himang up. Brother Mang, the dignity of the Academy of Fine Arts depends on you. We can't let an outsider snatch our school's #1 goddess away, can we? Brother Mang, don't be a wimp. We all know about your strength. Himang was held up by everyone for a while. His self-confidence and courage skyrocketed, so he swaggered over to Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's side. Lan Lan, what have you been busy with lately? Haven't seen you at school for a while, and this is? Xiao Bei was talking to Ji Qinglan. Coldly a man walked over and stood beside Xiao Bei. His eyes didn't look at Xiao Bei and kept staring at Ji Qinglan. The students of the Academy of Fine Arts in the classroom who had been paying attention to the movements over here were all agitated one by one. Here it comes. Himang has struck. There's a good show to watch. Himang is handsome too. His family background isn't bad either. That black Lamborghini at school is his. Suddenly I'm a bit worried for that schoolmate. At this moment, Ji Qinglan's brows slightly furrowed as she looked towards Himang. Where do I go? Do I need to report to you? Facing Ji Qinglan's cold words, Himang seemed to be used to it and didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Lan Lan, I'm not worried about you. By the way, Zhang Yi said that you didn't go back to your dormitory last night. Did you go home? No comment. Ji Qinglan didn't give Himang the slightest bit of face. Xiao Bei watched from the side as his daughter-in-law disliked her, and bared her teeth and laughed out. It's unthinkable that his daughter-in-law has a licking dog by her side. Hearing Xiao Bei's laughter, Himang's eyes that were originally looking at Ji Qinglan were suddenly placed on Xiao Bei's body, and the laughter that he just had was instantly gone. Dude, look familiar. Where? Chapter 44. Brother has a system. Brother proud? Himang's tone was chilling. At this moment, several of Himang's brothers as well as Zhang Yi all looked over. At this time, Zhang Yi also walked over. Seeing Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, she deliberately acted like a good sister. She came and sat down beside Ji Qinglan. Wow, Lan Lan, is this the schoolmate? So handsome, really good match with you. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan in confusion, his eyes inquiring, who is this sister? But soon Xiao Bei knew, only to see Ji Qinglan still coldly saying, my man and I surely match AI. It's just a pity for he Xiao. He chased you for so long and finally lost to a schoolmate. After the seemingly unintentional sentence, Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Bei again. Schoolmate, very handsome, where are you from? Is it stressful to be with our Lan Lan? Zhang Yi's tone sounded enthusiastic, without the slightest hint of any other meaning. If Xiao Bei at this age in his previous life, he would have answered playfully, but the current Xiao Bei, what kind of person was that? This girl's every move looked as if she was caring about herself and Ji Qinglan. but from Ji Qingyan's tone, and the current environment, Xiao Bei knew that this female was unsettled. Therefore, he just smiled faintly at it and did not say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed a hint of mockery. He thought how powerful he was, but it turned out that he was still a paper tiger. In the face of He Mang's inquiry, he didn't dare to say a word. Can you shut your mouth? Ji Qingyan looked at Zhang Yi and said in a cold voice. Zhang Yi pretended to be aggrieved and looked at Ji Qingyan and said, Lan, how can you be like this? I'm not acting as a sister to keep an eye out for you. The other He Xiao has been chasing you for so long, and you haven't even said yes. I'm just curious about what kind of man can capture your heart. Xiao Bei sniffed. Immediately knew why his daughter-in-law did not see this roommate. Is really green tea. Sure enough, just after Zhang Yi's words fell, He Mang's face changed slightly. Kid, I advise you to separate from Lan. Lan is not something you can climb up to. Ji Qingyan frowned. Zhang Yi raised her head, and Yu Yun's eyes were smiling. This was the effect she wanted, for He Mang to stimulate the strength of Ji Qingyan's little boyfriend. Everyone could hear He Mang's unkind intentions, but Xiao Bei looked at He Mang with a big smile and nodded. Indeed, Lan is not someone who can climb high, but that person, not including me, you're still close. Although Xiao Bei's voice was not loud, but because the people on the scene were looking at this side, there was not much noise just now, so what Xiao Bei just said reached the ears of everyone present. Asterisk. This kid, he really doesn't know the sky and the earth. If He Xiao can't, can you? This kid, he's a bit of a drag. I don't know if he's really strong, or just a pretender. Everyone who knew about He Mang's life couldn't help but spit out. But Ji Qingyan sniffed and smiled slightly, knowing that Xiao Bei was angry. If others didn't know Xiao Bei, didn't Ji Qingyan know? Not to mention that Xiao Bei's cooperation with himself is more than 5 million. Not to mention that the car Xiao Bei drove is more than 3 million. That is, this royal oak that Xiao Bei is wearing today is more than 1 million. Yes, although He Mang has a Lamborghini, but that was bought for him by his family. How much money can he come up with himself? Ji Qingyan, although I do not know, but certainly not more than 2 million. And then look at Xiao Bei, just a freshman. As far as she knows, Xiao Bei spent no less than 10 million. Although she doesn't know what Xiao Bei's family history is, and Ji Qingyan doesn't want to know, she knows that Xiao Bei's family is definitely not simple. 18 years old can operate tens of millions of dollars. That must be the second generation at the top of the summer country. Ji Qingyan can only think so. Ha. Kid, I'm not worthy? He Mang seemed like he had heard a great joke. At this moment, He Mang was by Ji Qingyan's side, and now that he was being belittled like this by a freshman, who could bear it, especially in front of his favorite girl? Although he wasn't the top second generation in Hangzhou, he was still considered somewhat famous in the second tier, now being looked down upon by a student from out of town? Finally, He Mang's gentlemanly demeanor was gone, or rather, he was infuriated by Xiao Bei, and now he finally collapsed. Kid, don't talk so big. I heard that you have an S63, although in the eyes of ordinary people, that's a very expensive car, but compared to me, you're still close. See, the keys to a Lamborghini. Let's not talk about my ride. See my watch, $500,000 a piece Audemars Piguet. My dad gave it to me on my birthday. Oh yeah, do you have a house in Hangzhou? Sorry, our family has 5 houses in Hangzhou. He Mang had just finished speaking. Zhang Yi interjected. Little handsome, do you think you should apologize to He Xiao? It's fine, you have Lan to protect you. He wouldn't dare to do anything to you. The two of them were singing in unison, and frankly, it was particularly disgusting. The crowd also knew about He Mang's family history for the first time, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Wow, He Xiao's family is so strong. Binjiang Group, that's a big company with a market capitalization of more than $2 billion. 5 suites in Hangzhou. The prices in Hangzhou are not cheap now. Looks like this little brother kicked the bucket. Hearing the surrounding praise for himself, He Mang became more complacent and looked at Xiao Bei disdainfully. Now, do you think I'm worthy? Or rather, do you think I'm not worthy? Then what do you have that's better than me? Zhang Yi, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Bei and Ji Qingyan with an attitude of watching the scene. She wanted to know, in the face of He Mang's oppression, Ji Qingyan's little boyfriend, how would he fight back? The atmosphere at the scene was tense all of a sudden, but Xiao Bei still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he could not see any traces of panic on the surface. Originally, Xiao Bei didn't want to get into it with He Mang, but people were bullying him into his own head. It seems impossible not to fight back. Besides, just this? So, Xiao Bei raised his head with a smile and looked straight into He Mang's eyes. Your dad is the chairman of Binjiang Group? Are you sure? You can check. He Mang's confident reply came out of his mouth. Ha! Xiao Bei lost his smile and shook his head. Little friend, Are you unaware of something called a surrogate agreement? Your dad is the major shareholder of Riverside Group on the surface, but in reality, you yourself know best who Zhang Tiancheng is. What? He Mang's heart thumped wildly, his face went white, his lips straightened, and he exploded on the spot. What are you babbling about? The crowd heard Xiao Bei's words and looked at He Mang at the moment. They looked at He Mang suspiciously. Zhang Yi was also a bit shocked and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei saw that He Mang was still a dead duck, so he revealed a very relaxed, very calm, as if everything was under control kind of smile. After that, he leisurely opened his mouth. Your father is nothing more than the chairman of the board that Zhang Tiancheng pushed into the open, and as a son, you know that very well. As for the 5 sets of houses you said, there is only one set of value. In the center of the city, 20 million of that set. The rest of the 4 sets of 3 sets in the Jiangbin countryside, 1 set of Hangyu's countryside. Want me to say in a more careful point not? You. He Mang was dumbfounded. His face was white. It was almost as if he had seen a ghost. Not only him, even He Mang's several friends, the crowd present, Zhang Yi, all shocked speechless. Ji Qinglan also looked at Xiao Bei with a bit of shock. How does Xiao Bei know? She is very clear. She did not tell him. Big brother, what exactly does your family do? At this moment, this was the thought in everyone's mind. How do you know? Brother has a system. Brother proud? Chapter 45, Terrifying Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei was smiling blandly, very calmly, as if he was just talking about an insignificant thing. Ji Qinglan looked at her man-side face. Well, quite handsome, but looking in He Mang's eyes, inwardly he was incomparably afraid. He knew that the Xiao Bei in front of him must not be small, and Xiao Bei's whispering still continued. Lamborghini. It's true, but it seems to be secondhand, right? Secondly, to put it nicely, your dad is just a professional manager put in the open by Zhang Tiancheng. A little bit of shares, but not much. To put it bluntly, your dad is a puppet. However, you should also be glad that your dad's ability to manage the Riverside Group in a well-organized manner. Zhang Tiancheng is assured of your dad, He Mang. To put it bluntly, your family. If it wasn't for your dad's slight ability, would you be able to live such a dashing life? So, your family, to put it bluntly, isn't a powerful family in Hangzhou. You can really say it's a high-income family. So, do you think you're worthy of Lan Lan's family history? If I don't say it, you should also know that sometimes, people, if they lie too much, they will fall into it themselves. So, now I'll pull you up and recognize the reality. But you should also know 2 things. First, your family really isn't as bullish as you brag about. Second, it's true that you're richer than a lot of people, but under some behemoths, your family is the younger brother. So, don't jump around in front of me in a shady manner. You're not qualified. Understand? He Mang was completely shocked. Just Xiao Bei said, are true, is the biggest secret of his heart? After all, generation holding, Zhang Tiancheng hidden underwater. On the bright side, his dad is the chairman of the Riverside Group. After all, in the business is so registered, but many people do not know some things inside. So, this becomes the point of He Mang pretend, and their friends around to check, also know that they are telling the truth. But such a hidden secret, in the mansion, cannot be hidden. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Bei's eyes, not just contempt, but a touch of gravity. He Mang thought about the possibility that his birth was told to Xiao Bei by Ji Qinglan, but on second thought, it was impossible. Whose girlfriend would talk about another man in front of her own man? So then it was the person in front of him who knew it all himself. In the end, he subconsciously asked the biggest confusion. How in the world did you know that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled playfully. Although Hangzhou City is not as good as the Magic City, but it is also one of the top cities in the entire Yangtze River Delta region. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. And when I came here to study, my family didn't want me to get into trouble, but they also didn't want to see me being bullied by others. So before I came, my family investigated me long ago. Among the powerful and wealthy people in Hangzhou, those are the ones that I, Xiao Bei, can't afford to mess with. Those are the ones that I, Xiao Bei, can't afford to mess with. I always need to know first not. But I'm sorry, you don't seem to belong to this level, because your profile, in my place, doesn't even count as SC. So, he des Xiao, if you want to pretend to be a pussy, go find someone at a lower level than you to pretend to be a pussy. You're not enough to look at in my place. I, Xiao Bei, have always been more generous. I can let you off the hook once or twice, but don't think that I'm letting you off the hook. Go and learn more about human affairs. Don't have not learned about human affairs, but only about accidents. So, is my expression clear enough now? Xiao Bei's voice was not loud, slow, calm and collected. After He Mang heard Xiao Bei's words, where was the arrogance that he had just shown? His forehead was sweating coldly. His eyes looked towards Xiao Bei, who was sitting extremely calmly at the moment, especially the aura on Xiao Bei's body now, which immediately made He Mang's legs and feet tremble. After being frozen for a moment, he then bowed towards Xiao Bei under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Xiao, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, don't worry Xiao, I promise there won't be a next time. At this moment, He Mang knew that such a person was someone he could hardly look up to. Although He Mang loved to pretend, it didn't mean he didn't have a brain. Such a person was in existence that even his own old man could not offend. If you still want to maintain a decent life, then the soft should be soft, or the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, He Mang looked at Xiao Bei's eyes. Only fear. This kind of fear others may not feel, but he knows once a friend of his own, family history and his own similar, offended a powerful, and finally their family a month later, declared bankruptcy. At that time, he knew, this world is not as simple as the surface, more powerful than you. A lot of people, Xiao Bei generally will not take the initiative to provoke others, and generally do not easily pretend to be, but once pretend to be up, then you have to pretend to be big. Small children only small fights. Xiao Bei's thinking and these small children are no longer at the same level. With He Mang's apology, the entire staircase classroom fell into a strange silence. One by one, they looked at each other. He Mang in the school is already the top group. It is this. In the eyes of others, do not dare to mess with the rich second generation. In front of Ji Qinglan's boyfriend, do not dare to put a fart. He even apologized directly to Ji Qinglan's boyfriend in front of everyone. Then that man who was like a fluttering gentleman. What in the world was his origin? To say who was the most surprised right now, it would have to be Zhang Yi. She had always thought that a second generation like He Mang was already at the top of the heap in Hangzhou, and now after seeing Xiao Bei teaching He Mang a lesson, she suddenly blanched. But inwardly, she was ecstatic. This Xiao Bei, she must catch him, and He Mang's friends, just now also an unbeatable second generation, after seeing He Mang's reaction, immediately understand, the Xiao Bei in front of them, is not something they can mess with, and all of a sudden, one by one, their faces were like chills, and they hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that they would be discovered by Xiao Bei, and settling scores in the fall. Wow! The other two roommates of Ji Qinglan, who had been paying attention to this side, let out an exclamation of surprise. After that, they started muttering with their roommates. Xiao Bei looked at He Mang who was bowing towards him. Alright, class is about to start. It won't happen again. Thank you, Xiao. He Mang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to his position. Where was the overbearing spirit he had just shown? After returning to his position, he hurriedly lowered his head, like a chicken meeting an eagle, not wanting to be noticed by Xiao Bei anymore. But everyone knew that He Mang was going to spend the next class in fear. After Xiao Bei settled He Mang, he turned his head to look at Zhang Yi and said indifferently, "Put away your little smartness. Just because my daughter-in-law doesn't bother with you, doesn't mean I will be so nice." Xiao Bei's words were like a pot of cold water that directly poured onto Zhang Yi's heart that was on fire inside at the moment. Then he looked at Xiao Bei in shock. Then she smiled to herself. Now she knew. It turned out that Ji Qinglan had never put herself in her eyes. She used to only know that Ji Qinglan was rich, but she didn't know exactly how rich. But today, she knew that even He Mang, whom she had always wanted to flatter, could not reach Ji Qinglan's status. Could a child from such a family be simple? In the end, Zhang Yi left in disgrace. At this moment, on Xiao Bei's side, there was no more disturbance. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei thoughtfully and asked playfully, "Hubby, what about our family? Is it enough level in your profile?" Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei expectantly as if she was a small child. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Not before, but now it is, because daughter-in-law is the biggest. Ji Qinglan smiled with a smile on the corner of her mouth. "Humph, count on you to speak." After Ji Qinglan finished speaking, she directly attached herself to Xiao Bei's ear and said, "Hubby, at night, I want it." Chapter 46 Personal Assistant Services. This class was an elective, economics. Although it was an art academy, some of the arts would also be linked to business. Plus, Ji Qinglan was not only a designer student of the beauty academy, but also the boss of Qinglan Design, so it was still necessary to understand this aspect. Ji Qinglan was listening to the lesson carefully, while Xiao Bei was playing with his cell phone on the side. Soon an hour of a lesson passed and ended. "Daughter-in-law, I'm hungry." The time had come to noon. Xiao Bei said to Ji Qinglan like a little kid, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal." Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei favorably with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Bei sniffed and his eyes directly glowed. The taste of soft rice, I know. Just at this time, Ji Qinglan's other two roommates walked over to Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's side. Seeing this, Ji Qinglan pulled Xiao Bei's hand and looked at the two with a smile. "Xian Li Yan, this is my boyfriend Xiao Bei." Ji Qinglan generously introduced her boyfriend towards her two roommates. Xiao Bei sniffed and was happy inside. Senior Xiao Bei, how are you? Qianli looked at Xiao Bei and then at Ji Qinglan. Wow, it's a real match. Xiao Bei Senior, how are you? You look better in person than in the picture. Li Yan also smiled and greeted Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's two roommates. Not bad, they were really good. Although they weren't as dazzling as his own daughter-in-law, they were still solid little beauties. Such a girl, if his own roommates were there, one of them must not drool? Xiao Bei also nodded towards the two of them and then said, hello two school sisters, I'm Xiao Bei. Nice to meet you. Xiao Bei's attitude towards Ji Qinglan's friends completely depended on Ji Qinglan's attitude. Just now, from the fact that Ji Qinglan was able to graciously introduce herself to her two roommates, Xiao Bei knew that these two should be Ji Qinglan's good sisters. Then surely they should also give a good face. After all, this thing of bosom friends, if you treat it badly, it is likely to say bad things about you behind your back at your girlfriend's place. After Xiao Bei said hello, Ji Qinglan then said, we are preparing to go to dinner. Do you two want to come together? It's mainly because the tycoon wants to treat us. It's not worth not eating. Ji Qinglan glanced at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei froze. Bad woman. Didn't she just say she was going to treat me to a big meal? How come it's my treat now? However, when Ji Qinglan said this, Xiao Bei also knew that this was to give himself face at his little sister's place. Yes, do you want to join me? It just happens to be noon. Xiao Bei smiled and spoke. Qianli and Li Yan looked at each other. Will it disturb the two of you in your two-person world? Qianli smiled and looked at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan smiled faintly. It's just a meal. It's always important to get acquainted. Then Lan, if you said so, then you must go, Li Yan said with a smile. Then let's go. Xiao Bei waved his hand. So he and Ji Qinglan held hands and walked in front, while Li Yan and Qianli walked behind, and went out of the classroom together. Zhang Yi, who had been paying attention to this side at the moment, was biting her lips tightly, as if she had missed something. The four of them came directly to Xiao Bei's car. Xiao Bei pulled open the car door and said to the two young ladies, the two beauties are going to aggravate you down. Sit at the back. It's fine. There's a big meal to eat and a luxury car to sit in. Where else would I need a bicycle? Li Yan made a joke. That's right. This bit of aggravation. I still can't wait to come every day. Qianli also spat out a sentence. Oh ho. Xiao Bei's favorability towards the two sisters at the moment went up. They seemed to be unconventional sisters. Xiao Bei opened the passenger door and then pressed the switch next to one of the chairs on the passenger side, the co-pilot's chair, then automatically moved to the very front and then folded up. Get in the car, two beauties. Ha ha ha. It's worth it to get a word from the schoolmaster about beautiful women. I know now. Xiao Bei, how did you catch up with Lan? This mouth, it's very sweet. Both of them complimented Xiao Bei. The corners of Xiao Bei's mouth rose, and he looked at Ji Qinglan triumphantly. See, this is the charm of your family man. Looking at the smelly Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan shook her head speechlessly. Both of you stop praising him. You're starting to stink again. Ji Qinglan said snidely. If I had a boyfriend like schoolmate Xiao, I'd probably be praising him every day. That's right, Lan, you're Versailles. The two sat in the back seat, flirting with Ji Qinglan. Actually, beauties, boast as much as you can. Ha ha ha, I don't mind. Xiao Bei repositioned his position and smiled at the two beauties. Ha ha ha, just now I was going to compliment you, but now it seems that it's better to listen to Lan. Lan, keep a good eye on schoolmate Xiao. His mouth is too good. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, while Ji Qinglan revealed her joy of victory. Hear that? Stinky fart king. Okay Lu, my proper lady, take your seat. I'm hungry. After Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan into her seat, he then returned to the main driver and drove off directly. Now it was Xiao Bei's treat, and Xiao Bei knew Hangzhou better. He directly drove the car to Shangri-La Hotel in Shanxiao district. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei took the three beauties and directly walked into the Shangri-La Hotel, straight to the elevator entrance, the 36th floor Western restaurant. A man dragging three women, but also three beautiful women, on the road to earn enough eyeballs. It is quite a thief inviting people to hate. To the entrance of the restaurant just 12 o'clock. This point in time, it is the peak of the meal. And then the reception desk of the little beauty is very sorry to tell Xiao Bei. Sorry, sir, you did not book. Now there is no dining space. Upon hearing this, Li Yan and Qianli were greatly disappointed, while Ji Qinglan was indifferent. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and directly picked up his cell phone to make a call to his private banking consultant. Although the last time, he had not yet confirmed that he had reached a cooperation with Governor Fu, but Xiao Bei was already a top VIP customer in the bank. And after that, Governor Fu had directly arranged a private financial consultant for Xiao Bei when he was in military training, and also said that if there was any service, he could make this call, and that the entire Yangtze River Delta region could be served. Li Yan and Qianli were both curious about who Xiao Bei was going to call. and Ji Qinglan was likewise a bit curious. Assistant Yi, I'm going to have dinner at Shangri-La's Wheaton restaurant in Hangzhou's Shanxiao district right now. Okay, Mr. Xiao, is there no advance reservation over here? Assistant Ye's voice came over the phone. Right, okay, Mr. Xiao, you pass the phone to the front desk. I'll talk. Assistant Yi thundered. Xiao Bei directly handed the phone to the receptionist lady. The receptionist lady was uncertain at first, but after listening to the phone call, she immediately stood in awe of Xiao Bei. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, there is still room in the VIP lounge here. Please move and follow me. If the previous smile was just based on professionalism, then this moment, it was enthusiasm from the heart. Li Yan, Qianli saw Xiao Bei solved by a phone call, and for the first time knew, the original rich people are so powerful? Ji Qinglan did not think much about anything. In fact, even if Xiao Bei did not call just now, Ji Qinglan would have called. Chapter 47 La Fight Almost Grade. Soon, a few people arrived inside the VIP lounge under the guidance of the reception young lady. The entire VIP hall and just came in the overcrowding, forming a sharp contrast, because the location of the VIP hall in the second floor, and the entire second floor is very large. Just a few tables. Xiao Bei 4 people came to the floor window side of a position. Raising their eyes, they were able to take in the entire Shanxiao district. The sense of high class is full. A few people had just sat down. Where had Li Yan and Qianli been treated like this? Schoolmate, really strong. I've always thought that rich people are just a little bit rich. Now it seems that I'm the one who's ignorant. Li Yan and Qianli exclaimed. For the two's exclamation, Xiao Bei didn't laugh or have a superior attitude. Instead he said jokingly, don't be rich or not rich. In fact, they are all the same. They all need to eat, drink and put 3 times. Ji Qinglan stretched out her hand and slapped Xiao Bei. Originally came here to eat properly. When you say this, how do I feel that what I'm going to eat later is a flavorful meal? Ha ha ha. Originally I was nervous just now, but after hearing school brother's words, I'm a nod of approval. No wonder you were able to take harasser. School brother, you're still really different from those rich kids in school. Just as the 3 of them were joking around, the young lady who had just received them walked over with a foreigner. Mr. Xiao, excuse me. Learning that it's you who came to use the venue, our chef Deli feels very honored. He will personally cook and provide you with the most perfect culinary experience. This is our chef Deli. Xiao Bei sniffed and put away the joke he had just made and took the initiative to shake hands with this chef. Hello, Mr. Xiao. It's my honor to serve you. Chef Deli spoke in French, and the receptionist lady was about to translate when she was surprised. Not only was she surprised, even Sammy was surprised, only to see that after Chef Deli finished speaking in French, Xiao Bei directly replied in fluent French. It's a pleasure to meet you, Deli, and I'm looking forward to your dishes today. Deli froze for a second at his words, then revealed a smile and looked at Xiao Bei and said, Mr. Xiao, your French is wonderful. It reminds me of home. It's also my honor to receive your compliments. Mr. Xiao, have a chat first. The dishes today will surely satisfy you. I'm looking forward to it. The 2 of them then shook hands one more time before Deli left his position. Happy to be able to hear someone speaking their country's language in a foreign country. I believe anyone would be in a good mood. When the reception lady and Deli left, the 3 of them looked at Xiao Bei with a surprised face. At this moment, even Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. You know French? Ji Qinglan asked. A little bit, Xiao Bei said with an invisible pretense. What is the most deadly pretense? That is definitely invisible. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Bei's words, Xiao Bei was greeted with 3 pairs of blank stares. Li Yan suddenly let out an exclamation. Junior, what exactly is your status? 1 phone call, VIP and chef. The problem is that you still know French? Xiao Bei froze. Commoner's home. Qianli sniffed and laughed. If you're a civilian, we're afraid we're not refugees. Not a word of truth in your mouth. Ji Qinglan laughed as she organized Xiao Bei's cutlery and spat. Xiao Bei spread his hands and said breathlessly, speak the truth. You guys won't listen. What can I do? Li Yan, Qianli, Ji Qinglan blankly stared. As far as I know, you spent at least $10 million on a college, and you're calling yourself a civilian? Ji Qinglan said indifferently. Li Yan, Qianli was so shocked that she spat out her tongue. Wow, the world of the tycoon I really don't understand. It's scary. Just college. Spent $10 million. Ji Qinglan with a cool voice, slow and methodical. The car is new. The flavor and 5 million. The watch 3 are top of the line. Looks like it's also new. All kinds of top luxury. And the company decoration of 5 million. Well, you don't want to be too low-key. I know. And then low-key, there is no need. Wang Yan glared at her hard. The first time I heard you say so many words, it's actually to give me eye candy? How much of a grudge is that? Quietly pulling Ji Qinglan's hand, he whispered, worthy of being my daughter-in-law. a roundworm in my stomach. Ji Qinglan originally heard Xiao Bei's words in the front and was a little happy, but after hearing the description in the back, well, it's still the same familiar Xiao Bei. You say he's elegant, sometimes he talks really vulgar. You say he's vulgar, he has a high emotional quotient, his ability to handle things, and he's very old-fashioned. It's still really strange. At least Ji Qinglan has not really encountered a person who will be elegant and vulgar sharing play to the fullest. And Xiao Bei hit the bullseye. At this moment, Li Yan and Qianli also felt that Xiao Bei was different from other rich second generation, at least not arrogant and domineering, but instead very grounded. But they didn't know Xiao Bei's previous life. If they knew, they would be even more shocked at this moment. All of you don't freeze. Today is the chef's hand. The dishes don't need us to order. Have some dessert or red wine. Xiao Bei greeted. Senior, you and Lan Lan order. We don't know how to order. Just save some money. Li Yan and Qianli looked at each other. Then they said to Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei, save what money for him? Just order whatever you want to eat, with the appetite of you two. Even if you eat to your heart's content, it won't necessarily be enough to pay for one of his clothes. Ji Qinglan said in a bold manner. Wow, it seems like this is the truth. Lan Lan is right. You guys just order. Xiao Bei really wasn't bad at all. Being able to properly entertain Ji Qinglan's friends, and saying something nice at that time, wouldn't he be able to unlock more poses at night? Well, I, Xiao Bei, am really a big smart. Having heard Xiao Bei say so, Li Yan and Qianli didn't continue to be polite. To be polite again would be disrespectful to Xiao Bei. So the two thought about it. Li Yan Tai naively asked, then don't you want to come to a bottle of Lafite? I've always heard of it, but never drank it. Qianli was also a bit embarrassed to ask. Lafite even. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, the two people's pretty face reddened. Could it be that the order was expensive? They were a bit embarrassed. Just at this time, Xiao Bei continued to say with a smile, Lafite is almost classy. Let's have a bottle of Conti. Upon hearing this, both Li Yan and Qianli were shocked for a few seconds. So it was not that the order was expensive, but the order was not expensive enough. Sure enough, the thinking of rich people is not something they can think of. Lafite, that's Lafite. Not ordinary red wine, but in Xiao Bei's eyes, not enough class? The world of the rich are all so trenchant? Chapter 48 School Rumors. Xiao Bei saw that the two of them were a bit rushed and directly took the menu and ordered directly. A bottle of Romane Conti, plus a few desserts. Ji Qinglan didn't react too much and just watched Xiao Bei play hard to get. Yes, in Ji Qinglan's eyes, just now Xiao Bei was pretending again. However, Ji Qinglan did not resent it. During the month or so that she had been with Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan had discovered that Xiao Bei was sometimes too mature, not at all like a young man. Now that she saw Xiao Bei pretending to be a pussy, Ji Qinglan was instead a little happy. So you also have childish moments. After ordering something, the four of them started chatting. After chatting, Li Yan and Qianli also gradually liberalized, and also began to joke with Xiao Bei. Mainly, they realized that there really wouldn't be a lot of embarrassment when they got along with Xiao Bei. Identity aside, Xiao Bei also liked to tell yellow jokes just like many ordinary people. During the process of several people chatting, the dishes came up one after another. Australian Wagyu pure blood sirloin steak, truffle mashed potatoes, 8 Australian black abalone, French foie gras, Hokkaido scallops, king crab, some matching vegetables. Then there were some sauces, and of course, desserts and baguettes. After the food arrived, Xiao Bei didn't show too much of his pre-dinner etiquette. After all, it's a gathering between friends. Comfort is the most important thing, not to show off for the sake of showing off. Several people knew that Xiao Bei came from an uncomplicated background and definitely knew the etiquette, but not everyone's class was the same. Sometimes when you say that, what you bring is not respect, but rather an embarrassment to others. It is good to pretend to be just right, and if you push too hard, it is a good idea. Instead of being pushy, it will make people feel that you are showing superiority. So now Xiao Bei's behavior of not being high profile and not showing off his wealth, on the contrary, made them very comfortable, especially Li Yan. Her family's condition should be the most ordinary in the dormitory, so it is also the most nervous, but Xiao Bei's high emotional intelligence, instead of making her rushed, more still feel comfortable with each other, and inwardly relaxed. Ji Qinglan was also afraid that Xiao Bei had overplayed his hand at first, thinking that she would have to remind Xiao Bei when the time came. But now, it was all redundant. Although the Xiao Bei in front of her was younger than herself, she was more sophisticated than herself in dealing with people. High emotional intelligence, so that people are not embarrassed, not ostentatious, no more, no less, just right. The crowd ate while chatting. Xiao Bei occasionally inserted a topic, did not clamor, mainly to see the three women play. Besides, Xiao Bei is also a foodie. In the face of food, he still has little resistance. Yes, a big man, actually a foodie. Just when Ji Qinglan's three people were chatting, Xiao Bei had already finished his steak, started eating something else. Ji Qinglan inadvertently looked at Xiao Bei and was instantly surprised. Xiao Bei, you're so good at eating, ha ha ha, being able to eat is a blessing. You guys chat, I'll continue. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's figure, before looking at her own, and exclaimed, wow, it's so unfair. What's wrong? Lan, how is it unfair? Xiao Bei asked while stuffing a tomato towards his mouth. Xianli sniffed and bared her teeth. As Ji Qinglan's sister child, she definitely knew what Ji Qinglan meant. Lan, yes. Why are you so good at eating and not getting fat? We get fat when we eat a little. Hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan, who had a cute mouth. Xiao Bei laughed. That's what, before poor, did not eat, now must not eat well put. School brother, don't joke. If you are poor, no one in this world is poor, Li Yan said with a faint smile. Ji Qinglan also blankly glanced at Xiao Bei, then her eyes thought of something and her pretty face slightly blushed. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan suddenly blushed, a little overwhelmed. Can't be, daughter-in-law this or going to cry? Which no Ji Qinglan tiger girl like said, now seems to eat more nothing. Night can exercise. Xiao Bei, who was drinking soup, almost sprayed the soup in his mouth. Cough. His own daughter-in-law, so tough? Li Yan and Xianli are both still simple babies, stating that the point they just made, they didn't get it. Ji Qinglan hemmed and hawed and looked at Xiao Bei with provocative eyes. Xiao Bei was slightly stunned. Good guy, with provocation? It seems that you need to exert yourself at night, otherwise be looked down on not? A meal eat chat, took nearly 2 hours. Everyone is extremely satisfied. Li Yan and Xianli are still very restrained. The main food is eaten well, desserts are not eaten more. Ji Qinglan's appetite was surprisingly large, and Xiao Bei was a bit different. A few people eat well, then sit together to chat. Outside the class, school society, that girl and how, that boy confession and failed. Anyway, women together, in addition to gossip is gossip, even if you chatted about a student being adopted. Of course, in a fine arts school, spending money is more, and this age of the girls are the highest climbing hard time. A dormitory, you have this, I do not have. Good students may go out on their own part-time jobs, to buy for themselves. There are some do not want to be too troublesome. Green tea, foot in several boats, a variety of boyfriends placed to collect scraps. For example, a holiday, a variety of red envelopes received soft. Of course, there is also the last kind, self-indulgent, finally became someone else's junior, willing to be adopted, and then use their own money, and then go to support the boyfriend. There are also many. Xiao Bei heard this and asked with glowing eyes, how much is it a month? He immediately received 3 pairs of blank stares, plus Ji Qinglan's attack on his waist. But gossip, what to say? Xianli was the first to break the news. Previously, Li Yan met a middle-aged greasy man who directly said to Li Yan, 50,000 a month. Damn. At that time, I really wanted to slap him. Li Yan sniffed and also said furiously. Ji Qinglan also smiled faintly and added, the problem is that our Yin was, at that time, still 2 months short of adulthood. After saying that, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei again. Baby, have you ever thought about it? Xiao Bei coughed and coughed 3 times. Looking at Ji Qinglan numbly said, thought about it, but did not practice. Package which has its own daughter-in-law incense. Besides, my conditions, if I really go to this, is not the price dropped? Xiao Bei playfully replied. Ji Qinglan sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. Soon the chat between the several people ended. Where to next? Ji Qinglan asked Xiao Bei. Go accompany me to buy something. Xiao Bei replied. Then Lily and I will go back first, Li Yan said with a smile. Xiao Bei smiled and shook his head. It's still a bit of a distance back to the school here. They all came out together. I'm sure I'll have to bring them back to you all together. Go together. It just so happens that the 3 beauties give me a long face, isn't it? Chapter 49, Taking the Goddess Shopping. Li Yan was about to agree, when Xianli said, it's fine, we happen to be going to buy some painting tools, so we won't do anything to disturb your world of 2. Xianli said so. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan did not say anything more. The 4 of them separated in front of the Shangri-La's hotel. Xiao Bei took Ji Qinglan and got into his S63. After getting on the car, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and asked, hubby, what are you going to buy? Xiao Bei thought about it and reached out his hand to hold Ji Qinglan's chin and said, you gave me a gift yesterday. Today it's my turn to give it to you. Being teased by Xiao Bei like this, Ji Qinglan smiled slightly, her face still a little flushed. I don't want a gift, Ji Qinglan said. It's my business if I send you. It's your business if you want it or not, Xiao Bei directly said in an overbearing manner. Without giving Ji Qinglan time to refuse, he directly started the car and drove out of the hotel. Xiao Bei directly drove the car to the China World Trade Center. After stopping the car, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said, although my husband doesn't lack money, he really doesn't need to deliberately buy me gifts. Many times, you say you don't want it, but I as your man can't do that. Good boy. Xiao Bei pulled open the car door and smiled. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei a blank look. Xiao Bei heatedly smiled. Good boy. Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to send something to his girlfriend? Besides, if you don't accept my things, do you accept other men? Ji Qinglan smiled. Her heart warmed up inside, but she still gave Xiao Bei a blank stare. The two of them took the elevator to the 4th floor flat. After arriving at the mall, he directly took Ji Qinglan straight to the Chanel store. In fact, Xiao Bei felt that Chanel fit Ji Qinglan's temperament very well, so he brought Ji Qinglan to Chanel. When the two of them just came in, the guide on the side had her eyes glowing. After all, she was someone who worked in the luxury industry, and she recognized Ji Qinglan at once. After all, Ji Qinglan was the top VIP of their store, so she put down the things in her hands and quickly came to Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei's side. Ms. Ji, welcome to Chanel. At this, Xiao Bei did not feel strange. With Ji Qinglan's wealth, it was normal to come to Chanel to spend money. Let's stroll around by ourselves. I'll call you later. Before Ji Qinglan could open her mouth, Xiao Bei said lightly with a smile. Upon hearing this, the shopper looked at Xiao Bei, and at first, she was still a little upset, but after seeing Xiao Bei's face value and surrounding temperament, as well as a top luxury dress, just now the displeasure swept away, because she knew that the identity of the man in front of her is also absolutely not simple. She was a part-time worker, and could not afford to offend such a rich man, so she looked at Xiao Bei with a smile on her face. Okay, sir, if there is anything, you can just call me directly. Xiao Bei nodded lightly. In the Chanel store, Xiao Bei was looking at the women's clothing with Ji Qinglan. He inquired, is there anything you like? Ji Qinglan shook her head. She didn't see any very stunning ones for the time being. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and didn't inquire too much. Instead, he strolled around on his own. Xiao Bei looked around and selected a light blue with white long skirt. He waved his hand towards Ji Qinglan. How about this one? Try it on? Ji Qinglan didn't refuse. She came to the fitting room accompanied by the clerk and then changed the long dress Xiao Bei selected alone in the fitting room. 2 minutes later, Ji Qinglan came out wearing the long skirt. She stood in front of the floor mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. To be honest, Ji Qinglan was still very satisfied with Xiao Bei's vision and liked the skirt. This is a light blue skirt. Rather than saying that Chanel's designer understands women very well, it is better to say that he understands men very well, because the design of this skirt in front of her would inspire a man's desire. For example, the design at the chest. There are lace embellishments, seemingly conservative design, but in fact there is also a hint of hidden, extremely seductive. Then there is the design under the hem of the skirt, near the thighs, all light silk design, not only good looking, but also with a touch of passion like fire. Although the whole skirt is a light blue pure look, but pure, and with a little unrestrained. Maybe it is in the expression. Every girl have their own little known side. It was very much in line with Ji Qinglan's character. Ji Qinglan turned around in front of Xiao Bei and inquired, does it look good, nerd? It's so pretty. At this time Xiao Bei came over and looked at Ji Qinglan and said in praise. Ji Qinglan once again asked, is it the dress that looks good, or is it me? It's definitely you, Xiao Bei said without thinking. This kind of life-giving question, if you want to live, you definitely need to answer it properly. If I look good, then the skirt is not good? Ji Qinglan deliberately said so, kind of wanting to see how Xiao Bei would answer. The skirt actually looks good too, but the skirt itself is lifeless. It's just that after you put it on, it gives it life, and when beauty is added to beauty, it's absolutely beautiful. What kind of person is Xiao Bei? Those little girlfriends of his own in his previous life. What question hadn't he asked? Could this still be difficult for Xiao Bei? In the face of Xiao Bei's answer, Ji Qinglan was still very satisfied, worthy of being the man she had her eye on. This emotional intelligence was really nothing to speak of. Xiao Bei smiled at him, then greeted the shopper just now. Wrap this one up. Swipe your card. The shopping guide attentively took Xiao Bei's bank card, and after settling the bill, the shopping guide introduced, Sir, do you want to pick the matching high heels again? Xiao Bei sniffed and his eyes lit up. High heels. So Xiao Bei picked 2 more pairs of high heels for Ji Qinglan when she was changing clothes. One pair was very normal. It was something that could go with the clothes, and the other pair was the red high heels. As for what use? Ha ha ha. Not too much to say here. When Ji Qinglan came out, she realized that Xiao Bei had picked out 2 more pairs of high heels for herself. When she saw the first pair, Ji Qinglan was still satisfied, but when she saw the second pair, her pretty face suddenly blushed. Without moving, she walked to Xiao Bei's side and said softly, Hubby, so you like this kind of tone? Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. His daughter-in-law was just smart, as if she could accurately get whatever she was thinking. It turns out that in this world, there really is a heart-to-heart Seeing Xiao Bei's lewd smile, Ji Qinglan also revealed a smile. After coming out from the Chanel, Xiao Bei directly brought Ji Qinglan to buy. Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei kept buying for herself, so she also bought a lot of clothes for Xiao Bei. The two of them returned home fully loaded. After returning to the car, Xiao Bei directly drove towards Hangzhou Auto City. He intended to change a car. Before there was no time. Now there is time. Xiao Bei still intends to change a supercar. He drove the car to a luxury car dealership. Ji Qinglan, who was sitting on the co-pilot, saw this and asked, "You plan to buy a car?" "Well, this car will be for you to drive from now on. I plan to reorder a better one." Ji Qinglan smiled faintly and didn't refuse. Ji Qinglan's family, for buying a car, there was nothing to be surprised about. Chapter 50, F8 is really good, but I'll buy Lafa. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan got out of the car and walked directly into the store called Dinghui Luxury Car Dealers. Just as they walked in, they saw all kinds of luxury cars throughout the hall. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, McLaren and so on. All of them were top-of-the-line luxury cars. Just as the two were looking at the cars, a voice came from behind. Lan, are you here to buy a car?" There was some attentiveness in the voice. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan both turned around, and they saw a young man, suited and booted, wearing an adult's mature greasy hair, obviously young and handsome, but then because of this hair, he looked a bit old. "Jin Yong, you're also here? Are you here to buy a car?" Ji Qinglan didn't have too many mood swings when facing this man. Jin Yong's family and Ji Qinglan's family were family friends. At the same time, he also had a bit of love for Ji Qinglan, just hiding it deeper. "Well, came over to take a look at the car, planning to change one, got tired of driving the previous one." "Right, this one is?" Jin Yong just noticed Xiao Bei, but after thinking about it in his mind, it seems that he has never seen this person in Hangzhou's circle. When Jin Yong inquired, his tone was polite, but Xiao Bei saw a touch of hostility in the eyes of this person called Jin Yong. Xiao Bei inwardly sighed. His daughter-in-law's suitors are really many. Ji Qinglan said lightly, "This is my boyfriend, Xiao Bei." When Jin Yong heard this, he was stunned. Then his face was a bit gloomy, but he still politely put on a smile and looked at Xiao Bei. "I can't believe that it's Lan's boyfriend. Is brother Xiao also here to look at the car?" "Casual look," Xiao Bei responded nonchalantly. Jin Yong touched a soft nail. He was upset. "Additional inquiries? Which one does little brother have his eye on? I'll introduce you to it. I know the Chen boss of this store. I can also get it cheaper at that time. After all, you are still Lan's boyfriend." Jin Yong's words carried a thorn in his side. That is, if it wasn't for Ji Qinglan's face, you wouldn't even be able to enjoy the discounts. It was also considered a provocation and a test for Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei hadn't said anything yet. Ji Qinglan secretly frowned, but thinking of the fact that the two families were family friends, she still held back the unhappiness in her heart and said, "Jin Yong, it's fine, let's see for ourselves." At this moment, the guide who followed Jin Yong's side did not participate in the whole conversation. He just stood on the side and watched the development of the situation. The customers fight customers to solve their own. It is not appropriate for him to participate in it. Xiao Bei is a person. From his tone just now, you can hear this kid's superiority. But Xiao Bei's face is still calm, even smiled and asked rhetorically, "What is Jin ready to buy?" The corner of Jin Yong's mouth turned up. "I also casually look at, mainly before the big bull driving tired, intends to change a Ferrari F8 play." In his tone, "Don't be too dejected." Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled faintly. "It's okay, brother Jin, the F8 is still good." Jin Yong sniffed and smiled faintly. "It's not still good, it's almost the top of Ferrari. If it's not that there's not enough money, I'm ready to go on Lafa." "I see, right, how much is the F8? Xiao Bei suddenly looked to the side of the shopping guide and asked. The shopping guide responded, "The Ferrari F8 bear car is 3.42 million. If you add the options, it's usually between 4.5 to 6 million. After hearing the guide's words, Jin Yong became even more pleased, because he saw that Xiao Bei was a bit young, so he continued, "What's the matter? Brother Xiao also intends to come to one? In fact, I see you are very young. You should still be a college student. This age, in fact, you can buy other. After all, the price of the F8 is still relatively expensive. Coupled with the value retention rate, it's not very friendly to you." Xiao Bei sniffed and looked at Jin Yong. So he said, "Jin is right. I'm really not ready to buy F8. Jin Yong sniffed and inwardly despised Xiao Bei. Just this? But now that Ji Qinglan was at the side, he didn't explode his temper. If Ji Qinglan wasn't there, he would definitely threaten Xiao Bei to leave Ji Qinglan. So he smiled and said, Xiao brother, it's okay, you're still young. You still have a chance to drive the F8. It looked like he was stabilizing Xiao Bei, but in reality, he was mocking Xiao Bei. After Ji Qinglan heard what Jin Yong said, she smiled slightly inwardly. You are pretending in front of my husband? After taking a look at Xiao Bei, with a calm and collected look, Ji Qinglan knew. Well, Xiao Bei is going to start pretending again. Brother Jean, you are misunderstanding what I mean. I don't buy F8 because it's too cheap. Jin Yong's originally complacent face instantly stiffened. He was supposed to be pretending to be a pussy, but it turned out that Xiao Bei was pretending to be a pussy in turn? At least 5 million or so cars. Too cheap? Jin Yong felt that he should be fooled, so he lightly hummed, Xiao brother. So it is a big Buddha I do not know cannot see F8 you. What do you plan to buy? Xiao Bei sniffed, still calm and self-contained said, I'm a person. In fact, do not know much about the car, also do not know what performance, but I know that the more expensive is definitely the better. It just so happens that yesterday, when considering to buy a car, it is to understand the next, at least to Lafayette. The 918 or say McLaren P1 is barely enough to qualify for it. Oh yeah, I seem to remember that you have Lafa in your store, right? Xiao Bei looked at the guide. He added, there should be. I even checked it out specifically before I came here, lest I misremember and make a joke. Jin Yong's face was a little ugly. He was really familiar with cars. The Lafa that Xiao Bei just said, wasn't it the car that he just said when he was pretending to be a pimp, that he would buy if he had enough money? In fact, Rafa, this car is limited, and even if it is not easy to buy new, there are many requirements. So, generally buy Rafa. Then, will be in such a second-hand luxury car to buy, but do not think that the price of the second-hand will be cheaper. On the contrary, then, the price is still very expensive, because it is the value of the car. Jin Yong is just pretending, although their family is also rich, but to take out so much money, to buy a car, or not be allowed. Now Xiao Bei said, to buy a Lafa? So he just got grassed up for pretending? The guide sniffed and said to Xiao Bei affirmatively, yes, Mr. Xiao, we really do have a current car of Lafa in our store. It's only run for 2,000 kilometers, quasi-new car equivalent, Tiffany blue. Jin Yong now didn't want to talk anymore, but inside he still didn't believe that Xiao Bei could afford a Lafa. Is this guy really buying, or is he pretending? Jin Yong was repeatedly punched in the face, but he didn't leave, but wanted to see if Xiao Bei was really going to buy it. If Xiao Bei didn't buy it, then he would have no problem mocking. Chapter 51, Taking Down Rafa. Xiao Bei now directly ignored Jin Yong. Turning to the guide at the side, he said, can you show me the car? The shopping guide sniffed, slightly stunned. He actually and Jin Yong's thoughts the same. Think the young man in front of him is just talk, but looking at the current situation, it seems like it's true, right? Although inwardly still a bit disbelieving. But, the visitor is a guest. The boss but explained, cannot look down on any guest. After all, the boss once encountered, in his own store, there is an employee, looking down on people. That time it offended an old man, almost let the boss's car dealership closed. Since then, the boss was just 1,000 times telling anyone who dared to have a similar situation happen once more. Don't blame him for not being polite. Okay sir, you come with me, said the guide as he led Xiao Bei and also Ji Qinglan towards a showroom on the right. Jin Yong thought about it and still followed. He just didn't believe Xiao Bei had the strength to buy this car. He was waiting to see the joke. Anyone who lost face in front of their favorite girl would be eager to get it back. Jin Yong was no exception. Soon, the guide brought the three of them to the side of the display stand of that Lafa, with a cordon still drawn. Xiao Bei inwardly fell in love with the Tiffany blue supercar Ferrari after seeing it. Can I go up and take a look? Xiao Bei turned his head and asked the guide. The guide nodded and then brought Xiao Bei to the car. Although it was a multi-million-dollar supercar, Rafa's interior was very simple, and it didn't even have a one-button start. But so what? The car's compulsion was in the exterior. Think about it, if you drive this car out to blow up the street, how many girls will squeeze up and say, brother, your car, it's so hot. Thinking about it, Xiao Bei was thrilled. Lan, come up and try. Xiao Bei directly beckoned towards Ji Qinglan and said. Ji Qinglan also came to be interested. She also liked this car, especially the Tiffany blue color. So Ji Qinglan watched her sit in the passenger side under Jin Yong's ugly gaze. How is it? Do you like it? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile, it's useless for me to like it. Isn't this what you want to buy? I like it if you like it. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Reaching out, he greeted the guide. This car, I'll take it. How much? Xiao Bei's voice was not loud, but it was incomparably clear. At this moment, Jin Yong was also surprised to look at Xiao Bei. Inwardly sneered, pretend. Continue to pretend. The guide sniffed, and also got excited inside, and said, Mr. Xiao, this car is because it is a global limited edition. Price-wise, it definitely can't be set according to the issue price. I know, just directly say how much. Xiao Bei directly interrupted the guide's explanation. Mainly because of this car, he really liked it. Mr. Xiao, this car, our store's selling price is 60 million. You see? Go ahead and swipe your card. Xiao Bei directly took out his bank card and handed it to the guide. The shopping guide froze for a second, then was shocked. Big brother, this is 60 million, not $6,000, but still trembling took Xiao Bei's bank card. Then said, Mr. Xiao, are you sure you don't want to know anymore? No need. I quite like it. It matches my elegant temperament. Xiao Bei praised himself. The shopper smiled and said, indeed. With a poof, Ji Qinglan smiled and hit Xiao Bei's arm. Hubby, I know now that you have another flaw. What? I can still have a flaw? Xiao Bei joked and flirted with Ji Qinglan. Looking at Xiao Bei's current appearance, Ji Qinglan said, the disadvantage is narcissism, but looking at it now, it seems like there's a little bit of thuggish potential. He. No matter what my temperament is, isn't it good that you like it? Xiao Bei flirted. Stinky, but that's right to say. Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei were flirting hotly in the car. On the other side, Jin Young suddenly felt that the air conditioning in this store, why was it so cold? So, he was slapped in the face once again? He just saw Xiao Bei call Ji Qinglan to the car and asked Ji Qinglan if she liked it. He thought Xiao Bei was giving himself a leg up and then said that Ji Qinglan didn't like it and didn't buy it. As a result, this girl directly swiped the card as what do you mean? And also came a sentence. Elegant temperament? Where is your elegance? Are you elegant? The guide took Xiao Bei's bank card and ran back in a hurry. Jin Young saw the situation. Is it? This kid is still pretending? Brush cannot come out? So he opened his mouth again as if he had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw. What's the matter? Why did you come back again? Is it brush not money? Jin Young directly asked. The guide immediately shook his head and said, Mr. Xiao, because you want to buy this car, our boss is on his way back to the store right now. This car, we can't do it. Xiao Bei nodded his head at that. How much longer can your boss arrive? The guide immediately said, there are still 5 minutes. Why don't we go to the VIP hall on the second floor first? Mr. Xiao, Xiao Bei smiled. It's fine. I happen to be thirsty. After saying that, the guide brought Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan to the VIP hall. Jin Yong was not dead at the moment, intending to see the end, so he also followed up with his ass. Inside the VIP lounge, the shopper had already served Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan pastries. You serve Mr. Jin. 1-2. Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Jin Yong. Okay. Facing Xiao Bei's blandness, Jin Yong snorted coldly. Now he didn't care about any gentlemanly manners. Soon, 3 minutes later, the door of the VIP room was pushed open and a youth dressed in a hipster brand walked in. Brother Jin, you're here too? Ms. G is also here. This brother must be the guest who is going to buy the Rafa. After Chen Shi arrived at the VIP room and saw the two acquaintances, Jin Yong and Ji Qinglan, he did not think towards the purchaser of the Rafa in the slightest, because he knew that it couldn't be these two people. He knew Jin Yong's financial strength very well. Ji Qinglan was a girl and was not into supercars, so it was the youth sitting beside Ji Qinglan. Hello, Boss Chen. Brother, how are you? Young and talented. What's your name? My surname is Xiao. Brother Xiao. Sorry for being late. Chen Shi looked at Xiao Bei's eyes, more than a touch of surprise. Too young, so young, by Lafa. The family terrorist energy is not small. Such a person, it is his Chen Shi need to befriend. Chen Shi is also the second generation of Hangzhou, but people are very smooth. Open this luxury car line, but also to make contacts. So just when he heard that someone wants to buy Lafayette, Chen Shi directly over. Anyone who could buy a Lafa was not an ordinary person. Boss Chen is fine. There is no rush on my side. Mainly this car I like. Now we can trade. Chen Shi could see that Xiao Bei really liked this Lafa, and also said in a hurry, yes, swipe your card. Xiao Bei handed the card to Chen Shi again. Chen Shi took the card and handed it to the cashier beside him. So in the eyes of the crowd, the transaction was successful as the invoice from the POS machine printed out. When Jin Yong saw the successful transaction, he instantly sobered up, and then looked at Xiao Bei's eyes. There was no more contempt from before, but instead, he was grave. Chapter 52, Showing Off Muscles. Looking at how young Xiao Bei was, he was able to dominate $60 million alone. Maybe ordinary people didn't know what this represented, but as one of Hangzhou's second generation, Jin Yong, he was aware of what this represented. This represented that Xiao Bei, who he had just looked down on, most likely had a family behind him that was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. On the other side, Xiao Bei and Chen Shi chatted. Young Xiao, still really young and talented. Young Xiao shouldn't be a Hang City local. Chen Shi sat opposite Xiao Bei and asked with a smile. Well, no, Xiao Bei said directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi smiled slightly and continued. Young Xiao, you are now the owner of a Lafa. have you ever thought of joining our supercar club? After saying that, Chen Shi looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei thought about it. He was aware of the Ultra Car Club. The Ultra Car Club appeared to be a gathering of ultra cars, but it was actually a place to make connections. After all, anyone who could drive a supercar would not have a bad family. So in that case, everyone became friends because of the platform of the supercar club. Maybe they could even work well together afterward. Such a platform, for Xiao Bei in his previous life, was not a small one. At the same time, for the current Xiao Bei, it is average, but Xiao Bei will still add. After all, the current self is not up yet. To put it bluntly, it is a lot of money, and some other aspects, in fact, are still very inferior. But Xiao Bei did not immediately agree. Instead, he deliberately said, "Brother Chen, what kind of people are in your current supercar club?" Xiao Bei's question. Ordinary people might feel that they were inquiring, but what Chen Shi felt was Xiao Bei's temptation. What kind of temptation? Tempting the strength of the Ultra Running Club. Generally those who asked this, there was only one possibility. That was, he was strong. Very strong. At that moment, Chen Shi stood in awe and looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile, Xiao, our Ultra Racing Club, in the entire Yangtze River Delta is still very famous. There are also big youngsters in the Magic City inside. Of course, there are more local ones in Hangzhou, and the strength aspect is still not to be underestimated. Xiao Bei sniffed, did not answer immediately, but picked up the teacup, gently sip. Seeing this, Chen Shi was not angry. It was normal for such a great young man to have his own character. If he didn't have his own character, Chen Shi would have thought more about it. So he continued, let's put it this way, Xiao, it just so happens, we have a party tomorrow. I'll take you there then. How about you go and take a look? Xiao Bei sniffed. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Xiao Bei was waiting for this sentence. What is his identity? Divine magnate. Godly men usually don't beg easily, only being invited. Okay, Brother Chen, tomorrow happens to be nothing. Go and take a look, Xiao Bei said indifferently. Chen Shi was inwardly delighted at his words. Xiao, let's exchange WeChat, okay? I'll contact you when the time comes. Chen Shi took the initiative to take out his cell phone and looked at Xiao Bei and said. Xiao Bei also took out his cell phone and the two exchanged WeChat. Just as the two had just exchanged their WeChat, the staff came to the VIP room. Boss, Mr. Zhao's car has been washed and the formalities have been completed. Alright, give the relevant information to Mr. Xiao, Chen Shi said indifferently. Xiao Bei took the information and looked at it. It was right. Then he thought of something and asked Chen Shi, Brother Chen, do you have a good license plate on your side? Xiao Bei forgot again. He seemed to have forgotten about the shakedown. Chen Shi smiled faintly and said directly, Xiao, there is really a good license plate on my side. First generation, or 5 consecutive numbers. Xiao Bei instantly became interested. What price? Seeing Xiao Bei interested, Chen Shi directly said, hang a 99999. Price? Originally 7 million. If Xiao wants it, directly 6 million to take it, just as a friend. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at his words. Brother Chen, you're a friend. I'll make a friend. Ha. Xiao. Brother Chen, I'm younger than you. Just call me Xiao Bei, or Beizhi. People were so polite. Xiao Bei couldn't hold back. Chen Shi sniffed and inwardly thought, I wonder if it's the child of that big family again. In and out. A good person to befriend. Then I'll take advantage of it and call you Beizhi. Be affectionate. Ha. Brother Chen. Feel free. Beizhi, brother. Other than that, in Hangzhou, if you meet something, you a phone call. I can give you a solution. All for you. Then thank you, Brother Chen. Right, Brother Chen. I really need you to keep an eye on things for me. Xiao Bei wasn't polite anymore and said directly. You say, as long as I can do it. Brother Chen, you slightly help me keep an eye out for good supercars. I guess I need to buy a few more. Such as P1, 918. It's best to have a Pagani. If there's a good car, you'll give me a call. Xiao Bei's words just fell. Everyone in the entire VIP room sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Ji Qinglan, who usually didn't like cars much, looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. What kind of divine boyfriend had he found? Jin Yon was already shaking inside at this moment. What kind of livestock is this? You're a top-tier young man. Why did you come to bully me? But he didn't know that he was the one who took the initiative to provoke Xiao Bei. Of course, Xiao Bei won't bother with such a person. It's a waste of money, to say shocked, or Chen Chi, because the several cars that Xiao Bei had just said were the top of the supercar world. Just now he also realized that the Xiao Bei in front of him was only 18 years old. 18 years old can take out so much money, just for the collection of supercars, in front of the Xiao Bei. In the end, what is the origin? But no matter what, at least now he was his friend. Beizhi, okay, this point I will definitely give you attention. Just don't know, can you talk to me about your entire car purchasing budget? Tentatively set 500 million. If it's not enough, at that time an additional. The reason why Xiao Bei so heroic, that is because, just now he actually popularity outbreak, 60 million consumption, extracted to 50 times the rebate, the whole more than 3 billion, 500 million. Sprinkle water law. In fact, this is also Xiao Bei deliberately, is to show the muscle. Chen Shi is really stunned. Well, it seems that he still underestimated Xiao Bei, so he smiled and said, Bei Z, don't worry, I will definitely find you the best source of cars, then I'll trouble brother Chen. It's getting late, we'll see you tomorrow. Good then, I'll see you off. Chen Shi hurriedly greeted. Nonsense, such a big brother could already compare to those three guys in Hangzhou. The few people got up and walked towards the outside. Just at this time, Xiao Bei saw Jin Yong and asked in surprise, Ha, brother Jin, still not leaving? Chapter 53 Bombard Hang City. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Jin Yong was inwardly speechless. He clenched his fists, but after thinking of Xiao Bei's terrifying strength, although his heart was unwilling, but was still disciplined. Xiao, I haven't bought my car yet. Of course I can't leave yet. After thinking for half a day, Jin Yong could only say this. Well, that's right. In fact, brother Jin, F8 is still really good. I'm a rather tacky person. I only buy the expensive ones. If I'm not so tacky, I'll also get on an F8, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Then, pulling Ji Qinglan's hand, he walked out of the VIP room. When Chen Shi saw this, he knew that Jin Yong must have offended Xiao Bei. But compared to Jin Yong, Chen Shi was definitely on Xiao Bei's side right now. There was no reason for it. The adult world was just like that. Anyone else would have chosen this way. After all, Chen Shi and Jin Yong's relationship was also average. It was impossible to offend Xiao Bei for Jin Yong. Chen Shi looked at Jin Yong, and then followed Xiao Bei out. After a few people left, Jin Yong clenched his fists. He directly kicked the sofa to the side. Xiao Bei right. You wait, I'll have your ass tomorrow. Jin Yong calmed down and suddenly thought of something. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Xiao Bei, who came out of the VIP room, looked at Chen Shi and said, Brother Chen, just send it here. See you tomorrow. Okay, Bei Z, I'll contact you tomorrow, Chen Shi said with a smile. Xiao Bei then arrived at his lafa. Check, get in, take you for a ride. Xiao Bei looked at the car in front of him that he couldn't afford in his previous life. He got excited and jokingly said to Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei a blank look, but still revealed a smile. She got into Xiao Bei's car. As for the Mercedes-Benz S63, Xiao Bei had already spoken to Chen Shi and had his staff drive the car back to Ji Qinglan's neighborhood. Xiao Bei had just left, and Chen Shi smiled faintly. Picking up his cell phone, he tapped on a group called HCA Supercar Club, edited a message and sent it out. Chen Shi, the Lafa in the store, successfully sold. Huangbin, 666. How much did Chen make this wave? Yeshua, just I want to know which god bought it away. Zhou Hongdu, +1. Su Jie, Chen said which one bought away? Zhang Longfei, I also want to know. Suya, curious, cute. Chen Shi looked at the messages in the group and smiled slightly, then edited a message. Chen Shi, you all don't know who exactly, but this one comes from a great place, and just turned 18. Chen Shi, by the way, the other party also entrusted me to find other top supercars with a budget of 5 small goals. Suya, I go, who is it? The young master of that family. Su Jie, at this level, it's comparable to young master Zhang and the others, right? Zhang Longfei, I don't think it's from Hangzhou. Right, brother Chen. Chen Shi, well, you guys don't have to guess. I'll bring him to the party tomorrow and introduce him to you guys then. After saying that, Chen Shi put down his cell phone. Just after putting down his cell phone, Chen Shi's phone rang. Chen Shi picked up the phone and revealed a smile. Manhwa, what's the word? I'll go. Old Chen, I just read the news in the group. Who is it? So fierce? A cheerful voice came from the phone. A brother who comes from a small place. The water in Hangzhou is going to be muddy again. Those who can buy Rafa are not simple. How to say? Promised to join the club? Not yet. Intend to see tomorrow. The phone sank. Then the voice came. How do you feel about this person? Although 18 years old, but the world is very old-fashioned. Worth deep friendship. Ha ha ha. There are really not many people who can make your old Chen say this. Well, I know. Let's take a look tomorrow. If it's possible, pull it into the circle. Aha. After saying that, Chen Shi hung up the phone. On the other side, in the VIP room, Jin Yong was also on the phone. Brother Fong, that's it. Okay, I know. I'll meet him tomorrow. Thanks, Brother Fong. Jin Yong hung up the phone with a smile on his lips. On the other hand, somewhere in a villa in Hangzhou, Fong Chun hung up the phone, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? A man sitting next to Feng Chun looked at Feng Chun and asked suspiciously. Jin Yong called and asked me to teach the next person a lesson. Who? Just the person who just bought out Rafa at Old Chen's place. The man sitting next to Feng Chun smiled slightly. What are you going to do? Do a hairy thing. Make peace. Besides, with my understanding of Jin Yong, maybe it's his damned self that offends people. I'm not his dad. Wiping his ass. Ha ha ha. However, just had a phone call with Chen Chi. The other party's strength should be very strong. Can it not be strong? 18 years old. Can come up with 5 small goals to purchase a car. Let's see. Let's talk about it then. On the other hand, Xiao Bei took Ji Qinglan on the Ring City Expressway and raced the car. There was one thing to be said about the Lafa's pushing ability being really strong. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Bei definitely didn't know that he had already entered the sights of some people. After Xiao Bei brought Ji Qinglan for a good drag race, he found a restaurant to eat. Tomorrow is the national day. Are you going back to Ningchen? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and asked. When Xiao Bei heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was so fast. It had already been a month since he came to Hangzhou City. Ningchang. Let's talk about it. Don't we have an appointment with Brother Chen and the others tomorrow? NN. I am just asking you, if you don't go back, then, that. Ji Qinglan stammered. Xiao Bei smiled at the corner of his mouth and reached out his hand dragging Ji Qinglan's chin and asked, then how? Ji Qinglan felt the temperature of Xiao Bei's hand and said angrily, then I won't go home either. After saying that, Ji Qinglan shyly lowered her head. Xiao Bei ha 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 laughed, and actually could understand. Ji Qinglan, who had just become a woman from a young girl, which is now yearning for, daughter-in-law, do you think this dish is delicious? Ji Qinglan was still shy when she suddenly heard Xiao Bei's headless question, but still raised her head and said, it's okay. Then do you want to continue eating this dish now, or are you planning to go home and eat me? Xiao Bei smiled lewdly. When Ji Qinglan heard this, her pretty face instantly flushed like a monkey's butt. Husband, either, or, go home and eat you. Xiao Bei sniffed and directly stood up, pulling Ji Qinglan out of the restaurant as soon as he could. After getting on the car, Xiao Bei returned to Ji Qinglan's home as fast as he could. Just after getting off the car, Ji Qinglan directly jumped onto Xiao Bei's body. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, picked up Ji Qinglan, went to the elevator entrance, and quickly returned home. Ji Qinglan didn't know why at this moment. She didn't have the shyness she had just had. Instead, she said in Xiao Bei's ear, tonight, I'm going to milk you dry. Chapter 54, Hubby, you're so handsome today. Xiao Bei was a man of vigor now. After hearing such words, could he still admit defeat? He directly carried Ji Qinglan back to the bedroom. This time, the lights were not turned off. 2 hours later, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a deep expression. Hubby, you know, you are very handsome today. HM, how handsome? Xiao Bei raised an eyebrow. Ji Qinglan reached out and pressed the tip of his eyebrows down, smiling cheekily and humming cat-like. Especially handsome, more handsome than even before. She smiled dementedly for a while and suddenly asked, you spend so much money, don't aunts and uncles say anything? Xiao Bei touched her face and said with a smile, this is all my own money. Ha? Ji Qinglan was slightly stunned. Her own money? What does that mean? Literally, the money is all earned by myself. Xiao Bei didn't want to chat further on this topic. Right now he didn't want Ji Qinglan to know that he was an orphan, because with Ji Qinglan's character, if she knew that she was an orphan, her love for herself might be even deeper. Xiao Bei thought that he was not strong enough to ignore everything right now. Ji Qinglan also saw that Xiao Bei didn't want to talk on this matter, although she was puzzled as to why Xiao Bei never talked about his own life, and she didn't even see Xiao Bei on the phone with his family. But no matter what, if Xiao Bei was unhappy, she wouldn't mention it. Perhaps Ji Qinglan sensed Xiao Bei's mood and directly hugged Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei looked at the little goblin in front of him. At that time, how could he not expect that Ji Qinglan actually had such a big contrast? However, the cool one was Xiao Bei, so what reason was there to refuse? Xiao Bei put his arm around Ji Qinglan. The moon outside the window was shy. At 10 a.m., Xiao Bei's cell phone rang. Both Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan didn't move, but the cell phone kept ringing. Badass. Pick up the phone for me, Cam. That bastard. Early in the morning, do people still want to sleep? Xiao Bei's waking up is very big. Directly get up, answer the phone. Hey, who is it? On the other side of the phone, Chen Qi heard Xiao Bei's confused voice and smiled slightly. Daisy me, Chen Qi. Xiao Bei sniffed and thought of something, instantly sobering up. Brother Chen you say, just get up. Today at 1 p.m., Hangzhou International Circuit. Just come straight over. I'll send you the location. Okay, Brother Chen. When I arrive, contact you. Fine. Then you can sleep some more. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bei was no longer sleepy. Looking at Ji Qinglan who was lying on the side, Xiao Bei slightly smiled. directly stretched out his big hand and slapped down on Ji Qinglan's arse. Wow! Xiao Bei, old lady will kill you. Ji Qinglan's wake-up call was not ordinary. After saying that, she got up and directly pounced on Xiao Bei, grabbing Xiao Bei's hair. Convinced? Ji Qinglan's eyes were red as she looked at Xiao Bei who was underneath her. Not convinced. Ji Qinglan sniffed and immediately exerted herself once again, pulling Xiao Bei's hair. Serve it or not. Big bad guy. Xiao Bei sniffed. You want me, a big man, to convince with you? Doesn't exist. So Xiao Bei slightly exerted his strength, toppled Ji Qinglan down, and clasped Ji Qinglan's hand with one hand. Still powerful? Big bad guy, can't you let me go? I'm such a weak woman. How dare you? Ji Qinglan revealed a face of aggression, her eyes watery as she looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei froze when he heard this, then he hemmed and hawed. Who was talking about old lady just now? Bad man. The two of them fought on the bed, and in the end, Ji Qinglan begged for mercy, but Ji Qinglan was obviously unhappy. Big bad guy, doesn't know how to let himself go at all. So, when Xiao Bei was taking a bath, Ji Qinglan directly pulled the restroom door shut and unlocked it. Xiao Bei, who had showered and was ready to go out, saw that the door was locked. Slightly stunned. I'm going. Ji Qinglan, open the door for me. It's freezing. Call daddy to open the door for you. Ji Qinglan was outside the door, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, screaming at Xiao Bei in the bathroom. Don't call. Kill yourself not to call. Then you'll repent inside. When you scream, when will I open the door for you? Ji Qinglan said proudly. Today she is going to be the husband. Xiao Bei heard Ji Qinglan shouting outside. Little ninny, this is a rebellion. Xiao Bei thought about it and looked in the bathroom, and then his eyes lit up. Because this bathroom, there was more than one door. Come on, call or not. Call daddy now. I'll open the door for you right away. Ji Qinglan was still happily screaming at Xiao Bei inside, but unbeknownst to her, Xiao Bei had already opened another bathroom door and came to the balcony. Xiao Bei sneaked back into the room from the balcony, looking at Ji Qinglan still screaming. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Scream or not? Just scream. Husband, you scream. Ji Qinglan, you're dead. Xiao Bei's voice appeared behind Ji Qinglan, who was startled. Hastily turning around, she saw Xiao Bei, looking at herself with a bad smile on her face. Whoa, ghost! Ji Qinglan directly ran away, but Xiao Bei was quick and pulled Ji Qinglan, like an adult lifting a child. He pulled Ji Qinglan to his body. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Ji Qinglan's little cutie. Now, still screaming? Chapter 55 Mastery of Cooking, Divine Noodles. Xiao Bei placed his hand on Ji Qinglan's head and looked at Ji Qinglan with a smile of victory. Ji Qinglan beamed and looked at Xiao Bei with an aggrieved face. Humph, big bad guy, can't you just let me go? Also, you just cheated. Looking at Ji Qinglan's cute appearance, Xiao Bei smiled faintly and placed his hands on Ji Qinglan's face. Alright, good boy, get up. We have to go to Brother Chen's place later. After saying that, Xiao Bei slapped Ji Qinglan's arse, then said to her, I'll go down to cook first. You come down quickly. Humph, big bad egg. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Then he went downstairs to prepare breakfast. No, lunch. After Ji Qinglan washed up, she was still a little grumpy. It wasn't that Ji Qinglan was playing a little temper, but it was because girls who were in love were actually very sensitive and cared about some details. She just wanted Xiao Bei to coax her, but Xiao Bei was so nervous today that he didn't coax himself in the slightest. Humph, draw a circle to curse you and give birth to a child without an asshole. After spitting, Ji Qinglan washed up and put on her clothes to go downstairs. Daughter-in-law, you came down so well. Ready to eat. Ji Qinglan sniffed and beamed. I don't want to eat yours. I'll eat it myself. So Ji Qinglan went to the refrigerator, picked up the bread and milk, retreated to the living room, and directly started eating, eyes fiercely looking at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei quickly came out from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, but saw Ji Qinglan already eating. Xiao Bei was puzzled and looked at Ji Qinglan and asked, Why are you eating this? Eat the noodles I put down. No, why don't you call me for dinner? Ji Qinglan snorted coldly. What's it to me if you like to eat or not? Obviously, she was still angry about what just happened. Xiao Bei shrugged and walked over. As he approached, there was milk bread. Eating so shabby. People still think I bullied and abused you? Hey, it's true that good intentions don't pay off, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Ji Qinglan gave Xiao Bei a blank stare. Xiao Bei just ignored it and asked instead, Say, daughter-in-law, do you know what eating milk bread represents? What? Ji Qinglan asked directly. Representing, you're living a bachelor's life. I imagine, you're not a bachelor either? Last night the stick was played very skillfully. Xiao Bei's explanation instantly made Ji Qinglan freeze, her eyes looking at Xiao Bei greatly. Instantly, she was not calm. Lao Miang ignore you first, when I'm full and have the strength. I'll clean you up. After saying that, Ji Qinglan fiercely ate 2 mouthfuls, madly replenishing her strength. Oh, am I wrong? You're not passing for a bachelor. You should be called a popsicle. Ji Qinglan ignored him and continued to madly replenish her stamina. When my old lady is full, I won't be able to fix you. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan with a smile, directly picked up chopsticks and started eating noodles across from Ji Qinglan. The noodles that Xiao Bei cooked were worthy of having the addition of culinary proficiency. The aroma wafting out was appetizing, and the selling style was also top-notch, looking so pleasing to the eye and very tasty. The color and flavor are all complete. Xiao Bei hurriedly inhaled a bite. Wow, this flavor is really too wow. He dares to say that even a 5-star hotel chef can't make this flavor. This is really not blowing. This flavor, one taste, is really a top-notch enjoyment, worthy of being a proficient cook. Cooking a noodle is so delicious. In the future, he will really be blessed. By this time, Ji Qinglan had finished eating a piece of toasted bread, and the milk had also been drunk. So Ji Qinglan stood up and moved herself around, feeling energized by an unknown amount. Looking at Xiao Bei, who was sucking on the noodles, she walked straight over, ready to go and clean him up a bit. What did you just call old lady? Popsicle? Ah, Xiao Bei said as he sucked on the noodles. Ji Qinglan clenched her small fists and rushed over. It's your own. Ji Qinglan wanted to say, this is your own death, and then prepare to give Xiao Bei a tempo whack. But in the middle of saying it, Ji Qinglan directly stopped, looking at the noodles in Xiao Bei's hand. She froze. The smell was too good. It smelled so good. She had eaten a lot of food, but had never smelled such a good flavor. It smelled so good. What would it taste like when you took a bite? Ji Qinglan was filled with curiosity. Suck it. Xiao Bei sucked on it again, then leaked out a satisfied expression, his eyes looking provocatively at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan all looked dumbfounded. The corner of her mouth moved. She was so curious to know what was the flavor of this mouthful. Seeing this, Xiao Bei directly asked, what did you just say? This is my own what? This is the noodles you made? Ji Qinglan said resentfully. It was no wonder Ji Qinglan was so inquisitive. After all, this was noodles made by a masterful cook. Just the smell wafting out, ordinary people couldn't stand it. You want to eat it? Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's appearance and asked with amusement. Che, what's so good about a bowl of noodles? Ji Qinglan looked disdainful, but her mouth said so, but her eyes were staring at the noodles in Xiao Bei's hand. Just say it if you want to eat. There's another bowl here, Xiao Bei said. Who cares about the noodles you cooked? Ji Qinglan of course would not admit it. Xiao Bei smiled without saying anything. His mouth was still quite knitted. He didn't believe that anyone could resist the noodles he had placed. You don't want to eat it, right? Then it's just right. I still think a bowl of noodles is not enough. After saying that, Xiao Bei then nimbly and deliberately ate the noodles in his bowl quickly, ready to pocket Ji Qinglan's noodles as well. Immediately, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan again, only to see her staring at the noodles in his hand and gulping. Are you sure you don't want to eat? Xiao Bei asked. Ji Qinglan still didn't resist the temptation of the food, so she walked over and waited where she was with her mouth open. Badass. I'll give you another chance. Feed me. Xiao Bei bared his teeth. His daughter-in-law, why is she so cute? Xiao Bei didn't hold back. His daughter-in-law had already given the step. If he didn't go down, it would be wrong. He used chopsticks to pick up the noodles and sent it to Ji Qinglan's mouth. Be careful of the heat. Xiao Bei's words had just fallen. Ji Qinglan directly sucked it all into her mouth. She then squinted her eyes and savored it. The expression on her face was rich. Wow, this flavor, how spicy, touch delicious. Soup, soup, give me a mouthful of soup. Ji Qinglan took another sip of soup. It's so delicious. This flavor is fantastic. Never had such a good soup. So Ji Qinglan sat down, picked up her chopsticks and feasted. Wow, hubby, it's too delicious underneath you. It's delicious, so eat more. Are you still angry now? Ji Qinglan quickly shook her head. Not angry anymore. Hubby is the best. So the two of them ate a good meal in the midst of jostling, and then went out together. Chapter 56 HCA Club. After leaving the house, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan drove the Lafa to the place that Chen Shi had told them about, Hangzhou City International Circuit. Xiao Bei had never been to this place in his previous life or now. The main reason was that although he had money in his previous life, he didn't have a lot of time for giving himself time to play. On the way, Xiao Bei played his favorite songs in the car, and Ji Qinglan fell asleep sitting on the passenger seat. There was no way. Last night Xiao Bei was too powerful, driving all the way immersed. Of course, Xiao Bei's car had a high turnover rate on the road. For those envious gazes, Xiao Bei had always accepted them gladly. An hour later, the car arrived at Hangzhou International Circuit. Xiao Bei didn't call Chen Shi right away, but looked at Ji Qinglan by his side. He then cupped Ji Qinglan's cheeks with his hand. Daughter-in-law, it's here. HM, arrived? Ji Qinglan was still a bit confused. but she quickly came to her senses and made up her makeup in the car. Xiao Bei asked her why she was fixing her makeup. Ji Qinglan said that there were a lot of little pussies in the supercar club, so she couldn't be compared to them. Well, the desire to climb between women is not something Xiao Bei can understand. After getting off the bus, Xiao Bei directly contacted Chun Chi. Ji Qinglan got out of the car and then put her long legs on the top of the car door, clicking and moving her body. TSK, worthy of being his daughter-in-law. Every move was full of temptation. Just at this time, Xiao Bei saw a Lamborghini Big Bull driving towards him. It stopped in front of him and lowered the window. Who was it if not Chen Chi? Bei Zi, it's here. Lon Lon is here too. Brother Chen. Bei Zi, your car, follow my car in. Okay. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan then got into the car and drove towards the interior of the track together. Soon Xiao Bei followed Chen Chi's car and arrived at the interior. There were a lot of people on the scene and a lot of luxury supercars. Ferrari, Big Bull, Little Bull, McLaren, Roadster, Porsche and so on, accompanied by the roar of the Lafa. The people from the clubs who were following the track races turned around. They soon saw Xiao Bei's Tiffany blue supercar. Holy, is this the Lafa? It's so handsome. A horse king is a horse king. Has the rightful owner come? While the crowd was sighing, Jin Yong, who was at the corner, also saw Xiao Bei's car. The corner of his mouth smiled coldly. He had already contacted brother Fong Chunfong yesterday and was ready to teach this brat a good lesson today. Soon in the eyes of the crowd, Lafa slowly stopped. Immediately afterward, Ji Qinglan came down from the passenger side first. By the time Ji Qinglan came down, the ready-made people all froze. Sister Qinglan, why are you here? Just at this time, a sweet-looking girl in the crowd directly walked up. When Ji Qinglan saw the visitor, she smiled slightly. Ji Qinglan was also a second generation from Hangzhou, only that she was very low-key, and usually didn't show up at the supercar party. But it didn't mean that Ji Qinglan didn't recognize these people. Likewise, many people here knew Ji Qinglan. Suya, you're here too. Sister Qinglan, what's going on here? Aren't you the one who never comes here? Suya looked at Rafa and then at Ji Qinglan. Well, it can't be helped. My husband is coming, so I can only accompany him, Ji Qinglan said with a smile. At those words, those second generation that didn't know about Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei's situation were slightly stunned. I'll go. Sister Qinglan, what did say? Just now I didn't hear it wrong, right, husband? Seriously, do Uncle Ji and the others know? Asterisk. Who the hell is the other party? Sister Qinglan is all bubbly. I'll go. Suddenly I'm a bit upset. Suya was similarly stunned. She was one of Ji Qinglan's better friends, but didn't know that Ji Qinglan was in love. Moreover, yesterday in the group, Suya was also aware that the other party was like 18 years old. Sister Qinglan, is this eating young grass? Just as the crowd was surprised, Xiao Bei also got down from the car. When Xiao Bei just got off the car, there were many more exclamations of surprise at the scene. I'll go. This dude is a bit handsome. Too handsome. It seems that Brother Wang's reputation of being the #1 handsome is not guaranteed. So handsome? A little white boy, right? When have you ever seen a white boy driving a Lafa? In fact, it's no wonder they were surprised. Xiao Bei, today's dress is still very handsome. Ascetic style. Or Ji Qinglan dressed him up. Can it not be handsome? At this time, Chen Chi also came to Xiao Bei's side. Bei Zi, this is part of our HCA club members. Today the entire Hangzhou International Circuit. This afternoon is ours. Feel free to run the car. Aha, okay brother Chen. Xiao Bei looked around and nodded with a smile. At this moment, Suya also looked at Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei came down just now, to be honest, she was also stunned by Xiao Bei. Sister Qinglan, brother-in-law is too handsome. It's okay, stinky, Ji Qinglan said with a smile, but the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her inner happiness. He, Sister Qinglan, is this the magic of love? You can even smile. Xiao Bei and Chen Chi also came to Ji Qinglan's side at this moment. When Ji Qinglan saw Xiao Bei coming, she directly went with the flow and took Xiao Bei's arm and said to Xiao Bei, hubby, this is my good sister, Suya. Xiao Bei looked at this girl called Suya. Well, she was very pretty, but had a feeling of being a little too young girl. Pink hair, leather pants, navel-bearing short sleeves. The figure, however, was also very top-notch. Hello, Xiao Bei, brother-in-law. Hello. Suya's face was a little red, and she shook Xiao Bei's hand. The main reason was that Xiao Bei was too handsome, the most handsome one she had ever seen, and the temperament on his body was still very good. Now shaking hands with Xiao Bei, she was still a bit shy. Having heard Suya address herself, Xiao Bei slightly froze and smiled. Then Chen Chi brought Xiao Bei to the front of the crowd and introduced them one by one. Although the ones in front of him were some second generation, They gave Xiao Bei a good feeling and there was no arrogance. Perhaps it was because he knew that Xiao Bei's strength was stronger than all of them. While getting to know each other, Xiao Bei was more impressed with the two. One of those two buddies was called Mu Miao, and he didn't know how much water he lacked in his last life. The other one was called Kai Kuan and was dressed in a basketball uniform. Xiao Bei couldn't help but think of the one in his previous life, the trainee who practiced for 2.5 years. Xiao Bei wanted to ask, "Little brother, can you play ball?" The car they drove should not be cheap, but the attitude is much better than Xiao Bei expected. Quite enthusiastic. Nothing frame, is particularly nagging, dejected a minute without a break. Bei Z, there are two more. Now running the track. Wait down, I'm introducing to you to recognize. Those two identity is not simple. Chen Shi looked at Xiao Bei, then said with a smile. Xiao Bei sniffed, slightly stunned, then a little bit of anticipation. Chapter 57, Joining HCA. Xiao Bei was then brought to the side of the track by Chen Shi. Ji Qinglan then sat on the sidelines with some friends, chatting. No one went forward because they all knew that Chen was going to pull Xiao Bei in now. The most important thing in a supercar club was two things, one being the top supercars. One is the top supercars, and the other is the strength. Xiao Bei's strength. People on the scene, do not say also no. 60 million Lafa, said to Bai. This kind of person is really not something they can touch at the moment. Only when Xiao Bei officially joined, they will contact. Otherwise, what would they take to recognize Xiao Bei? By the side of the racetrack, Chen Shi handed Xiao Bei a soft black. Then the two of them lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. Chen Shi said to Xiao Bei, Bei Z, the HCA club. I took the lead in organizing it, but there are 3 other founders. 2 of them are Zhang Honghua and Fang Chun who are running the car right now, and the last one, Shen Bin, has recently been busy with a project abroad and has not returned. Zhang Honghua's family is in real estate. The family is very powerful. In the entire Yangtze River Delta region, it is the top. I'm sure you've guessed it. Fang Chun's family is in the technology of security, the first in the country. Chen Shi finished speaking and just looked at Xiao Bei so quietly. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled slightly. Greenland Group and Weihai Nuktech? Chen Shi sniffed and smiled faintly. At the same time, he was also curious about Xiao Bei's family, but now he wouldn't ask too much about it, because he knew that in due time, he would know. And Shen Bin, who is abroad, his family is also not simple, engaged in automobile precision parts. Shen family's that Shen Xiang Group, Xiao Bei said faintly. Chen Shi smiled faintly. Xiao Bei sniffed. His heart was in the right place. Of the 3 founders, one was a tycoon in the real estate industry, the same industry leading group as Qianke Group. Weihai Nuktech is not to mention. Think of one of the most awesome companies in Xia. All of the Skynet system is this company, the industry leader, Shen Xiang Group, but also the top 500 domestic enterprises. Such a scale. These 3 founders can be said to be the top group of Xia. Even compared to Wang Tsong, they were not much inferior. Brother Chen, your surname is Chen. Chen Tian Media? Xiao Bei said with a smile. Chen Shi smiled at his words and patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. Chen Tian Media, one of the largest entertainment companies in the country, owned many theaters, artist companies, and was also one of the top entertainment media companies in the country. The strength could not be underestimated either. The reason why Chen Shi valued Xiao Bei so much, even if he didn't know Xiao Bei's background yet, he still valued it. The main reason was not because Xiao Bei had bought Rafa. Rather, he checked Xiao Bei's information yesterday. Good guy, directly confidential level. Such a person, 2 kinds, one is the family in politics, and the position is definitely not low. There is another kind is, the family strength has reached the level of 2 horses, but no matter which kind, Xiao Bei's origin is definitely not simple. Just when the 2 were chatting, 2 supercars stopped beside the 2. Xiao Bei looked at them. One was a McLaren P1 and one was a Lamborghini SVJ limited edition. Both were among the supercars, the top of the line. Soon, 2 people came down from the car, both quite handsome. Look at the age. And Chen Shi about the same age, estimated to be 28 to 30 years old. After the 2 men got out of the car, a man with a greasy hair comb looked at Xiao Bei and smiled slightly. Your brother Xiao Bei, right? I'm Zhang Honghua. I'm Fang Chun. Fang Chun was about the same height as Xiao Bei and was also very handsome with a mature man's charm. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. Hello 2 brothers, Xiao Bei. Just call me Beizi. The reason why Xiao Bei said that was also because he wanted to make friends. More friends, then one more road. Ha ha ha, Beizi's character is very good. Then we'll take advantage and call you Beizi. Zhang Honghua smiled and looked at Xiao Bei. What do you say, Beizi? Do you want to join us? Fang Chun leaned on the side of the car door and asked with a smile. His first impression of Xiao Bei was very good. Moreover, yesterday, Chen Shi had already said that Xiao Bei's status should be only higher than theirs. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled faintly. Since you all said so, if I don't join, I'll be blogging about my brother's faces. Ha ha ha, Bei Z, then when you come, the rank will just be directly the same as the few of us, and you'll usually just give a shout if something happens. Seeing this, Chen Qi quickly said, okay, then when the time comes to trouble a few brothers, you have something to do will also only be one voice. Seeing this, Xiao Bei also said directly. In fact, Xiao Bei also had his own thoughts. Just after chatting with a few people from HCA, Xiao Bei's senses of these people were very good. There was no arrogance and bossiness of the rich second generation, and more importantly, he had just heard a few people chatting about cooperation. Xiao Bei preferred this to the pretentious supercar club, and the fact that both himself and Chen Qi were very enthusiastic about themselves from the time they met until now was one thing. The second thing was the introduction that Chen Qi had just made. To be able to directly take it all off, it represented the sincerity of a few people. Xiao Bei wanted this kind of connections, quality connections. He had also just investigated the intelligence of a few people on the system. All of them were the best among their peers. This was the reason why Xiao Bei decided to join. Chen Qi, the Jin family's kid, remind me when the time comes. Just at this time, Fong Chun said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Brother Fong, thanks. Seeing Xiao Bei understand in seconds, the three of them all smiled. Xiao Bei's emotional intelligence was very high. Just when the three of them were chatting with great devotion, Jin Yong, who had been paying attention to this side, had a gloomy face. In fact, he knew yesterday that the probability of Fong Chun being able to help himself was 50/50ths, so he had done a double take. So while the crowd was chatting and having a good time, Jin Yong came outside the international circuit alone and made a phone call. Young Lin, HCA is now partying at the international circuit. Okay, I know, I'll be right there. Afterward, the three of them, Chen Qi, brought Xiao Bei to the crowd. Brothers and sisters, from today onwards, Xiao Bei will officially become a member of our HCA club, with the same rank as several of us. With Chen Qi's announcement, Xiao Bei officially became a member of the HCA club. No one was dissatisfied with Xiao Bei becoming the rank of Chen Qi and the others. After all, the strength was where it was. Everyone applauded at once, and one by one, they exchanged WeChat with Xiao Bei. There were people from all walks of life, and this was considered Xiao Bei's in this world. The first batch of connections, just when the crowd was having a good time. The sound of a bunch of supercars came from the distance. Zhang Honghua looked and immediately his face darkened. For S sake, this pussy Lin fan, how did he know that we are gathering here today? Chapter 58, my $500 million has arrived. Where's yours? Just as Zhang Honghua's words had fallen, 10 supercars stopped in front of the crowd. Xiao Bei swept a glance at the 10 supercars in front of him. All of them were not bad. The three big bulls, although they were not the likes of SVJ, they were still the best of the supercars. Ferrari 488, F8, McLaren 720S, Maserati MC20, Porsche 911 Track Edition, as well as the two front hitters Koenigsegg and Pagani Baja. Chen Qi came to Xiao Bei's side and said softly, "This is Lin Fan from SSC Club. He is a dead ringer for us HCA, and I don't know how he knew we were here today." Xiao Bei smiled and nodded slightly, not having any idea. After all, he had just joined, and many things, it was better to say less and see more. Just at this time, all 10 cars opened their doors. Each car was a man and a woman, coming down from above. 20 people came down at once, but the others were directly ignored by Xiao Bei, his eyes resting on the man who came down from above the Pagani. Because of all the people, Xiao Bei saw some aura from this man. At this time, Chen Qi walked up with a smile. "Young Mr. Lin, don't you have clairvoyance and smooth ears?" Lin Fan glanced at Chen Qi and didn't open his mouth, but looked around. Then he spat on the ground and wiped it clean with his shoes, and with a feminine voice, he looked at Chen Qi. An evil smile came out. "Chen Qi, the more you live, the more you go back. What kind of place did you find? This kind of place, it doesn't fit your status, right? The facilities are rather old." "Well, since young Master Lin can't see it, that's just right. We can go to a better place to have fun," Chen Qi said without moving. Lin Fan looked at Chen Qi, then straightened his clothes. "I heard that in your club, there's a newcomer who drives a Lafa? Come out and meet." Chen Qi's face, which was still looking good, suddenly became gloomy. "Young Lin, just be clear, this is my territory now." Of course Chen Qi wouldn't let Xiao Bei come out to meet Lin Fan. If Lin Fan made a sound, Xiao Bei was going to be pushed out by them. What was that called? At this time, Ji Qinglan also came to Xiao Bei's side and said softly in his ear, "Lin Fan, the son of the chairman of Hangzhou Zhongtian Group, has a rather arrogant personality and doesn't deal with us." Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled slightly. In fact, he had just bought Lin Fan's information in the system. The eyes were also cold. In the crowd of HCA, he saw Jin Yong in the corner and smiled coldly. Xiao Bei wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but if someone wanted to come and find things out for himself, Xiao Bei really didn't mind. Having a good time. Hee hee, Chen Chi, didn't you say that a big brother came? Why is there no fart now? What hook ate? Lin Fan seemed to say arrogantly. But in fact, a smart person would know that Lin Fan was putting Xiao Bei on the fire. At this time, if Xiao Bei doesn't show up, then the HCA people will probably look down on Xiao Bei. Maybe a little bit of respect on the surface, but they won't be able to make deep friendships. In this circle, it's all about strength. As expected, when Lin Fan's words fell, many people's eyes looked towards Xiao Bei. Seeing the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Bei gently patted on Ji Qinglan's body. I'll go and take care of it. I'll be right back. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei worriedly. She was aware of Lin Fan's strength, but she saw that Xiao Bei remained calm. Ji Qinglan nodded, but as soon as she stepped forward, she pulled Xiao Bei's hand. I'll go with you. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. So in the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan's hand and came to the front. Bei Zi is not a wimp. If something goes wrong, a few of us will carry it. Zhang Honghua also came to the front and looked at Xiao Bei and said. Fang Chun didn't say anything, but also came to the front. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at the three of them, signaling that it was fine. You're the newcomer? Lin Fan's eyes swept over Xiao Bei's body when he saw him pulling Ji Qinglan out. Young Lin is it? Don't talk too much, draw the line. Didn't you come here just for someone to find me in trouble? Xiao Bei said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. Then he snapped and clapped his hands. Quite smart. Yes, I heard that you're quite a drag. Ha, young Lin is joking. Compared to you, I'm still average. Xiao Bei still looked faintly at Lin Fan and said, meaning, not as tuggy as you. Okay, not with your mouth. I heard that the strength is very strong. Rafa, $500 million to buy a car? Well then, let's do it this way. Have a race with me. If you lose, Rafa and your 500 million will belong to me. Then apologize to Jin Yong. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The corner of Xiao Bei's mouth also curled up slightly. What if you lose? Lin Fan was like he had heard a big joke. I will lose? If you want to bet, you have to come up with the stakes. You don't think I'm an ingrate, do you? Xiao Bei looked at this arrogant second generation with a retarded look on his face. Good, have the guts. If you win, I'll give you my Pagani Baron. I won't get involved in what you and Jin Yong are doing. How about it? Dare you come? Put. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Bei was directly speechless. Young Lin? I think calling you Lin Beggar is almost the same. I took out Rafa and 500 million. You took out a car and bet against me. Is it you or me who is stupid? And do you really think that you can help Jin Yong out? That's right, young Lin, if you want to play, at least come up with an equivalent value. Chen Shi said directly in mockery at this time. Could it be that young Master Lin can't take it out? Fan Chun was very pleased with Xiao Bei's performance just now and also opened his mouth to mock Lin Fan. Young Master doesn't have any money, and he still wants to use empty gloves? Zhang Honghua similarly mocked over to Lin Fan. The crowd at the scene, although many of them could not get on board with such a situation, the crowd of HCA was still excited to see Xiao Bei directly racking up Lin Fan. One by one, they looked at Xiao Bei with adoration. Even if Xiao Bei lost the match afterward, the crowd would still adore Xiao Bei. After all, to be able to be so rigid with the top second generation of Hangzhou, Xiao Bei's guts were not ordinary. Lin Fan sniffed and looked at Xiao Bei with a gloomy face. Xiao Bei still looked at Lin Fan with one or two bland looks. There was no change in his expression, only that his aura was quite a bit stronger than Lin Fan. Good, have guts. Then I'll take the Pagani Baron plus my villa at White Horse Lake, plus $200 million, and bet with you. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. That's fine. The money disc comes in first. After saying that, Xiao Bei didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly transferred 500 million to Chun Chi with his bank card. My 500 million to the capital disc. Where's yours? Chapter 59, something is going to happen? Xiao Bei's tone was flat, but the crowd was shocked. Big brother, that was 5 small goals for you, not $5,000. At that moment, all the people present looked at Xiao Bei's eyes, more scorn and worship. How rich this family must be. 5 small goals. Say take it. Suya was behind her, looking at Xiao Bei's domineering appearance. She suddenly envied Ji Qinglan a little. Too handsome. Lin Fan also froze when he saw Xiao Bei in such a stance. He had always thought that Xiao Bei's claim of $500 million to buy a car was a lie. That's how he had been emboldened. But now that people were taking it all out easily, it showed how strong the other party was. Although he was a bit scornful, Lin Fan was still not afraid. Even if you, Xiao Bei, are a dragon that crosses the river, in the boundaries of Hangzhou City, you have to lie down for me. Good, courageous. Wait. After saying that, Lin Fan made a few phone calls, and half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the scene. A middle-aged man with a butler-like status got out and came to Lin Fan's side, handing a dossier to Lin Fan. This is the transfer information for my car, the transfer information for the house, and 200 million has already been paid into Chen Qi's card. Can we start now? Lin Fan was very confident in his car skills. After all, this racing thing is to be practiced. Xiao Bei is so small and just got his license. How can he play with himself? Chen Qi's trio looked at Xiao Bei. Bei Z, do we need to hire outside help? Chen Qi looked at Xiao Bei and said worriedly. Can Bei Z do it? If you can't, it's okay if you don't gamble. If he, Lin Fan, dares to give you trouble in Hangzhou, I will give him trouble. Zheng Honghua looked at Xiao Bei and said, yes, with the three of us here, there is no need to be afraid in the boundaries of Hangcheng. Fang Chun said, thanks, brothers, it's fine, let's prepare the celebration banquet directly. Young Master Lin, let's get started then. To be fair, let's all drive big bulls. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Bei, intending to handle things a little better. Although his Pagani didn't lose to the Lhasa, and he was confident in his own strength, it wouldn't be good if they didn't recognize Xiao Bei when he won with his own car. Hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Let's start. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he took Ji Changlan and got on HCA's one-person's big bull car. Lin Fan also brought his girl onto one of their SSC's big ox carts. The crowd was in high spirits at the moment, and at the moment, the crowd of HCA had seen, for the first time, Xiao Bei's power. I go, Xiao is awesome. $500 million said take it. Brothers, I feel, we're going to witness history. $500 million bet. Too strong. Is this the gap between the top two generations and us? Handsome. Brother-in-law is too handsome. Suya was the most excited. As soon as she saw Xiao Bei at the beginning, she felt that Xiao Bei was handsome, and she also knew that Chen Qi said that he was very strong. But the specific strength, the crowd didn't know. But now that they knew, they had already overestimated Xiao Bei inwardly. But now it seemed that they had still underestimated this super second generation who had come to Hangzhou to study. With a roar, the two big bulls got on the track and came to the starting line. The crowd also ran to the vicinity of the start line, ready to watch the next peak showdown. Inside the car, Ji Qinglan held Xiao Bei's hand. Hubby, can you do it? Little niece, don't you know best if you and I are good? Xiao Bei made a joke. Hate it. What time is it? Still saying this. It's okay, trust me. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Seeing Xiao Bei's calm appearance throughout, Ji Qinglan chose to trust Xiao Bei even though she was still a bit nervous inside. Just at this time, Lin Fan next to him lowered the car window. It's not too late if you admit defeat now. Admit defeat and I can let you lose half. Lin Fan's arrogance was evident. Xiao Bei looked at Lin Fan and smiled slightly. The same words for you. What a big mouth. Don't cry later. After saying that, the two of them closed the window. Xiao Bei directly purchased a peak vehicle god skill in the system, which would allow Xiao Bei to directly become the world's top racing driver. It cost Xiao Bei 10 million divine greatness points. Now Xiao Bei had a lot of divine greatness points, so he was also heartbroken. So he spent money if he didn't have any more. At this time, a girl in a black bikini walked up to the two men's car with a bra. 3, 2, 1. As the girl's voice fell, the bra was also thrown directly onto the ground by her. The two cars sped off like wild horses off the ground. The two cars went in unison. It soon came to the first curve. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Bei beside him and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kid, let's show you what drifting means. After saying that, Lin Fan took the lead and drifted through the corner. Xiao Bei followed closely behind, but was still led by Lin Fan. After seeing that he overtook the car, Lin Fan drove while looking at the rearview mirror. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance. Follow behind and eat the exhaust. At this moment the crowd had already arrived on the high platform. Bei Z is the first to take a corner. A little slow. It's a little hard to overtake Lin Fan next. Chen Qi looked over and said, damn, Lin Fan is just bullying Bei Z who just drove not long ago. Zhang Honghua cursed. At that time, if Bei Z loses, the money can't be taken away by Lin Fan. I'll see if he, Lin Fan, dares to touch a hair on Bei Z's head. Fang Chun thought about it. Wow, brother-in-law, go for it. Suya looked at the field. Xiao Bei was lagging behind, and clenched her hands into fists and placed them on her face, cheering for Xiao Bei. Jin Yong, who was already isolated on the side, looked at the field with a gloomy smile. Xiao Bei, aren't you great? Both cars were fast. Xiao Bei kept biting Lin Fan. Ji Changlan looked at Xiao Bei who was driving with one hand. Hubby, we're lagging behind. Oh, it's okay, the hairpin turn is ahead. Trust me. Aha, husband, cheer up. I believe in you. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with eyes full of admiration. Soon, the two cars came to the middle part of the track, which was the continuous hairpin turn. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Bei in the rearview mirror. Kid, after the hairpin turns, I'll make you lose all your tail gas. After saying that, Lin Fan also pinched the woman beside him on her thigh. But soon, he was staggered, because Xiao Bei directly accelerated. This brat, does he want to die? Accelerating in a place like this. Lin Fan froze. Look, brother-in-law has accelerated. Will it be dangerous? Suya and the others on the high platform also saw Xiao Bei accelerating at the hairpin turn. Not good. Abbott, immediately have someone prepare a rescue. Bei Zi's speed is going to be a problem. Chen Shi's face was anxious. Then he looked at Jin Yong who was sneering at the side. Angry, he directly walked over. A foot kicked up. Damn you. If something happens to Bei Zi, not only are you going to suffer, none of us will be able to live well. Chapter 60 Extreme Sticky Bend. Lin Fan playing rascal. Jin Yong was kicked so much by Chen Shi that he completely exploded. Brother Chen, isn't it just a foreign kid? Who made you? He has no one in his sight. Also, his family is strong. But this is Hang City. In Hang City, who is Lin Xiao afraid of? Jin Yong smiled dementedly. Afraid of who? If his family really gets angry, all of us together won't be enough. Asterisk stuff. You better pray that nothing happens to Bei Zi. After Chen Shi finished speaking, he ran down. But everyone at the scene was shocked. Not shocked that Chen Shi had hit Jin Yong, but the sentence that followed. If something happened to Xiao Bei, everyone here combined would not be enough. What exactly is Xiao Xiao's identity? You ask me. Who do I ask? Damn Jin Yong. If not for him, pray that Xiao Xiao is okay. I enthusiastic horse. At this moment one by one HCA people, now do not want Xiao Bei accident. On the other side of the SSC another person in charge. Huang Shang also heard the words of Chen Shi just now. What exactly is the identity of the Xiao Bei? Fancy you go and find out. I want to know as soon as possible. Okay, brother Huang. Although Huang Shang and the others were against Chen Shi, he still valued what Chen Shi said. Chen Shi was pulling Xiao Bei in so much. He must know something they didn't know. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. And a phrase popped up in their minds. If something happened to Xiao Bei today, things would be big. Lin Fan, who was driving, suddenly heard a honking sound. It was the sound of an intercom requesting a call. He couldn't help but frown and connected the intercom. What's going on? Don't you know I'm driving? On the stands, Huang Shang said, Lin Fan, don't get tough with Xiao Bei. This kid, he's coming from a bigger place. If something happens at this corner, none of us will have a good time. What do you mean? Lin Fan froze. Whatever. This is Hongzhou, an outsider, is a dragon, all give me a plate. After saying that, Lin Fan directly hung up the intercom. At this moment, Xiao Bei had already caught up. Damn, I gave you face. Lin Fan directly locked the inside, not giving Xiao Bei a chance to overtake. Kid, so fast. Rushing to reincarnation. Lin Fan was in a frenzy at the moment. Inside Xiao Bei's car, he smiled slightly. He wanted the outside. So an acceleration, directly overtook. I go, really don't want to die. Quick look, Xiao Xiao 220? Speed, to overtake on the outside. Finished, this speed, to have an accident. Who's got a walkie-talkie? Inform Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao doesn't have a walkie-talkie. It's over. Just when Lin Fan and the crowd thought that Xiao Bei was going to be finished, Xiao Bei directly entered the human vehicle Unity, and after quickly passing 10,000 on the outside, he immediately had a divine dragon swinging his tail and directly grafted to the inside of the second curve. Lin Fan, who was at the back, was slightly stunned, and was so close that he directly hit Xiao Bei. Then he was shocked. Xiao Bei grabbed the inside. Immediately after a few consecutive over 10,000, and still close to the wall, Lin Fan wanted to overtake, cannot overtake. In the end, he could only watch Xiao Bei's headlights get farther and farther away. The crowd in the stands had fallen into a daze. What did they see? I go. Just now Xiao Xiao, that operation. So extreme. His grandma. Now I'm relieved. Lin Fan can't catch up. Xiao Xiao takes corners without slowing down, getting faster and faster. I'm afraid he's not a pro. Chen Qi and Zhang Honghua, who were preparing to rescue him at the moment, also froze. I go. Bei Zi, this car skills, really just got out of the driver's license test? This is the kind of skill that only professionals have. The two of them glanced at each other and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. So, the clowns are us. Ha ha ha. Zhang Honghua let out a loud laugh. On the stands, Jin Yong was already furious at this moment. Why? How is this possible? On the field, looking at Xiao Bei who was getting farther and farther away, Lin Fan was directly afraid of hitting the steering wheel. How is it possible? Xiao Bei does not know the thoughts of the crowd. After a succession of hairpin turns, all the way to the speed directly soared to the fastest. Wall drift, all kinds of showy maneuvers. At this moment is already a human car, originally at least 5 minutes away. Xiao Bei directly spent 2 minutes to the finish line, cross the line, turn and enter the waiting area. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Qi, Zhang Honghua and the others frantically rushed up and grabbed Xiao Bei to lift him up high. Wait a minute, keep the wind. Wind your sister. If we don't vent it out, we're going to go crazy. Everyone pounced over without saying a word and wailed, grass 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 grass. It's so awesome. Brother, come take my knee. Asterisk 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 me. I almost didn't piss. Guys, I almost peed. Ouch. I thank you for holding back. They were really excited. Not because Xiao Bei won, but because nothing happened to this pussy. Everyone had just been shrouded under a blanket of pressure, and now they were finally relieved. Just at this time, Lin Fan's car also drove back. Only just as he got out of the car, he took his gloves off and came directly to Xiao Bei's side. Asterisk 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 your mom. You know how to race cars, and you're pretending with me here? You. After saying that, Lin Fan directly raised his fist, ready to hit towards Xiao Bei. The crowd was baffled. Xiao Bei's eyes went cold all of a sudden. When Lin Fan's fist arrived, stretching out his left hand, he grabbed Lin Fan's fist, and then his body was turned to the side, and his entire back was turned towards Lin Fan in a clean over-the-shoulder fall. With a bang, Lin Fan fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Fan being beaten, the crowd of SSC Ultra Racing Club was about to go forward, but who knows? They were directly pulled back by Huang Shang. You guys want to die? Don't bring me along. Huang Shang had just received the information, and when he looked favorably at Xiao Bei's information, he was terrified. Confidential level information. It shouldn't be too easy for such a person to want to get them killed. The crowd looked at each other, and after the heat of the moment, they immediately calmed down, thinking of what Chen Qi had just said in the stands, and one by one, their eyes looked at Xiao Bei with scorn. At this moment, Xiao Bei came to Lin Fan's side, squatting next to Lin Fan. He said in an icy tone, "This is the first and last time. If you want to touch me, then come, now. First you have to give me the bet." Xiao Bei slapped Lin Fan with his hand. Lin Fan had been the pride of heaven since he was a child. When had he ever suffered such aggravation? Wanting money? You're dreaming. Do you think I'm scared? You wait for me. Lin Fan continued to let out harsh words. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Lin Fan, you damn it. Willing to gamble knows. Chen Qi also stood out at this time. Just now Lin Fan's actions really left them speechless. That's right. Who was the one who said he would gamble? The one who wanted to come out was also you. Now that you lost, you started reneging on your debt? Zhang Honghua came to Xiao Bei's side and patted Xiao Bei's shoulder. It's fine for you to lose face yourself. Don't lose the face of this circle. Fang Chun lit a cigarette and looked at Lin Fan playfully. Chapter 61, The Rebellion. Lin Fan slowly stood up and disdainfully looked at a few people, especially Xiao Bei. What's the matter? When I'm scared. Chen Qi frowned slightly and walked up, pointing at Lin Fan's nose and cursing. You don't admit it, do you? You think it's okay if you don't admit it? The money is at my place. I'm not afraid of you cheating. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face became a bit ugly, but still came in front of Chen Qi and threatened, if you dare to swallow my money, try it. Zhang Honghua was so angry that he pointed his finger at Lin Fan, hoping that people don't have a face is really invincible. Do you think that anyway? Your reputation has been stinking for a long time now. It's not worth it to pit a handful of people a grandson? Pit us HCA. You have the guts a grandson. Fang Chun sneered. What are you a grandson pretending to be? HCA? Now you're the leading brother of HSE, aren't you? Tiger's not here. A few monkeys want to play the big tail? Make a call and ask Shinbin who's abroad if he's willing to give you a hand. Lin Fan's unexpected just surprised everyone enough. This bastard is quite a stud, isn't he? But then again, if Lin Fan wasn't so grumpy and wanted to be a big brother, today's bureau shouldn't be straightened out. Fang Chun grimaced and spoke slowly. Okay, you've gone rogue, haven't you? The matter was picked by you. The bureau was set by you. According to the rules, willing to gamble and accept to lose. Su Jie, bring me the file bag over. Ah, okay, brother Fang. Su Jie sniffed and directly brought people to the SSC side, ready to snatch the documents of the car and house that Lin Fan had just mortgaged. Try snatching it if you dare. Lin Fan still said nonchalantly, even lighting a cigarette, today he was going to rely on it. Although he didn't know why Huang Shang had been on the side and didn't come to help him, but he was still confident in his own strength. Even though Xiao Bei had a heavenly background, but still, this was Hang Chang. Just at this time, Xiao Bei, who had been beside him without saying anything, slowly walked to Lin Fan's front, disdainfully hooking up the corner of his mouth as a cold smile appeared on his face. Seeing Xiao Bei come to his front, Lin Fan took a puff of smoke and directly sprayed it on Xiao Bei's face. Xiao Bei's eyes narrowed slightly, lightly glancing over. Then in the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Bei stretched out his hands. The crowd's hearts are in their throats at the moment. Is it going to fight again? But Xiao Bei, directly on Lin Fan's collar to organize. Xiao Bei was gentle to the extreme, and had a godfatherly feeling. Lin Fan has just been. Xiao Bei also startled. Hands and feet to drop the cigarette, to defend, but Xiao Bei's move, let him elusive. Lin Fan leaned forward on his upper body and clasped his hands on his chest, peering sideways at Xiao Bei's expression. Kid, what's the meaning? I don't mean anything, but I'm going to tell you something. Xiao Bei's voice was calm and collected as he spoke, but the aura on his body was sufficient, and for a while, everyone closed their mouths, intending to see how Xiao Bei would handle it and what he would say. First, you want to stand up for Jin Yong, play a $500 million bet with me. I responded. The bet is established. Second, I have no enmity or hatred with you, let alone friendship. You want to stand up for yourself. In fact, I can completely refuse. After all, you don't have the strength. Third, I don't care how you feel, but rules are rules. I respect the rules, but you have to know that I, Xiao Bei, have never been one to say that my rules are the rules, and today I respect the rules, not to give you face, but to give face to a few of my brothers in Hangzhou, so don't think that I'm a Mr. Nice guy. Fourth, after talking about the rules, turn around and take care of the mood. Although I won the money, I'm still very upset. I'll put my words here today, as long as I, Xiao Bei, am in Hangzhou for one day, USSC won't be able to surpass HCA. Xiao Bei's aura was too strong. Lin Fan's face was green for a while, white for a while. He looked a bit scared. Shen Qi did not scare him. Zhang Honghua, Fong Chun even worse. But at this moment, but really a little afraid. On the one hand, because Xiao Bei's aura at this moment, the pressure is really amazing. On the other hand, it is because Xiao Bei is really ruthless. 500 million who dares so wave? This person is psychotic is crazy. 5 things, finished 4, Xiao Bei calm face suddenly surfaced a smile. 5th, what you owe me, you can't take it away. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, then his heart was furious. Although he did fear Xiao Bei at this moment, he still made up his mind to renege on the debt. This money he just did not want to give. Empty mouth, you bite me What if I don't give it? Lin Fan's voice became louder. Red eyes roared at Xiao Bei. In the face of Lin Fan's loud hissing, Xiao Bei used his hand to pull out his ears, and then lost the slow and methodical just now. His tone became icy cold and said, not giving? You won't be able to walk out of here today. The sudden big change in temperament and demeanor, the more suspicious it is. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Bei's eyes at the moment, full of scorn, but still the mouth hard colorful said, hey, you damn dare to move me a try to see? Xiao Bei has not yet spoken, but at this moment just after listening to Xiao Bei speak one by one second generation, have all been active. There was even an unexpected person who opened his mouth. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. I don't think it's a problem. Huang Shang leisurely opened his mouth and actually took the initiative to help out. Chen Qi and the others silently glanced at each other, and one after another laughed. Well, the matter between himself and Xiao Xiao hadn't been resolved yet, and the SSC was now experiencing civil unrest. Huang Shang, what the hell do you mean? Who are you standing with? Lin Fan was furious, really furious. At the moment he was like a falling dog. Huang Shang's expression was complex. Brother Lin, finally call you a brother. We are all decent people. You play mind games for that bit of gambling money. Pumping our SSC's face is also pumping my face. I will withdraw from the SSC from today onwards. Lin Fan almost did not spit out blood in anger. You want to roll, just roll. But also said so grand, beeps so much, put me on the fire. Pretend to be a gentleman of the Nima? Huang Shang's influence in the SSC club was not smaller than Lin Fan's in the slightest. No, with Huang Shang taking a stand, the rest of the members in the SSC, one by one, made up their minds. It's no fun. I'll quit too. Together, scattered. No backbone at all. Lin Fan looked around at the sound. It was 3 young members who were quite well off at home. More proof of their own mass defection. Lin Dishao cannot be angry, and then turned back to look at Xiao Bei. That is actually laughing, and it is not the kind of sneer, but a kind of everything is in control. Calm and cool smile. You ate me, right? Chapter 62 Xiao Bei strikes. When Lin Fan saw this, he was furious to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot and covered with blood, and he looked at Xiao Bei with a deadpan look. Then he laughed out loud, laughing maniacally. Then he looked at Huang Shang, and said furiously, today, the bets I won't give. If you guys want to leave, I won't stay, but the club's dues, not a single cent will be refunded. And you, Xiao Bei, do whatever you like. I'm afraid of you. Lin Fan no longer had the gentlemanly demeanor he had before, and directly began to harden Xiao Bei. This Nima, was he stimulated to the level of madness, to completely let himself go? At this moment, everyone was looking at Xiao Bei. Lin Fan had already broken the pot. At this moment, it was up to Xiao Bei to do it. Lin Fan, this pussy, crazy trick. No one can do anything. Once the old Inbi went out and was no longer afraid, it was really hard to deal with. Some people say to beat up now, but beating up won't solve the problem. On the contrary, taking a beating Lin Fan can instead get out directly. Do not do it. Continue to stalemate. Lin Fan really cannot walk out of this door. But who is sure can survive this pervert? Directly play a trick. Who has what to do? At this moment, the crowd had already seen the extent of Lin Fan's shamelessness. Chun-Chi, ******, your mom. Have some backbone, okay? Shame on you. Lin Fan, shame on you? Fang Chun, just you still big youngit. Rascal snake it. Lin Fan, did I bite you? Zhang Honghua, don't around. Don't make me do it. Lin Fan, come on. I'm afraid of you. Lin Fan is already in a tongue-lashing group at the moment. The ING crowd present are all pissed off and laughing at Lin Fan. Cursing for a while, the big young people all feel that it is not interesting. Have to stop. Turn their eyes to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, we are really clueless. Look at you. Xiao Bei had been quiet for a while. However, not only did no one dare to underestimate him, but instead felt that this master could be big or small, soft or hard, very scary. If it wasn't for Xiao Bei's presence just now, maybe a few people really wanted to beat up Lin Fan, but they definitely wouldn't be able to get the money. But now Xiao Bei is here. Just now Xiao Bei's slow and methodical, Godfather aura, so that everyone does not dare to underestimate. At this moment, the crowd looked at Xiao Bei, and there was also an inexplicable expectation. Xiao Bei looked at Lin Fan, sure you don't want to give it, right? If I don't give it, you bite me. Zhang Sa, Lin Fan at this moment does not bring fear at all. It is determined that you Xiao Bei can't swing Lao Zi. When you leave today, then you will find you trouble again. Good. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be angry. Xiao Bei faintly finished, then directly picked up his cell phone and walked to the side. The crowd didn't follow over and just watched from afar. The way Xiao Bei wanted to deal with it was simple. Just now after looking at Lin Fan's information, as well as their family's information, Xiao Bei knew how to confront it. Lin Fan and their family in Hangzhou City was very strong, and even had people in the political world. But it didn't mean there were no enemies, at least now. The newly parachuted Hangzhou's chief is trying to find a way to make a performance. Lin Bei directly found his phone, dialed it. Hello, who is it? Chief Chiu, don't ask me who I am. I have something you're interested in here. It's already been sent to your mailbox. I think you know what to do after reading it. Xiao Yaoting on the other side of the phone frowned slightly when he heard this. While checking the email on his computer, he said in an icy tone over the phone, who are you and how do you know my phone number? Read the information first. Xiao Bei was victorious. In an office, Xiao Yaoting had already opened the information, and after looking at it a little bit, his face was suddenly agitated, because all of the above were evidence of tax evasion and tax evasion by Zhongtian Group, as well as evidence of bribing officials. Who are you? So you would have these things. Xiao S. Long, you can't find out about me. All you have to do now is to launch an investigation into the Zhongtian Group, and right away, or else someone is going to run away. Xiao S. Chief, if we make this thing work, I think we can talk about the next cooperation. For example, the shoe due 8 years ago, Xiao Bei said indifferently. On the other side of the Xiao Yaoting froze, then asked with trembling lips, you know, yes, want to know all the information, now follow what I say. Good, but if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences. My sincerity is full. After saying that, Xiao Bei hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yaoting, on the other side, gritted his teeth and acted directly. Together with the Business Investigation Section and the Discipline Inspection Committee, they directly left the government building. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bei directly returned to the crowd. You can leave now, but I think that after half an hour, you will come and beg me, Xiao Bei said indifferently. At those words, the crowd froze. How could they just let someone go? Ha ha ha, kid, you can't pretend to be a bully. You don't know how to wrap it up. Right, I'm still not leaving. I'll wait for you for half an hour. After saying that, Lin Fan went straight back to his car. Chen-Chi, Bei Zi, just letting someone go? Chen-Chi asked the question of everyone present. There are some things that you have to let the bullets fly for a while. Seeing Xiao Bei say this, everyone was interested, wanting to see how this top youngster would make Lin Fan soften. So everyone also directly waited together. Not half an hour, just 20 minutes. Xiao Bei and Lin Fan's phones rang together. Zhongtian Group, it has been thoroughly investigated. The news was released. Good, that, I will come to you. After saying that, Xiao Bei hung up the phone, but the eyes of the people looking at Xiao Bei had become scornful, because just now, not only did Xiao Bei and Lin Fan receive a call, among them, someone else also received a call. That is, the Zhongtian Group had been investigated. At this moment, Lin Fan also knew about it, and immediately looked at Xiao Bei with fear in his eyes. The arrogance that he had just shown was gone, only to see Lin Fan directly come to Xiao Bei's face. You are not right, Xiao, you let our family go. Things are done by me. I do things alone. It's me who is young. It's me who doesn't know what to do. Saying that, as arrogant as Lin Fan, he directly knelt in front of Xiao Bei. The people present were stunned. What kind of person was Lin Fan, the top young man in Hangzhou? Xiao Bei made him kneel with a single call. What kind of energy was this? No one will pay for your yearly strength. I let you off the hook. I let you off 2 horses. You still really think I'm letting you off the hook? Xiao Bei ignored Lin Fan. Then he turned around and looked towards the HCA's crowd, and he saw Jin Yong, who was currently white and trembling with fear, looking towards Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at him and stretched out a hand. Fingers pointed at him, hooking his hand towards himself, gesturing for him to come over. Chapter 63, Imperial Capital Xiao Family. Jin Yong had understood what Chen Shi had just said at this moment, or rather everyone present understood what Chen Shi had said earlier. Xiao Bei, terrifying as hell. Jin Yong saw Xiao Bei beckoning towards him, and although he was terrified inside, he still trembled and walked over. At this moment, when he faced Xiao Bei, he no longer had the defiance he had before. When the gap between the two was like the interval between heaven and earth, there was not even the courage to be jealous. Xiao, I deserve to die. Jin Yong looked at Xiao Bei in horror. You do deserve to die, but someone has paid the price for you. If it wasn't for the fact that your family and my daughter-in-law's family are family friends, you wouldn't be able to walk away today. At these words, Jin Yong inwardly trembled. This was not going to clean up his own, and he was relieved. But, after all, you messed with me. Not to do something, I'm not happy in my heart. Xiao Bei continued to say leisurely. Xiao Young, you say. At this moment, Jin Yong knows that it is useless to say more. As strong as Lin Fan is on his knees begging for forgiveness at this moment, not to mention himself, in front of absolute strength, all the intrigues and tricks are floating clouds. In the future, I don't want to see you in Hangzhou again. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Bei's tone was flat, but no one dared to ignore Xiao Bei's words at this moment, let alone Jin Yong now. Okay, Xiao, I'll just numb myself and roll. After saying that, he directly left the venue. Xiao Bei looked at Lin Fan, who was still begging for mercy without paying the slightest bit of attention, and then came to the side of Chen Shi and the others. Brother Chen, that's it for today. Let's keep in touch. I'm tired. Let's go home. Okay, Bei Z, I will credit Lin Fan's money into your card later. Chen Shi was also respectful to Xiao Bei now. Xiao Bei could see the attitude of several people now. Still smiling, he said, just get along normally. If others don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. My brother will excuse me today. I'll find a few brothers for tea some other day. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi, Zhang Honghua, and Feng Chun all let out a sigh of relief. Then they looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Good, Bei Z, when will you come? Say in advance. Good tea and good wine for you to entertain on. Ha ha ha, me too. When the time comes, go to school to find you to play. Zhang Honghua and Feng Chun said with the same smile. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Then he pulled Ji Qinglan away in the crowd's shocked gaze. Suya, who was in the crowd, watched Xiao Bei's dashing departure with a twinkle in her eye. When Xiao Bei left, only then did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. My hardy horse, Xiao is too bullish. Right, one phone call. No, one phone call. 20 minutes. Let Lin Fan kneel and beg for mercy. No, I peed. I almost peed again. Damn you. Hold it back. Hearing the crowd's comments, Chen Shi turned around and said, what happened today? Try your best or don't talk about it everywhere. Got it? Okay, Brother Chen. But what the hell is Xiao's origin? It's too scary. It's like watching a movie. Su Jie at this time went up to Chen Shi and inquired. We'll know after we get along for a long time. Right now if you ask me, I don't know. After saying that, the crowd heard the roar of Xiao Bei's laffa, and then the group of people watched as the laffa disappeared from sight. In the car, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and suddenly felt a bit inferior. Xiao Bei saw Ji Qinglan's thoughts and said jokingly, daughter-in-law, just now, was your husband handsome, domineering or not? Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan, who was still lamenting that she might not be worthy of Xiao Bei, bared her teeth. There isn't a single proper form, but, hubby, so handsome. Ji Qinglan still complimented Xiao Bei, who smiled cheerfully. Fierce or not, fierce, my husband is really fierce. Okay. Ji Qinglan also laughed, looking at Xiao Bei before and after the judgment of two people. Just wise unlike words, now childish unlike words. Just when Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei were chatting, throughout Hangzhou, the business and political circles are hanging up a big storm. First is the political world. The new Zhou Long, with thunderous means, sufficient evidence, will be Zhongtian Group down, but also took the opportunity to take in a number of war veterans. Can be said to be a moment of the wind without a second. Then came the business sector. One by one, All the dignitaries in Hangzhou City paid attention to this matter, and it was unknown from whom the rumor spread that the Zhongtian group was suppressed because Lin Fan had offended a young man. At first, the people took it as a joke, but it wasn't until in front of their own children that this matter was brought up. It was only then that those business bosses realized that this matter was true. So one by one, they all asked their children to befriend Xiao Bei properly. For a while, Xiao Bei became the most popular person in Hangzhou. Xiao Yaoting's office. Xiao Yaoting's assistant stood in front of Xiao Yaoting. Has the investigation come out? Xiao Yaoting asked as he organized the information. Chief Cho-S, I can't find out. Xiao Yaoting put down the pen in his hand. His brows furrowed slightly as he raised his head. What's going on? Chief Cho-S, the other party's information is classified. I don't have enough authority to check it. What about mine? Xiao Yaoting asked directly, leaning on his chair. Chief Cho-S, your authority is not enough either. At those words, Xiao Yaoting's face immediately changed. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly said, do you have the photos then? Xiao Yaoting immediately thought of it when he heard that none of his identities were enough. Some forces that were more powerful than himself. The other party's surname was Xiao, and the surname Xiao, could it be someone from the Xiao family in the imperial capital? Yes, this is Xiao Bei's recent information. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Bei seems to have a strong financial talent and has profited a lot in the stock market. Saying that, the assistant handed the information to Xiao Yaoting. Xiao Yaoting read the information while listening to his assistant's report. When he saw Xiao Bei's picture, Xiao Yaoting froze. Then he said to his assistant with a serious face, you go down first. Okay. When the assistant went down, Xiao Yaoting looked at Xiao Bei's photo. Isn't this brother Xiao? It's still the same brother Xiao from his youth. Could it be that brother Xiao is helping himself behind the scenes this time? Xiao Yaoting's mouth smiled, so he directly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, which one? A strong voice came from the phone. Ha ha ha, brother Xiao, it's me, Yaoting. Yaoting I heard that you've gone to Hangcheng now. Did you encounter problems when you took office? Far away in a villa study in Zongnanhai of the imperial capital, an imposing middle-aged man sat in the study and said indifferently, brother Xiao, dragging your blessing. The information you provided is valuable. I've gained a foothold. Yaoting, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What information did I provide you with? Brother Xiao, you don't want to sell out. Xiao Bei is you. Right. Ha ha ha. Just read the information. The photo is exactly the same as when you were a year ago. When Xiao Yaoting finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong and thought of a secret story of some kind. And suddenly his mind was confused. What did you say? It's exactly the same as when I was young. A voice with an excited tone came from the phone. Chapter 64, Traveling to the Magic City. Xiao Bei was not the least bit aware of what happened at Xiao Yaoting's place, because now he brought Ji Qinglan to the Europe and America Financial Building. Just now in the car, Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei said that the company's decoration was almost done, just waiting for the soft furnishings. So the two of them came to the Europe and America Financial Building, because today was the first day of the National Day. The entire Europe and America Financial Building was not many people. The two also quickly came to the company. Just when he walked into the company, Xiao Bei liked the decoration in front of him. The fusion of modernism and European and American minimalism was just right. Xiao Bei was very satisfied with his office and the open-air balcony. The entire office was 200 square feet, and next to the desk was a whole side of floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind the desk is a crystal cabinet display cabinet, next to a wine cabinet. When the time comes, you can put some good wine. The whole office is carpeted. The wall behind the desk, there is a small door. Open is a bedroom. Convenient to work late. You can just live here. In the lobby of the office, there are 3 sofas with artistic shapes, and in front of the sofa, there is a 100-inch LCD TV. Then there is an entertainment area. When the time comes, according to Xiao Bei's hobbies, you can buy some entertainment equipment, such as a small golf model, billiard table and so on. Then there was the balcony that came with the office, with a coffee maker, cigar cabinet, parasol, an open-air sofa and so on, so that after work, one could come and look at the scenery and smoke a cigar. Like it? Ji Qinglan hugged Xiao Bei from behind on the balcony. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. I like it a lot. It's worthy of being my daughter-in-law. So is it possible to not pay the money? Xiao Bei joked. If you want to be a soft rice man, you don't pay. Sister, I can afford you. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with big eyes. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Actually, I like soft rice and hard food. What is soft rice and hard food? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei doubtfully. Xiao Bei didn't answer, but directly picked up Ji Qinglan in a princess hug. Bad egg. What do you want? What do you think? Is the bedroom good enough to experience? Saying that, Xiao Bei carried Ji Qinglan to the bedroom. With that, the sound of kicking breath came from inside. On October 2nd, Xiao Bei embarked on the road to Magic City. Yesterday, He had lingered with Ji Qinglan for a night, and the next day it happened that Ji Qinglan was going home, so Xiao Bei sent Ji Qinglan away. This time when he went to Magic City, there were two things. One was to prepare to take down Liu Qingyan, and then for that piece of information. A month ago, Xiao Bei wanted to bring Fu Guochun on board, so he purchased a future business intelligence at that time. The reason why Xiao Bei bought this intelligence was because of the introduction on it. Class C business intelligence. Class B business intelligence is profitable, but lasts for a shorter period of time, so it is positioned as Class C business intelligence. Xiao Bei, who understood the system, was well aware of the grades of business intelligence. Business intelligence is categorized into D, C, B, A, S, SS. Grade D business intelligence, priced from 100,000 God's pride points, could yield over 1 million in the long run. Grade C business intelligence, priced from 1 million God master points, could yield over 10 million in the long run. Grade B business intelligence, priced from 10 million God's points, can generate more than 100 million and less than 2 billion in the long run. Grade A business intelligence, priced from 100 million God's points, with a long-term income of over 2 billion and less than 5 billion. S-class business intelligence, priced from 1 billion God's points. Unicorn Enterprises, SS grade business intelligence, priced at 5 billion God's honor points. Enterprise potential, field hegemony, such as Ali Group, etc. Xiao Bei's information is that a game company called Simple Tour Technology Company, Ltd., in Magic City is currently seeking financing. Only need to invest 2 million. You can get 30% of the shares, and this company, at the end of December, the company will be able to launch a game called Cow. By then, it will be popular all over the net, and in just 3 months, it will bring $2 billion of profit. Xiao Bei wants to quickly make a name for himself in venture capital finance, and this project is undoubtedly not the best project for Xiao Bei at the moment. Magic City is not far from Hangzhou. The high-speed train can arrive in an hour. Xiao Bei originally intended to drive, but thought of the Magic City's number restrictions, or decided to high-speed rail over. Recently, Xiao Bei didn't cold shoulder Liu Qingyan and kept chatting. This little ninny. The National Day actually did not go home. Later, after inquiring, he realized that the young lady was preparing for the performance in Jinling at the beginning of November, and now she had to hurry up and practice, so she didn't go home. In the high-speed train business class, at this moment, Xiao Bei is chatting with Miss Liu Qingyan on his cell phone. Liu Qingyan, schoolmate, you came to Magic City. Where do you plan to go to play? Xiao Bei, I want to go to the bar to see. Ha ha ha, haven't been to the bar yet, aggrieved. Liu Qingyan, humph. Go to the bar to do what? Blank stares. Xiao Bei, we are just going to see the ladies. I heard that the ladies in Magic City are all very good looking. Xiao Bei said this on purpose. Just want to see what Liu Qingyan's attitude towards himself. Liu Qingyan, humph. I have this big beautiful woman to play with you, but still want to go see other beautiful women? Sure enough, men are all the same. Xiao Bei, what do men look like? Liu Qingyan, men are all animals that think in the lower half of their bodies. Xiao Bei, in fact, our upper body can also think, showing teeth and laughing. Liu Qingyan, humph. In addition to go to the bar, but also want to go where? I can make arrangements. By the way, you live where there is a reservation? Xiao Bei, not yet. Oh, sister can relief. In fact, go to the girls' dormitory to live. I also do not mind. Snickering, Liu Qingyan, good school brother. A month do not see your mouth and become flour. You do not mind. I mind. Xiao Bei, can you bear to see me living on the street? Aggrieved, Liu Qingyan, don't be poor. Why don't you find a hotel that's a little closer to my school, so it's convenient for me to go to you at that time? Liu Qingyan, well, how much is your budget? I'll show you. Xiao Bei, there is no budget, just any 5-star can be. Liu Qingyan, speak properly, small fist. Xiao Bei is really not pretending. The reason why Liu Qingyan does not believe, that is the first time to see Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's temperament is certainly very good, but looking at its attire, it should be an ordinary family. Now all of a sudden he said that he wants to live in a 5-star hotel? Xiao Bei, I just looked at the hotel next to me, and it seems that there are no more rooms. Liu Qingyan, blank stare. Silly schoolmate, now is the National Day period? To come to Magic City to play without booking a room in advance. Surely are no room. How to do Xiao Bei, aggrieved. Qingyan's sister, I am not familiar with life in Magic City. It seems that only rely on you. Pleading, Liu Qingyan, when you can use people call me Sister Qingyan. When you can't use it, you can call me sister? I'm not sure if you're a good student, but you're a good student. Xiao Bei, then who let my sister Qingyan is beautiful and kind-hearted? Liu Qingyan, well, don't be poor. I'll think of a way for you. Are you almost there? Xiao Bei, soon. Liu Qingyan, okay, I'm already at the high-speed train station. Come out and you'll see me. Smiley face. Xiao Bei, how does it feel like a daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to come home? He. Liu Qingyan, Chapter 65. This old lady is also going to fall off. Magic City High-Speed Railway Station. Exit. At this moment, there are two beautiful women standing. One of them is Liu Qingyan. The other is Yi Xianya, a local of Mordor, nicknamed Big Girl. If Liu Qingyan was the white moonlight, then Yi Xianya was a tomboy in character. But her face value did not lose to Liu Qingyan at all. A pair of gleaming eyes, gaze full of perseverance in the eyes. Her face is very delicate, palm-sized face inlaid with a cherry mouth combination of features, harsh and beautiful and noble, with a strong aura. Really to say, the body has a kind of female dominance, with a white hat, a pair of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses, the upper body of a LA's white short-sleeved wrapped in that irregular denim bustier skirt. The top, although the layering is very full, but the most eye-catching is that raging brought a sense of pressure. At this moment, Yi Xianya looked at Liu Qingyan, who was staring at her cell phone, revealing a smile, and underneath her sunglasses, she rolled a blank eye. Sister child, what's the situation? This schoolmate called Xiao Bei, is he really that good? Look at the way your spring heart is stirring right now. OMG. Early in the morning, Liu Qingyan pulled Yi Xianya and drove to the Magic City high-speed rail station, but Yi Xianya was shocked enough. She was close to grabbing Liu Qingyan's cell phone to see who she was chatting with. Now she was getting more and more curious as to what kind of pig-headed person was responsible for arching her sister's iceberg cabbage. No, quickly gave the arch. Big girl, what are you talking about? It's the schoolmate. Liu Qingyan's pretty face slightly reddened, and said angrily. Yi Xianya directly took out her cell phone, and in Liu Qingyan's puzzled eyes, she took a picture of Liu Qingyan's face. Big girl, what are you doing? Take a look, see for yourself. Your pretty face that's in the throes of spring. It's flushed, like it's just after GC. Yi Xianya placed the photo of Liu Qingyan's flushed face on her cell phone, directly on Liu Qingyan's eyes. No, I'm going to send this photo to old Zhang Tu and old Buddha. Let them see that Popsicle Child is in heat. Liu Qingyan rushed forward to grab the phone. Wow, big girl, if you dare to send it, I'll ignore you. Popsicle, you actually want to cut me off for a man? Lam, I would like to see what kind of god is it that mesmerizes you to say such treacherous words. The two of them were jostling at the exit of the station. Just at this time, the announcement of the arrival of the high-speed train was heard. Okay, big girl, I'm wrong, good girl. You three are my best sisters. A schoolmate is a schoolmate. A sister is for life. Seeing that she couldn't argue with big girl, Liu Qingyan had no choice but to give in. That's more like it. Yi Xianya smiled as she looked at Liu Qingyan, while inwardly, she was also intensely curious about the schoolmate that she had never met before. Just what kind of person couldn't think of melting a popsicle? By the way, big girl, why don't you lend me that apartment attached to your school for a few days when the time comes? What? Popsicle? You just spilled? What are you talking about? Popsicle, are you planning to die with someone else's schoolmate? Yi Xianya looked incredulously at Liu Qingyan. Can't see it, Popsicler. You're either not turbulent, and when you're turbulent, you're planning to die together? Oops. What? Why are you thinking so messed up? The main thing is that the schoolboy is now booking the hotel. Can't book. He lives alone. But you don't worry. The bedsheets and everything with my. You just say borrow or not? Liu Qingyan beamed her small mouth and slapped Yi Xianya. Yi Xianya looked at Liu Qingyan. You're not right, sister. You're not right. You're finished. You're in love. Cut the crap. To borrow or not to borrow? Liu Qingyan crossed her arms and looked at Yi Xianya. Say it again. Say it again. I'm going to check your character. Yi Xianya was really shocked by Liu Qingyan countless times today. No, mustn't let Liu Qingyan go astray and fall into the sad whirlpool of love. Just as the two of them, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xianya, were fooling around, Xiao Bei walked out from the high-speed train station. Today Xiao Bei walked in pure black in style. The top is a Paris House round neck knit t-shirt. The bottom is a pair of Armani's casual drapey 9-minute suit pants. And on his feet is a pair of LV Oberlampf men's high-top hiking boots. The top is still tucked into the pants. The whole person seems to retreat extremely long. Hairstyle is Hong Kong style 2/8. Hands wearing a piece of Vacheron Constantine vertical and horizontal, leather strap, plus a LV leather black shoulder bag. The whole person's aura is extremely powerful. All the way down from the high-speed rail, the sight of the young lady cannot help but cast a gaze toward Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei just walked out, then saw a familiar figure. Not Liu Qingyan who? Xiao Bei saw. At this moment, Liu Qingyan is chatting with a beautiful woman beside him. Playing around, Xiao Bei smiled faintly, and slipped past without slowing down. Just when he came to a short distance directly in front of the two of them, Xiao Bei saw that bosom friend beside Liu Qingyan. In an instant, he could not help but stare. In his heart, he secretly marveled, What kind of fairy place is the Magic City Conservatory of Music in the end? How can you just take out one and look so good? That raging, that body, that skin, that long legs. At this moment, Xiao Bei only wants to say, God can you let me be born again? The initial location, I choose? Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya had just finished messing around when they looked towards the exit of the high-speed train. Then they were surprised. Schoolmate? Liu Qingyan was shocked. Although Xiao Bei had become very handsome now, but his facial features and all were still there, Liu Qingyan recognized him right away. At once, she was inwardly surprised. After not seeing him for a month, that school brother with good temperament and high emotional intelligence, what had he gone through? How did he suddenly become so handsome? Yi Xianya heard Liu Qingyan's muttering. She also looked towards the direction of Liu Qingyan's line of sight. At once, she was also stunned. Is this really not a star? Yi Xianya suddenly grabbed Liu Qingyan's hand and interrogated. Is that the schoolmate you know? Why? Are you sure it's not a bully? What It's just the schoolmate. Can you not be so nasty? Sister, now I know why you fell. If I were an old lady, I would fall too. It's too king. Don't mess around. I'm still a junior. Don't scare me. Yo. This is not yet a success. The elbow to turn outward. Look at you, this protective food protection. In the end he gave you what, soul soup? What? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 66 Yi Xianya's suspicion. Liu Qingyan disliked Yi Xuanya. Although Yi Xianya said so, inwardly, she was still rather worried. The schoolmate in front of her was not a simple character at first glance. Anyway, as a sister child, Yi Xianya wouldn't let Liu Qingyan be deceived, since she couldn't ask anything. Then don't ask. Anyway, there are still a few days left in the National Day. Slowly observe. In short, to stop the popsicle child was cheated money and sex difficult task she took. At this time, Xiao Bei walked in front of Liu Qingyan, revealing a smile. He looked at Liu Qingyan. Sister, I'm coming. Liu Qingyan shyly looked at Xiao Bei. This sentence, how to feel a little ambiguous then secretly glanced at Yi Xianya. Sure enough, Yi Xianya had already taken off her sunglasses and was examining Xiao Bei with a straight face. Liu Qingyan was helpless inside. Then she looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. School brother, you've changed too much this month. Big change? Where is it big? Xiao Bei deliberately asked this. Just after the words fell, Yi Xianya's eyes widened. Good guy, can't you see my old lady? Just like this, molesting my popsicle child in public? Scumbag, absolute scumbag. Become handsome, become I don't even recognize. Liu Qingyan said naively. I haven't seen you for so long, don't you want to give me a hug? Xiao Bei looked at Liu Qingyan's cute appearance and smiled slightly. Liu Qingyan was about to go forward in a silly and naive manner. Yi Xianya, where could she let the scum in front of her take advantage of her sister's son? Cough. Yi Xianya deliberately coughed a few times. Immediately, both Liu Qingyan and Xiao Bei's gazes focused on Yi Xuanya's body. This school sister is? Xiao Bei looked at Yi Xianya and then asked. Liu Qingyan smiled and said, this is my good sister, Yi Xuanya. It's not that you're here. She happened to have a car, so she came to pick you up. Xianya, this is schoolmate, Xiao Bei. After Liu Qingyan introduced Yi Xuanya to Xiao Bei, she turned to look at Yi Xuanya and introduced Xiao Bei. Hello, schoolmate, Xiao Bei. After saying that, Xiao Bei politely extended his hand with a smile. Yi Xianya looked at the scummy Xiao Bei and then said coldly, hello, but without extending her hand. Liu Qingyan looked at it and instantly helplessly held her forehead, then looked at Xiao Bei apologetically. School brother, don't mind the big girl is this kind of character. Manly, cool, looking at anyone, probably stepping into menopause early. Yi Xianya stared with big eyes and her small head was full of question marks after hearing Liu Qingyan's words. Xiao Bei smiled faintly and didn't show any unhappy expression because Yi Xianya was like this. Instead, he said humorously, guess it's because I'm not as cool as my schoolmate. Ha. Liu Qingyan smiled faintly. After Yi Xianya heard Xiao Bei's words, although she felt that the boy in front of her was polite and had a high level of emotional intelligence, she was still on guard. The perfect man did not exist, but overall, it wasn't particularly annoying, and the impression at first glance wasn't bad. Let's go. Get in the car. Although inwardly, he kind of felt that Xiao Bei was a scum, but for the moment, he didn't make any bad moves, and the grooming was very positive. Maybe it was his own preconceived notions, so the attitude was slightly better. So the three of them got into the car. Yi Xianya was driving, Liu Qingyan was in the passenger seat, and Xiao Bei was in the back. Yi Xianya's car is a Mercedes C, or red. It can be seen that Yi Xianya's family is still in very good condition, and she bought a car before she graduated from university. Xiao Bei got into the car and didn't say much, mainly because if he was with Liu Qingyan, he could say something. Now, after all, it is in other people's cars. it is better not to dominate. Just at this time, Liu Qingyan turned her head and looked at Xiao Bei with a smile and said, Xiao Bei, where is your luggage? Xiao Bei patted the bag next to him. Here. Seeing this, Liu Qingyan thought for a moment and said, you don't have much luggage. Why don't we just go for a stroll first? Right, you said to me yesterday that you came to Magic City to do something. What is it? Liu Qingyan's eyes were very pretty. The moon curved as she looked at Xiao Bei. At this time, Yi Xianya was also on the rearview mirror, looking at Xiao Bei. Let's go to Jiangpu Road Venture Park. There's a project that I want to check out. Okay. Liu Qingyan didn't think anything of it, but Yi Xianya had a bit of her own idea. Venture Park? A project? Could it be that this elementary school brother is still starting his own business? Is he just talking? Or is it true? Yi Xianya looked deeply at Xiao Bei, mainly because recently she had heard of a new way of being a scum. Fake celebrities and fake rich men. Fake celebrities were for catching golden turtles, and fake tycoons were for catching girls, and it was actually quite simple. Renting a venue in a circle of friends or privately, deliberately taking girls there, making them think, wow, this man actually has a company. At this moment, Yi Xianya subconsciously felt that Xiao Bei was this kind of person, but through the rearview mirror, the Xiao Bei in front of her was calm. Yi Xianya's heart had 10,000 alpacas running wild. She held back, but in the end, she didn't hold back that advice. Brother, I heard, now there are a lot of young people, like to earn a block of money, not only will pack their own successful people, will also engage in some fake GMV, cheating investment. Sister advice you cannot and they learn instead of advising. It was actually more like questioning. Magic City big girl, is so straightforward, not convinced that you bite me being belittled by others, more or less always a little upset. Xiao Bei can't be an exception, but he won't be stupid enough to dislike Liu Qingyan's best friend. Instead, he smiled atmospherically. Thank you, Sister Yi. I know. The conversation between Yi Xianya and Xiao Bei just now made Liu Qingyan stare blankly, but she didn't know how to speak, so her eyes looked at her best friend. Yi Xianya thought that Liu Qingyan knew, so she gave a reassuring look, meaning that she had me here. Afterwards, Yi Xianya drove to the Jiangpu Road Venture Park. Anyway, when the time comes, let's see what this schoolmate is going to do. Which one it is? Just at this time, Xiao Bei's phone rang. Xiao Bei looked at the number displayed on his phone and frowned slightly, but still answered it. As Xiao Bei answered the phone, Yi Xianya's ears directly perked up. Xiao Long, I'll contact you later. Don't worry, say good things. I'm in Magic City now. When will you go back? I'm still a student. What do you think? At night, I will contact you. Yi Xianya and Liu Qingyan heard the phrase Xiao Long, and two very different reactions appeared. Liu Qingyan was inwardly surprised. What was the schoolmate's origin? To actually have the S-chief's phone number? Yi Xianya inwardly laughed coldly. Good guy, this schoolmate can't be dealt with. There are pussies he is really pretending. No, when we get to the place, if he just looks and does nothing, the old lady will directly dismantle him. Chapter 67, Simple Tour Technology. After hanging up the phone, the entire car fell into a calm. Xiao Bei was what he was, and he quickly realized the reason for what happened, but he didn't bother to explain. Sometimes, some explanations will not let you get rid of the suspicion, but will increase the suspicion. What Xiao Bei wanted was simple. He would know when the time came to go. When he decided to come to invest in Jane Tour, Xiao Bei contacted the other party's founder in advance. Mainly now is the National Day. Xiao Bei is also afraid of a trip in vain. The good thing is that the other party is still in the Magic City, and the whole founding team is there. Therefore, now Xiao Bei does not want to explain anything. To arrive, will know everything. At the same time, inwardly, he couldn't help but praise Yi Xianya. It is a person with a high sense of defense. The high-speed rail station was not very far from the Jiangpu Venture Park. The straight-line distance was only 5 kilometers. So after more than 10 minutes, Yi Xianya's Mercedes-Benz drove to the park. Jiangpu Venture Park. In the vicinity of a few factories, there is a separate building. 6 floors. The appearance looks not as busy as the office building, and even the outer wall. There is a wall full of creepers. In fact, this park is a business incubation park supported by the government of Magic City. Such a park, usually not in a very busy area. In order to save costs, these places were looked for. Parking the car, Yi Xianya turned back and asked Xiao Bei, do you mind if we follow to get a better understanding? Xiao Bei was stunned. This girl was really interesting. However, Xiao Bei didn't refuse. It's not like we have anything to hide. Simply don't ask anything. Smile politely. Yes. After Xiao Bei got off the car, he directly made a call to the founder of Simple Tour Technology. The three of them then walked into the hall. The lobby was very normally decorated. Just at this time, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and balding, walked head-on. It couldn't be helped. A lot of code farmers were this image. Hello, may I ask if you are still Mr. Xiao? Mao Shuqiang asked uncertainly, really the person in front of him, too young. After hearing the words of this middle-aged man, Liu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei in doubt. The schoolmate is actually with the general manager? Yi Xianya went numb. What the hell? Looking for an actor? Also 1T look like a little bit. This. Forget it, look at it again. Xiao Bei smiled and went forward. Hello, Mr. Mao right. I am Xiao Bei. After getting a definite reply from Xiao Bei, Mao Shuqiang froze, but quickly adjusted himself. After seeing Xiao Bei, and then seeing the two beautiful and unlikable beauties behind Xiao Bei, Mao Shuqiang would not doubt Xiao Bei's strength, because in his eyes, what is in front of him is a rich second generation, maybe just to invest for fun. It is just right. I need money. You invest, and you are not involved in the management. So Mao Shuqiang smiled at Xiao Bei and said, Mr. Xiao, still really young and energetic, come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Okay. Mao Shuqiang then led Xiao Bei's trio to the third floor. Along the way, Xiao Bei and Mao Shuqiang were chatting about the business park. No one took the initiative to mention the financing. Yi Xuanya and Liu Qingyan walked behind. Both of them didn't speak either, but both took out their cell phones and were editing something. Yi Xuanya, popsicle air. This schoolmate of yours is most likely a liar scum. Stay away. Liu Qingyan? After editing, the two of them looked at each other. Liu Qingyan was the one with a touch of warm anger in her eyes. Yi Xuanya looked at Liu Qingyan's eyes with stupidity in their clarity and laughed roguishly. Then she searched the webpage for the news that she had spoken to Xiao Bei earlier and sent the link to Liu Qingyan. Then attached a sentence, it's fine. With sister covering you. In Magic City, no one can bully my sister's son. Liu Qingyan read the news, slightly stunned, looked at Xiao Bei who was walking in front, and then looked at her best friend Yi Xuanya. Liu Qingyan, let's look at it first. Maybe schoolmate isn't such a person. Yi Xuanya, sister child. You're hopeless. Well, even if you die, you have to die to understand. Soon, Mao Shuqiang brought Xiao Bei to the studio, a small company of 100 square feet. There were only 4 people in the entire company besides Mao Shuqiang, sitting in front of the computer tapping on the code. Mr. Xiao, the place is small. Don't mind. Let's go to the conference room to talk. C is a humble room, but with talent. It is spiritual. Xiao Bei played normally as usual and didn't embarrass Mao Shuqiang. Inside the office of Jane Tour Technology. Mr. Xiao, let's also be clear. I need financing now. After sitting down, Mao Shuqiang said directly to the point. In fact, for such a straightforward business negotiation, Xiao Bei could understand. After all, he was a programmer and did not have the smoothness of many businessmen. But this is also what Xiao Bei likes. It was just that after Yi Xianya heard Mao Shuqiang's words, she lightly looked at Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan also noticed Yi Xuanya's eyes. Yi Xianya just sat down and went straight to the topic. How can you talk about business like this? Liu Qingyan, let's take a look at it again. Yi Xianya, swoon. Mr. Mao, I can invest, but I would like to hear your project's idea. Where is the development to now? The money, how to utilize it, and how to operate the subsequent operation. Xiao Bei asked the question directly to Mao Shuqiang. Mao Shuqiang sniffed, slightly stunned, then said seriously, Mr. Xiao, currently the game is already on the inside. As for when the financing money is in place, I will find some game people on Weibo, this world doesn't have a certain tone yet, as well as water armies, to warm up. Of course, it will also be against the WeChat small program. Xiao Bei sniffed, did not understand the sound, and continued to ask, how to profit from the follow-up. It's not thought of yet, but we are prepared to do some paid props. In that case, Mr. Mao, how many shares can be seeded? Seed 30%, $2 million. Mao Shuqiang didn't even think about it and said directly. Xiao Bei slightly shook his head. 30% is too small. I want 50%. That's impossible. Mr. Xiao, although this company of ours is small, it's still my heart and soul. What if I say that I don't participate in the management, and I can even suggest you a better operation plan and profit-making method? Xiao Bei sipped the tea in front of him and just waited for Mao Shuqiang to make a decision. Mao Shuqiang was flabbergasted at his words, his eyes staring at Xiao Bei, not knowing what he was thinking. The conversation between Xiao Bei and Mao Shuqiang made Yi Xianya even more convinced that the two were acting, talking about business. How could one talk like this? But soon she froze. Mr. Xiao, if you really have a better operation, or even a better way to make a profit, and you're still not involved in management, that's fine. Mao Shuqiang thought about it and finally agreed. After all, what Xiao Bei gave was already a lot. Anymore he really couldn't drag it out, because his own capital chain would soon fail. Alright, Mr. Mao, let's sign an investment contract, and then I'll tell you my idea. You wait a moment. Mao Shuqiang directly went out to prepare the contract. When Mao Shuqiang went out, Yi Xuanya was about to dismantle Xiao Bei when Liu Qingyan saw this, rushed to interject and said, "School brother, are you going to invest in this company?" Chapter 68 Xiao Bei's thinking. Facing Liu Qingyan's inquiry, Xiao Bei nodded his head. "Their project, I've seen it before, and it happens to have an idea that I can integrate with, so I'm going to invest in it." Then you don't think about it more? After all, this is 2 million. Liu Qingyan's family condition is not bad, but today Xiao Bei's action still gave her a big impact. Although her own best friend Yi Xuanya had been saying that Xiao Bei was pretending to be 13, however, Liu Qingyan's intuition told her that Xiao Bei wasn't, because of the temperament he had on him, and the first time she met Xiao Bei, that temperament was not something that could be imitated by anyone. Just at this time, Mao Shuqiang walked in. "Mr. Xiao, take a look. This is the investment contract." Mao Shuqiang handed the contract to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei took it and carefully looked at it. There were no traps. Then he smiled and said to Mao Shuqiang, "There is nothing wrong with the contract, Mr. Mao. Signing now? That would be great." "Mr. Xiao, I still have a doubt now. When will the 2 million arrive? Mao Shuqiang is really poor. The financing payment is really can't be delayed. Otherwise he doesn't know how to pay his salary." Xiao Bei naturally knew his predicament, so he smiled and said, "The contract is signed, and it will be transferred directly to the public account right away. That's a good feeling." Without saying anything, Mao Shuqiang directly signed his name on the contract. Xiao Bei also signed his name on the contract. Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya watched as the two signed the contract. Yi Xuanya was also a bit frozen at the moment. Right now, she was also a bit unsure. Did this schoolmate really want to invest or was he faking it? Firstly, all along, this schoolmate had been very calm. Secondly, just now Mao Shuqiang asked Xiao Bei when the funds will arrive, but Xiao Bei said that it will arrive immediately. If Xiao Bei is really that kind of scum fake successful person, then it is extremely unreasonable, because now himself and Liu Qingyan are on the side. The best way to say it, should be a few days to stretch as the next date of the account is right. In that case, wouldn't he and his sisters not know if he had transferred the money or not? Then at that time, he casually said transferred. PA picture. Who knows whether it is true or false, but now he said what? Transfer immediately? Then you and your sisters will be able to see it, won't you? Could it be that he was really paranoid? Mr. Xiao, the contract is signed. Tell us your thoughts? Although Mao Shuqiang was in urgent need of money, but now that the contract had been signed, the money was definitely going to arrive, so he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was interested in the idea of operation and profitability that Xiao Bei just said. The stone in his heart fell to the ground, and now he was in a rare state of relaxation. Xiao Bei sniffed and took a sip of tea. Operation. The previous ones will be according to your idea. Try to cast vertical ads. What I said next is the key point. Xiao Bei looked at Mao Shuqiang, who nodded, signaling Xiao Bei to continue. My idea has these steps. First, our operation should be contradictory. For example, we advertise that only people with an IQ of 180 can pass the game, but in reality, is there a relationship between the game passing and IQ? Obviously it doesn't. So I'm going to ask you to set up an algorithm where the first level is exceptionally easy, and anyone can pass it, and the second level, directly on the difficulty level, 98% of the people can't pass it. Just after Xiao Bei's words fell, Mao Shuqiang directly shook his head and said, Mr. Xiao, if that's the case, who's going to play our game? Then the next point is the second point I want to talk about. We utilize the algorithm and divide the provinces. As long as the people who pass the second level, they will be able to go to the bull ring in their respective provinces, so your friends around you can pass. I can't pass. What do you think? Mao Shuqiang froze. Then I'm definitely not happy about it, and I'll also just fight my way through. Me too. Others are going over. I'm itching to not go over. Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya spoke directly. Bingo, you guys are right. Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya froze. Wow, Xiao Bei, I get it. In that case, it's just provoking the climbing heart. Liu Qingyan thought of something and immediately said. Yi Xuanya looked at Xiao Bei with a different look at the moment. This schoolmate, maybe it's true. Right, why didn't I think of that? Mao Shuqiang directly slapped his thigh. In this way, it will allow users to, invariably, help us publicize. Xiao Bei sniffed and nodded slightly. That's not right, Mr. Xiao. Then in that case, how do we make a profit? Mao Shuqiang thought about it and asked directly again. Xiao Bei said unhurriedly, didn't you plan to utilize some props to charge fees in the beginning? Right, then our props will be free. Xiao Bei looked at Mao Shuqiang with a smile. Free? How else can we make money if it's free? Exactly. At this moment, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya also joined the discussion. Who says you can't make money if it's free? All three of them looked at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to give an answer. To get free props, there's a prerequisite. and that's that you need to watch advertisements. And it's the advertiser's money that we want to earn. Advertising side. You don't have to worry. I will give you a few buttresses in the early stage. After our traffic goes up, it's them who come to us, Xiao Bei said indifferently. In fact, these are what Xiao Bei saw in the intelligence, but now it was spoken by him. All three of them were enlightened. Mao Shuqian was instantly excited. Mr. Xiao, you are really a talent. Don't panic, there's still an Italian cannon. Xiao Bei lightly joked and continued. When our game is hot enough, we're coming to add more fire. What? The one who asked was Yi Xianya. At this moment, she was also shocked by Xiao Bei's thinking just now, so she hurriedly asked. There's not just one way to be red. There's also black-red. Black-red? What do you mean, Mr. Xiao? Yes, it's what you're thinking. The inspiration for this game. You got it through that game abroad, right? So, the next thing is to hype it up and plagiarize it. But in reality, did we really plagiarize it? No, Mao Shuqiang immediately said. Then no. In that case, this is what I think. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he faintly took a sip of tea. At this moment, the eyes of the two schoolmates looking at Xiao Bei were already a bit worshipful. Alright, Mr. Mao, the operation and profit method has been told to you. Now give me a public account. I will transfer the financing to you. Good. After Mao Shuqiang and Xiao Bei added a WeChat, he sent the public account to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei directly took out his own cell phone and inserted the U-shield on it. Then in the eyes of the three people, he directly transferred 2 million to the public account. When the phone showed that the transaction was successful, Liu Qingyan suddenly grabbed Yi Xuanya's arm tightly and gasped sharply. Yi Xianya wasn't much better, silently putting her sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She thought to herself, the way she stared round her eyes must have been stupid. Chapter 69, Xiao Bei's pleasant nickname, Green Tea. $2 million. A student who was just in college had directly invested in a company, or directly invested $2 million in real money, and also gave reasonable advice. Well, Yi Xianya knew at this moment that she was being petty, but what Yi Xianya didn't know was that neither Liu Qingyan nor Xiao Bei would think much of her. In Xiao Bei's eyes, this girl was doing the right thing. Girls have to learn to protect themselves too, don't they? In Liu Qingyan's eyes, sister child that was responsible for herself. But at this moment Yi Xianya was truly shocked. School brother, you want to go to heaven? Yi Xianya was from Magic City, and her family's situation was considered very good. When she was in college, her family bought a Mercedes-Benz that cost more than 300,000 yuan, and she prepared a house in Pudong, Magic City, as a dowry. It is reasonable to say that $2 million, it is not shocking, but it depends on 2 million used in what place. 2 million some second generation, may be used in consumption. The most feeling is envy, because the heart has long been expected. But Xiao Bei, 2 million, directly into the company, looks like there is money to be made. This is not just a shock to Liu Qingyan, to her as well. She then enviously looked at Liu Qingyan. Why envious? Going on a high-speed train, she abducted such a young, talented and extremely talented person. Looking at Liu Qingyan again, she was now speechless. Right now her mind was filled with philosophical thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Her family conditions were far inferior to Yi Xianya, and her social circle was even narrower. Among luxury goods, bags and cosmetics were seen every day, but she couldn't just hand out $2 million and say she would invest it. This is a bit beyond her imagination. Xiao Bei, because he was greeting Mao Shuqiang, naturally did not see the two young ladies' shocked look. Otherwise, he would definitely come to say, the pattern is open. After leaving Simple Tour Technology, the three of them returned to the car. At this moment, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya, sitting in the car, were still in shock and could not digest it for a long time. Yi Xuanya quietly glanced at Xiao Bei through the rearview mirror, suddenly feeling that the schoolmate in front of her was simply unfathomable. The way he was dressed, when he first saw it, he was still thinking, which pretender is it again? And he didn't know if it was real or fake. Now, I go. This seems to be still a bit low-key. Coupled with the confident temperament of Xiao Bei's body that she now saw, she envied again. What kind of OU life is this for popsicle air? Ice lollipop is really, either not melting, once melting, let off Italian cannon. Who can stand it? Now, Yi Xianya doesn't think Xiao Bei is not good enough for popsicle. Even when she thinks of Xiao Bei's previous contempt, her face burns with fire. The family is not even mentioned. On that spoiled temperament, confident temperament, that face value, with who are more than enough, the current him could only sigh. After calming his mind, Yi Xianya turned his head to Xiao Bei and said, "It's okay, schoolmate, gave me a lesson. It's me who was abrupt." Xiao Bei smiled and his inner good feeling towards this girl rose again, able to bend and stretch. Just don't know whether he can go up and down or not. It's alright, school sister. Seeing Xiao Bei like this, Yi Xianya also smiled faintly. After the two of them got through the period of awkwardness, Yi Xianya quickly thought about it. Schoolmate is handsome, is temperament, is much gold, but what does it have to do with herself? She didn't take advantage. On the contrary, her own good sister child, confined is so good, for her happy can't wait. So, how to deal with. So she opened her mouth. Where are we going next? Liu Qingyan subconsciously looked back at Xiao Bei. The meaning was clear. What do you think? Xiao Bei was slightly stunned, wondering, aren't you the hosts? Then he thought about it. Let's go to the hotel first. Get the place to stay ready first. Senior, didn't you say that there are no more hotels nearby? Liu Qingyan beamed and looked at Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Yi Xianya shook her head helplessly. What a simpleton. People obviously want to communicate with you further. You're still coming for real? Xiao Bei saw this and smiled faintly. Ha ha ha, what's that? What I'm saying is that there are no more cheap ones in the neighborhood, but there are still 5-star ones. When Liu Qingyan heard this, her face was slightly flushed and she looked at Xiao Bei angrily. Meaning, okay, stinky school brother, actually dare to fool me. This baby has a temper. Put. Yi Xianya couldn't help but laugh out. Then she graciously opened her mouth and said, school brother, you don't know, our family popsicle child, for your sake, even asked me to lend you my apartment to live in. Hearing Yi Xianya's words, Xiao Bei instantly became interested. Wow, actually, senior sister, let's just say, if it's possible, I don't mind. He, popsicle, keep an eye on your families man, Yi Xianya joked, then started the car. Wow, stinky Xianya, you can't spit out ivory from the corner of your mouth. Senior sister Yi, our senior sister Lu is so pretty, how can you call her a popsicle? Xiao Bei deliberately said with a bit of green tea. Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei in the rearview mirror. Then she raised her middle finger. School brother, I found out that you are really green tea. Well, I will call you green tea from now on. Popsicle with green tea, perfect match. School brother, don't give a damn about her. That's how she is. Big girl, okay, senior, I know. Yi Xianya directly started to assist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He liked to be called like this, but then again, right now he couldn't speak. Now he had to see what Liu Qingyan's reaction would be. Sure enough, after Liu Qingyan heard Yi Xianya's words, she instantly quit, and angrily looked at the big girl. Wah, big girl, shut your stinking mouth. Indeed it's not very nice to be called senior sister. How about you call me, well, Qingyan, well, just Qingyan. After saying that, Liu Qingyan's pretty face, redness was visible to the naked eye. Yi Xianya laughed out loud. Then you can just call me big girl. No, schoolmate, you call her stinky mouth. Xiao Bei sat at the back, looking at the two beauties in front of him playing around to please himself. His heart was happy. Rebirth, really chicken cool I'll do as I please, as long as you're happy. The big girl's character was very good, and she didn't stick to small rules. Ha, then it's a deal. In the future, school brother, you call her stinky mouth, call me Qingyan, then you guys shouldn't call me school brother. In fact, you guys can just call me Bei. Xiao Bei said with a hefty smile. School brother, I found out that you are really green tea just this and you still want to take advantage? Yi Xianya said with a smile. My name is Xiao Bei. If you guys don't call me Bei, what do you call me? Yi Xianya and Liu Qingyan looked at each other, then said in unison. I'll call you green tea from now on. Chapter 70 Liu Qingyan swears sovereignty. Xiao Bei resisted this. Surely green tea isn't as good as Bei? Xiao Bei spat out in dissatisfaction. Ha, then it's better this way. We fully respect your opinion. Liu Qingyan thought for a moment, then looked at Xiao Bei meaningfully. What? Xiao Bei asked. I'll call you green tea north from now on. See, how good schoolmates are to you. They never engage in any hegemony. Ha, popsicle child has you. Say, green tea Bei. Which hotel to go to? Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei in the rearview mirror. Xiao Bei sniffed. The one closer to your school, so it's convenient to go to you. Budget? No, popsicle. And budget? Do you see green tea north as needing to consider a budget? Yi Xianya spat. It was only then that Liu Qingyan reacted. It's me who's being abrupt. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, liking this way of getting along. Not deliberately trying to please you because you were rich. This is how friends get along. I've looked around, so let's just book at the Yangyuan Man Hotel. There is such a good hotel nearby, Xiao Bei said indifferently. When Yi Xianya heard this, she immediately became angry. Popsicle boy, I really want to hit someone. Hit who? Liu Qingyan asked. Green tea north. Versailles now. I'll hit. You won't be sad, right? Then I won't be sad. I will fight with you. LOL. Xiao Bei heard the words of the two of them and burst into laughter. Protest. Protest is invalid. The three of them talked and laughed and arrived at the Yangyuan Man Hotel. You two go get a room first. I'll go park the car and figure out where to go later. Parking fees are expensive, Yi Xianya said, and drove off to find a parking space. After Liu Qingyan heard Yi Xuanya's words, her pretty face instantly turned red and she stomped her feet on the ground anxiously. Waving her own small fists, she spat angrily at Yi Xianya's departing car. Stinky mouth, driving recklessly again. You two go get a room first? What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? Liu Qingyan's pretty face flushed as she secretly looked at Xiao Bei who was at her side. Seeing this, Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed, then said, let's go, little Qingyan, let's go to a room. You, ha ha ha. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly pulled Liu Qingyan's hand as soon as he walked in. Liu Qingyan's hand was pulled by Xiao Bei, and she instantly lowered her head in blush. At this moment, if there was a third person's perspective, if there was a third person's viewpoint at this moment, he would have seen a man pulling a woman, the man holding his head high, the woman lowering her head and following with small steps, especially if it is still in the hotel. People will think, I go. Today the world has one less simple girl and one more woman. Soon, the two entered the revolving door. Liu Qingyan hurriedly shook off Xiao Bei and intentionally glared over fiercely. You pay attention. I'm afraid of getting lost. Xiao Bei laughed evilly. The first time I walked into such a big hotel, I panicked. Holding your hand. I won't panic anymore. Boring. Liu Qingyan was so angry that she slapped him. Believe you, you can invest $2 million just like that. What's the point of panicking? Wait, panic? Liu Qingyan thought of something. Her head was empty. Humph, just taking advantage. Say, is it often take advantage of the young lady? Liu Qingyan questioned. Come on, it's still my first time holding hands. Look at my palms are sweating. If Ji Qinglan was there right now, she would definitely look at Xiao Bei with cold eyes and come up with, old lady's hand is not a hand? After Liu Qingyan heard Xiao Bei's words, she was slightly stunned. Such a handsome boy, actually holding hands for the first time. At that moment, Liu Qingyan did not feel shy. It's all the first time. Who's afraid of who? In fact, Liu Qingyan also had feelings for Xiao Bei, but she was just in the way and felt that the progress was too fast. I really don't have any feelings. You dare to hold hands and try it? Where cool? Where to stay? Being flustered by holding a hand, Liu Qingyan hurriedly changed the topic. Xiao Bei, how many days are you planning to stay in Magic City? No surprises, the entire national day will be in it, Xiao Bei said indifferently. When Liu Qingyan heard this, she was slightly happy inside. The two of them then pulled their little hands together and arrived at the front desk of the hotel. Hello sir, may I ask what service is available? The front desk lady politely looked at Xiao Bei, while being inwardly surprised. This was that family's sweat-blooded BMW. Out for a ho-ho-ho. I want to stay for a few days. Help me open a presidential suite for a week first. Xiao Bei thought about it and replied. Xiao Bei didn't want to do any pretending to be a pig. With this strength, why not give himself the best enjoyment? Anyway, he came to Magic City to have fun, so don't treat yourself badly. The receptionist lady, sniffing, was surprised, then asked, Sir, you just said, presidential suite 7 days right? Aha, yes, open for a week. Xiao Bei's answer was very dry. When the receptionist lady heard this, she was inwardly happy. Then she was looking at Xiao Bei. Although Xiao Bei had a beauty like heaven beside him, she still gave him a secret glance. There is no way. The little brother at a glance is very powerful, handsome, young, but also more gold. Miss, that is really love. Ah. Liu Qingyan has been paying attention to the side, saw the eyes of this receptionist lady, immediately unhappy. I'm here. You are still secretly looking at me, right? When I am the heir? So Liu Qingyan made her boldest move. She directly loosened her grip and took Xiao Bei's arm in his puzzled gaze. Swearing sovereignty, Xiao Bei felt the touch that came from his arm and was beautiful inside. Liu Qingyan also glared fiercely at the front desk lady. The front desk young lady, although she was angry inside, still politely maintained a smile. Sir, our presidential suite is 100,000 per night, for 7 days. It's 700,000. You see? Just swipe your card directly. Xiao Bei took his wallet out of his backpack when he got out of the car, handing his bank card and ID card to the receptionist lady. Where is this lady's ID card? The front desk young lady professionally smiled as she looked at Liu Qingyan. When Liu Qingyan heard this, she was slightly stunned and her pretty face was slightly red. When Xiao Bei was about to open his mouth to say something, Liu Qingyan directly took out her ID card from her own bag. At this time, Xiao Bei felt a knock from his arm. He immediately understood Liu Qingyan's idea, but, in the end, the cheap one was Xiao Bei. He was too happy to be happy, although he knew that Liu Qingyan would definitely not stay with himself at night. But, there is always a chance, isn't it? Liu Qingyan didn't notice Xiao Bei's lewd eyes in the slightest at this moment, but instead, she was like a fighting hen, provocatively looking at the front desk. The meaning is saying, sister's sovereignty range. Mistakenly enter. This is my man. Put away your restless heart. Chapter 71. I also want to swear sovereignty. After opening the room, the two of them walked into the elevator in the eyes of the front desk lady's grudging eyes. Just after walking into the elevator, Liu Qingyan then looked at Xiao Bei with a slightly reddened pretty face. School brother. That I. Shoo. Xiao Bei smiled at her and signaled her to keep quiet for now. Liu Qingyan was a bit overwhelmed, but still obediently closed her mouth. Only inwardly, she was still ruminating. Shuedi won't think I'm that kind of casual woman, right? Wow. It's so hard. Liu Qingyan, can't you be a little more reserved? Liu Qingyan what to do now? Soon the two arrived at the presidential suite located on the 36th floor. Xiao Bei opened the door and did not have time to take into account the arrangement of the presidential suite at this moment. Instead, he pulled Liu Qingyan, who was still in a daze, into his arms. Then he brought the door with him. At this moment, Liu Qingyan was leaning behind the door in a daze. Xiao Bei had one hand supporting the door. Liu Qingyan and Xiao Bei were facing each other. Both of them were looking straight at each other. Among them, Xiao Bei's eyes were filled with aggression. On the other hand, Liu Qingyan was a bit flustered. Her eyes dodged around. Then she looked at Xiao Bei and opened her mouth in a small voice. School brother, what are you going to do? Xiao Bei looked at Liu Qingyan, who was like a shy kitten at the moment. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Bold Q. Obviously it's Chun Guanxi's gangly handsome. Why do you want to say crooked mouth dragon king? Then in Liu Qingyan's surprised gaze, Xiao Bei directly had one hand, holding Liu Qingyan's chin. Senior sister, was that just an oath of sovereignty? Liu Qingyan's eyes dodged. At this moment inwardly exclaimed, wow, school brother is so domineering. I like it so much. Ooh, but still said haughtily, no, just, oh. Liu Qingyan stammered before she finished. Xiao Bei kissed up. When teasing a young lady, it is important to do the initiative to attack. Pulling the hand does not refuse. Then it proves that the young lady has feelings for you. Find a time, find a place, directly dominate. A little attack is good. Of course, if holding hands are to be rejected, do not learn, because you not only want to be beaten, but also by the police. Uncle, please drink tea. A little bit of initiative with a story is emotional intelligence. A little bit of initiative with an accident is hooliganism. Liu Qingyan froze at Xiao Bei's sudden kiss. With wide eyes, she looked at Xiao Bei's handsome face. For a moment, the head was blank. Who am I? Where am I? However, the body was honest and responded actively. She also did not know why she responded. Is this kissing? Sweet feeling. Oh. After Liu Qingyan responded, she closed her eyes decisively and shyly. The two embraced each other in a passionate kiss. Just when Liu Qingyan wanted to put her hands around Xiao Bei's neck, a cell phone rang. At that moment, Liu Qingyan, like a scared bird, she quickly opened her eyes and then gently pushed Xiao Bei away. With a flushed face, she glared at Xiao Bei, who grinned at her. Liu Qingyan pulled out her cell phone, took a deep breath, and then answered the call. Popsicle child, where are you guys? Yi Xianya's voice came from the phone. Well, we're on the 36th floor, inside the room. You come. Liu Qingyan patted her chest and said softly, you're not right. You too? Yi Xianya sniffed. Over the phone, gossiping. Big girl, you just know that your mouth stinks. Hurry up and come up. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Then she looked at Xiao Bei fiercely, and came directly in front of Xiao Bei, hands crossed, and looked at Xiao Bei. How can you be like this? Big bad guy. Looking at Liu Qingyan's lovely appearance, Xiao Bei pulled over Liu Qingyan. School brother, what are you going to do? Don't be good. The big girl is coming up right away. Little Qingyan, you're so double standard. Oh, you can swear sovereignty, but I can't? Xiao Bei said cheekily. Liu Qingyan sniffed and her eyes looked into Xiao Bei's eyes. Xiao Bei's eyes were beautiful, clear and bright. But, which person swears oath of sovereignty is like this? Then do you like it? Xiao Bei further attacked, and now the difficult problem came to Liu Qingyan's body. Liu Qingyan inside, like but girls are all mouthy and reserved. She just looked at Xiao Bei shyly, not knowing how to say. Just at this time, the door was knocked. Liu Qingyan looked at the door and signaled to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei still didn't let go of Liu Qingyan and whispered, Little Qingyan, do you like it? Liu Qingyan saw the situation, knew Xiao Bei was being cheeky. Big bad egg. I like it. Okay, quickly let go of me. The big girl is coming. Got the answer he wanted. Xiao Bei then let go of Liu Qingyan. Then the two of them slightly organized down. Liu Qingyan then ran like an escape to open the door. Just after opening the door, Yi Xianya looked at Liu Qingyan critically. Her face was flushed red. I'll go. Popsicle child. The atmosphere between you guys is a bit subtle. No way. There's not a day that goes by without a drive in the mouth. Yi Xianya walked into the room and looked at the lavish decoration. Is this the world of the rich? The entire room, which was huge, had 3 rooms, a master bedroom, 2 side bedrooms, plus an open-air pool, a study, a hall, and a kitchen that was a combination of Chinese and Western. It could be described as luxurious. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, did not answer, but went directly to the refrigerator. Wanting to see what there was to drink, he just opened it and saw a row of Filico water. Xiao Bei didn't even think about it and directly took out 3 bottles. Drinking water? Yi Xianya was visiting the room with Liu Qingyan and heard Xiao Bei's words. The two returned to the living room, and when they saw the water in Xiao Bei's hand, Yi Xianya's eyes widened again. In an uncertain tone, she said, "Are you sure you want to treat us to this water? It's just a bottle of water. Here." After saying that, Xiao Bei directly handed the water to Liu Qingyan and Yi Xianya. "Wow, big girl, are all the water packages of the presidential suite this nice?" Liu Qingyan looked at the water in her hand, the conical bottle, plus the crown on top. She thought this was the water ordered from the presidential suite. Yi Xianya was slightly stunned, then looked at Liu Qingyan and explained, "Popsicle child, this is not customized, this is Filico, a bottle worth $219. Yi Xianya was truly shocked. Even if her family was also rich, she wouldn't buy such expensive water to drink. Being rich didn't mean being an ingrate. Ah, that's more than $1,500 a bottle? Well, Liu Qingyan felt today, has been shocked at herself that a bottle of water actually costs 1,500 yuan. Well, it's just a bottle of water. Drink it. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly unscrewed a bottle. In fact, this water, Xiao Bei in his previous life also drank. Seeing that Xiao Bei had said so, Yi Xianya didn't make any pretense. Green tea Bei. Interesting enough. You buddy, sister, I'll make it. Chapter 72. Consider the single dog. After getting a good drink of water, the 3 of them sat in the living room and chatted. So where to next? Liu Qingyan asked as she looked at the 2. Old Zhang Tu and old Buddha just called me. The evening happens to be a once-a-week gathering. Let's go eat together. Yi Xianya said indifferently. Xiao Bei smiled inwardly as he heard this. He could see beautiful women again. Yes, Xiao Bei was already convinced at this moment that the Magic City Music Academy was all a bunch of beautiful women. Ga fragrant. Big girl, can I go? Nonsense. Your little Yan Yan surely can't afford to let you eat a big meal alone in the hotel. Besides, you are my buddy now. Can you have a meal less? Big girl, you. Seeing that Yi Xianya was making fun of herself again, Liu Qingyan wanted to say something, to retort something, but after thinking of the passionate kiss she just had with Xiao Bei, her face flushed red. She didn't say anything else, but secretly glanced at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also looked at Liu Qingyan, the corner of his mouth smiling slightly. As Yi Xianya watched, she instantly felt that in her absence, these two definitely had something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would there be a sour stench of love in the air? Say, the 2 of you, what did you do when old Ma was just not around? Yi Xianya looked at the 2 with a gossipy look on her face, her insides itching. Why are you so dramatic? Where is there anything? Liu Qingyan hurriedly fooled around. Xiao Bei smiled faintly at this, then asked as he changed the topic, then let's go eat now? Green tea Bei. I feel like you don't want to eat. You want to see your sister, right? Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei and laughed, then continued, however, Buddy's other 2 roommates, they're also superb. Oh. Xiao Bei smiled, and was tempted to immediately drool and ask what extremely good ones were, but still smiled slightly and did not say anything. Liu Qingyan are here, although their own very slag, but bar, also want a slag dedicated is not. Eat what meal? Ah, now only what time? Ah, first think about where to go now. Do you stay here all the time? Liu Qingyan asked. Yi Xianya also looked at Xiao Bei. Now the 2 were obviously looking at Xiao Bei's meaning. One of the 2 was a local of Magic City, and the other was in her 3rd year of schooling in Magic City, and had been to all the places she needed to go. Xiao Bei didn't know where to go for a while. In fact, he kinda wanted to stay in the hotel. Maybe, he could even eat some tofu. At this time, Xiao Bei glanced at a flyer on the table. On it was a big word, Magic City Auto Show. Xiao Bei thought about it. In the future, he will definitely come to Magic City quite a lot. Should he let the big girl be the driver every time? So Xiao Bei directly took the flyer on the table and pointed. Then let's go here. You want to buy a car? Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei, but quickly felt like an idiot. It was really just farting with his pants down. A big young man going out. Could he not want a car? Yes. Liu Qingyan didn't have any idea. As long as she followed wherever Xiao Bei went, it was fine. Seeing that Liu Qingyan and Xiao Bei both agreed, Yi Xianya could only nod her head. In fact, now she was also curious as to what kind of car Xiao Bei was going to buy. The 3 of them left the hotel, and Yi Xianya went to get the car. Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan then waited in the hotel lobby. At this moment, after Xiao Bei's passionate kiss with Liu Qingyan, she would start to be shy when the two of them stayed together. Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan were sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Seeing Liu Qingyan's silent and shy appearance, Xiao Bei slightly sidestepped his body and said in Liu Qingyan's ear, "Little Qingyan, you are so beautiful." Looking at Xiao Bei's complacent appearance, Liu Qingyan beamed her mouth and slapped Xiao Bei's arm with a solid slap. Then she glared angrily at Xiao Bei again. "Annoying bastard." Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed, once again holding Liu Qingyan's hand tightly. Liu Qingyan symbolically struggled, then gave up, beaming her mouth, looking at Xiao Bei in a good and funny way. "School brother, don't call me school brother, call me Xiao Bei, or a more intimate nickname." Xiao Bei smiles and looks at Liu Qingyan. "Humph, just no. School brother, little ninja, do you still want me to swear sovereignty?" Xiao Bei looks at Liu Qingyan with a grin. When Liu Qingyan heard this, the words that had just been interrupted by Xiao Bei suddenly rang out again, so she angrily said to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, if you next time, without my permission, kiss people without their permission, I will be angry. I am angry. The consequences are very serious." Liu Qingyan spoke, obviously just not enough breath. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed and continued to tease Liu Qingyan. "How serious are the consequences?" Liu Qingyan rolled her eyes at him, then whispered, "Anyway, it's very serious. School brother, aren't we going too fast? If time can represent love, then we shouldn't have met so late." In fact, Liu Qingyan's question wasn't really asking about it being too soon. Many boys who encountered such a question might immediately show their loyalty and say something about not being too soon. Blah, blah, blah. Then very well, you'll be considered a licking dog. After all, there is a saying that the unobtainable is always in commotion, and the favored ones are emboldened. In fact, very often, girls ask this question. The essence of the meaning is that he feels that you get her too easy, appearing to her frivolous, afraid that you will not cherish her. It is a typical manifestation of insecurity. So at this time, remember not to say straight male. I don't think it will be, not fast, whatever. This will not leave a good impression, but rather accelerate the girl away from you faster. This is the charm of the summer language. Words can touch the soul, but cannot hurt the soul. So, single dog, learn to scrap it yet. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Bei's words, Liu Qingyan smiled slightly inwardly. Just at this time, Yi Xianya's phone call came, and the two of them ended their brief flirtation. Together, they walked out of the hotel. At this moment, Yi Xianya had already parked her car at the entrance. The two of them walked towards the car, and this time, Liu Qingyan didn't get on the co-pilot, but directly sat in the back row with Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Many times, some details of a girl were accurately conveying her thoughts, and Xiao Bei happened to be aware of such thoughts. Yi Xianya suddenly froze, saw Liu Qingyan's appearance through the rearview mirror, and then looked at Xiao Bei. At once, she spat out, "Green tea with popsicles. It's really a perfect match." Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled cheekily. Liu Qingyan would have retorted before, but now she didn't retort, and said with a direct smile, "What's the matter? Envious? You also go to your green tea?" "No, mouth stinky man. Isn't that right, Bei?" After Liu Qingyan finished, she looked at Xiao Bei and said with slightly red cheeks, "Mainly because of that sentence, Bei. Right. Yi Xianya was fed with dog food and grinned straight, and directly left with a foot of floor oil. If you want to be affectionate, go be affectionate on the bed at night. Consider the single dog, okay? Chapter 73, The Main Look at the Eye. Yi Xianya shouldn't be called Big Nyonya anymore. That cranky up is not at all false northeast tiger. It should be called Tiger Nyonya. Xiao Bei is also very strange. Why a Jiangnan girl can be so tiger, can't afford to mess with it. Along the way, has let go of Liu Qingyan. In the back row directly and Xiao Bei hand in hand. Angry Yi Xianya straight itch. A cry. Single is not a crime. Dog food is too drunk. Half an hour later. Pudong Stadium underground parking lot. Yi Xianya parked the car. The three of them walked to the stadium's open-air soccer field. The car show was open there. It had to be said that the Magic City's car show was really crowded. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the car show, it was already crowded. There are really a lot of people. Is it sick to come to a car show on such a hot day? Yi Xianya spat out. Put. Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan burst out laughing together. Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan and spat. Am I wrong? Isn't it good to blow the air conditioning at home, eat a big watermelon, and brush up on your dramas? I agree with the second half of your sentence, Xiao Bei said with a smile, but the first half of your sentence, we are in disagreement. Liu Qingyan directly spoke after Xiao Bei finished. Why, Bikos, the two of us aren't sick, just bring yourself. Xiao Bei hemmed and hawed. Sure enough, green tea Bei, you're just not a good person. Yi Xianya directly disliked Xiao Bei. Liu Qingyan saw this and smiled helplessly. On one side was her prospective boyfriend, On the other side was her bosom sister. Helping no one is not. Alright, you two, stop arguing, go inside. Liu Qingyan could only be the peacemaker. The three of them walked into the car show. Just walking in, they felt a slight coolness, although it was in the open-air stadium, but in the open-air stadium, a glass house was erected. Inside the air conditioning, directly dry to the lowest, a little cool feeling. The three people took a glance. All the heads, dense, like ants so much, but I have to say, Magic City's car show specifications are really high, from low-end to high-end, that is everything. There was even no lack of some anchors who were holding up their selfie sticks, broadcasting the grandeur of the auto show at this moment. The three of them didn't stop at the low-end and mid-end areas, but ran directly to the high-end area. In fact, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya were already in the clear. Green Tea North would look at the low-end and mid-end. Soon the three of them arrived at the high-end area, and Yi Xuanya, at the moment, her gaze was already attracted by the car model, only to see that she deliberately used her arm to top Xiao Bei. I go, this car is nice. Xiao Bei at first really thought that Yi Xuanya was talking about the car, but after seeing her eyes, she bared her teeth and smiled. Tiger girl, are you damn looking at the car or the person? What are you pretending? So many bikini girls, you don't look? Yi Xuanya revealed a demented expression as she looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was puzzled. Yi Xuanya, this tiger girl, how in the world did her family cultivate her? Don't look, it's enough for me to have little Qingyan. Little Qingyan, do you hear me? Green Tea Bei wants to see you in a bikini. Yi Xuanya decisively picked on Liu Qingyan brightly. I go, tiger girl, you damn wronged me. Really just open your mouth? You hit me small karami. Master small not small. You tried? Popsicle child. Your master has nasty thoughts about me that he shouldn't have. Quickly hit him. Liu Qingyan blankly glanced at Yi Xuanya. Together you take me for a fool? Just as the three of them were fighting, behind the three of them, there was a female anchor of the amusing fish platform, who was introducing the car. Suddenly, she then saw the pop-ups, and strange things began to appear. I'll go. That dude in front, with two extremely beautiful women. Dog thief, put down the beautiful women. Let me do it. The summer country already has more women than men. The dog thief still has two of them all to himself? I go. That body, that face value, not better than the bikini girl? Wow, that boy is so handsome. Anchor, you quickly go to the interview. Say a word. Come will can stay name. The female anchor is named Xiao Bei, an outdoor anchor of the teeming fish. On the platform, there are also 200,000 fans, seeing the water friends pop-ups. Well, today Xiao Yang will go out of this face. Go to boldly ask. Absolutely not, because the boys are very handsome. Oh, so she directly walked up. Hello, 3, convenient to interrupt. Accept the interview? Yang Bei came to the front of Xiao Bei's trio. When she saw Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya from close range, she could not help but be stunned. The male was really handsome and the female was really beautiful. Good. Are you broadcasting live? Yi Xuanya asked directly without thinking. Ha ha ha, yes missy, I'm live streaming. Is it convenient for the three of you to greet your water friends? Yang Bei asked again. Yi Xuanya smiled and said, I have no problem with that. Me too. Liu Qingyan smiled faintly. Seeing that the two beauties were fine, Xiao Bei had even less of an opinion and then nodded. Yang Bei then aimed the camera at the three. When the water users in the live broadcast room saw the trio, the pop-up screen went crazy. I'll go. The two girls, they're really beautiful. Wow. The left, Liu Qingyan, 1. It's the feeling of first love. The right, Yi Xuanya, is my ideal type. Wow. Am I the only one who noticed? Is little brother mega handsome? Sure enough, good-looking people hang out with good-looking people. After the three of them smiled and greeted each other, the water users started to let Yang Bei ask questions. Yang Bei also looked at the trio with a smile and asked, Little brother, young lady, are you here to buy a car? Yi Xuanya, yes and no. It's not for me to buy, it's for my buddy. After saying that, Yi Xuanya directly pointed at Xiao Bei. Liu Qingyan also smiled and nodded. We just accompanied him to buy a car. Wow, this little brother, with a name brand all over his bang, handsome and gold. Who knows if it's real or fake? By the looks of it, it's still a college student. In the pop-up screen, there was a constant discussion. Yang Bei also came to Xiao Bei's side. Little brother, do you have a car you want to buy? I see that there are all high-end cars here. BBA, supercars and whatnot. What car are you planning to buy? I haven't thought about it yet. Let's take a look first. What's the budget? Actually, some of our friends in the live broadcast room know about cars, so they can give you a reference. Yang Bei was trying to interact, but was soon shocked by Xiao Bei's words. Not only her, but even the water friends in the live broadcast room. Only Xiao Bei revealed a smile, and his gaze longingly looked towards the inside of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. In fact, the budget and so on. It doesn't matter. The main thing is to have an eye. Look at your favorite and buy it. Chapter 74 Lamborghini SVJ. Xiao Bei Versailles words caused anchor Yang Bei and the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room to be collectively confused. Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya were already surprised, but still, they glanced at each other. You'd say Xiao Bei was smart and emotionally intelligent, right? His current behavior was very much like the landlord's stupid son. If you want to say that he was the stupid son of a landlord's family, well, he was smart again. It's really an elusive master. At this moment to say that the most shocked were the water friends in the live broadcast room. I go, this pussy, so good at pretending but also eye candy. Is it that if I fancy Rafa, with a good eye, I can buy it whenever I want? Such a capricious little brother? Suddenly found so handsome upstairs sister, I would say the same, but whether I can afford it or not, I don't know. Don't even say it. It looks like a hook 8, pretending to be 13, look what cars are behind you. Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche, etc. The worst are BBA. Now the 95 years after really mouth crazy, really do not know the preciousness of money, think it is very good to earn. Anchor, ask him which car he has his eye on. At this moment, Yang Bei also reacted, so with a puzzled look, she tilted up that perfect face and asked, then little brother, is there a car here that you have an eye for? Take a look again. Xiao Bei smiled lightly, but this sentence sounded very different in the ears of his water friends. Appraisal is complete, pretending to be 13, just pitying the two young ladies. Usually the ones who say this are the ones who can't afford it, but don't want to lose face in a beautiful place. Ha ha ha, don't get to the time of the whole car show, there is no car that has an eye. Facing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Xiao Bei just directly ignored them. Even Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya were also directly ignored. Xiao Bei couldn't afford it? What kind of joke are you making? However, all three of them didn't bother to explain or even pay too much attention to the pop-up screens. The three of them directly walked towards the front, and Yang Bei was still wondering whether or not to follow them. When Yang Bei was still wondering if she should follow them, the water friends in the live broadcast room directly asked her to follow them up. Yang Bei sniffed, and also directly followed up. She followed right behind the trio. The netizens in the live broadcast room also heard the conversation between the three. Green Tea Bei. In that case, Ferrari 488 get one? Yi Xuanya looked at the Ferrari booth. Are you planning to let me buy a Ferrari or are you looking at the girl beside you? Xiao Bei blankly glanced at Yi Xuanya. Ha ha ha, you guess. I'm guessing, not buying. There, Xiao Bei said indifferently. And upon hearing this, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya immediately froze. Got it? A good sentence has it. Cam. Invisible pretending is the most deadly okay. What? He actually has a Ferrari? Blow it, that's a Ferrari, not a charade. Anyway, I don't believe it until I see it. But how do I feel that what little brother said seems to be true? Yang Bei's live broadcast room had already started discussing it. Bei, you have a car, why are you still buying it? Liu Qingyan asked a bit puzzled. I'll be coming to Magic City a lot in the future, so I can't let the big girl be the driver every time. Actually, Green Tea Bei, as long as you give old lady a salary, old lady is still very happy. Yi Xuanya hemmed and hawed, and Xiao Bei blanked Yi Xuanya. Good fellow, what a good plan as expected. Right, Green Tea Bei, after looking for so long, have you seen any that you have an eye for? Liu Qingyan followed suit. Yeah, what kind of car do you have an eye for? You have to give a reference price, although I know you are not bad money, but you can't say that you see 5 or 6 million tens of millions of cars to say that you have a good eye, right? In the face of the two women's inquiries, Xiao Bei slightly for a moment, just faintly shook his head. I won't buy any cheaper ones that don't have eye appeal, and I'll buy any more expensive ones that have eye appeal. After saying that, he then walked inside again. Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya suddenly felt that this sentence, which carried a domineering spirit, but also felt a bit heavenly However, Xiao Bei's bold statement directly made Yang Bei's live broadcast water friends unhappy. Yo yo yo, the mouth is really big, and eye-catching again expensive. I will buy. Not to mention other things. Rafa he dared to buy? This, don't know how to say. Now the young people or too impetuous. No, really when the car show is his family Just when the crowd was still discussing Xiao Bei, Yang Bei was also curious about what kind of car the other party was going to buy. Breath is not so big, so directly followed up, although it is not good to do so, but the nature of the people of the country who love to watch will not change. In front of Xiao Bei 3 people walking, soon came to the Lamborghini booth. Suddenly, Xiao Bei stopped in his tracks. A sports car with a frosted black color scheme came into view. The low-slung body, scissor-type doors, angular geometric shape, sci-fi-like rear end, and incomparable racy interior, are all highlighting its fashionable beauty. Its car logo is like a full of power. is attacking the other side of the bull, and the shape of the characteristics of the fit, highlighting the reluctance to show weakness of the personality. Of course, its car model is also extremely spirited, a long-haired beauty wearing a hot and sexy dress, a long-haired beauty wearing a hot bikini, with black thin high-heeled sandals, the beauty of the arc, highlighted. As both the car and the model were extremely beautiful, a large crowd swarmed around it and were frantically snapping pictures. So beautiful. Xiao Bei couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Xianya hemmed and hawed and looked at Liu Qingyan. Your family man is looking at a bikini beauty and saying it's really pretty. Aren't you jealous? Why would I be jealous? It's not like he's talking about a car model. Look. After saying that, Liu Qingyan pointed to Xiao Bei, only to see Xiao Bei directly come to the side of that car model and look at the frosted black supercar behind him. I'll go. Green Tea Bei has his eye on this car? Xianya froze and looked at Xiao Bei, who was currently standing next to the car. Big girl, is this a Lamborghini? Liu Qingyan was also mesmerized by the streamlined shape of the car in front of her. Before Xianya could say anything, behind her, Yang Bei walked up and explained to Liu Qingyan, this is not an ordinary Lamborghini, but a limited edition Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, priced at up to tens of millions of dollars, or the kind that has a price without a market, limited to 900 units worldwide. Ah, so expensive. But very handsome is true. Liu Qingyan froze, then said with a bitter smile, quickly, let's go up and ask if Green Tea North has an eye for it. Xianya also knew about this car, so she was also excited now. Liu Qingyan helplessly looked at Xianya and said, I candy, but will this car be too expensive? Can Bei afford it? Xianya looked at Liu Qingyan then said, look at his calm demeanor, does he look like he can't eat? Chapter 75, Tasting Master. Liu Qingyan then went up with Xianya. Yang Bei similarly followed up, mainly because the water lover wanted to see if the other party was bragging or if it was real. What do you say, Green Tea Bei? This car is right up your alley? Xianya came to Xiao Bei's side and asked directly. Aha! Xiao Bei didn't deny it and directly nodded his head. I'm going to go. It's a match for your eyes? Isn't it time to buy it? Ha ha ha, now we can know if it's really strong or pretending. If I didn't have the strength, I definitely wouldn't go up to see it. So, I feel like this little brother seems to be real. The pussy upstairs, betting or not? Go to hell, betting ghost. Soon, Xiao Bei's actions told them the answer, because at this moment, there was already a middle-aged pot-bellied fat man, combing his greasy hair and wearing a suit, welcoming up. Sir, your name? See, you have been looking here for a long time. Are you interested in this car of ours? Xiao Bei looked at this visitor. The badge read, Sales Director Tang Xiaolong. Xiao Bei saw this name and slightly froze. I go. Are you damn sure you are not from a certain Shang group? Yes. Is this car a show car or can it be sold directly? Of course Xiao Bei knew this car. Lamborghini's Global Limited Edition SVJ. If this was a Ferrari brand, it wasn't something that could be bought with money, because buying a limited edition model of Ferrari required a purchase qualification, unless you bought a used one, like the Lafa that Xiao Bei bought. But Lamborghini was different. Generally, as long as you had money and came across a good one, you could buy it. Sir, what's your last name? My surname is Xiao. Tang Xiaolong sniffed, smiled slightly, then said, Mr. Xiao, you came at the right time today. This car is available for sale for us, and no one has booked it yet. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Decisively, he took out his bank card from his own pocket. This car, I'll take it. Swipe the card. Xiao Bei, this is not capricious. Do not want to know more about it. Is more like, after all, this car is also Xiao Bei's previous life is more like a car. On its performance and so on, have been familiar with cannot be familiar. Seeing Xiao Bei's action, Tang Xiaolong froze. Xianya's eyes widened, and Liu Qingyan was still looking at Xiao Bei with a smile on her face. Yang Bei was shocked, and so were the water friends in the live broadcast room. I warmly horse. This price doesn't even ask, just directly buy it? I go. Was hit in the face, but why is there no feeling of nastiness at all? Wow, so handsome. Upstairs, as long as the payment is made, they are all handsome. I'm brain dead right now. Can anyone talk to me about this car? How much is it currently? Are you blind? Can't you see it on the bulletin board next to it? $15 million. So, this young man, directly $15 million, to buy a car? I'll go. Mordor people are just rich. Tang Xiaolong, who came back to his senses, directly smiled and took Xiao Bei's card, then added, Mr. Xiao, if you buy it, the car might not be able to be taken away today, because we still have 3 days until the end of the show, you see? Then you can contact me in 3 days. Pay the money first, lest someone will rob it from me then, Xiao Bei said indifferently. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Tang Xiaolong didn't dare to stay, so he directly waved towards the cashier next to him. Swipe this SVJ. Without saying a word, Tang Xiaolong directly handed Xiao Bei's bank card to the finance, deeply afraid that Xiao Bei would back out like that. Mr. Xiao, should we take a look at the other cars? When Tang Xiaolong saw that it was not easy to come to a big customer, he definitely wanted to make a strong grip. Xiao Bei originally wanted to stroll on the Lamborghini, but soon thought of it. Supercars seem to pull girls can only pull one. Now it is in Magic City. There are a lot of beautiful women. How can that be? Rolls-Royce honestly, Xiao Bei is not very like. Always feel too old-fashioned. Now he is already a young man. Then come to the young people's mind. Just in time, Lamborghini seems to have an SUV. Xiao Bei looked towards the surroundings, and then he saw a yellow SUV, the typical Lamborghini's family front face. Although it was an SUV, this car was still full of fighting flavor. Manager Tang, add another URUS. This car should be able to be lifted immediately, right? Tang Xiaolong sniffed, and inwardly, he was so excited. Good guy. This is the young master of that family. Yes, young Mr. Xiao. The URUS will be able to be picked up directly after payment. Is there a license plate service? Xiao Bei thought about it. Young Xiao wants a good license plate, right? Right. Ha ha ha. Young Xiao, you've come at the right time. We happen to have prepared 2 top-notch license plates. You see? Price doesn't matter. Just give me both directly. Right, what number? Xiao Bei still asked. Magic AXB 888 and Magic ALM 777, Tang Xiaolong said slowly. After Xiao Bei heard the 2 license plates, his eyes looked oddly at Tang Xiaolong. XB. X what B? LM. T's? However, I like it. I'll take it. Settle it together. Okay, Xiao. In that case, the SVJ just now plus the URUS and the 2 license plates. A total of 24 million. You see? Okay, just take care of it for me directly. Xiao Bei and Tang Xiaolong's conversation did not take into account the 3 people present. Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan was already shocked at the moment. Yi Xuanya didn't want to say anything more at the moment. If she really wanted to say something, it would be, little Qingyan was really born with a rich life. Anchor Yang Bei was shocked, looking at the handsome little brother in front of her, who was even younger than herself. The first time I saw this, I was so shocked, looking at the handsome young man in front of me, who was even younger than myself. $25 million to throw. This is definitely a wild big brother. The water friends in the live broadcast room, those who had just been mocking, also directly lost their temper. One by one, all on the public screen, typed 2 words, awesome. Today they are really witnessed. What is called buying a car like buying food. Soon, the finance came over with the invoice and the relevant procedures for the 2 cars. Mr. Tang, the payment was successful. Mr. Xiao, this is the car purchase procedure and the car keys. This is the SVJs and this is the URUS. Okay, Xiao Bei took the information. Mr. Xiao, Oris this side for you to drive to wash. Do you want us to rest inside the lounge for a while? Yes. As it happened, Xiao Bei didn't want to wander around much now, so he took Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya and walked straight in. As for Yang Bei, sorry, if she was a bit better looking, Xiao Bei might actually take her in, or certain places that had something beyond the norm. Xiao Bei could make an exception, but just by relying on a Netflix face? Sorry, can't do it. Brother is a tasteful, well, milk, connoisseur. No, tasting demand. Chapter 76, The Legendary Character. Tang Xiaolong brought Xiao Bei and the others to a VIP room inside. Just as he entered, Xiao Bei actually found a semi-familiar person. I'll go. Bei Z, you're here too? This person was no other than Chen Shi. One of the acquaintances was him, and as for the half, it was the one sitting at the table with Chen Shi Wang Wet Onion. When Tang Xiaolong saw Chen Shi greeting Xiao Bei, he instantly knew that the Xiao young man in front of him, whom he hadn't seen before, was only not small in origin. He still understood who Chen Shi was. Those who could recognize Chen Shi must not come from a small background either. Brother Chen, you are also here. Where are Brother Zhang and Brother Feng? Xiao Bei walked over with the 2 women. At this time, the 2 women also saw Wang Wet Onion. The 2 of them glanced at each other, and Yi Xianya was filled with questions. What the hell? Is the circle of schoolmates so high? The 2 of them didn't come. I'm the only one who came. If I had known you were coming, I would have joined you. After saying that, Chen Shi also noticed the 2 beauties behind Xiao Bei. Then his eyes signaled Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Come on, Bei Z, let me introduce to you, Wang Wet Onion. There's no need to say anything. Seeing Xiao Bei walking over, Chen Shi directly started to act as a middleman and began to introduce. Wet Onion, this is the little brother I just told you about. Very powerful. The idea you just had. You can also talk about it. Actually, when Chen Shi and Xiao Bei greeted each other just now, Wang Wet Onion looked at Xiao Bei. Very handsome, extraordinary aura, and the 2 beauties behind him were also very beautiful. To be honest, he was envious. Not envious of Xiao Bei's money, but envious of Xiao Bei's face value. Inwardly, if I have this face value, can Sun Yining still reject me? Thoughts quickly retracted. Wang Wat Onion stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Xiao Bei. I've heard a lot about you. Wang Wat Onion. Hello, Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also extended his hand out and shook Wang Wat Onion's hand. Then a few people made introductions and sat down together. The reason why Wang Wat Onion was polite to Xiao Bei was because Chen Shi had just introduced him. Lafayette owner. $500 million to buy supercars. A phone call. Lin Fan's family will be lost. This energy, that is, Wang Wat Onion did not have. If you really want to categorize the second generation of Xia, there are three types. One is similar to Wang Wat Onion's such business family, top second generation. The other is the sons and daughters of those high cadres, also called the second generation of officials. There was also another type that had a good business family and a deep background, a collection of second generation officials and rich second generation. Now, in the eyes of Chun Chi and Wang Wat Onion, Xiao Bei is the third generation, and this kind of second generation was either average or powerful to the core. Obviously Xiao Bei was the latter, which led to such respect from Wang Wat Onion. Xiao Bei actually didn't have any inner excitement when he met the legendary figure from his previous life. Maybe it was because in this life, he was stronger, so it was natural when he faced Wang Wat Onion. However, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya behind him didn't know. What did they see? A top-tier youngster. Wang Wat Onion treating Green Tea North with such respect? It could be imagined that Green Tea North's background, it seemed, was not ordinary. Young Wang, your name also rings a bell. After sitting down, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Wang Wat Onion smiled faintly. It's not worth mentioning. By the way, Xiao, if you are Kai's friend, then you are also my friend. Add a WeChat. Just call me Wat Onion. Ha ha ha. Then don't call me Xiao. Just like Brother Chen. Just call me Bei Zi. The two exchanged pleasantries. Then Chen Shi thought of something. Bei Zi, did you come to Magic City to buy a car too? No, mainly to invest. And secondly to see my woman. Xiao Bei said directly and frankly, and was not afraid of Chen Shi's nonsense. To their level of men, who only have a girlfriend. But when this sentence was heard in Liu Qingyan's ears, she was suddenly stunned. My woman? Stinky school brother. When did I become your woman? But why is it so cheerful inside? Yi Xianya also enviously looked at Liu Qingyan. Good lord, Popsicle is really the life of a mansion's wife. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Wang Wat Onion smiled faintly, and also smiled down at the two girls behind Xiao Bei. Bei Zi, you came to invest in the company? Yeah, a small one. Invested in a game company. Xiao Bei said with a smile. That means you still have an investment company? Chen Shi looked at Xiao Bei and said meaningfully. Well, just got up. Why? Ha ha ha, that's great. There's a business here. Want to join together? Chen Shi smiled and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and didn't indicate immediately, but asked directly. What? Chen Shi looked at Wang Wat Onion, smiled and looked at Xiao Bei and said. What Onion here is a project that is looking for investment. It's not bad. Do you want to hear it? Xiao Bei sniffed and looked at Wang Wat Onion. Wang what project? Teach? Instruction dare not be. Presumptuous as really. Ha ha. Xiao Bei is actually quite annoyed with these vain people. But since Wang Wat Onion's project, then let's talk about it. After all, they do the investment company. In addition to making money, is to pull connections. It's okay. I've been a long time God's friend to you, President Wang, and I'm really honored today. Business mutual admiration. In his previous life Xiao Bei did a lot of it, so discussing it, he was also comfortable with it. It's like this. Isn't the live broadcasting industry very hot recently? My dad just happened to give me 5 small goals. I think about getting some business. It just so happens that the live broadcasting industry is just getting up now, and Kai's family is doing media. I think, don't you want to engage in a live broadcasting platform? He's out of the artists, and we're acquiring a live broadcasting company, and by the time we make a GMV, we will pull the windfall directly and see if we can run the IPO. Wang Wat Onion looked at Xiao Bei said. Xiao Bei heard, inwardly immediately no. Wang principle to do what? The world of the previous life. Wang principle of the Panda Live. That is 15 years on the establishment. I cannot imagine in this world. Delayed for 2 years. Xiao Bei had read about the case of Panda Live at that time. The main thing is that the platform supervision is unfavorable. There is a similar gambling brush things, plus later the anchors upsell. In the end, it was collapsed, but the early stage is still very profitable. Xiao Bei thought about it. Can be voted. After all, Panda Live at that time, but there are 10 rounds of financing. Circled a lot of money. They just need to cash out and leave at the peak. Then I don't know. Brother Wang, how do you plan to cooperate? Xiao Bei said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and Wang Wat Onion glanced at each other, knowing that Xiao Bei was interested. Bei Zi, if you want to come, then the capital investment is good. Not much, I intend to invest 100 million in the early stage. If you come, I can give you 20% of the shares. 20 million is okay. After saying that, Wang Wet Onion then looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei sniffed and smiled slightly. Okay, then I will support the principal with 20 million. But I have a premise, because I'm still in school, if I don't have enough energy, I can have the right of priority to sell my shares, and I don't participate in the management. Wang Wet Onion thought about it. This is the best. In fact, he is really afraid that Xiao Bei wants to intervene in the management right. Ha ha ha, Bei Z, it's possible. Then like this, I'll start preparing recently. I'll give you a call then. Okay. Xiao Bei also agreed cheerfully. Chapter 77 Liu Qingyan's attitude change. Liu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei, who had just been seriously talking business with Wang Wet Onion. Inwardly, she thought, so the usual Xiao Bei is like this, talking business with a big brother. Such a person would actually treat a small person like himself so well, and did not make himself feel awkward in the slightest during the process of getting along. At once, Liu Qingyan's heart was still touched. In the VIP room, he chatted with Chen Qi and Wang Wet Onion for a while. Xiao Bei then took his leave, and it so happened that Wang Wet Onion also had something to do, so he agreed to find Xiao Bei next time he went to Hangzhou to have fun. At this time, Xiao Bei's car was ready. After Wang Wet Onion left, Xiao Bei, Chen Qi, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya were left at the scene. Xiao Bei and Chen Qi walked in front, while Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya walked behind. Xiao Bei suddenly turned his head to Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya. Qingyan, big girl, you guys go ahead and drive my car out first. I'll have a chat with Brother Chen. Okay. The two also knew that Xiao Bei and Chen Qi should have something to talk about. When the two left, Chen Qi pulled out a soft black and handed it to Xiao Bei. The two of them were in the smoking room, sitting and chatting while smoking. Bei Z, is it about Wet Onion's live streaming platform? Chen Qi knew that Xiao Bei was not a simple family scion, and now that he waited until Wang Wet Onion left before pulling himself to smoke, he knew that there were thoughts. Brother Chen, I like to chat with smart people. Say it. Brother Chen, what do you think of Wang Wet Onion's business ability? Xiao Bei definitely wouldn't say it directly, preparing to guide Chen Qi. It's okay, moderate. Then, Brother Chen, do you know Wang Wet Onion's hobbies? Xiao Bei took a deep drag on his cigarette and asked again. Playing games. Pick up girls. Bei Z, what do you want to say? Just say it explicitly. Wang Wet Onion and I are actually in a cooperative relationship, and the other relationships are also general. We usually don't contact each other much. Hearing this, Xiao Bei thought about it and directly opened the door. Brother Chen, then I'll splash cold water. Wang Wet Onion can't do the platform to go public. At most he can go through a few rounds of financing. Just like you just said, his management ability is moderate. He likes to play the game. Such a super second generation. Do you expect him to run the company properly? Chen Qi took a deep drag on his cigarette and didn't say anything more. He just quietly looked at Xiao Bei. Secondly, what live broadcast is the most popular now? Games, and he's still someone who likes to play games. So, Brother Chen, pay attention when the time comes. If the wind is not right, leave immediately. Xiao Bei's analysis. Chen Qi still listened in, then patted Xiao Bei's shoulder. Okay, Bei Z, I know, right. How many days are you in Magic City? Chen Qi asked after thinking about it. Tentatively, I'm going to play in Magic City for a few more days. Okay, then I'll go back to Hangzhou by myself. Ha ha. On the other side, Liu Qingyan and Yi Xuanya, who had driven Xiao Bei's car out, were still sitting frozen in the car. Your man, how much did you spend today? Well, it seems like 47 million. Liu Qingyan thought about it and calculated it out, and when she said it, it was still a bit unbelievable. Wow, Qingyan, what owe you life? Why not me? Yi Xuanya said enviously as she looked at Liu Qingyan. Of course it was a joke. Big girl, I'm actually a bit scared. Liu Qingyan at the moment didn't have the joy that she just had with Xiao Bei. It was really Xiao Bei's background that was too scary. She was just a child of an average family. Yi Xuanya was Liu Qingyan's best friend, or she didn't know what Liu Qingyan was talking about. She also calmed down and looked at Liu Qingyan. Then she asked seriously, Sister child, just ask you one thing. Do you like Xiao Bei? Liu Qingyan nodded shyly. Then how do you feel about Xiao Bei? Or how is it to you? Yi Xuanya looked at Liu Qingyan and said, is this considered a happy worry? So far, it's still very good. It feels different from the second generation in our school. The second generation in our school, one by one, they are high-minded and proud, and they don't move. They are all kinds of showing off. But, by Xiao Bei's side, I don't feel such a situation. It feels like getting along very well. He won't put me in an awkward situation. Liu Qingyan said after thinking about it. Yi Xuanya nodded at her words, then smiled and said, don't you have an answer now? since you believe in her, you grabbed it for once. Feelings are something between two people. It mainly depends on you and him. However, you are right about one thing. Xiao Bei is different from the other second generation. Maybe it was cultivated by his family from a young age. Yi Xianya thought for a moment and said, everything depends on you. How you sister or support you. Liu Qingyan nodded. Then she said, big girl, you say, when you're young, if you meet an outstanding person, if you don't grab hold of them, won't you have a lot of regrets in the future? Yi Xuanya nodded. But there was one more thing she didn't say, and that was, a man of such high quality as Xiao Bei would definitely have no shortage of women around him in the future. The reason why she didn't say it was also to preserve her bestie's yearning for love. Well, you already have an answer. So let's get along. We don't want his money. At most we want a color. Hate you. Big girl, move and drive. Liu Qingyan originally still a little pressure. Now instantly all gone. Yes, just like the big girl said. Normal get along just fine. At this moment, Liu Qingyan has already thought about it. Everything is just left to time. Just at this time, Xiao Bei walked out from the car show. Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei and directly said, well, you're here. It's not early. Let's go to the restaurant now. I'm starving. Liu Qingyan also smiled faintly and went forward to hold Xiao Bei's arm, looking extremely natural. Yi Xianya saw this scene and was speechless, hoping, single dogs have to eat your dog food, right? Ha ha ha, then you find one too. Xiao Bei said jokingly. Che, the one who can conquer my mother hasn't been born yet. After saying that, Yi Xianya said to Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan, you two wait for me here. I'm going to drive. Oops, I can't sit in a limousine even if I have one. Actually, you can also go directly in my car. Xiao Bei said with a faint smile. Forget it, old lady doesn't want to be shown a face. After saying that, she left in a dashing manner. Looking at Yi Xianya's back as she left, the two of them smiled at each other. Little Qingyan, get in the car. Brother will take you for a ride. Humph, immodest again. Beat you oh. Can you spare it? Yes. The two of them bickered and got into the car. Liu Qingyan consciously sat in the passenger seat. At this time, Xiao Bei directly probed his body and approached Liu Qingyan. Seeing this, Liu Qingyan knew that Xiao Bei was going to be bad again. But this time she didn't object and directly closed her eyes. But after half a day of no movement, she couldn't help but open her eyes. She saw that Xiao Bei had already fastened her seatbelt and was looking at herself with a smile. Liu Qingyan knew that she had gotten the wrong idea, and immediately her pretty face slightly reddened. Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Bei directly kissed Liu Qingyan with a kiss. Liu Qingyan didn't refuse either. She even directly wrapped her hands around Xiao Bei's neck and responded passionately. Chapter 78. What's the best way to pop the popcorn? The two didn't stop until they kissed until they couldn't breathe. Liu Qingyan's pretty face was slightly red with big watery eyes as she looked at Xiao Bei. Her tongue licked the corner of her mouth. Then she looked at Xiao Bei just looking at herself with a smile. She was still slightly nervous, afraid that Xiao Bei would say one word and directly kiss over again. And now she could feel her mouth, as if it was a little swollen. Mouth is swollen by your kiss. Big bad egg. Really? Xiao Bei faked disbelief and stared down at her pink lips. The atmosphere was starting to get a little off. Splat! Xiao Bei inexplicably received a smack, and his arm was slapped with a crunch. Why did you hit me? What bad thing are you thinking about? Cut. As if you know what I'm thinking. Of course I know. Then why don't you tell me? No way. I know anyway. Say it. I'll admit it if you're right. Crawl away. Nuisance. Liu Qingyan was teased again. Xiao Bei's little rogue thoughts were guessed by anyone, but how could she say it out loud? Just as she was getting angry, a dripping sound came from behind her. The two of them saw through the rearview mirror that the car behind them was none other than Yi Xianya's, only to see that Yi Xianya made a direct spin to the right and drove the car to the side of the Lamborghini Urus. Liu Qingyan hurriedly pushed Xiao Bei back into the main driver's seat and sat down. Just as she sat down, she saw Yi Xianya lowering the passenger window. Xiao Bei also lowered the main driver's window. He looked down at Yi Xianya, but Xiao Bei's eyes were almost straight, because Yi Xianya was currently leaning sideways towards the passenger side. Xiao Bei's Urus body was taller, and from this angle, it was really a bulge and a snowy white. Couldn't help but gulp, but Xiao Bei quickly returned to normal, and could only laugh bitterly in his heart. Yi Xianya, this tomboy, career line is still very plump. Yi Xianya saw the lipstick on Xiao Bei's mouth in a flash, and was instantly like a fried fighting chicken. Holy, as far as you two are concerned, I just went to fetch a car, and you're starving? Yi Xianya directly exploded out. You don't want to wrong a good person, Xiao Bei said righteously. I'm dizzy, big brother, you have lipstick all over your mouth, Yi Xianya said directly. Xiao Bei hastily looked at the rearview mirror. Mama, yeah, always walking by the river. Today I got my mouth wet. On the other hand, Liu Qingyan directly stopped talking. Right now she couldn't wait to bury her head into her chest. It was too embarrassing, too humiliating. Yi Xianya hemmed and hawed. You can green tea Bei, catching on quickly forget it, don't say it, follow me, now eat and go. After saying that, the big girl directly put on her sunglasses, slammed the car window shut, and rushed out with a kick of floor oil. Xiao Bei also directly followed. At this moment, Liu Qingyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Xiao Bei fiercely, tutaying her red lips. She said, "It's all your fault, bad guy. It was so embarrassing just now." "What's so embarrassing? Everyone will know about our relationship in the future." "Che, what relationship what relationship do I have with you?" Liu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei with a serious face. Xiao Bei said seriously while driving, "Male and female friend humph, did I promise you? Bad egg, ha ha ha, then you promise me okay?" Xiao Bei said with a smile. "No, you haven't even formally confessed. People don't want to promise you. Then I'm not just taking advantage of you for nothing now. Xiao Bei is not that kind of person. How about taking advantage of it for a while? Go to hell You are now at most a quasi-boyfriend." "Yes, still in the inspection period." Liu Qingyan suddenly had a flash of light and thought of something. "Then quasi-boyfriend. What rights can be traveled no?" Xiao Bei looked at Liu Qingyan with a bad smile on his face. "Bad egg, you don't have the right now. Only if I promise." Along the way, Xiao Bei drove his car and followed Yi Xianya's car, molesting and flirting with Liu Qingyan in his own car. Don't be too comfortable. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei was still very happy today, because the investment of 2 million, the rebate extracted is 10 times, directly into 20 million. Secondly, buy a car of 25 million, no character outbreak, rebate 1 times, but also good. White whoring 2 luxury cars. In the world, is there anything more enjoyable than whoring for nothing? When he drove to his destination, it was already 6 p.m., just at mealtime, and Xiao Bei was hungry. After getting off the car, Xiao Bei looked at the environment. Not bad, is a place called Garden Fresh Beef Hot Pot, in the Magic City Conservatory near a little bit of a courtyard. It was still very moody. After the 3 of them met, Yi Xianya looked at the 2 of them with a smile in the corner of her eye, and didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. Immediately, she led Xiao Bei and Liu Qingyan inside. Just after stepping into the courtyard, there was a different heaven. In the center was a small pond, with a hint of immortal chi bubbling up from it. In the entire courtyard, there were 8 tables corresponding to 8 pavilions, which were already filled with people. A very moody hot pot restaurant. Passing through the courtyard, he came directly to the west room. Yi Xianya directly pushed the door in, pushing open the door to the compartment. There were 2 women and a man sitting inside, and upon seeing Yi Xianya and Liu Qingyan, a few of them raised their hands and cheered. "Wow, big girl, popsicle child, you guys finally came. I'm damn hungry out of my waistline. Big girl, quick dish to eat. Wow, popsicle child, you and big girl child early in the morning, why go? Direct abandonment of sister child? I'll wait, catch up on old times later. Who's going to introduce? Who is this new brother?" Yi Xianya immediately laughed badly and moved aside, coming to the side of the 2 women and 1 man. Now 3 women and 1 man. Everyone looked at Liu Qingyan and Xiao Bei, who stood beside Liu Qingyan together. At this time, Yi Xianya said to Liu Qingyan with a bad smile, "That's right. Who is this new brother? Popsicle. Still not explaining the explanation? Now, the stage is given to you. You play freely." If it was in the morning, facing the scrutiny of Yi Xianya and the crowd, Liu Qingyan might still be shy. But now, after thinking about the fact that it was Xiao Bei who had happened today, Liu Qingyan was relieved. Just like what Xiao Bei had just said in the car. Sooner or later, she would have to know. But then, Liu Qingyan definitely won't say that Xiao Bei is now her boyfriend. So Liu Qingyan gritted her teeth and said with a red face, "This handsome guy, called Xiao Bei, is one of my schoolmates, just happens to be coming to Magic City right now to play, so I'll bring him to make a scene." Originally, Liu Qingyan wanted to say, "This is my prospective boyfriend," but felt that this was not good to hear either, so she stifled this sentence. "Popsicle, who are you fooling? Confess from leniency, resist from severity." Yi Xianya also lit a fire on the side, obviously not satisfied with Liu Qingyan's introduction. Then Xiao Bei looked at the girl sitting next to a boy who disliked her. "No, Popsicle Air, you're preemptively planning to cook raw rice?